Some places don't just hold memories, they feed on fears. This is a retelling of The Shining by Stephen King, a story inspired by a real empty hotel in Colorado. The core idea came from a terrifying dream King had while staying at the Stanley Hotel after closing season, where he watched his 3-year-old son run through the halls chased by a fire hose. First published in 1977, the book has since sold more than 120 million copies worldwide. Its author, an undisputed master of horror, is also known for Carrie, It, and Misery. The story later reached an even wider audience when Stanley Kubrick adapted it for the big screen in 1980. A quick note. This is a third-person retelling, told from my own narrative perspective. Visuals you see are created by today's technology, and may not match every scene exactly, but they will help you see what matters. By the end you may find yourself questioning the thin line between isolation and madness. And stick around, I'll share fascinating facts, behind-the-scenes secrets from the film, and unsettling trivia most fans never notice. The story begins. The Overlook's manager, Stuart Ullman, struck Jack Torrance as an officious little prick from the first moment. Jack watched the compact, plump man move with a prissy efficiency, his exact hair part and sober dark suit designed to reassure paying customers, but the unspoken message to the hired help was clear. Don't waste my time. The red carnation in Ullman's lapel seemed a deliberate signal that he wasn't the local undertaker. Listening, Jack admitted to himself, he probably couldn't have liked anyone sitting on that side of the desk under these circumstances. Ullman had asked something Jack missed a dangerous lapse, since Ullman seemed the type to file such moments away for later. Jack apologized and asked him to repeat. Ullman wanted to know whether Jack's wife fully understood what they'd be taking on, and mentioned their son Daniel. Was Wendy intimidated? Jack answered that Wendy was an extraordinary woman. Ullman then asked if the boy was also extraordinary. Jack offered a wide, practiced PR smile, and said they'd like to think so, noting that their 5-year-old was quite self-reliant. Ullman didn't smile back. He filed Jack's application away, leaving the desktop bare except for a blotter, phone lamp, and empty in-out basket. Ullman stood and retrieved 5 large floor plans from a corner cabinet, inviting Jack to step around the desk. Standing at Ullman's shoulder, Jack caught the man's cologne and had to bite his tongue to suppress an absurd, inappropriate laugh. Some nonsense about all his men wearing English leather or nothing at all. Faint kitchen sounds drifted through the wall as lunch service wound down. Ullman briskly explained the top floor. The attic, which held nothing but bric-a-brac accumulated by successive managers since World War II. He wanted rat traps and poison sown around, despite not believing the third-floor chambermaid's reports of rustling noises. There must be no chance, even 1 in 100, that a single rat inhabited the Overlook. Jack, suspecting every hotel had a rat or two, held his tongue. Ullman added that under no circumstances would Jack allow his son up there. Jack agreed, flashing the PR smile again, feeling humiliated that this officious little prick would even suggest he'd let his child play in a rat-trap attic. Ullman moved through the guest quarters, 110 rooms total, with 30 suites on the 3rd floor split between west, center, and east wings, all commanding magnificent views. Jack wished he could spare the sales talk but stayed quiet. He needed the job. They studied the 2nd floor's 40 rooms and the 1st floor's 40 rooms, plus linen closets and storerooms at opposite ends. Jack shook his head to questions. Ullman whisked those plans away. On the lobby level, Ullman pointed out the registration desk, the offices behind it, the dining room and Colorado lounge in the west wing, and the banquet facility in the east. Jack asked about the basement instead for a winter caretaker. That was where the action was. Ullman said the maintenance man would show all that, the floor plan being on the boiler room wall. He then frowned impressively, perhaps to signal that as manager he didn't concern himself with such mundane matters, but scrawled a note about traps on a monogrammed pad, tore it off, and dropped it into the empty-out basket. They resumed their original positions, Ullman behind the desk, Jack in front, interviewer and supplicant. Ullman folded his small hands and looked directly at Jack. He announced he'd be perfectly frank. Albert Shockley, a powerful man with a large interest in the Overlook, wanted Jack hired, and Ullman would comply. But if given a free hand, Ullman would not have taken him on. Jack's hands clenched and sweated in his lap as the officious little prick repeated in his head. Ullman continued, saying he didn't care whether Jack liked him. During the season, the Overlook employed 110 people, and Ullman suspected many didn't like him and thought he was a bastard. They'd be correct, because he had to be to run the hotel properly. He paused for comment. Jack flashed the PR grin again. Ullman recited the hotel's history, built 1907 to 1909. The nearest town 40 miles away, over roads closed half the year. Vanderbilts, Rockefellers, Astors, DuPonts, and 4 presidents had stayed. Jack murmured he wouldn't be too proud of 2 of those names. Ullman frowned but pressed on through successive sales, vacancy during the war, and purchase by Horace Derwent, a millionaire inventor, pilot, film producer, and entrepreneur whose touch turned everything to gold, except the Overlook. Derwent added the Roe Court Jack had admired upon arrival. Derwent lost $3 million, sold to California investors. Then Shockley bought in 1970 and put Ullman in charge. After years in the red, this season finally showed black ink for the first time in 7 decades. Jack acknowledged the colorful history, but asked what any of it had to do with Ullman's feeling. He was wrong for the post. Ullman explained that winter depreciation shortened profit margins drastically. To cope, he'd installed a full-time winter caretaker. The first winter, he'd hired a family instead of a single man. There'd been a horrible tragedy. The man was a drunk. A slow, hot grin, the opposite of the PR smile, spread across Jack's face. He said Al must not have told Ullman Jack had retired from drinking. Ullman confirmed Shockley had told him Jack no longer drank, and also about his last teaching job in Vermont, where he'd lost his temper. Ullman didn't need to be more specific, but he believed the Grady case had bearing. In the winter of 1970 to 71, he'd hired a man named Delbert Grady, who moved into the same quarters the Torrances would share with his wife and 2 daughters. Ullman had reservations about the harsh season and the family being cut off for 5 to 6 months. Jack countered that it wasn't really true isolation. There were telephones, likely a citizens band radio, and the national park within helicopter range must have a chopper or 2. Ullman said he wouldn't know about that, but the hotel did have a 2-way radio. The maintenance man would demonstrate, along with frequencies to broadcast for help. The phone lines were above ground and went down almost every winter for weeks at a time. There was also a snowmobile. Jack concluded that the place wasn't truly cut off. Then Ullman looked pained and posed a hypothetical. If Jack's son or wife tripped on the stairs and fractured their skull, would Jack still think the place wasn't cut off? Jack saw the point immediately. A snowmobile at top speed might reach Sidewinder in 90 minutes under ideal conditions. A rescue helicopter might take 3 hours, also under ideal conditions. In a blizzard, neither would be possible, and taking a seriously injured person out in sub-zero temperatures with wind chill was unthinkable. Ullman explained that he had reasoned much the same way Shockley now did in Jack's case. Solitude could be damaging, so he thought having Grady's family with him was better. He'd assumed any trouble would be less urgent than a major accident or convulsion flu, pneumonia, a broken arm, appendicitis, leaving enough time to respond. But what actually happened, Ullman suspected, resulted from cheap whiskey Grady had secretly stocked and a condition old-timers called cabin fever. Ullman offered a patronizing smile, ready to explain the term. Jack crisply preempted him, defining it as a claustrophobic reaction when people are shut in together too long, externalized as dislike for those trapped with them. In extreme cases, it could cause hallucinations and violence, even murder over minor things like a burned meal or whose turn it was to do dishes. Ullman looked nonplussed, which gratified Jack immensely. Jack silently promised Wendy he would stay cool, then pressed further. He suspected Ullman had indeed made a mistake. Did Grady hurt his family? Ullman confirmed Grady killed them, the little girls with a hatchet. his wife and himself with a shotgun. His leg had been broken, undoubtedly from falling downstairs drunk. Ullman spread his hands self-righteously. Jack asked if Grady was a high school graduate. Stiffly, Ullman admitted he wasn't. He'd thought a less imaginative individual would be less susceptible to the rigors and loneliness. That was his mistake, Jack said. A stupid man was more prone to cabin fever, just as he was more prone to shooting someone over a card game or committing a spur-of-the-moment robbery. He got bored. When the snow came, there was nothing to do but watch TV or cheat at solitaire, nothing to do but bitch at his wife, nag the kids, and drink. He'd drink himself to sleep, wake up hungover, get edgy. Then the phone went out. The TV aerial blew down. Nothing to do but think and cheat at solitaire, getting edgier until boom. Ullman countered, whereas a more educated man such as Jack explained that both he and Wendy liked to read. He had a play to work on. Danny had puzzles, coloring books, and a crystal radio. Jack planned to teach him to read and to snowshoe. Wendy wanted to learn too. They could keep busy and out of each other's hair if the TV failed. And Al had told the truth. Jack no longer drank. He once had, seriously, but hadn't touched so much as a beer in 14 months. He didn't intend to bring any alcohol up, and after the snow flew there'd be no opportunity to get any. Ullman agreed that was correct, but insisted that with 3 people up there the potential for problems multiplied. He'd told Shockley this, and Shockley said he'd take the responsibility. Now Ullman had told Jack, and apparently Jack was also willing. Jack confirmed he was. Ullman accepted it since he had little choice, though he'd still rather have an unattached college boy taking a year off. Perhaps Jack would do. He'd turn Jack over to the maintenance man for a tour of the basement and grounds unless Jack had further questions. Jack had none at all. Ullman stood and said he hoped there were no hard feelings. Nothing he'd said was personal. He only wanted what was best for the Overlook. Jack flashed the PR grin again, saying no hard feelings, but was glad Ullman didn't offer to shake hands. There were hard feelings, all kinds of them. Through the kitchen window, Wendy watched Danny sitting alone on the curb. He wasn't playing with his trucks, his wagon, or even the balsa glider that had pleased him so much since Jack brought it home. He just sat there, elbows on his thighs, chin in his hands, a 5-year-old waiting for his father. The sight made her feel suddenly and terribly sad, almost to tears. She hung up the dish towel and went downstairs, buttoning the top 2 buttons of her house dress. Jack and his pride turning down in advance from Al because he said he was okay for a while. The hallway walls were gouged with crayons and markers. The stairs were steep and splintery. The whole building smelled of sour age, and she wondered what kind of place this was for Danny after their neat little brick house in Stovington. The unmarried couple on the 3rd floor fought constantly and viciously, which scared her. The man, Tom, and the woman, Elaine, after the bars closed. The real fights began, the rest of the week just a preliminary. Jack called it the Friday night fights. But it wasn't funny. Elaine would end up in tears, repeating the same plea not to be hurt, and Tom would shout back. They'd once awakened Danny, who usually slept like a corpse. The next morning Jack had caught Tom going out and spoken to him at length on the sidewalk. Tom started to bluster. Jack said something too quiet for Wendy to hear, and Tom only shook his head sullenly and walked away. That was a week ago. Things had been better for a few days, but since the weekend they'd been working back to abnormal. It was bad for the boy. Her grief washed over her again, but she was on the walk now, and smothered it. She swept her dress under her, and sat on the curb beside Danny, asking what was up. He offered a perfunctory smile, and said hi. The glider lay between his sneakers. One wing had started to splinter. She offered to see what she could do with it. Danny said no, Dad would fix it. She told him his father might not be back until supper time, that it was a long drive into the mountains. Danny asked if she thought the VW would break down. She said no, but he'd just given her something new to worry about. Danny matter-of-factly reported that Dad said it might, that the fuel pump was all shot to shit. She told him not to say that. He asked with honest surprise if she meant fuel pump. She sighed, and clarified the vulgar phrase. He asked why it was vulgar and what vulgar meant. She explained it was like picking your nose at the table, or peeing with the door open saying certain words. Shit was vulgar. Nice people didn't say it. Danny pointed out that Dad said it when looking at the engine. Wasn't Dad nice? Wendy caught herself. How did she get into these things? She explained that Dad was nice but also a grown-up, and careful not to say such things in front of people who wouldn't understand, like Uncle Al. Danny asked if he could say it when he was grown up. She supposed he would whether she liked it or not. He asked how old. 20, she said. That was a long wait. She asked him to try anyway. He agreed okay, and went back to staring up the street. He tensed as if to rise, but the approaching beetle was much newer and brighter red. He relaxed. Wendy wondered how hard the move to Colorado had been on Danny. He was close-mouthed about it, but seeing him spend so much time alone bothered her. In Vermont, 3 of Jack's faculty colleagues had children Danny's age, plus there'd been preschool. Here on Arapahoe Street there was no one. Most apartments held co-students, few married couples had children. She'd spotted maybe a dozen high school-aged kids, 3 infants, and that was all. Then Danny asked why Daddy lost his job. The question jolted her. She and Jack had discussed how to handle this evasion or plain truth, but Danny had never asked. Not until now, when she felt low and least prepared. He watched her, maybe reading the confusion on her face. She thought that to children, adult motives must seem like dangerous animals in dark forest. Shadows they were jerked about like puppets, with only vague notions. Why? The thought brought her close to tears again. She fought them off, picked up the disabled glider, and turned it over in her hands. She told Danny that his father had been coaching the debate team. Danny remembered arguments for fun, right? Right. She turned the glider, looking at the name and blue star decals, and found herself telling the exact truth. There was a boy named George Hatfield that Daddy had to cut from the team. George said Daddy cut him because he didn't like him, not because he wasn't good enough. Then George did a bad thing. Danny knew about that, didn't he? Was George the one who put holes in the VW's tires? Yes. Daddy caught him doing it after school. She hesitated, but evasion was impossible now. She told Danny that sometimes Daddy did things he was sorry for later, that sometimes he didn't think the way he should. It didn't happen often, but sometimes. Danny asked if Daddy hurt George Hatfield like the time Danny spilled all his papers. Wendy blinked hard, driving back her tears. Something like that, she said. Daddy hit George to make him stop cutting the tires, and George hit his head. Then the school official said George couldn't go there anymore and Daddy couldn't teach there anymore. She stopped, out of words, dreading a flood of questions. Danny just said, "Oh," and went back to looking up the street, the subject apparently closed. She wished it could close that easily for her. She stood, and said she was going upstairs for tea, offering cookies and milk. Danny said he'd watch for Dad. Wendy told Danny she didn't think Jack would be home much before 5. Danny said maybe he'd be early. She agreed it was possible. Halfway up the walk, Danny called to her. He asked if she wanted to go live in that hotel for the winter. She had to choose from 5,000 possible answers. Her feelings had shifted constantly, from rosy pink to dead black. She finally said that if it was what Jack wanted, it was what she wanted. Then she asked Danny what he thought. He guessed he did want to go, since there was nobody much to play with around here. She asked if he missed his friends. He said he sometimes missed Scott and Andy. That was about all. She went back and kissed him, ruffling his light hair that was just losing its baby fineness. He was such a solemn little boy, and she wondered how he was supposed to survive with her and Jack as parents. Their high hopes had come down to this unpleasant apartment building in a city they didn't know. The image of Danny and his cast rose again. Someone in the Divine Placement Service had made a mistake, one she feared could never be corrected, and only the most innocent bystander would pay for. She told him to stay out of the road, hugged him tight, and went upstairs. In the kitchen she put on the teapot and laid a couple of Oreos on a plate for Danny in case he came up while she was lying down. Sitting at the table with her pottery cup, she looked out the window at him still on the curb in his jeans and oversized Stovington prep sweatshirt. the glider now beside him. The tears that had threatened all day came in a cloudburst. She leaned into the fragrant steam of the tea, and wept for grief and loss of the past, and terror of the future. In the dark, musty basement, the beefy maintenance man Watson turned on a light and swung open a small square grating in the furnace's belly. He and Jack peered in together at the pilot light, a steady blue-white jet hissing upward, channeling destructive force. Jack thought the key word was destructive. The furnace filled the entire room, the biggest and oldest he had ever seen. Watson explained the fail-safe. A sensor measured heat, and if it fell below a certain point, a buzzer would sound in Jack's quarters. The boiler was on the other side of the wall. Watson slammed the grating shut and led Jack behind the iron bulk, which radiated a stuporous heat like a large, dozing cat. "Lost your temper?" A memory surfaced. Jack had gone back into his study and found Danny standing there in training pants with a grin. A slow red cloud of rage had eclipsed his reason. It seemed slow subjectively, but must have happened in less than a minute. Every door and drawer in the study seemed ransacked. His manuscript, a 3-act play he'd been developing from an undergraduate novelette, was scattered across the floor. He'd been drinking a beer and doing Act II corrections when Wendy said the phone was for him, and Danny had poured the beer all over the pages, probably to see it foam. Those words played over and over in his mind like a sick chord on an out-of-tune piano. He stepped deliberately toward his 3-year-old son, who looked up with a pleased grin. Danny started to say something. That was when Jack grabbed Danny's hand and bent it to make him drop the typewriter eraser and mechanical pencil he was clenching. Danny cried out, "No!" screamed. It was hard to remember through the fog of anger. Wendy's voice somewhere, faint and damped. This was between the two of them. Jack whirled Danny around to spank him, his big fingers digging into the boy's forearm, meeting around it in a closed fist. The snap of the breaking bone was not loud, but it was huge, enough to slit through the red fog like an arrow. Instead of sunlight, that sound let in dark clouds of shame and remorse, terror, and agonizing convulsion of the spirit. A clean sound with the past on one side and all the future on the other. A moment of utter silence on the other side, in respect to the beginning future all the rest of his life. He saw Danny's face drain of color until it was like cheese, his eyes growing larger and glassy. Jack was sure the boy would faint. His own voice came out weak, drunk, slurry, trying to take it back, asking if Danny was all right. Buzz, answering shriek. Wendy's shocked gasp as she came around and saw the odd angle of Danny's forearm. No arm was meant to hang that way in a world of normal families. Her own scream as she swept him up, a babble of disbelief. Jack stood stunned and stupid, trying to understand how this could have happened. His eyes met Wendy's. He saw that she hated him. It didn't occur to him what that might mean. Practically only later did he realize she could have left that night, gone to a motel, called a divorce lawyer, or the police. He only saw that his wife hated him, and he felt staggered, all alone, as if facing oncoming death. Then she fled for the telephone, dialed the hospital with her screaming boy wedged in the crook of her arm. Jack didn't go after her. He only stood in the ruins of his office, smelling beer and thinking. "You lost your temper." Jack rubbed his hand harshly across his lips and followed Watson into the boiler room. The humidity was thick, but it was more than that which brought sick and slimy sweat onto his skin. The remembering did that, a total thing that made that night 2 years ago seem like 2 hours ago. It brought back shame, revulsion, the sense of having no worth at all, and that feeling always made him want to drink. The wanting brought still blacker despair. Would he ever have one waking hour when the craving for a drink wouldn't surprise him like this? Watson announced the boiler, pulled a red and blue bandana from his pocket, blew his nose decisively, and peeked at the result before stuffing it away. The boiler stood on 4 cement blocks, a long cylindrical metal tank, copper-jacketed and often patched. It squatted beneath a confusion of pipes and ducts, zigzagging up into the high cobweb ceiling. To Jack's right, 2 large heating pipes came through the wall from the furnace. Watson tapped the pressure gauge, noting pounds per square inch. He had it up to 100 now. The rooms got a little chilly at night. A few guests complained, but Watson dismissed them as crazy to come up in September anyway. The old baby had more patches than a pair of welfare overalls. He blew his nose again, remarked conversationally that he had a cold every September tinkering with this old whore, then cutting grass or raking the roque court, catching a chill. His old mum had said so. God bless her. Dead 6 years. Cancer got her, and once cancer got you, you might as well make your will. Watson explained that Jack would want to keep pressure at no more than 50 or 60. Ullman's instructions were to heat the west wing one day, the central wing the next, the east wing the day after that. Watson declared he hated that little fucker yap 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 all day like one of those little dogs that bites your ankle, then runs around and pees on the rug. If brains were black powder, Ullman couldn't blow his own nose. A pity the things you saw when you didn't have a gun. He showed Jack the rings for opening and closing ducts, all marked with colored tags: blue for east wing rooms, red for the middle, yellow for the west wing. When heating the west wing, Jack had to remember that side really caught the weather. When it whooped, those rooms got as cold as a frigid woman with an ice cube up her works. Watson said he would run pressure all the way to 80 on west wing days. Jack began to ask about the thermostats upstairs. Watson shook his head vehemently. The thermostats upstairs weren't hooked up just for show, since California guests expected to be hot enough to grow palm trees in their bedrooms. All heat came from down here. He tapped the main dial, which had crept from 100 to 102 pounds per square inch as he spoke. Jack felt a sudden shiver cross his back and thought the goose had just walked over his grave. Watson spun the pressure wheel, dumping the boiler off with a great hiss. The needle dropped to 91. He twisted the valve shut, and the hissing died reluctantly. The boiler crept, Watson said. That fat little Peckerwood Ullman would drag out account books and spend 3 hours showing they couldn't afford a new one until 1982. The whole place was going to go sky high someday, and Watson hoped that fat fuck was here to ride the rocket. He wished he could be as charitable as his mother, who could see good in everyone, but he was just as mean as a snake with the shingles. A man couldn't help his nature. Jack had to remember to come down twice a day and once at night before bed to check the pressure. If he forgot, it would just creep, and likely he and his family would wake up on the fucking moon. Just dump her off a little, and he'd have no trouble. Jack asked about top end. Watson said the boiler was rated for 250, but it would blow long before that now. He wouldn't come down and stand next to it when the dial was up to 180. There was no automatic shutdown. This was built before such things were required. Watson complained about the federal government being into everything, but if Jack came down regular and checked the pressure, he'd be fine. He had to remember to switch the ducts around as Ullman wanted. None of the rooms would get much above 45, unless they had an amazingly warm winter, but Jack's own apartment would be as warm as he liked. Jack asked about the plumbing. Watson led him through an arch into a long rectangular room that seemed to stretch for miles. He pulled a cord, and a single 75-watt bulb cast a sickish, swinging glow. Straight ahead was the bottom of the elevator shaft, heavy greased cables descending to huge pulleys, and a grease-clogged motor. Newspapers were everywhere, bundled and banded and boxed. Other cartons were marked records, invoices, receipts, save. The smell was yellow and moldy. Some cartons were falling apart, spilling yellow flimsy sheets decades old onto the floor. Jack stared, fascinated. The Overlook's entire history might be buried here. Watson jerked his thumb at the elevator, calling it a bitch to keep running. He implied Ullman was buying the state elevator inspector fancy dinners to keep the repairman away. Then he showed Jack the central plumbing core, 5 large pipes wrapped in insulation and cinched with steel bands rising into shadows. On a cobwebby shelf beside the utility shaft sat a loose leaf binder, all the plumbing schematics. Watson didn't think Jack would have trouble with leaks. Never had been, but sometimes pipes froze. The only way to stop that was to run faucets a little at night. But there were over 400 taps in this fucking palace, and that fat fairy upstairs would scream all the way to Denver when he saw the water bill. Jack remarked that was a remarkably astute analysis. Watson admired him for talking just like a book, as long as he wasn't one of those fairy boys. He launched into a theory about homosexuals stirring up college riots, coming out of the closet and cutting loose. If a pipe froze, it would most likely freeze right in this shaft, no heat. Watson produced a small gas torch from a broken orange crate. Jack would unstrap the insulation when he found the ice plug and put the heat right to her. Jack asked, "What if a pipe froze outside the utility core?" Watson said that wouldn't happen if Jack was doing his job and keeping the place heated. He couldn't get to the other pipes anyway. "Don't fret about it. Beastly place down here, Cobwebby," gave Watson the horrors. Jack mentioned that Ullman said the first winter caretaker killed his family and himself. Watson confirmed that guy Grady. He'd been a bad actor from the minute Watson saw him, always grinning like an egg-sucking dog. Ullman would have hired the Boston Strangler if he'd worked for minimum wage. A ranger from the national park found them. The phone was out. All of them up in the West Wing on the 3rd floor, frozen solid. Too bad about the little girls 8 and 6, cute as cut buttons. Hell of a mess. Ullman managed a honky-tonk resort in Florida during the off-season, caught a plane to Denver, and hired a sleigh to take him up from Sidewinder because the roads were closed. A sleigh? Could Jack believe that? Ullman split a gut trying to keep it out of the papers, and did pretty well. There'd been an item in the Denver Post and an obituary in the Estes Park rag, but that was about all. Pretty good, considering the reputation this place had. Watson expected some reporter would dig it all up again and use Grady as an excuse to rake over the scandals. Jack asked what scandals. Watson shrugged. Any big hotel had scandals, just like every big hotel had a ghost. People came and went. Sometimes one of them would pop off in his room. Hotels were superstitious places, no 13th floor or room 13, no mirrors on the back of the entrance door. Why, they'd lost a lady just this past July. Ullman had to take care of that, and as much as Watson disliked the little prick, Ullman earned his $22,000 a season. It was like some people just came here to throw up, and they hired a guy like Ullman to clean up the messes. Watson described the woman about 60 years old, hair dyed red like a whore's stoplight, sagging breasts because she wasn't wearing a brassiere, varicose veins up and down her legs like road maps, jewelry dripping off her. She had a boy with her, no more than 17, hair down to his asshole, crotch bulging. Every night they'd be in the Colorado lounge from 5 to 7, her sucking up Singapore slings, him nursing a single bottle of Olympia beer, making it last. She'd make jokes and witty remarks, and every time he'd grin like an ape, with strings tied to the corners of his mouth. After a few days, it got harder for him to grin, and God knew what he had to think about to get his pump primed by bedtime. They'd go in for dinner, her staggering drunk, him pinching waitresses and grinning at them when she wasn't looking. The staff had bets on how long he'd last. Then one night around 10, he came down saying his wife was indisposed, meaning she was passed out again, and he was going to get her stomach medicine. He left in the little Porsche they'd come in, and that was the last they saw of him. The next morning she came down and tried to put on a big act, but all day she got paler. Ullman asked diplomatically if she'd like him to notify the state cops in case he'd had an accident. She jumped on him. No, he was a fine driver, she wasn't worried. Everything was under control. He'd be back for dinner. That afternoon she stepped into the Colorado around 3, and never had dinner at all. She went up to her room around 10:30, the last time anyone saw her alive. The county coroner said she'd taken about 30 sleeping pills on top of all the booze. Her husband showed up the next day, some big-shot lawyer from New York, and gave Ullman 4 shades of holy hell, threatening lawsuits until he wouldn't be able to find a clean pair of underwear. But Ullman was good. He got the man quieted down, probably by asking how he'd like to see his wife splashed all over the New York papers. Wife of prominent New York blah blah found dead with belly full of sleeping pills after playing hide the salami with a kid young enough to be her grandson. The state cops found the Porsche behind an all-night burger joint in Lyons. Ullman pulled strings to get it released to the lawyer. Then both of them ganged up on the county coroner, old Archer Houghton, and got him to change the verdict to accidental death heart attack. Now, Archer was driving a Chrysler. Watson didn't begrudge him. A man had to take it where he found it, especially as he got along in years. About a week later, a chambermaid named Dolores Vickery gave out a hell of a shriek while making up the room where those two had stayed, and fainted dead away. When she came to, she said she'd seen the dead woman in the bathroom, lying naked in the tub, her face all purple and puffy, grinning at her. So Ullman gave her 2 weeks' worth of walking papers and told her to get lost. Watson figured there were maybe 40 or 50 people who had died in this hotel since his grandfather opened it in 1910. Most of them went by heart attack or stroke while they were banging the lady they were with. Resorts got a lot of old types wanting one last fling, coming up to the mountains to pretend they were 20 again. Sometimes something gave, and not all the guys who ran this place were as good as Ullman at keeping it out of the papers. The Overlook had a reputation, sure, but Watson bet the Biltmore in New York had one too, if you asked the right people. Jack asked if there were ghosts. Watson said he'd worked here all his life, played here as a kid no older than Jack's boy in that wallet snapshot, and had never seen a ghost yet. He offered to show Jack the equipment shed. Jack agreed. As Watson reached to turn off the light, Jack observed there were a lot of papers down here. Watson agreed. They seemed to go back 1,000 years, newspapers, invoices, bills of lading, and Christ knew what else. His father used to keep up with them when they had the old wood-burning furnace, but now they'd gotten out of hand. Some year he'd get a boy to haul them to Sidewinder and burn them, if Ullman would stand the expense. He guessed Ullman would if Watson hollered rat loud enough. Jack asked if there were rats. Watson said there were some he had the traps, and poison Ullman wanted Jack to use in the attic and down here. He advised Jack to keep a good eye on his boy. Jack wouldn't want anything to happen to him. Jack agreed. Coming from Watson, the advice didn't sting. They went to the stairs and paused while Watson blew his nose again. He said Jack would find all the tools he needed out in the equipment shed, and some he didn't. And there were the shingles. Did Ullman tell Jack about that? Jack confirmed that Ullman wanted part of the west roof reshingled. As they mounted the stairs, Watson's words faded to a comforting drone. Jack glanced back once into the impenetrable musty darkness and thought that if any place should have ghosts, this was it. He imagined Grady locked in by the soft, implacable snow, going quietly berserk, committing his atrocity. He wondered if they had screamed. Poor Grady, feeling it close and every day, knowing at last that for him spring would never come. He shouldn't have been here, and he shouldn't have lost his temper. Following Watson through the door, the words echoed back like a knell, accompanied by a sharp snap like a breaking pencil lead. Dear God, he could use a drink, or 1,000 of them. Danny weakened and went up for his milk and cookies at 4:15. He gobbled them while looking out the window, then kissed his mother, who was lying down. She suggested he stay in and watch Sesame Street. The time would pass faster, but he shook his head firmly and returned to his place on the curb. Now it was 5 o'clock. Though he didn't have a watch and couldn't tell time well yet, he was aware of passing time by the lengthening shadows and the golden cast now tinting the afternoon light. He turned the glider over in his hands and sang under his breath a nursery school song from back in Stovington. He didn't go to nursery school out here because Daddy couldn't afford to send him anymore. He knew his parents worried about that, worried it added to his loneliness and that he blamed them. But he didn't really want to go to that old Jack and Jill anymore. It was for babies. He wasn't quite a big kid yet, but he wasn't a baby anymore. Big kids went to the big school and got a hot lunch first grade next year. This year was somewhere between. It was all right. He missed Scott and Andy, mostly Scott, but it was still all right. It seemed best to wait alone for whatever might happen next. He understood a great many things about his parents, and he knew that many times they didn't like his understandings and refused to believe them. But someday, they would have to believe. He was content to wait. Too bad they couldn't believe more, though, especially at times like now. Mommy was lying on her bed, just about crying. She was so worried about Daddy. Some of the things she worried about were too grown up for him to understand vague things about security. Daddy's self-image, guilt, and anger, fear of what would become of them. But the two main things on her mind right now were that Daddy had had a breakdown in the mountains. Then why didn't he call? or that Daddy had gone off to do the bad thing? Danny knew perfectly well what the bad thing was. Scotty Aronson, 6 months older, had explained it. Scotty knew because his daddy did the bad thing too. Once, Scotty's daddy had punched his mom right in the eye and knocked her down. Finally, Scotty's parents had gotten a divorce over the bad thing. The greatest terror of Danny's life was divorce, a word that appeared in his mind as a sign painted in red letters covered with hissing poisonous snakes. In divorce, parents no longer lived together. They had a tug-of-war over you in a tennis court, badminton court, and you had to go with one of them, practically never saw the other, and the one you were with could marry somebody you didn't even know. The most terrifying thing was that he had sensed the word or concept or whatever came to him in his understandings floating around in own parents' heads, sometimes diffuse, sometimes as thick and frightening as thunderheads. It had been that way after Daddy punished him for messing up the study, when the doctor put his arm in a cast. That memory was already faded, but the memory of the divorce thoughts was clear and terrifying. It had mostly been around Mommy that time, and he had been in constant terror that she would pluck the word from her brain and drag it out of her mouth, making it real. Divorce was a constant undercurrent in their thoughts, one of the few he could always pick up, like the beat of simple music. But like a beat, the central thought formed only the spine of more complex thoughts he couldn't yet interpret, that came to him only as colors and moods. Mommy's divorce thoughts centered around what Daddy had done to his arm and what had happened at Stovington when Daddy lost his job, that boy George Hatfield who put holes in their Bugs' tires. Daddy's divorce thoughts were more complex, colored dark violet, and shot through with frightening veins of pure black. Daddy seemed to think they would be better off if he left, that things would stop hurting. His daddy hurt almost all the time, mostly about the bad thing. Danny could almost always pick that up too. Daddy's constant craving to go into a dark place and watch color TV and eat peanuts from a bowl and do the bad thing until his brain would be quiet. But this afternoon his mother had no need to worry, and he wished he could tell her. The bug hadn't broken down. Daddy wasn't off doing the bad thing. He was almost home now, putting along the highway between Lyons and Boulder. For the moment, his daddy wasn't even thinking about the bad thing. He was thinking about. Danny looked furtively behind him at the kitchen window. Sometimes thinking very hard made something happen. Real things went away, and he saw things that weren't there. Once, not long after the cast went on his arm, this had happened at supper. They weren't talking much then, but they were thinking. Thoughts of divorce hung over the table like a cloud full of black rain, pregnant, ready to burst. He couldn't eat. The thought made him want to throw up. Desperately, he had thrown himself into concentration, and something happened. When he came back, he was lying on the floor with beans and mashed potatoes in his lap, Mommy holding him and crying, "Daddy on the phone." He had tried to explain that nothing was wrong. This sometimes happened when he concentrated on understanding more than what normally came. He tried to explain about Tony, his invisible playmate. Daddy had called it a hallucination and wanted a doctor to look at him. After the doctor left, Mommy made him promise never to do that again, never to scare them that way. Danny agreed. He was frightened himself, because when he concentrated, his mind had flown out to his daddy, and for a moment, before Tony appeared far away calling distantly, and strange things blotted out the kitchen, his consciousness plunged through Daddy's darkness to an incomprehensible word, much more frightening than divorce-suicide. Danny had never come across it again in Daddy's mind, and he certainly hadn't gone looking. He didn't care if he never found out exactly what that word meant. But he did like to concentrate, because sometimes Tony would come. Not every time. Most times things just got woozy and swimmy for a minute and then cleared. But other times, Tony would appear at the very limit of his vision, calling distantly and beckoning. It had happened twice since they moved to Boulder. He was surprised and pleased that Tony had followed him all the way from Vermont, so not all his friends had been left behind. The first time, just Tony beckoning, then darkness, then vague fragments like a jumbled dream. The second time, 2 weeks ago, had been more interesting. Tony beckoned, calling from 4 yards away, "Come see." It seemed Danny was getting up, then falling into a deep hole like Alice into Wonderland. Then he was in the basement of the apartment house, and Tony pointed into the shadows at the trunk. His daddy carried all his important papers in, especially the play. Tony said it was under the stairs, right under the stairs. The movers put it exactly there. Danny stepped forward to look, then was falling again, this time out of the backyard swing where he had been sitting all along. He got the wind knocked out of himself. 3 or 4 days later, Daddy was stomping around, telling Mommy furiously that he'd been all over the goddamn basement and the trunk wasn't there. He was going to sue the movers. How was he supposed to finish the play? Danny spoke up. No, Daddy, it's under the stairs. The movers put it right under the stairs. Daddy gave him a strange look and went down to see. The trunk was there. Daddy took him aside, sat him on his lap, and asked, who let him down the cellar? Was it Tom from upstairs? The cellar was dangerous. The landlord kept it locked. If someone was leaving it unlocked, Daddy wanted to know. He was glad to have his papers and his play, but it wouldn't be worth it if Danny fell down the stairs and broke his leg. Then he earnestly said he hadn't been down in the cellar. That door was always locked. Mommy agreed. Danny never went down in the back hall because it was damp and dark and spidery, and he didn't tell lies. Then how did you know, Doc? Daddy asked. Danny answered. Tony showed me. His parents exchanged a look over his head. This had happened before. Because it was frightening, they swept it quickly from their minds. But he knew they worried about Tony, Mommy especially, and he was careful about thinking in ways that could make Tony come where she might see. But now she was lying down, not moving about in the kitchen yet, so he concentrated hard to understand what Daddy was thinking about. His brow furrowed. His slightly grimy hands clenched into fists on his jeans. He didn't close his eyes, that wasn't necessary, but he squinted them to slits and imagined Daddy's voice, deep and steady, sometimes quirking with amusement, deepening with anger, or just steady because he was thinking. Thinking of, thinking about, thinking. Danny sighed quietly. His body slumped on the curb, as if all its muscles had gone out. He was fully conscious. He saw the street, the girl and boy walking up the sidewalk on the other side holding hands because they were happy about the day and themselves together. He saw autumn leaves blowing along the gutter-yellow cartwheels of irregular shape. He saw the house they were passing and noticed how the roof was covered with shingles. It'll be no problem if the flashing's okay. Yeah, that'll be all right. That Watson. What a character. Wish there was a place for him in the play. Shingles. Are there nails out there? Forgot to ask. Simple to get Sidewinder hardware store. Wasps nesting this time of year. Might want a bug bomb in case they're there when he rips up the old shingles. New shingles. So that's what Daddy was thinking about. He had gotten the job and was thinking about shingles. Danny didn't know who Watson was, but everything else seemed clear enough. And he might get to see a wasp's nest, just as sure as his name was. Then he heard it, a distant musical voice calling his name. Danny looked up and saw Tony far up the street, standing by a stop sign and waving. He felt a warm burst of pleasure at seeing his old friend, but also a prick of fear as if Tony had come with some darkness hidden behind his back, a jar of wasps that would sting deeply. Yet there was no question of not going. He slumped further down on the curb, his hands sliding lax from his thighs, his chin sinking to his chest. Then came a dim, painless tug as part of him got up and ran after Tony into funneling darkness. Darkness shot with swirling whiteness, a coughing, whooping sound, bending, tortured shadows resolved into fir trees at night, pushed by a screaming gale. Snow everywhere. Tony spoke from the darkness, sadness in his voice too deep to get out. Another shape loomed huge and rectangular, a sloping roof, many windows, a long building with shingled roof. Some shingles were greener, newer. Daddy put them on with nails from the Sidewinder hardware store. Now snow covered the shingles, covered everything. A green witchlight glowed on the front of the building, flickered, and became a giant grinning skull over crossed bones. Poison, Tony said. Other signs flickered past, some in green letters, some on boards stuck at leaning angles into snowdrifts. No swimming! Danger! Live wires. This property condemned. High voltage. Third rail. Danger of death. Keep off. Keep out. No trespassing. Violators will be shot on sight. He couldn't read, but understood none completely while grasping a sense of all. Dreamy terror floated into the dark hollows of his body, like light brown spores that would die in sunlight. They faded. Now he was in a dark room filled with strange furniture. Snow spattered against the windows like thrown sand. His mouth was dry, his eyes like hot marbles, his heart trip-hammering. Outside, a hollow booming noise like a dreadful door thrown wide. Footfalls. Across the room, a mirror deep down in its silver bubble, a single word appeared in green fire redrum. The room faded. Another room he would know, an overturned chair, a broken window with snow swirling in, already frosting the edge of the rug. Drapes pulled free, hanging at an angle on a broken rod. A low cabinet lying on its face. More hollow booming noises, steady, rhythmic, horrible, smashing glass, approaching destruction. A hoarse voice, mad, made more terrible by familiarity, commanding someone to come out and take their medicine. Crash after crash. Splintering wood, a bellow of rage and satisfaction. Red drum coming. Drifting across the room. Pictures torn off walls. A record player. Mommy's overturned on the floor. Her records thrown everywhere, broken into jagged black wedges. A shaft of harsh white light from another room, the bathroom, and a word flickering on and off in the medicine cabinet mirror like a red-eye red drum. Red drum, red drum. He whispered no. Please, Tony, please. A hand dangled over the white porcelain lip of the bathtub, limp. A slow trickle of blood running down the third finger, dripping onto the tile from the carefully shaped nail. No. Oh no, please, Tony. You're scaring me. Red drum, stop it. Fading in the darkness, the booming grew louder, echoing everywhere. Now he crouched in a dark hallway on a blue rug with a riot of twisting black shapes woven into its pile, listening to the booming approach. A shape turned the corner and lurched toward him, smelling of blood and doom, a mallet in one hand swinging side to side in vicious arcs slamming into walls, cutting silk wallpaper, knocking out ghostly bursts of plaster dust. A voice commanded him to come a break. Take his medicine like a man. The shape advanced, reeking of that sweet sour odor, gigantic. The mallet head cut across the air with a wicked hissing whisper, then the great hollow boom as it crashed into the wall, sending out a puff of dry, itchy dust. Tiny red eyes glowed in the dark. The monster was upon him. He cowered with a blank wall at his back. The trapdoor in the ceiling was locked. Darkness. Drifting. He begged Tony to take him back. Then he was on the curb of Arapahoe Street, his shirt damp, body bathed in sweat. In his ears that huge booming sound. He smelled his own urine. He had voided himself in terror. He could still see that limp hand dangling over the tub with blood running down the third finger, and that inexplicable, horrible word, red drum. Sunshine. Real things. Tony was 6 blocks up, only a speck on the corner, his voice faint and sweet. Be careful, Doc. Then Tony was gone. Daddy's battered redbug turned the corner and chattered up the street, farting blue smoke. But Danny was off the curb in a second, waving, jiving, yelling hello. Daddy swung the VW into the curb, killed the engine, and opened the door. Danny ran toward him and froze, eyes widening, his heart crawling into his throat and freezing solid. Beside his daddy, in the other front seat, a short-handled mallet, its head clotted with blood and hair. Then it was just a bag of groceries. Daddy asked if he was okay. Danny said he was fine, buried his face in Daddy's sheepskin-lined denim jacket, and hugged him tight. Daddy hugged back, slightly bewildered, noting he was dripping sweat. Danny said he guessed he fell asleep a little, that he loved Daddy and had been waiting. Daddy said he loved him too, brought home stuff, asked if Danny was big enough to carry it upstairs. Danny was sure. Daddy called him the world's strongest man, whose hobby was falling asleep on street corners. They walked to the door. Mommy had come down to the porch to meet them. Danny stood on the second step and watched them kiss. They were glad to see each other. Love came out of them the way love had come out of the boy and girl holding hands. Danny was glad. The bag of groceries crackled in his arms. Everything was all right. Daddy was home. Mommy was loving him. No bad things. And not everything Tony showed him always happened. But fear had settled around his heart, deep and dreadful around his heart, and around that indecipherable word he had seen in his spirit's mirror. Jack parked the VW in front of the Rexall in the Table Mesa shopping center and let the engine die. He considered replacing the fuel pump again, then told himself again they couldn't afford it. If the little car could keep running until November, it could retire with full honors anyway. By November, the snow up in the mountains would be higher than the Beatles' roof, maybe higher than 3 Beatles stacked. He told Danny to stay in the car, that he'd bring a candy bar. Danny asked why he couldn't come in. Private phone call, Jack said. That's why he hadn't made it at home. Wendy had insisted on a phone despite their unraveling finances, arguing that with a small child who sometimes had fainting spells, they couldn't afford not to have one. Jack had forked over the installation fee and a security deposit that really hurt. So far, the phone had been mute except for 2 wrong numbers. Danny asked for a baby Ruth and promised to sit still, not play with the gear shift, and look at the maps. Jack got Danny's candy bar, a newspaper, and a copy of the October Writer's Digest. He gave the girl a 5 and asked for his change in quarters. In the telephone booth, he could see Danny through 3 sets of glass, the boy's head bent studiously over maps. Jack felt a wave of nearly desperate love, which showed on his face as stony grimness. He supposed he could have made this obligatory thank you call to Al from home. He certainly wasn't going to say anything Wendy would object to, but his pride said no. These days he almost always listened to his pride because, along with his wife and son, $600 in a checking account, and one weary 1968 Volkswagen, his pride was all that was left. The only thing that was his. Even the checking account was joint. A year ago, he had been teaching English in one of the finest prep schools in New England. There had been friends not exactly the same ones as before going on the wagon, some laughs, fellow faculty who admired his deft touch in the classroom and his private dedication to writing. 6 months ago, things had been very good. Enough money left over at the end of each pay period to start a little savings account. In his drinking days, there had never been a penny left, even though Al Shockley had stood many rounds. He and Wendy had begun to talk cautiously about finding a house, making a down payment in a year or so, a farmhouse in the country, take 6 or 8 years to renovate. But they were young. Then he had lost his temper. George Hatfield. In Cromart's office, the smell of hope had turned to the smell of old leather. The scene felt like something from his own play steel engravings of Stovington, as it had been in 1879 and 1895, when Vanderbilt money built the ivy-dressed field house. April ivy rustled outside the slit window. The drowsy hiss of steam heat came from the radiator. It was no set, Jack remembered thinking. It was real. His life. How could he have fucked it up so badly? Cromart informed him that the board had conveyed its decision. They wanted Jack's resignation. He gave it to them. Under different circumstances, he would have gotten tenure that June. What followed was the darkest, most dreadful night of his life. The craving for a drink had never been so bad. His hands shook. He knocked things over. He kept wanting to take it out on Wendy and Danny, his temper like a vicious animal on a frayed leash. He left the house in terror that he might strike them. He ended up outside a bar. The only thing keeping him from going in was the knowledge that if he did, Wendy would leave at last and take Danny. He would be dead from the day they left. Instead, he went to Al Shockley's house. The board's vote had been 6-1. Al had been the one. Now Jack dialed the operator. For $1.85 he could reach Al 2,000 miles away for 3 minutes. Time is relative, baby, he thought, and fed in 8 quarters. He heard the electronic boops and beeps of his connection sniffing its way eastward. Al's father, the Steel Baron, had left his only son a fortune and a range of investments and directorships, including on the board of Stovington Preparatory Academy, the old man's favorite charity. Both Arthur and Albert Shockley were alumni, and Al lived close enough to take a personal interest. For several years, Al had been Stovington's tennis coach. Jack and Al became friends naturally at school, and faculty functions. They were always the two drunkest people there. Shockley was separated from his wife. Jack's own marriage was skidding downhill, though he still loved Wendy and sincerely promised to reform for her sake and baby Danny's. They went from faculty parties to bars until closing, then bought a case of beer and drank parked at the end of some back road. Some mornings Jack stumbled home at dawn to find Wendy and the baby asleep on the couch. Danny's tiny fist curled under Wendy's jaw. The self-loathing backed up his throat. Those were the times his mind turned thoughtfully to the gun, or rope, or razor blade. If the bender fell on a weeknight, he'd sleep 3 hours, chew 4 Excedrins, and go teach his 9 o'clock American poet still drunk. He hadn't believed he was an alcoholic. The classes missed or taught unshaven, reeking of last night's Martians. Not me, I can stop any time. The nights in separate beds, mashed fenders. Sure, okay to drive, her tears in the bathroom, cautious looks from colleagues at any party with alcohol. The dawning realization he was being talked about, producing nothing but balls of blank paper at his Underwood. He'd been something of a catch for Stovington, a slowly blooming American writer, well qualified to teach creative writing, with 24 published short stories. He was working on a play, a novel incubating somewhere, but now he wasn't producing, and his teaching had become erratic. It ended one night less than a month after he broke Danny's arm. That, it seemed, had ended his marriage. All that remained was for Wendy to gather her will. If her mother hadn't been such a bitch, he knew Wendy would have taken a bus back to New Hampshire as soon as Danny could travel. It was over. Past midnight, Jack and Al came into bar on us 31, Al behind the wheel of his Jag, shifting fancily, crossing the double yellow line. Both very drunk. They came around the last curve before the bridge at 70. A kid's bike in the road. Then the sharp, hurt squealing of shredding rubber. Jack saw Al's face looming over the steering wheel like a round white moon. The jingling crash as they hit the bike at 40. It flew up like a bent and twisted bird, handlebars striking the windshield, starred safety glass in front of Jack's bulging eyes. It landed on the road behind them with a final dreadful smash. Something thumped underneath as tires passed over it. The Jag drifted broadside. From far away, Jack heard himself saying they'd run him down. In his ear, the phone kept ringing. "Come on, Al, be home." Al brought the car to a smoking halt 3 feet from a bridge stanchion, 2 tires flat, zigzagging loops of burned rubber for 130 feet. They looked at each other, then ran back into the cold darkness. The bike was ruined, one wheel gone, lying in the middle of the road with spokes sticking up like piano wire. Al thought that was what they'd run over. Then where was the kid? Had Al seen one? It had all happened with such crazy speed. They moved the bike to the shoulder. Al put on the Jag's 4-way flashers. For 2 hours they searched the roadside with a powerful flashlight. Nothing. Several cars passed. None stopped. Jack thought later that some queer providence, giving them a last chance, had kept the cops away. At 2:15 they returned to the Jag, sober but queasy. Al demanded if nobody was riding it, what was it doing in the middle of the road? Jack could only shake his head. The operator said the party did not answer. Jack asked for a couple more rings. "Come on, Al." Al had hiked across the bridge to a payphone, called a bachelor friend, and offered $50 to bring the Jag's snow tires to the Highway 31 bridge. The friend showed up in jeans and a pajama top, asked if they'd killed anyone. Al said providentially no one. The friend left. They changed the tires, drove back to Al's house. Al put the Jag in the garage. In the dark quiet, Al announced he was off drinking. It was all over. He'd slain his last Martian. Sweating in the phone booth, Jack realized he had never doubted Al's ability to carry through. He drove home with the radio turned up, a disco group chanting talismanically, "Do it any way you want," no matter how loud the squealing tires and crash. When he blinked, he saw that crushed wheel with broken spokes pointing at the sky. Wendy was asleep on the couch. He checked Danny's room. Danny lay on his back in the crib, arm buried in the cast, dark signatures from pediatrics covering its plastered whiteness. An accident, he told himself. He fell down the stairs, but a voice called him a dirty liar. I lost my temper, he thought, but the plea was driven away by the image of that bobbing flashlight as they hunted through dry late November weeds for a body that should have been there. It didn't matter that Al had been driving. There were other nights when Jack had been driving. He pulled up Danny's covers, went to their bedroom, and took the Spanish Llama 38 from the top shelf of the closet. He sat on the bed with it for nearly an hour, fascinated by its deadly shine. At dawn, he put it back in the box and returned the box to the closet. That morning he called Bruckner, the department head, and claimed the flu. Bruckner agreed with less good grace than common. Jack had been extremely susceptible to the flu in the last year. Wendy made scrambled eggs and coffee. They ate in silence. Outside, Danny ran his trucks across the sand pile with his good hand. She went to do the dishes. With her back to him, she said she'd been thinking. He asked if she had. He lit a cigarette with trembling hands. No hangover this morning, only the shakes. When he blinked, the bike flew against the windshield in an instant's darkness, tires shrieking, flashlight bobbing. She said she wanted to talk about what was best for her and Danny, for him too. Maybe they should have talked before. He asked if she would do him a favor, talk about it a week from today if she still wanted to. She turned to him, hands lacy with suds, face pale and disillusioned, saying promises didn't work with him. He just went right on. Then she stopped, looking in his eyes, uncertain. In a week, he whispered, his voice losing all strength. He wasn't promising anything. If she still wanted to talk then, they'd talk about anything she wanted. The kitchen stretched between them, sunlit, and suddenly too still. He felt her watching even after she turned back to the dishes, her silence pressing against his skin. Then a shudder rolled through him, a hard, private tremor he couldn't stop. God, what he wouldn't give for a drink. Something small, just enough to sharpen the world back into focus. She asked, without turning around. Danny had told her about a dream that morning, a car accident. Her son had funny dreams sometimes. Had Jack had an accident? He said no. By noon, the thirst had turned into a low, burning fever under his skin. He went to Al's. Al looked awful as he held the door, demanding to know if Jack was dry. Bone dry, Jack answered, and added that Al resembled Lon Chaney in Phantom of the Opera. Al let him in. They spent the afternoon playing two-handed whist. Neither of them drank. A week drifted past. He and Wendy exchanged few words, but he could feel her watching, always doubting. He drank black coffee by the pot and endless cokes. One night, he downed a whole six-pack, then ran to the bathroom and vomited it all back up. The liquor cabinet's bottles never lost an inch of their amber levels. After his classes, he went to Al Shockley's, the one man Wendy hated more than anyone alive, and when he came home she would swear she caught scotch or gin on his breath. But then he would talk to her with perfect lucidity before supper, drink coffee, play with Danny afterward, share a Coke with the boy, read a bedtime story, and finally settle in to correct student themes with cup after cup of black coffee at his elbow. She had to admit to herself each time that she'd been wrong. Weeks passed. The unspoken accusation retreated further from the edge of her lips. Jack could sense it withdrawing, but he also knew it would never fully vanish. Things began to ease. Then came George Hatfield. He had lost his temper again, this time stone-cold sober. The phone rang at the booth. Al's voice breathless, the operator's dour prompt. Jack identified himself. Al's pleasure came through warm and genuine. Jack explained why he was calling to thank Al for the job. It was perfect. If he couldn't finish that damn play while snowed in all winter, he'd never finish it. Al assured him he would. Jack hesitated, then asked how things were. Dry, Al answered. And you? Bone dry. Did he miss it much? Every day? Al laughed, saying he knew that scene well. He added, that he didn't know how Jack had stayed dry after the Hatfield incident, that had been above and beyond. Jack replied evenly that he'd really bungled things for himself. Al brushed it off, predicting he'd have the board around by spring. Effinger was already suggesting they'd been too hasty, and if that play amounted to something. Jack cut in. His boy was waiting in the car, looking restless. Al understood, told him to have a good winter up there, glad to help. Jack thanked him again, hung up and closed his eyes in the hot booth. Behind his lids he saw the crashing bicycle again, the bouncing flashlight beam. A tiny filler item had appeared in the paper the next day, never naming the owner. Why that bike had been out in the night would always remain a mystery. Perhaps that was as it should be. He went back to the car and handed Danny a slightly melted baby Ruth. Danny asked, tentative when he'd waited for his father to come back from that hotel. He'd had a bad dream. Did Daddy remember? When Danny fell asleep? Jack murmured in acknowledgement. But it was no good. His father's mind was somewhere else, thinking about the bad thing again. Danny didn't say what he'd dreamed, just said nothing. Jack asked what the dream was. Nothing, Danny said as they pulled into the parking lot. He put the maps back in the glove compartment. Jack pressed, uncertain. Danny confirmed yes, he was sure. Jack gave his son a faint, troubled look, and then his thoughts turned back to his play. Later, in the dark, love was over, and her man slept beside her. Her man. She smiled a little, still feeling the slow warmth of his seed trickling from between her thighs. The smile held both rue and pleasure. The phrase summoned 100 feelings, each one bewildering when examined alone. Together, in the floating darkness just before sleep, they felt like a distant blues tune heard in an almost empty nightclub, melancholy, but pleasing. A torch song drifted through her memory, low and mournful, asking which singer had done it. Didn't matter. In the silence of her head it played mellowly, as if from an old-fashioned jukebox half an hour before closing. She drifted, wondering how many beds she had slept in with this man beside her. College. First time in his apartment less than 3 months after her mother had driven her out, told her never to return, to go to her father since she'd caused the divorce. That was 1970. A semester later, they moved in together, found summer jobs, kept the apartment senior year. That bed she remembered most clearly, a big double that sagged in the middle, its rusty box spring counting the beats when they made love. That fall she'd finally broken from her mother. Jack had helped. He'd told her that every time she phoned her mother, every time she crawled back begging forgiveness, her mother could keep beating her with her father. It was good for the mother, because she could go on pretending it was the daughter's fault. But it wasn't good for her. They talked it over again and again in that bed that year, Jack sitting up with the covers pulled at his waist, a cigarette between his fingers, looking her in the eye with that half-humorous, half-scowling expression. He'd laid it out. Her mother told her never to come back, never to darken the door, so why didn't she hang up when she knew it was Wendy calling? Why did she only refuse entry if Jack was with Wendy? Because she thought he might cramp her style. She wanted to keep putting the thumbscrews to her daughter. Wendy was a fool to keep letting her. Take her at her word. Give it a rest. And finally Wendy had seen it his way. Later, Jack had suggested they separate for a while to gain perspective, he said. She'd feared he'd found someone else. But spring came, they reunited, and he asked if she'd seen her father. She'd jumped as if struck. How did he know? He'd answered mysteriously. She'd asked if he was spying on her. His impatient laughter followed the kind that always made her feel awkward, as if she were 8, and he could see her motivations more clearly than she could. He told her she'd needed time to see which one of them she wanted to marry. What was he saying? He thought he was proposing marriage. The wedding. Her father attended. Her mother did not. She discovered she could live without having Jack. Then Danny came, her fine son. That was the best year, the best bed. After Danny's birth, Jack got her work typing for English department professors, quizzes, exams, syllabi, notes. She ended up typing a novel for one professor, a novel that never got published to Jack's very irreverent and very private glee. The job paid $40 a week, spiking to $60 during the 2 months she typed that unsuccessful novel. They bought their first car, a 5-year-old Buick with a baby seat in the middle. Bright, upwardly mobile young marrieds. Danny forced a reconciliation between her and her mother, always tense, never happy, but a reconciliation nonetheless. When she took Danny to the house, she went without Jack, and she never told Jack that her mother always remade Danny's diapers, frowned over his formula, spotted the accusatory first signs of rash on the baby's bottom were privates. Her mother never said anything overt, but the message still came through. The price she paid for reconciliation was the feeling she was an inadequate mother. Her mother's way of keeping the thumbscrews handy. Days, Wendy stayed home and housewifed, feeding Danny bottles in the sun-washed kitchen of their 4-room second-story apartment, playing her old records on the battered portable stereo she'd had since high school. Jack came home at 3 or 2 if he could cut his last class, and while Danny slept, he led her to the bedroom, and her fears of inadequacy got erased. Nights while she typed, he did his writing and assignments. Sometimes, she came out of the bedroom where the typewriter sat to find both of them asleep on the studio couch, Jack in just his underpants. Danny sprawled comfortably on his father's chest with his thumb in his mouth. She would put Danny in his crib, then read whatever Jack had written that night before waking him enough to come to bed. The best bed, the best year. In those days, Jack's drinking had still been well in hand. Saturday nights brought a bunch of his fellow students over, a case of beer, discussions she seldom joined because her field was sociology, and his was English, arguments over Pepe's diaries. Literature, or history? Talks about Charles Olson's poetry. Sometimes readings of works in progress, 100 arguments, 1,000. She felt no urge to take part. It was enough to sit in her rocking chair beside Jack, who sat cross-legged on the floor, one hand holding a beer, the other gently cupping her calf or circling her ankle. Competition at UNH had been fierce, and Jack carried an extra burden in his writing. He put in at least an hour every night. His routine. The Saturday sessions were necessary therapy, letting something out of him that might otherwise have swollen until he burst. At the end of his graduate work, he landed the job at Stovington, mostly on the strength of his stories, 4 published by then, 1 in Esquire. She remembered that day clearly. It would take more than 3 years to forget it. She'd almost thrown the envelope away, thinking it was a subscription offer. Instead, she'd found a letter saying Esquire wanted to use Jack's story concerning the black holes early the next year. They would pay $900 on acceptance, not publication. Nearly half a year's typing take. She'd flown to the telephone, leaving Danny in his high chair to gape comically after her, his face lathered with creamed peas and beef puree. 45 minutes later, Jack pulled up to the apartment, the Buick sagging under the weight of 7 friends and a keg of beer. A ceremonial toast followed. Wendy accepted a glass despite having no real taste for beer, and then Jack signed the acceptance letter, sealed it, and walked to the mailbox at the end of the block. When he returned, he stood gravely in the doorway and declared, in Latin, that he had come, seen, and conquered. Cheers and applause. By 11, when the keg ran dry, Jack and the 2 other men still standing went on to hit several bars. Wendy caught him in the downstairs hallway. The other 2 were already in the car, drunkenly singing the New Hampshire fight song. Jack knelt on one knee, clumsily fumbling with his moccasin laces. She told him he shouldn't drive. He couldn't even tie his shoes. He stood up, placed his hands calmly on her shoulders, and announced that tonight he could fly to the moon if he wanted. She refused him. Not for all the Esquire stories in the world. He promised to be home early. He didn't walk through the door until 4 in the morning, stumbling and mumbling up the stairs, waking Danny as he came in. He tried to soothe the baby, and dropped him on the floor. Wendy rushed out. Her first thought, God help her, was what her mother would think if she saw the bruise, then scooped up Danny, sat in the rocking chair, and calmed him. For most of the 5 hours Jack had been gone, She had been thinking of her mother's prophecy that Jack would never amount to anything. Big ideas. The welfare lines were full of educated fools with big ideas. Did the Esquire story make her mother wrong or right? And then her mother's voice in her memory, correcting how she held the baby. Was she holding her husband wrong too? Why else would he take his joy out of the house? A helpless terror rose in her, and it never occurred to her that he had gone out for reasons that had nothing to do with her. She rocked Danny nearly asleep again, and offered a bitter congratulations, adding that maybe Jack had given the boy a concussion. Jack muttered that it was just a bruise. He sounded sulky, wanting to be repentant, like a little boy. For an instant she hated him. She answered tightly, "Maybe, maybe not." She heard so much of her mother talking to her departed father in her own voice that it sickened and frightened her. Jack muttered something about like mother, like daughter. She cried out for him to go to bed. He was drunk, her fear emerging as anger. He told her not to tell him what to do. She tried to find words, failed. He repeated, sullen, not to tell him what to do, and went into the bedroom. She stayed alone in the rocking chair with a sleeping Danny. 5 minutes later, Jack's snores floated out to the living room. That was the first night she slept on the couch. Now she turned restlessly on the bed, already dozing. Her mind, freed from linear order by encroaching sleep, floated past the first year at Stovington, past the steadily worsening times that had reached their low ebb when her husband broke Danny's arm, to that morning in the breakfast nook. Danny played outside with trucks in the sand pile, his arm still in a cast. Jack sat at the table, pale and unshaven, a cigarette jittering between his fingers. She had decided to ask him for a divorce. She had turned the question over from 100 angles for 6 months before the broken arm. She told herself she would have decided long ago if not for Danny, but even that wasn't necessarily true. She dreamed on the long nights when Jack was out, dreams always of her mother's face and of her own wedding. Her father, in his best suit that was none too good, his tired, pale face, saying the words that gave her away. Even after the accident, if you could call it an accident, she couldn't bring herself all the way to admit her marriage was a lopsided defeat. She waited, dumbly hoping for a miracle, that Jack would see what was happening, not only to him, but to her. But there was no slowdown. A drink before the academy, 2 or 3 beers with lunch at the Stovington house, 3 or 4 martinis before dinner, 5 or 6 more while grading papers. Weekends worse. Nights out with Al Shockley worse still. She never dreamed there could be so much pain in a life with nothing physically wrong. She hurt all the time. How much was her fault? That question haunted her. She felt like her mother, like her father. Sometimes, when she felt like herself, she wondered what it would be like for Danny, and she dreaded the day he grew old enough to lay blame, and she wondered where they would go. No doubt, her mother would take her in, and no doubt that after half a year of watching her diapers remade, Danny's meals recooked, his clothes changed or haircut, unsuitable books spirited away to some attic limbo, after half a year of that, she would have a complete nervous breakdown, and her mother would pat her hand and say comfortingly that although it wasn't her fault, it was all her own fault, that she'd never been ready, that she'd shown her true colors when she came between her father and her mother. Her father, Danny's father, mine, his dead of a heart attack 6 months after the wedding. The night before that morning, she had lain awake almost until Jack came in thinking, reaching her decision. Divorce was necessary, she told herself. Her mother and father didn't belong in the decision, neither did her guilt over their marriage, nor her feelings of inadequacy over her own. It was necessary for her son's sake, and for herself, if she was to salvage anything from her early adulthood. The handwriting on the wall was brutal, but clear. Her husband was a drunk. He had a bad temper, one he could no longer fully control now that he drank so heavily, and his writing went so badly. Accidentally or not, he had broken Danny's arm. He would lose his job, if not this year, then next. She had already noticed sympathetic looks from other faculty wives. She had stuck with the messy job of her marriage as long as she could. Now, She would have to leave it. Jack could have full visitation rights. She would want support only until she found work and got on her feet, and that would have to be fast, because she didn't know how long he could pay. She would do it with as little bitterness as possible, but it had to end. Thinking that, she had fallen into her own thin, restless sleep, haunted by her mother's and father's faces. Her mother calling her a home wrecker, the minister asking who gave this woman, her father answering, "I do." But in the bright sunny morning she felt the same. With her back to him, her hands plunged in warm dishwater up to the wrists, she began the unpleasantness. She said they needed to talk about something that might be best for Danny, and her and for him too. They should have talked before. Then he said something odd. She had expected anger, bitterness, recriminations, a mad dash for the liquor cabinet, not this soft, almost toneless reply so unlike him, as if the Jack she had lived with for 6 years had never come home last night, as if replaced by some unearthly double she would never know or be sure of. He asked her for a favor. A week. Talk about it in a week, if she still wanted to. She agreed. It remained unspoken between them. That week he saw Al Shockley more than ever, but he came home early, and there was no liquor on his breath. She imagined she smelled it, but knew it wasn't so. Another week, and another. Divorce went back to committee unvoted on. What had happened? She still wondered, and had no idea. The subject was taboo between them. He was like a man who had leaned around a corner and seen an unexpected monster lying in wait, crouching among dried bones of old kills. The liquor stayed in the cabinet, untouched. She considered throwing it out a dozen times but always backed away, as if some unknown charm would be broken by the act. And there was Danny's part to consider. If she felt she didn't know her husband, she was in awe of her child, awe in the strict sense and undefined superstitious dread. Dozing lightly, the image of his birth returned to her. Lying on the delivery table, bathed in sweat, hair in strings, feet in stirrups, slightly high from the gas they kept giving her at. One point she'd muttered something about feeling like an advertisement for gang rape, and the old nurse had found that extremely funny. The doctor between her legs, the nurse arranging instruments and humming. Sharp, glassy pains at steadily shortening intervals. Several times she screamed in spite of her shame. Then the doctor sternly told her to push, and she did, and she felt something being taken from her, a clear, distinct feeling she would never forget. The doctor held her son up by the legs. She saw his tiny sex, and knew immediately he was a boy, and as the doctor groped for the air mask, she saw something so horrible she found the strength to scream again after she'd thought all screams were used up. He had no face. But of course there was a face, Danny's own sweet face, and the caul that had covered it at birth now resided in a small jar she had kept, almost shamefully. She didn't hold with old superstition, but she kept it anyway. She didn't hold with wives' tales, but the boy had been unusual from the first. She didn't believe in second sight, but... Did Daddy have an accident? I dreamed Daddy had an accident. Something had changed him. She didn't believe it was just her getting ready to ask for a divorce. Something had happened before that morning. Something while she slept uneasily. Al Shockley said nothing had happened, nothing at all, but he averted his eyes when he said it. And if faculty gossip was to be believed, Al had also climbed aboard the fabled wagon. Did Daddy have an accident? Maybe a chance collision with fate, nothing more concrete. She read that day's paper and the next with a closer eye than usual, but saw nothing she could connect to Jack. God help her. She'd been looking for a hit and run, or a barroom brawl with serious injuries. Who knew? Who wanted to? No policeman came to call, either with questions or a warrant to take paint scrapings from the VW's bumpers. Nothing. Only her husband's complete 180-degree change and her son's sleepy question upon waking. She had stuck with Jack more for Danny's sake than she would admit while awake. But now, sleeping lightly, she could admit it, Danny had been Jack's for the asking, almost from the first, just as she had been her father's. She couldn't remember Danny ever spitting a bottle back onto Jack's shirt. Jack could get him to eat after she had given up in disgust. even when teething made it visibly painful for the boy to chew. When Danny had a stomachache, she would rock him for an hour before he began to quiet Jack, and only to pick him up, walk twice around the room, and Danny would be asleep on his father's shoulder, his thumb securely corked in his mouth. He never minded changing diapers, even the ones he jokingly called special deliveries. He would sit with Danny for hours, bouncing the boy on his lap, playing finger games, making faces while Danny poked at his nose and collapsed into giggles. He prepared formulas flawlessly and made sure to get up every last burp afterward. He took Danny in the car for errands. The newspaper, a bottle of milk, nails at the hardware store, even when their son was still an infant. At 6 months old, Jack carried Danny to a soccer match between Stovington and Keene, and the baby sat motionless on his father's lap through the entire game, wrapped in a blanket, a tiny Stovington pennant clutched in one chubby fist. He loved his mother, but he was his father's boy. And hadn't she felt, time and again, her son's wordless opposition to the very idea of divorce? She would be thinking about it in the kitchen, turning the decision over as she turned potatoes for the peeler's blade. Then she would look up to find him sitting cross-legged in a kitchen chair, watching her with eyes that seemed both frightened and accusatory. Walking with him in the park, he would suddenly grab both her hands and demand, almost insist, whether she loved him, and whether she loved Daddy. Confused, she would nod, or answer that of course she did. Then he would run off to the duck pond, sending the birds squawking, and panic to the other end, flapping their wings before the small ferocity of his charge, leaving her to stare after him and wonder. There were even times when her determination to at least discuss the matter with Jack seemed to dissolve not from her own weakness, but under the determination of her son's will. She didn't believe in such things, but in sleep she did believe them, and in sleep, with her husband's seed still drying on her thighs, she felt that the three of them had been permanently welded together. If their three-in-oneness was to be destroyed, it would not be by any of them, but from outside. Most of what she believed centered around her love for Jack. She had never stopped loving him, except perhaps for that dark period immediately following Danny's accident, and she loved her son. Most of all, she loved them together, walking or riding, or only sitting, Jack's large head and Danny's small one poised alertly over fans of old maid cards, sharing a bottle of Coke, looking at the funnies. She loved having them with her, and she hoped to God that this hotel caretaking job Al had gotten for Jack would be the beginning of good times again. The song came back, soft and sweet and mellow, lingering as it followed her down into deeper sleep, where thought ceased, and the faces that came in dreams went unremembered. Danny woke with the booming still loud in his ears and the drunk, savagely petulant voice crying hoarsely, demanding that someone come out and take medicine, threatening to find whoever was hiding. But now the booming was only his racing heart, and the only voice in the night was the distant wail of a police siren. He lay motionless in bed, looking up at the wind-stirred shadows of leaves on his bedroom ceiling. They twined sinuously together, forming shapes like jungle vines and creepers, like patterns woven into the nap of a thick carpet. He wore Dr. Denton pajamas, but between the fabric and his skin, he had grown a tighter-fitting singlet of sweat. He whispered into the dark, asking if Tony was there. No answer. He slipped out of bed and padded silently to the window, looking out on Arapahoe Street, now still and silent. 2 a.m. Nothing out there but empty sidewalks drifted with fallen leaves, parked cars, and the long-necked streetlight on the corner across from the Cliff Bryce gas station. With its hooded top and motionless stance, the light looked like a monster from a space show. He scanned the street both ways, straining for Tony's slight beckoning form. No one there. The wind sighed through the trees. Fallen leaves rattled up the deserted walks and around the hubcaps of parked cars. A faint, sorrowful sound. The boy thought he might be the only one in Boulder awake enough to hear it. The only human being, at least. There was no way of knowing what else might be out in the night, slinking hungrily through the shadows, watching, scenting the breeze. The voice from his dream echoed in memory the promise to find him. He whispered for Tony again without much hope. Only the wind answered, gusting more strongly this time, scattering leaves across the sloping roof below his window. Some slipped into the rain gutter and came to rest there like tired dancers. Then a familiar voice called his name, stretched out and soft. He started at the sound and craned out the window, his small hands on the sill. With Tony's voice, the whole night seemed to have come silently and secretly alive, whispering even when the wind quieted again. The leaves grew still, the shadows stopped moving. He thought he saw a darker shadow standing by the bus stop a block down, but it was hard to tell if it was real or just a trick of the eye. The voice told him not to go. Then the wind gusted again, making him squint, and the shadow by the bus stop was gone, if it had ever been there at all. He stood by the window for what could have been a minute or an hour, but nothing more came. At last, he crept back into his bed, pulled the blankets up, and watched the shadows thrown by the alien streetlight transform into a sinuous jungle filled with flesh-eating plants that wanted only to slip around him, squeeze the life out of him, and drag him down into a blackness where one sinister word flashed in red. Redrum. Wendy worried the Volkswagen wouldn't survive the climb through the mountains, that they'd end up stranded on the roadside where another car might come along and hit them. Danny felt more confident. If his father thought the bug could make this last trip, it probably would. Jack announced they were almost there. Wendy brushed her hair back and thanked God. She sat in the passenger bucket seat, a paperback face down in her lap, wearing her prettiest blue dress with a sailor collar that made her look very young, like a girl about to graduate high school. Jack kept putting his hand high on her leg. She kept laughing, brushing it away, telling him to get lost. Danny stared at the mountains far bigger than the Flatirons near Boulder. On the tallest peaks he could see a fine dusting of snow, which his father said was often there year-round. Sheer rock faces rose around them so high, he could barely see their tops even craning out the window. The temperature had dropped from high 70s in Boulder to crisp November-like cold, and Jack had the heater going, though it didn't work well. They passed several falling rock zone signs. Wendy read each one aloud, but Danny saw no falling rock, at least not yet. Half an hour ago they passed a sign Jack said was very important entering Sidewinder Pass. That sign marked how far the snowplows went in winter. After that, the road got too steep. In winter, the road closed from the little town of Sidewinder all the way to Buckland, Utah. Now another sign. Danny asked what it said. Slower vehicles use right lane, Wendy read, meaning them. Danny said the bug would make it. Wendy crossed her fingers and said, please God. Danny noticed she'd crossed her open-toed sandal toes too, and giggled. She smiled back, but he could see she was still worried. The road wound up in slow curves. Jack downshifted from fourth to third, then into second. The bug wheezed and protested. Wendy watched the speedometer needle sink from 40 to 30 to 20, where it hovered reluctantly. She started to mention the fuel pump. Jack cut her off. The fuel pump would go another 3 miles. The rock wall fell away on their right, revealing a slash valley that seemed to drop forever, lined dark green with Rocky Mountain pine and spruce, that gave way to gray cliffs dropping hundreds of feet before smoothing out. Wendy saw a waterfall spilling over one cliff, afternoon sun sparkling in it like a golden fish snared in blue net. Beautiful mountains, but hard. She didn't think they forgave many mistakes. An unhappy foreboding rose in her throat. Further west, the Donner Party had become snowbound and resorted to cannibalism. Mountains didn't forgive many mistakes. Jack punched the clutch and shifted down to first. They labored upward, the engine thumping gainly. Wendy noted they hadn't seen 5 cars since Sidewinder, one of them, the hotel limousine. Jack nodded, explaining that the limo went right to Stapleton Airport in Denver. There were already icy patches up beyond the hotel, and more snow forecast for higher elevations tomorrow. Anyone going through the mountains now wanted to stick to main roads. He added that Ullman better still be up there. Wendy asked if the larder was fully stocked. Jack said Ullman claimed it was. Halloran the cook would go over it with her. She looked at the speedometer dropping from 15 to 10. Jack pointed ahead to the top, 300 yards away, a scenic turnout where they could see the overlook from there. He was going to pull off and let the bug rest. He craned back to Danny, suggesting they might see deer or caribou. Danny agreed. The VW labored up. The speedometer dropped to just above 5 miles an hour and began hitching when Jack pulled off at the scenic turnout, set the emergency brake, and let the engine run in neutral. He got out and told them to come. They walked to the guardrail together. Jack pointed. For Wendy, discovering truth in the cliché, her breath was taken away. For a moment she couldn't breathe at all. The view had knocked the wind from her. They stood near one peak's top. Across from them, an even taller mountain reared into the sky, its jagged tip a sun-nimbused silhouette. The whole valley floor spread out below. The slopes they'd climbed fell away with such dizzying suddenness that looking down too long would bring nausea. Imagination sprang to full life in the clear air beyond reason. Looking made her helplessly see herself plunging down and down, sky and slopes changing places in slow cartwheels, her screen drifting like a lazy balloon as her hair and dress billowed. She forced her gaze away and followed Jack's finger. The highway clung to the cathedral spire's side, switchbacking but always trending northwest, still climbing at a gentler angle. Further up, grimly clinging pines gave way to a wide square of green lawn. Standing in its middle, overlooking everything, stood the hotel, the Overlook. She found breath and voice. It was gorgeous. Jack agreed. Ullman thought it was the single most beautiful location in America. Jack didn't much care for Ullman, but he might be. Then Danny, was he all right? Wendy's sudden fear for her son blotted out everything else. She darted to him. He gripped the guardrail, staring up at the hotel, his face a pasty gray. His eyes had the blank look of someone about to faint. She knelt, steadying his shoulders, asking what was wrong. Jack was beside her, giving Danny a brisk shake. Danny's eyes cleared. He said he was fine. Wendy asked if he'd been dizzy. No, just thinking. He hadn't meant to scare them. He offered a small, puzzled smile. Maybe the sun had gotten in his eyes. Jack said they'd get him to the hotel for water. Danny said okay. In the bug climbing more surely on the gentler grade, Danny kept looking out between his parents as the road unwound, affording occasional glimpses of the Overlook Hotel, its massive westward-facing windows reflecting the sun. It was the place he'd seen in the midst of the blizzard, the dark and booming place where some hideously familiar figure sought him down, long corridors carpeted with jungle. The place Tony had warned him against. It was here. Whatever Red Rum was, it was here. Ullman waited just inside the wide old-fashioned front doors. He shook hands with Jack, nodded coolly at Wendy, though he perhaps noticed how heads turned when she entered the lobby, her golden hair spilling across the shoulders of her simple navy dress, its hem stopping a modest 2 inches above the knee. You didn't need to see more to know she had good legs. Ullman seemed genuinely warm only toward Danny, but Wendy had experienced that before. Danny had that effect on people who ordinarily shared W.C. Field's sentiments about children. Ullman bent slightly and offered his hand. Danny shook it formally, without a smile. Jack introduced his son and his wife Winifred. Ullman said he was happy to meet them both, asked Danny's age. 5, sir. Ullman noted the good manners. Jack agreed. Ullman turned to Wendy with a small bow. For a bemused moment she thought he might kiss her hand. She half offered it, he took it, but only for a moment, clasping it in his small, dry, smooth hands. She guessed he powdered them. The lobby bustled with activity. Almost every high-backed chair was taken. Bellboys shuttled suitcases. A line formed at the desk, dominated by a huge brass cash register whose Bank Americard and Master Charge decals seemed jarringly anachronistic. To the right, toward tall double doors that were closed and roped off, a fireplace blazed with birch logs. 3 nuns. None under 60 sat on a sofa drawn up to the hearth, their bags stacked on either side, talking and smiling as they waited for the checkout line to thin. They burst into tinkling, girlish laughter. Wendy felt the smile touch her own lips. Background hum of conversation, muted dings from the silver-plated bell beside the cash register, slightly impatient calls of, "Front, please!" Warm memories flooded back of her honeymoon with Jack in New York at the Beekman Tower. For the first time, she let herself believe this might be exactly what the three of them needed. A season together away from the world. A sort of family honeymoon. She smiled down at Danny, who goggled frankly at everything. Another limo, gray as a banker's vest, pulled up out front. Ullman remarked that it was the last day of the season closing day, always hectic. He'd expected Jack around 3. Jack explained he'd wanted to give the Volkswagen time for a nervous breakdown if it decided to have one. It didn't. Ullman called that fortunate. He wanted to take the family on a tour later, and Dick Halloran wanted to show Wendy the kitchen. But he was afraid. A clerk approached, almost tugging his forelock, apologizing for the interruption. Mrs. Brandt refused to pay her bill with anything but American Express. The clerk had told her they stopped taking that card at the end of last season, but she wouldn't. Ullman cut him off. He'd take care of it. The clerk thanked Ullman and returned to the desk, where a large woman in a long fur coat and what looked like a black feather boa was complaining loudly. She announced. She'd been coming to the Overlook since 1955, continuing even after her second husband died of a stroke on that tiresome rogue court. She'd told him the sun was too hot that day, and she had never, repeat never, paid with anything but her American Express card. The police could drag her away. She would still refuse to pay with anything else. Ullman excused himself, crossed the lobby, touched her elbow deferentially, and spread his hands as she turned her tirade on him. He listened sympathetically, nodded, and said something in return. The woman smiled triumphantly, turned to the unhappy clerk, and declared loudly that thank God there was one employee of this hotel who hadn't become an utter Philistine. Ullman, who barely reached her fur-coated shoulder, took her arm and led her away toward his inner office. Wendy smiled and commented that there was a man who earned his money. Danny immediately said Ullman hadn't liked that lady. He was just pretending. Jack grinned down at his son, agreeing, and explained that flattery greased the wheels of the world. Wendy defined flattery for Danny when his father said he liked her new yellow slacks, even if he didn't, or said she didn't need to lose 5 pounds. Danny asked if it was lying for fun. Something very like that, Wendy said. Danny studied her closely and told her she was pretty. He frowned in confusion when his parents exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Jack remarked that Ullman hadn't wasted much flattery on him. He led them toward the window, feeling conspicuous standing in the middle of the lobby in his denim jacket. He hadn't expected many people on closing day. He'd been wrong. Wendy said he looked very handsome. They laughed again, Wendy covering her mouth. Danny still didn't understand, but it was okay. They were loving each other. Danny thought this place reminded her of somewhere else, the Beekman place where she had been happy. He wished he liked it as well as she did, but he kept telling himself that the things Tony showed him didn't always come true. He would be careful. He would watch for something called red rum, but he wouldn't say anything unless he absolutely had to, because they were happy, laughing, and there were no bad thoughts. Jack pointed out the view. Wendy called it gorgeous. Danny didn't like heights. They made him dizzy. Beyond the wide front porch that ran the length of the hotel, a manicured lawn, a pudding green on the right, sloped down to a long rectangular swimming pool with a closed sign on a tripod at one end. Closed was one sign he could read himself, along with stop, exit, pizza, and a few others. Beyond the pool, a gravel path wound through baby pines, spruces, and aspens. A small sign read Roque with an arrow below. Danny asked what ROQUE meant. His father explained. It was a game like croquet, but played on a gravel court with sides like a billiard table instead of grass. A very old game. Sometimes they held tournaments here. Danny asked if you played with a croquet mallet. Jack agreed similar, but the handle was shorter and the head had two sides, one hard rubber and one wood. He pronounced it roque, and offered to teach Danny if he wanted. Danny answered in an odd, colorless voice that he might not like it, though. Jack said he didn't have to play. Danny agreed. Wendy pointed out the topiary hedges clipped into animal shapes. Danny's sharp eyes picked out a rabbit, a dog, a horse, a cow, and 3 larger ones that looked like frolicking lions. Jack told Danny that those animals were what made Uncle Al think of him for the job. Al knew Jack had worked for a landscaping company in college, trimming a lady's topiary. Wendy snickered behind her hand. Jack repeated that he used to trim her topiary at least once a week. Wendy told him to get away, fly, and snickered again. Danny asked if she'd had nice hedges. Both parents stifled laughter. Wendy laughed so hard tears streamed down her cheeks, and she had to get a tissue. When Jack regained control, he explained that the hedges weren't animals. They were playing cards. Spades, hearts, clubs, diamonds. But hedges grow. He trailed off, the smile fading. Danny said, "Dad?" Jack blinked as if returning from far away. He finished hedges grow and lose their shape, so he'd have to give them a haircut once or twice a week until it got so cold they stopped growing for the year. Wendy added, there was a playground too. Beyond the topiary 2 slides, a big swing set with 6 swings at varying heights, a jungle gym, a tunnel of cement rings, a sandbox, and a playhouse that was an exact replica of the Overlook. Wendy asked if Danny liked it. He said he sure did, hoping he sounded more enthused than he felt. It was neat. Beyond the playground, an inconspicuous chain-link security fence. Beyond that, the wide macadamized drive leading to the hotel, and beyond that, the valley dropping into bright blue afternoon haze. Danny didn't know the word isolation, but if someone explained it, he would have seized on it. Far below, the road that led back through Sidewinder Pass and eventually to Boulder lay in the sun like a long black snake snoozing. The road that would be closed all winter. The thought suffocated him a little. He almost jumped when his father dropped a hand on his shoulder, promising a drink as soon as they weren't so busy. Danny said sure. Mrs. Brandt emerged from the inner office looking vindicated. 2 bellboys struggled with 8 suitcases as she strode triumphantly out. Through the window, Danny watched a man in a gray uniform with a captain-like hat bring her long silver car around, tip his cap, and open the trunk. In one of those flashes that sometimes came, Danny got a complete thought from her. Floating above the confused babble of emotions and colors he usually sensed in crowded places, she wanted to get into his pants. Danny's brow wrinkled. Why would she want that man's pants? Was she cold even with that long fur coat? If she was that cold, why not put on pants of her own? His mommy wore pants just about all winter. The man closed the trunk and helped her into the car. She only smiled and gave him a $1 tip. A moment later, she guided the big silver car down the driveway. Danny considered asking his mother why Mrs. Brandt might want that carman's pants, and decided against it. Sometimes questions could get you in a whole lot of trouble. It had happened before. So instead he squeezed between his parents on the small sofa and watched all the people check out. He was glad his mommy and daddy were happy and loving each other, but he couldn't help being a little worried. The cook didn't match Wendy's image of a resort hotel kitchen personage at all. Such a personage should be called a chef. Cooking was what she did at home with leftovers in a greased casserole. The culinary wizard of a place like the Overlook should be small, rotund, pasty-faced, like the Pillsbury Doughboy, with a thin pencil-lined mustache, dark eyes, a French accent, and a detestable personality. Halloran had the dark eyes, and that was all. He was a tall black man with a modest afro, beginning to powder white, a soft southern accent, and a frequent laugh that disclosed teeth too white and too even to be anything but 1950s vintage Sears and Roebuck dentures. Her father had had a pair he called Roebuckers, pushing them out at her comically at supper when her mother was out of the room. Danny stared up at this black giant in blue serge, then smiled when Halloran picked him up easily, set him in the crook of his elbow, and announced that Danny wasn't going to stay up here all winter. Danny shyly grinned, and said yes he was. Halloran insisted Danny would come down to St. Pete's with him, learn to cook, and go out on the beach every evening watching for crabs. Danny giggled delightedly and shook his head. No. Halloran set him down and told him gravely that if he was going to change his mind, he'd better do it quick. In 30 minutes Halloran would be in his car, 2.5 hours after that sitting at Gate 32 in Denver, 3 hours after that renting a car at Miami Airport, and on his way to sunny St. Pete's, laughing up his sleeve at anyone stuck in the snow. Could Danny dig it? Yes, sir. Halloran turned to Jack and Wendy, praising the fine boy. Jack offered his hand, introduced himself. His wife Winifred. Halloran asked if she was a Winnie or a Freddie. She smiled and said Wendy. Halloran thought that was better than the other two, led the way, and muttered under his breath that he'd be glad to see the last of Ullman. Halloran toured them through the most immense kitchen Wendy had ever seen, sparkling clean, every surface coaxed to a high gloss. More than big, it was intimidating. She walked at Halloran's side while Jack, out of his element, hung back with Danny. A long wallboard hung with cutting instruments from paring knives to two-handed cleavers sat beside a 4-basin sink, a breadboard as big as their Boulder apartment's kitchen table, an array of stainless steel pots and pans covering one whole wall from floor to ceiling. Wendy said she'd have to leave a trail of breadcrumbs every time she came in. Halloran told her not to let it get her down. It was big, but still only a kitchen. Most of it she'd never have to touch. Just keep it clean. He pointed out the smallest of the 3 stoves, the one he'd use if he were her. Wendy looked at the smallest stove with dismay. 12 burners, 2 regular ovens plus a Dutch oven, a heated well for sauces or baked beans, a broiler, a warmer, and 1,000,000 dials and temperature gauges. Halloran confirmed it was all gas, and asked if she'd cooked with gas before. She had. He loved gas, turning on a burner and adjusting the blue flame down to a faint glow with a delicate touch. He liked seeing the flame he cooked with. He showed her where all the surface burner switches were. The oven dials were all marked. He favored the middle oven because it heated most evenly, but she could use whichever she liked or all 3. Wendy made a weak joke about a TV dinner in each one. Halloran roared and told her to go right ahead. He'd left a list of everything edible by the sink. Danny spotted it and brought over 2 sheets of paper written closely on both sides. Halloran called him a good boy, ruffled his hair, and made another offer to take him to Florida to learn to cook shrimp Creole. Danny giggled with his hands over his mouth and retreated to his father's side. Halloran said the 3 of them could eat up here for a year. They had a cold pantry, a walk-in freezer, vegetable bins, and 2 refrigerators. For the next 10 minutes, he opened bins and doors, revealing food in amounts Wendy had never seen. The supplies amazed her but didn't reassure her as much as she'd expected. The Donner Party kept recurring to her not cannibalism, but the reinforced idea that this was serious business. When snow fell, getting out wouldn't be an hour's drive to Sidewinder but a major operation. They would sit in this deserted grand hotel, eating like fairy tale creatures, listening to bitter wind around snowbound eaves. In Vermont, when Jack broke Danny's arm, she'd call the emergency squad from the little card attached to the phone. They'd arrived in 10 minutes. Other numbers on that card: police car in 5 minutes, fire truck even less. A man for lights out, a man for a stopped shower, a man for a broken TV. But what if Danny had one of his fainting spells up here and swallowed his tongue? What if the place caught fire? If Jack fell down an elevator shaft? She forced herself to stop. Halloran showed them into the walk-in freezer first. Their breath puffed out like comic strip balloons. Winter had already come inside. Hamburger in big plastic bags, 10 pounds each, a dozen bags, 40 whole chickens hanging from hooks on wood-planked walls. Canned hams stacked like poker chips, a dozen of them. Below the chickens, 10 roasts of beef, 10 roasts of pork, and a huge leg of lamb. Halloran asked Danny if he liked lamb. Danny immediately said he loved it. He'd never had it. Halloran knew he did. Nothing like 2 good slices on a cold night with mint jelly on the side. Lamb eased the belly. Non-contentious meat. From behind them, Jack asked curiously how Halloran knew they called Danny Doc. Halloran turned, puzzled. Jack explained like in the Bugs Bunny cartoons. Halloran said Danny looks sort of like a doc, wrinkled his nose at the boy and did the Bugs impression. Danny giggled. Then Halloran said something very clearly, another offer to go to Florida, and Danny heard every word. He looked at Halloran, startled and a little scared. Halloran winked solemnly and turned back to the food. Wendy watched the cook's broad back, then her son. She had the oddest feeling something had passed between them that she couldn't quite follow. Halloran continued inventory 12 packages of sausage, 12 of bacon, 20 pounds of butter in a drawer. Real butter? Jack asked. Then number 1. Jack said he hadn't had real butter since he was a kid in Berlin, New Hampshire. Halloran said he'd eat it up here until Olio seemed a treat. 30 loaves of white bread, 20 of dark racial balance at the Overlook. 50 loaves wouldn't take them through, but there were plenty of makings, and fresh was better than frozen. Down here fish. Brain food. Danny wrinkled his nose and said he didn't like fish. Halloran said he was dead wrong, he'd just never had any fish that liked him. 5 pounds of rainbow trout, 10 of turbot, 15 cans of tuna. Danny liked tuna, plus 5 pounds of the sweetest sole that ever swam in the sea. By spring, Danny would thank old Halloran and snapped his fingers, pretending to forget his own name. Danny supplied it, grinning. Halloran said Dick to his friends. Danny repeated it. Jack and Wendy exchanged a puzzled glance, both trying to remember if Halloran had told them his first name. Halloran led them to the far corner and showed them something he'd put in special. Wendy was touched. A 20-pound turkey wrapped in a wide scarlet ribbon with a bow. Halloran said gravely that you had to have turkey on Thanksgiving. There was a cap on somewhere for Christmas. Then he led them out before they all caught pneumonia. More wonders in the cold pantry. 100 boxes of dried milk. Halloran advised buying fresh milk for the boy and Sidewinder as long as feasible. 5 12-pound bags of sugar. A gallon jug of blackstrap molasses. Cereals. Glass jugs of rice, macaroni, spaghetti. Ranked cans of fruit and fruit salad. A bushel of fresh apples scenting the whole room with autumn. Dried raisins, prunes, and apricots. Halloran noted that you had to be regular to be happy, and laughed at the ceiling. A deep bin of potatoes, and smaller caches of tomatoes, onions, turnips, squashes, and cabbages. Wendy said, "My word." But after her $30 a week grocery budget, she was too stunned to say what her word actually was. Halloran was running a bit late. He'd let her go through the cabinets and fridges as she settled in. Cheeses, canned milk, sweetened condensed milk, yeast, baking soda, a whole bag of tabletop pies, a few bunches of bananas not even near ripe. Wendy held up a hand, laughing, said she'd never remember it all. It was super. She promised to leave the place clean. That was all he asked. He turned to Jack and asked if Ullman had given him the rundown on the rats in his belfry. Jack grinned. Ullman said there might be some in the attic, and Watson said there might be more in the basement. 2 tons of paper down there, but Jack hadn't seen any shredded as if for nests. Halloran shook his head in mock sorrow about Watson. Wasn't he the foulest talking man you ever ran on? Jack agreed. He was quite a character, though his own father had been worse. Halloran said it was a pity. There'd been money in that family long ago. Watson's grandfather or great-grandfather built the place. They couldn't make it go. The old man got a bee in his bonnet about it, let it drag him down. 2 boys. One killed in a riding accident on the grounds while the hotel was still being built, 1908 or 1909. The old man's wife died of flu. Then just the old man and his youngest son. They ended up as caretakers in the same hotel the old man had built. Wendy said it was a pity. Jack asked what happened to the old man. Halloran said he plugged his finger into a light socket by mistake, sometime in the early 30s before the Depression closed the place for 10 years. Halloran asked Jack and Wendy to keep an eye out for rats in the kitchen, 2 traps, not poison. Jack blinked and agreed. Who'd want rat poison in the kitchen? Halloran laughed derisively. Ullman, that's who. His bright idea last fall. Halloran had put it to him. What if they all got up here next May? He served the traditional opening night dinner salmon in a very nice sauce, and everybody got sick, and the doctor told Ullman he had 80 of the richest folks in America suffering from rat poisoning. Jack threw his head back and bellowed laughter, asking what Ullman said. Halloran tucked his tongue into his cheek and delivered Ullman's reply. "Get some traps, Halloran." Everyone laughed, even Danny, though he wasn't completely sure of the joke except that it had something to do with Mr. Ullman not knowing everything after all. The four of them passed through the empty dining room, with its fabulous western exposure on snow-dusted peaks. Each white linen tablecloth was covered with a sheet of tough, clear plastic. The rug, rolled up for the season, stood in one corner like a sentinel. Across the wide room, a double set of back-wing doors with an old-fashioned sign in gilt script, the Colorado Lounge. Halloran, following Jack's gaze, said that if Jack was a drinking man, he hoped he'd brought his own supplies. That place was picked clean. Employees' party last night. Every maid and bellhop was going around with a headache today, Halloran included. Jack answered shortly that he didn't drink. They went back to the lobby. The lobby had cleared greatly during their half-hour in the kitchen. The long main room was taking on the quiet, deserted look Jack supposed they would become familiar with. High-backed chairs stood empty. The nuns by the fire were gone, and the fire itself had burned down to a bed of glowing coals. Wendy glanced out at the parking lot and saw all but a dozen cars had disappeared. She found herself wishing they could get back in the VW and return to Boulder or anywhere else. Jack looked around for Ullman, but he wasn't in the lobby. A young maid with ash-blonde hair pinned up came over and told Halloran his luggage was out on the porch. He thanked her, gave her a peck on the forehead, and wished her a good winter. He'd heard she was getting married. She strolled away. Halloran turned to the Torrances. He had to hurry to make his plane. He wished them the best. Jack thanked him for his kindness. Wendy promised again to take good care of his kitchen and told him to enjoy Florida. He always did. Halloran bent down to Danny, hands on his knees, offering one last chance to come to Florida. Danny smiled, and guessed not. Halloran asked if Danny would give him a hand out to the car with his bags. Danny said yes if his mother allowed it. Wendy said yes, but he'd have to button his jacket. She leaned forward to do it, but Halloran was faster, his large brown fingers moving smoothly. He said he'd send Danny right back in. Wendy followed them to the door. Jack still looked around for Ullman. The last guests were checking out. 4 bags sat in a pile outside the door. 3 giant battered suitcases covered with black imitation alligator hide, and 1 oversized zipper bag with a faded tartan skin. Halloran asked if Danny thought he could handle that one. Danny said sure, grabbed it with both hands, and followed the cook down the porch steps, trying not to grunt and give away how heavy it was. A sharp, cutting fall wind had come up since their arrival, whistling across the parking lot. Danny squinted against it as he carried the bag, which bumped against his knees. A few errant aspen leaves rattled, and turned across the mostly deserted asphalt, making him think momentarily of that night last week when he'd woken from his nightmare and heard, or thought he heard, Tony telling him not to go. Halloran set his bags by the trunk of a beige Plymouth Fury, confiding to Danny that it wasn't much of a car, just a rental. His real car, Bessie, a 1950 Cadillac, waited for him in Florida. She was too old for mountain climbing. He asked if Danny needed help with the zipper bag. Danny said no, sir, managed the last 10 or 12 steps without grunting, and set it down with a large sigh of relief. Halloran called him a good boy, produced a large keyring from his blue serge jacket, and unlocked the trunk. As he lifted the bags in, he told Danny that he shone on harder than anyone Halloran had ever met in his life. He would be 60 in January. Danny said, huh. Halloran explained a knack. He'd always called it shining. His grandmother called it that too. She had it. They used to sit in the kitchen when he was a boy no older than Danny and have long talks without ever opening their mouths. Danny asked, really? Halloran smiled at Danny's open-mouthed, almost hungry expression and told him to come sit in the car for a few minutes. He wanted to talk. He slammed the trunk. In the lobby, Wendy saw her son get into the passenger side of Halloran's car as the big black cook slid behind the wheel. A sharp pang of fear struck her. She opened her mouth to tell Jack that Halloran hadn't been lying about taking their son to Florida. There was a kidnapping afoot, but they were only sitting there. She could barely see the small silhouette of Danny's head, turned attentively toward Halloran's big one. Even at this distance, that small head had a set to it. She recognized the way her son looked when something on TV fascinated him, or when he and his father played cards. Jack, still looking for Ullman, hadn't noticed. Wendy kept silent, watching nervously, wondering what they could possibly be talking about that made Danny cock his head that way. In the car, Halloran asked if Danny got kind of lonely thinking he was the only one. Danny, who had been frightened as well as lonely sometimes, nodded and asked if he was the only one Halloran had ever met. Halloran laughed and shook his head. No, but Danny shone the hardest. Danny asked if there were lots then. Halloran said no, but you did run across them. A lot of folks had a little bit of shine. They didn't even know it. They showed up with flowers when their wives felt blue with their monthlies, did well on tests they didn't study for, had a good idea how people were feeling as soon as they walked into a room. He'd come across 50 or 60 like that, but maybe only a dozen, counting his grandmother, who knew they were shining. Danny said wow and thought about it. Then he asked if Halloran knew Mrs. Brandt. Halloran answered scornfully that she didn't shine, just sent her supper back 2 or 3 times every night. Danny said he knew she didn't, but did Halloran know the man in the gray uniform who got the cars? Halloran knew Mike. What about him? Danny asked. Why, Mrs. Brandt would want his pants. Halloran asked what he was talking about. Danny explained when she was watching him, she was thinking she would sure like to get into his pants, and he just wondered why. Halloran threw his head back, and rich, dark laughter issued from his chest, rolling around in the car like cannon fire. The seat shook. Danny smiled, puzzled. At last, the storm subsided. Halloran produced a large silk handkerchief from his breast pocket, like a white flag of surrender, and wiped his streaming eyes. He told Danny that the boy was going to know everything about the human condition before he made 10. He didn't know whether to envy him or not. Danny started to ask again about Mrs. Brandt. Halloran cut him off. Never mind her. And don't ask his mother either. He'd only upset her. Danny understood perfectly. He had upset his mother that way in the past. Halloran said Mrs. Brandt was just a dirty old woman with an itch. That was all Danny needed to know. He looked at Danny speculatively and asked how hard Danny could hit. Danny said Halloran told him to give a blast think at him. He wanted to know if Danny had as much as he thought. Danny asked what he wanted him to think. Anything. Just think it hard. Danny considered it, then gathered his concentration and flung it out at Halloran. He had never done anything precisely like this before. At the last instant, some instinctive part of him rose up and blunted some of the raw force he didn't want to hurt Mr. Halloran. Still, the thought arrowed out of him with a force he never would have believed. It went like a fastball with something extra on it, he thought, hoping he wouldn't hurt Halloran, and then a loud mental greeting. Halloran winced and jerked backward on the seat. His teeth came together with a hard click, drawing blood from his lower lip in a thin trickle. His hands flew up involuntarily to chest level, and then settled back. For a moment his eyelids fluttered limply with no conscious control. Danny was frightened, asking if he was okay. Halloran laughed weakly, and said he honestly didn't know. He called Danny a pistol. Danny apologized, more alarmed, offering to run and get his father. Halloran refused, saying he was okay, just scrambled. Danny confessed he hadn't gone as hard as he could. He'd been scared to, at the last minute. Halloran said that was probably his good luck, otherwise his brains would be leaking out his ears. He saw the alarm on Danny's face and smiled. No harm done. He asked Danny what it had felt like to him. Danny answered promptly, that it felt like throwing a fastball. Halloran rubbed his temples and asked if Danny liked baseball. Danny said he and his father liked the Angels, the Red Sox in the American League East, and the Angels in the West. They'd seen the Red Sox against Cincinnati in the World Series when Danny was a lot littler. Then his face went dark and troubled. He started to say something about his father and stopped, claiming he forgot. He almost put his thumb in his mouth but caught himself. Halloran asked if Danny could tell what his parents were thinking. Most times if he wanted to, Danny said, but usually he didn't try. Why not? Danny paused, troubled. It would be like peeking into the bedroom while they were doing the thing that makes babies. They wouldn't like that. They wouldn't like him peeking at their thoughts. It would be dirty. Halloran said he understood. Danny continued. He couldn't help knowing how they were feeling. He knew how Halloran was feeling, too. He'd hurt him, and was sorry. Halloran said it was just a headache, he'd had worse hangovers. Halloran asked if Danny could read other people. Danny said he couldn't read yet except a few words, but his father was going to teach him this winter. His father used to teach reading and writing at a big school. Halloran clarified, could Danny tell what anybody was thinking? Danny thought about it. He could if it was loud, he said finally, like Mrs. Brandt in the pants, or once when he and his mother were at a shoe store, a big kid looking at radios was thinking about stealing one, then about getting caught back and forth, making himself sick and making Danny sick. Danny had gone over and told the kid not to take the radio and to go away. The kid got really scared and went away fast. Halloran grinned broadly, then asked if Danny could do anything else. Was it only thoughts and feelings? Or more? Danny cautiously asked if there was more for Halloran. Sometimes, Halloran said. Not often. Sometimes there were dreams. Did Danny dream? Sometimes Danny dreamed when he was awake after Tony came. Halloran asked who Tony was. Danny suddenly had one of those flashes of understanding that frightened him, most like a glimpse of some incomprehensible machine that might be safe or deadly dangerous. He was too young to know which. Too young to understand. He cried out that Halloran was asking all this because he was worried. Why was he worried about Danny? About all of them? Halloran put his large hands on the boy's shoulders and told him to stop. It was probably nothing. But if it was something, Danny had a large thing in his head. He'd have to do a lot of growing yet before he caught up to it. He had to be brave. Danny burst out that he didn't understand things. He did, but he didn't. People felt things, and he felt them, but he didn't know what he was feeling. He looked down wretchedly. He wished he could read. Sometimes Tony showed him signs, and he could hardly read any of them. Halloran asked again who Tony was. Danny recited carefully that his parents called Tony his invisible playmate, but Tony was really real. At least he thought so. Sometimes when he tried real hard to understand things, Tony came and said he wanted to show Danny something. It was like passing out. There were dreams, like Halloran said. They used to be nice, but now he couldn't remember the word for dreams that scared you and made you cry. Nightmares? Halloran offered. Yes, nightmares. Halloran asked if they were about this place, the Overlook. Danny looked down at his thumb-sucking hand and whispered yes. Then he spoke shrilly. Looking up, he couldn't tell his father, and Halloran couldn't either. His father had to have this job because it was the only one Uncle Al could get for him. He had to finish his play, or he might start doing the bad thing again, getting drunk. That was the bad thing. He stopped, on the verge of tears. Halloran pulled Danny's face against the rough serge of his jacket, which smelled faintly of mothballs, and told him it was all right. If that thumb wanted his mouth, let it go where it wanted. But his face was troubled. He explained what Danny had. Halloran called shining on, the Bible called having visions, and scientists called precognition. They all meant seeing the future. Danny nodded against his coat. Halloran told a story from 1955, when he was stationed overseas in West Germany. An hour before supper, he was showing a KP how to peel potatoes when the whole kitchen disappeared. Bang! He'd been smelling oranges all afternoon, 30 crates of Valencias on the menu, so he thought nothing of it. For a minute, it was like passing out. Then he heard an explosion and saw flames, people screaming, sirens, a hissing noise that could only be steam. He saw a railroad car off the tracks, laying on its side with Georgia and South Carolina Railroad written on it, and knew like a flash that his brother Carl was on that train and dead. He turned back to the scared KP. told him his brother had just been killed in Georgia. When he finally got his mother on the overseas telephone, she told him how it was. He already knew. But those things didn't always come true, Halloran continued. 4 years ago, cooking at a boys' camp in Maine, he was sitting at a boarding gate in Boston's Logan Airport and started to smell oranges again. He went to the bathroom, sat on a toilet, never blacked out, but got a stronger and stronger feeling that his plane would crash. Then the feeling and the smell went away. He changed his flight to one 3 hours later. Nothing happened. That old plane landed right on time without a single bump, so sometimes those feelings didn't come to anything. Or take the racetrack, Halloran said. He went a lot and usually did pretty well. Standing by the rail, he sometimes got a little shine about a horse. Those feelings usually helped him come out ahead, but he told himself that someday he'd get 3 long shots at once and make enough on the trifecta to retire early. It hadn't happened yet. Plenty of times he'd come home on Shank's mare instead of in a taxi with a swollen wallet. Nobody shone on all the time, except maybe God. Danny thought of almost a year ago, when Tony had shown him a new baby lying in a crib at their Stovington house. He'd been very excited, waited, knew it took time, but there had been no new baby. Halloran took both Danny's hands and told him to listen. He'd had some bad dreams here, some bad feelings, 2 seasons now, maybe a dozen nightmares, maybe half a dozen times he'd thought he'd seen things, nasty things, not for a little boy. Once it had to do with those damn hedges clipped like animals. Another time there was a maid, Dolores Vickery, who had a little shine but probably didn't know it. Ullman fired her because she said she'd seen something in a room where a bad thing had happened. Room 217. Halloran wanted Danny to promise he wouldn't go in there all winter. Steer clear, Danny promised. The maid had asked Halloran to go look, he said. There was a bad thing there, but he didn't think it was a bad thing that could hurt anyone. People who shone could sometimes see things that were going to happen, and sometimes things that did happen. But they were just like pictures in a book. Had Danny ever seen a scary picture in a book? Yes. Bluebeard's wife opening the door and seeing all the heads, but he'd known it couldn't hurt him, hadn't he? Danny agreed, a little dubious. Well, that's how it was in this hotel. Halloran didn't know why, but all the bad things that ever happened here left little pieces still lying around like fingernail clippings or boogers wiped under a chair. He didn't know why just here bad goings-on happened in every hotel, and he'd worked in many with no trouble, only here. But he didn't think those things could hurt anyone. He emphasized each word with a mild shake of Danny's shoulders. So if Danny saw something in a hallway or room or outside by those hedges, just look the other way, and when he looked back, it would be gone. Danny said he understood. He felt much better, soothed. He got up on his knees, kissed Halloran's cheek, and gave him a big hard hug. Halloran hugged him back. When he released the boy, he asked if Danny's parents shone. Danny didn't think so. Halloran said he'd tried them, like he tried Danny. Wendy jumped the tiniest bit. He thought all mothers shone a little, at least until their kids grew up enough to watch out for themselves. But Danny's father... Halloran paused. He had probed at the boy's father and simply didn't know. It wasn't like meeting someone who had the shine or someone who definitely didn't. Poking at Jack Torrance had been strange, as if the man had something he was hiding, or something held so deeply submerged in himself that it was impossible to reach. Halloran concluded that he didn't think Jack shone at all. He told Danny not to worry about his parents. Just take care of himself. Halloran didn't think there was anything here that could hurt him, so just be cool. Danny's mother called for him from outside. He said he had to go. Halloran told him to have a good time here best he could anyway. Danny thanked him, said he felt a lot better. A smiling thought passed between them about the name Dick. Their eyes met. Halloran winked. Danny scrambled across the seat and opened the passenger door. As he was getting out, Halloran said if there was trouble Danny should give a call. A big loud holler like the one a few minutes ago. Halloran might hear him even way down in Florida. If he did, he'd come on the run. Danny said okay. Smiled. Said he would take care, slammed the door, and ran across the parking lot toward the porch where Wendy stood, hugging her elbows against the cold wind. Halloran watched, his big grin slowly fading. He thought again. I don't think there's anything here that can hurt you. But what if he was wrong? He had known this was his last season at the Overlook ever since he had seen that thing in the bathtub of room 217. It had been worse than any picture in any book, and the boy running to his mother looked so small. His eyes drifted down to the topiary animals. Abruptly he started the car, put it in gear, and drove away, trying not to look back. Of course he did look back, and the porch was empty. They had gone back inside. It was as if the Overlook had swallowed them. Back inside, Wendy asked Danny what they'd talked about. He said, "Oh, nothing much." She noted that for nothing much it sure was a long talk. Danny shrugged. Wendy saw Jack's paternity in the gesture. He could hardly have done it better himself. She would get nothing more out of Danny. Strong exasperation mixed with an even stronger love. The love was helpless. The exasperation came from feeling deliberately excluded. With the two of them around, she sometimes felt like an outsider, a big player who had accidentally wandered back on stage while the main action took place. Well, they wouldn't be able to exclude her. This winter quarters would be too close for that. She suddenly realized she was feeling jealous of the closeness between her husband and her son, and felt ashamed, too close to how her own mother might have felt, too close for comfort. The lobby was now empty except for Ullman and the head desk clerk cashing up at the register, a couple of maids in warm slacks and sweaters standing by the front door with their luggage pooled around them, and Watson, the maintenance man. Watson caught Wendy looking at him and gave her a wink decidedly lecherous. She looked away hurriedly. Jack stood by the window outside the restaurant studying the view. He looked rapt and dreamy. The cash register checked out. Ullman ran it shut with an authoritative snap, initialed the tape, and put it in a small zipper case. The head clerk looked greatly relieved. Wendy silently applauded him. Ullman looked like the type who might take any shortage out of a man's hide without ever spilling a drop of blood. She didn't much care for Ullman or his officious, bustling manner. He would be saccharine sweet with guests, a petty tyrant backstage. But now school was out, and the head clerk's pleasure was written large on his face. Out for everyone except she and Jack and Danny anyway. Ullman called Jack over peremptorily, and Jack nodded for Wendy and Danny to come too. The clerk came back out wearing an overcoat, wished Ullman a pleasant winter. Ullman doubted it, said May 12th, not a day earlier, not a day later. The clerk walked around the desk, sober and dignified, but with his back fully to Ullman he grinned like a schoolboy. He spoke briefly to the two waiting girls, and a burst of stifled laughter followed him out. Now Wendy noticed the silence. It had fallen over the hotel like a heavy blanket, muffling everything but the faint pulse of the afternoon wind outside. From where she stood, she could look through the inner office, neat to the point of sterility, with two bare desks and two sets of gray filing cabinets, and beyond that, into Halloran's spotless kitchen, the big Porthold double doors propped open by rubber wedges. Ullman said he would take a few extra minutes to show them through the hotel. Wendy could always hear that capital H in his voice. You were supposed to hear it. He was sure Jack would get to know the ins and outs quite well, but Wendy and her son would doubtless keep more to the lobby level and the first floor, where their quarters were. Wendy murmured a demure agreement. Jack shot her a private glance. Ullman called it a beautiful place, and said he rather enjoyed showing it off. Wendy thought he certainly did. He suggested they go up to the third floor and work their way down, sounding positively enthused. Jack started to say something about keeping him, but Ullman cut him off. The shop was shut, tout fini for this season at least. He planned to overnight in Boulder at the Boulderado, the only decent hotel this side of Denver except for the Overlook itself. They stepped into the elevator together. It was ornately scrolled in copper and brass, but settled appreciably before Ullman pulled the gate across. Danny stirred uneasily. Ullman smiled down at him and assured him it was safe as houses. Jack looked up at the cut-glass globe in the center of the ceiling and said so was the Titanic. Wendy bit the inside of her cheek to keep from smiling. Ullman was not amused. He slid the inner gate across with a rattle and bang, noting that the Titanic had made only one voyage while this elevator had made thousands since 1926. Jack said that was reassuring, ruffled Danny's hair, and told him the plane wasn't going to crash. Ullman threw the lever. For a moment nothing but shuddering beneath their feet and the tortured whine of the motor below. Wendy had a vision of the four of them trapped between floors like flies in a bottle, found in the spring with little bits and pieces gone like the Donner Party. She forced herself to stop. The elevator began to rise with some vibration, clashing and banging from below, then smoothed out. At the third floor, Ullman brought them to a bumpy stop, retracted the gate, and opened the door. The car still sat 6 inches below floor level. Danny gazed at the difference, as if he had just sensed the universe was not as sane as he'd been told. Ullman cleared his throat, raised the car with a jerk still 2 inches low, and they climbed out. With their weight gone, the car rebounded almost to floor level. Wendy did not find that reassuring at all. She resolved to take the stairs, and under no conditions allow the three of them to get into the rickety thing together. Jack asked Danny humorously if he saw any spots there. Ullman said of course not, all the rugs were shampooed just 2 days ago. Wendy glanced down at the hall runner. Pretty, but not something she would choose for her own home if she ever had one. Deep blue pile entwined with what seemed to be a surrealistic jungle scene full of ropes, vines and trees filled with exotic birds. It was hard to tell what sort of birds, because all the interweaving was done in unshaded black, giving only silhouettes. Wendy asked Danny if he liked the rug. He said yes in a colorless voice. They walked down the comfortably wide hall. The wallpaper was silk, a lighter blue against the rug. Electric flambeaux stood at 10-foot intervals about 7 feet high, fashioned to look like London gas lamps. The bulbs masked behind cloudy cream-hued glass, bound with crisscrossing iron strips. Wendy said she liked those very much. Ullman nodded, pleased. Mr. Derwent had installed those electric flambeaux throughout the hotel after the Second World War. In fact, most though not all of the third-floor decorating scheme had been his idea. He twisted his key in the lock of the mahogany double doors to the presidential suite and swung them wide. The sitting room's western exposure made them all gasp, which had probably been Ullman's intention. He smiled and asked about the view. Jack agreed. It was wonderful. The window ran nearly the length of the room. Beyond it, the sun poised directly between two saw-toothed peaks, casting golden light across rock faces and sugared snow on the high tips. The clouds around and behind the view were tinted gold, and a sunbeam glinted down into the darkly pooled firs below the timberline. Jack and Wendy were so absorbed that they didn't look down at Danny, who stared not out the window, but at the red and white striped silk wallpaper to the left, where a door opened into an interior bedroom. His gasp, mingled with theirs, had nothing to do with beauty. Great splashes of dried blood, flecked with tiny bits of grayish-white tissue, clotted the wallpaper. It made Danny feel sick. Like a crazy picture drawn in blood, a surrealistic etching of a man's face drawn back in terror and pain, the mouth yawning, half the head pulverized. He remembered Halloran's advice, look the other way, and when you look back, it'll be gone. He deliberately looked out the window, showing no expression. When his mother's hand closed over his, he took it carefully, not squeezing or signaling anything. The manager told Jack about shuttering that big window so a strong wind wouldn't blow it in. Jack nodded. Danny looked cautiously back at the wall. The big dried bloodstain was gone. The gray-white flecks were gone too. Then Ullman led them out. Wendy asked if Danny thought the mountains were pretty. He said he did, though he didn't really care for them one way or the other. As Ullman closed the door behind them, Danny looked back over his shoulder. The bloodstain had returned now fresh, running. Ullman, looking directly at it, continued his commentary about famous men who had stayed here. Danny discovered he'd bitten his lip hard enough to make it bleed without ever feeling it. As they walked down the corridor, he fell a little behind and wiped the blood away with the back of his hand. He thought about the blood, wondered if Halloran had seen blood or something worse. Halloran's words echoed. He didn't think those things could hurt you. There was an iron scream behind Danny's lips, but he wouldn't let it out. His parents couldn't see such things, they never had. He would keep quiet. They were loving each other, and that was real. The other things were just like pictures in a book. Some pictures were scary, but they couldn't hurt you. Ullman showed them other third-floor rooms, leading them through twisting corridors like a maze. He called them all suites, though Danny didn't see any candy. He showed them rooms where Marilyn Monroe once stayed when she was married to Arthur Miller. Danny gathered that Marilyn and Arthur had gotten a divorce not long after their visit. He asked his mother why they had different names if they were married. Jack answered that famous women kept their own names because their names were their bread and butter. Danny was mystified. Wendy explained that people like to see Marilyn Monroe at the movies, but might not like to see Marilyn Miller. Danny countered that she'd still be the same lady. Wouldn't everyone know that? Wendy looked helplessly at Jack. Ullman interrupted impatiently, mentioning that Truman Capote once stayed in this room in his time. An awfully nice man with continental manners. There was nothing remarkable in any of these rooms, nothing Danny was afraid of. Only one other thing on the third floor bothered him, and he couldn't have said why. A fire extinguisher on the wall just before they turned the corner back to the elevator, which stood open and waiting like a mouthful of gold teeth. An old-fashioned extinguisher, a flat hose folded back upon itself a dozen times, one end attached to a large red valve, the other ending in a brass nozzle. The fold secured with a red steel slat on a hinge. In case of fire, you could knock the slat up and out of the way with one hard push. Danny was good at seeing how things worked. By the time he was 2.5, he'd been unlocking the protective gate his father had installed at the top of the stairs in Stovington. His father called it a knack. Some people had it, some didn't. This extinguisher was a little older than others he'd seen, but that wasn't so unusual. Still, it filled in with faint ease, curled up against the light blue wallpaper like a sleeping snake. He was glad when it was out of sight around the corner. Ullman said all the windows had to be shuttered, but he was particularly concerned about the one in the presidential suite. The original bill had been $420 over 30 years ago, 8 times that to replace today. Jack said he'd shutter it. They went down to the second floor. More rooms, more twists and turns in the corridor. The light from the windows had begun to fade as the sun went behind the mountains. Ullman showed them 1 or 2 rooms, then walked past 217, the one Halloran had warned Danny about without slowing. Danny looked at the bland number plate on the door with uneasy fascination, then down to the first floor. Ullman didn't show them any rooms here until they almost reached the thickly carpeted staircase leading back to the lobby. He announced that these were their quarters and said he thought they'd find them adequate. They went in. Danny braced himself for whatever might be there. There was nothing. Wendy felt a strong surge of relief. The presidential suite's cold elegance had made her feel awkward and clumsy. It was one thing to visit a restored historical building where famous men had slept, another to imagine lying beneath acreages of linen with your husband, where the greatest men in the world had once lain. But this apartment was simpler, homier, almost inviting. She thought she could abide this place for a season with no great difficulty. She told Ullman it was very pleasant, and heard the gratitude in her voice. Ullman nodded, simple but adequate. During the season, this suite quartered the cook and his wife, or the cook and his apprentice. Danny broke in to ask if Mr. Halloran had lived here. Ullman inclined his head condescendingly and said quite so. He and Mr. Nevers. He showed them the sitting room, several comfortable but not expensive chairs, a coffee table that had once been expensive but now had a long chip gone from the side, 2 bookcases stuffed with Reader's Digest condensed books and Detective Book Club trilogies from the 40s, and an anonymous hotel TV. No kitchen, but a dumbwaiter. This apartment was directly over the kitchen. He slid aside a square of paneling, disclosing a wide square tray, and gave it a push. It disappeared, trailing rope. Danny excitedly called it a secret passage, just like in Abbott and Costello Meet the Monsters. Ullman frowned, but Wendy smiled indulgently. Danny ran over and peered down the shaft. Ullman opened the door on the far side of the living room, giving onto a spacious, airy bedroom with twin beds. Wendy looked at her husband, smiled, shrugged. Jack said no problem, they'd push them together. Ullman looked over his shoulder, honestly puzzled. and asked for pardon. Jack repeated pleasantly that they could push the beds together. Ullman said, "Oh, quite," momentarily confused, then flushed red as understanding dawned. Whatever they liked. He led them back to the sitting room, where a second door opened on a second bedroom equipped with bunk beds. A radiator clanked in one corner. The rug was a hideous embroidery of western sage and cactus. Danny had already fallen in love with it, Wendy saw. The walls were paneled in real pine. Jack asked if Danny thought he could stand it. Danny said sure he was going to sleep in the top bunk if that was okay. Jack agreed. Danny added that he liked the rug too, and asked Ullman why he didn't have all the rugs like that. Ullman looked as if he'd bitten into a lemon, then smiled and patted Danny's head. He said those were their quarters except for the bath off the main bedroom. Not a huge apartment, but they'd have the rest of the hotel to spread out in. The lobby fireplace was in good working order, and they should feel free to eat in the dining room if the spirit moved them. He spoke as if conferring a great favor. Jack said all right. Wendy said fine. They went downstairs in the elevator. The lobby was now wholly deserted, except for Watson, leaning against the main doors in a rawhide jacket, a toothpick between his lips. Ullman said that he'd have thought Watson would be miles from here by now, his voice slightly chill. Watson straightened up, saying he'd just stuck around to remind Mr. Torrance about the boiler. Keep your good weather eye on her and she'd be fine. Knock the press down a couple of times a day. She creeps. Danny thought she creeps. The words echoed down a long, silent corridor in his mind, a corridor lined with mirrors where people seldom looked. Jack said he would. Watson said he'd be fine and offered his hand. Jack shook it. Watson turned to Wendy, inclined his head, and said, "Ma'am." Wendy said she was pleased, and thought it would sound absurd. It didn't. She had come out from New England, and it seemed that in a few short sentences this man with his fluffy fringe of hair had epitomized what the West was supposed to be about. Never mind the lecherous wink earlier. The Overlook's front porch held them like a staged photograph. From Danny's vantage point, zippered into a jacket now too small and fraying at the elbow, the world had gone long shadowed and purple-edged. The sun had slipped entirely behind the mountains, leaving only a gold fire lining the peaks. Mr. Watson approached first, his hand extended. Danny, who had mastered the ritual of handshakes nearly a year ago, offered his own small hand cautiously, only to feel it vanish inside the older man's grip. Watson gravely told him to take good care of the others. Danny answered with a respectful acknowledgement. Then Watson straightened and turned to Ullman, offering a hand for what he supposed would be their next meeting, a year from now. Ullman accepted the handshake without warmth, his pinky ring catching the lobby lights in a mean little flash. Ullman specified May 12th as the return date, no exceptions, Watson agreed aloud. But Jack, standing nearby, seemed to sense an unspoken insult tacked onto that reply. Something vicious and contemptuous. Watson wished Ullman a good winter, and Ullman answered doubtfully that he didn't expect one. As Watson pushed through the main doors, the wind's whine grew louder and tugged at his jacket collar. He told the family to take care. Danny answered again, promising they would. Then Watson, whose distant ancestor had once owned this place, stepped humbly through the door. The wind muffled as it closed behind him. They watched together as he clomped down the porch steps in battered black cowboy boots. Brittle yellow aspen leaves kicked up around his heels while he crossed the lot to his International Harvester pickup. Blue smoke coughed from the rusted exhaust as the engine turned over. A silence held them as he backed out, and then pulled away. His truck crested the hill, vanished, then reappeared smaller on the main road heading west. For a single hollow moment, Danny felt more alone than he had ever known. The three Torrances stood in a portrait-like line, Danny in the middle with Wendy behind, her hand on his shoulder, and Jack to his left, his palm resting lightly on the boy's head. Ullman stood one step below, buttoned into an expensive brown mohair overcoat. Only 3 vehicles remained in the parking lot. The hotel truck, Ullman's Lincoln Continental, and her battered Volkswagen. Ullman asked Jack to confirm he had the keys and understood the furnace and boiler completely. Jack nodded. He felt an unexpected sympathy for Ullman. The season finished, every loose end tied until May 12th, yet the manager, infatuated with the property, couldn't stop searching for something undone. Jack assured him everything was well in hand. Ullman promised to be in touch but still lingered, as though waiting for the wind to carry him to his car. He sighed. He wished the family a good winter, addressing each of them by name. Danny thanked him, and returned the wish. Ullman repeated his doubt, sounding genuinely sad now, confessing that the Florida place was a dump mere busywork. The Overlook, he said, was his real job, and he asked Jack to take good care of it. Jack answered that the hotel would be here come spring. In that instant, a thought flashed through Danny's mind, a question of whether they would be, and then it dissolved. Ullman agreed, almost reassuring himself. He looked out toward the playground where the hedge animals clattered in the wind, gave one last businesslike nod, and said goodbye. He walked quickly, fussily across to his oversized car and folded himself inside. The Lincoln purred to life, its taillights flared as he pulled from the stall reserved for him as manager. Jack murmured a quiet acknowledgement as the car drove away. They watched until the Lincoln disappeared down the eastern slope. Then the three of them turned to each other in a silent, almost frightened recognition they were alone. Aspen leaves whirled in aimless packs across the freshly mowed lawn, a lawn tended for no guest's eyes. No one would see the autumn leaves steal across the grass except them. The feeling that crept through Jack was strange and shrinking, as if his own life force had dimmed to a spark while the hotel and grounds swelled, doubling in size, turning sinister, dwarfing them with a sullen, inanimate power. Then Wendy pointed out that Danny's nose was running heavily and suggested they get inside. They did, pulling the door shut firmly against the wind's restless whine. Jack Torrance yelped a vicious curse, both startled and in pain, as he slapped his right hand against his blue workshirt. A large, sluggish wasp fell away after stinging him. He scrambled up the roof as fast as he could, craning his neck to see if more were rising from the nest he had accidentally uncovered. If they were, he was in real trouble. The nest sat between him and his ladder, and the attic trap door was locked from the inside. 70 feet below, the cement patio waited. But the air above the nest stayed still and clear. He whistled in disgust, straddled the roof peak, and examined his right index finger, already swelling. He would have to creep past the nest to reach the ladder and get ice on it. The date was October 20th. Wendy and Danny had taken the elderly Retelling hotel truck down to Sidewinder. The VW was nearly terminal now for milk and early Christmas shopping. No telling when the snow would settle, and flurries had already come, and patch ice slicked the road below the Overlook. The fall had been almost impossibly beautiful. For 3 weeks, Golden Day followed Golden Day. 30-degree mornings gave way to afternoon 60s, perfect for shingling the hotel's gently sloping western roof. Jack admitted to himself that he could have finished 4 days ago, but he felt no hurry. The view was spectacular, even better than the presidential suites. More important, the work soothed him. Up here, he felt himself healing from the troubled wounds of the last 3 years. At peace, those years were starting to feel like a turbulent nightmare. He had ripped up badly rotted shingles, some blown away entirely by last winter's storms, yelling a warning as he dropped them over the side. He was pulling out bad flashing when the wasp got him. The irony stung almost as much as the insect he warned himself every time to watch for nests, had even bought bug balm for the purpose. But this morning's stillness had been so complete that his watchfulness lapsed. He had drifted into the world of the play he was slowly creating, roughing out a scene in his head. The play was going well. Wendy said little, but he knew she was pleased. He had been roadblocked on a crucial scene for the last unhappy 6 months at Stovington Months, when the craving for a drink had been so bad he could barely concentrate on lectures, let alone literary ambitions. But over the past 12 evenings, sitting at the borrowed Underwood, the roadblock had dissolved like cotton candy on the tongue. He had gained effortless insights into the headmaster's character, rewritten most of the second act accordingly, and the third act, what he had been turning over in his mind when the wasp interrupted, was coming clearer all the time. He thought he could rough it out in 2 weeks and have a clean copy by New Year's. He had an agent in New York, a tough redhead who smoked one brand, drank another from a paper cup, and worshipped a particular playwright. She had sold 3 of his short stories. He had written her about the play, describing the conflict between a brutal headmaster and a young student he saw as a younger version of himself. She wrote back with interest, admonishing him to read her favorite playwright first. Earlier that year, she had asked where the hell the play was. He wrote back wryly that it had been indefinitely delayed in that interesting intellectual desert known as writer's block. Now she might actually get it. Whether it was any good or would ever see production was another matter. He didn't seem to care much. He felt that the play itself was a colossal symbol of the bad years at Stovington. The marriage he had almost totaled, the monstrous assault on his son, the incident in the parking lot with a student. He could no longer view that as just another flare of temper. He now thought part of his drinking problem had stemmed from an unconscious desire to be free of the security that stifled his creative urge. He had stopped drinking, but the need to be free remained, hence that final incident. Now all that remained of those days was the play on the bedroom desk. When it was done and sent off, he could turn to other things, not a novel, but more short stories. Perhaps a book of them. Moving warily, he scrambled back down the roof on hands and knees, past the line where new shingles gave way to cleared sections. He reached the edge left of the wasp's nest and moved gingerly toward it, ready to bolt for the ladder. He leaned over the pulled-out flashing and looked in. The nest was tucked between the old flashing and the final undercoating. Damn big, nearly 2 feet through the center, though its shape was imperfect because the space was too narrow. The surface crawled with lumbering, slow-moving insects. Big, mean ones, not smaller, calmer yellow jackets, but wall wasps, rendered sluggish by fall temperatures. Jack, remembering wasps from childhood, counted himself lucky he had been stung only once. He thought that if Ullman had hired this job done in high summer, the workman who tore up that flashing would have gotten one hell of a surprise. When a dozen wall wasps land on you all at once, stinging face and hands and arms, stinging through your pants, you might forget you were 70 feet up and charge right off the edge trying to get away. All from those little things, the biggest only half the length of a pencil stub. He had read somewhere that a percentage of all automobile fatalities go unexplained. No mechanical failure, no speed, no booze, no bad weather, just single car crashes on deserted roads. A state trooper theorized that many so-called foo crashes resulted from insects in the car. A wasp, a bee, even a spider or moth. The driver panics, tries to swat it or unroll a window. Maybe the insect stings him. Either way, it's over, and the insect unharmed buzzes out of the smoking wreck. The trooper had favored testing for insect venom during autopsies. Looking down into the nest, it seemed to Jack that it could serve as both a workable symbol for what he had been through and what he had dragged his hostages to fortune through, and an omen for a better future. He still felt that the whole range of unhappy Stovington experiences had to be looked at with himself in the passive mode. He had not done things. Things had been done to him. He knew plenty of hard drinkers on that faculty who stayed sober through the week, but he and another man had been alcoholics. They had sought each other out like cast-offs who preferred drowning together to doing it alone. Looking at the wasps, going about their instinctual business before winter killed all but the hibernating queen, he would go further. He was still an alcoholic, always would be, perhaps had been since his first drink in high school. It had nothing to do with willpower or morality or character weakness. There was a broken switch inside, a circuit breaker that didn't work, and he had been propelled down the chute slowly at first, then accelerating as Stovington applied pressure. A big grease slide, and at the bottom had been a shattered bicycle and a son with a broken arm. Jack Torrance in the passive mode. His temper, same thing. All his life he had tried unsuccessfully to control it. He remembered himself at 7, spanked by a neighbor for playing with matches. He had hurled a rock at a passing car. His father saw, descended roaring, spanked him, then blacked his eye. When his father went inside to watch television, Jack had come upon a stray dog and kicked it into the gutter. There had been dozens of fights in grammar school, even more in high school, warranting suspensions and uncounted detentions despite good grades. Football provided a partial safety valve. though he spent every game in a state of high irritation, taking every block and tackle personally. He had been a fine player, making all-conference, and he knew he had his own bad temper to thank. He had not enjoyed football. Every game was a grudge match. Yet through it all, he hadn't felt like a son of a bitch. He hadn't felt mean. He always regarded himself as a really nice guy who was just going to have to learn how to cope with his temper someday before it got him in trouble. The same way he was going to have to learn how to cope with drinking. But he had been an emotional alcoholic just as surely as a physical one. The two tied together somewhere deep inside, where you'd just as soon not look. It didn't much matter if the root causes were interrelated or separate, sociological or psychological or physiological. He had had to deal with the results, the spankings, the beatings from his old man, the suspensions, the torn school clothes, the hangovers, the slowly dissolving glue of his marriage, the single bicycle wheel with its bent spokes pointing at the sky, Danny's broken arm, and the final incident with George Hatfield, of course. He felt that he had unknowingly thrust his hand into the great wasp's nest of life. As an image, it was terrible. As a snapshot of reality, it would do. He had shoved his hand through rotted flashing in high summer, and that hand, his whole arm, had been consumed in holy righteous fire, destroying conscious thought and making civilized behavior obsolete. Could anyone expect to think like a human being while being impaled on red-hot needles? Could you live in the love of your family when that brown, furious cloud rose from a hole in the innocent fabric of things and arced straight at you? Could you be held responsible as you ran crazily on a sloping roof 70 feet up, not knowing where you were going, forgetting that panicky feet could blunder right over the rain gutter to the concrete below? Jack didn't think so. When you stuck your hand into the nest, you hadn't made a devil's covenant to give up your civilized self. It just happened, passively, with no say. You stopped being a creature of the mind and became a creature of nerve endings, from college-educated man to wailing ape in 5 easy seconds. He thought about George Hatfield. Tall and shaggy blonde, George was an almost insolently beautiful boy. In faded jeans and a Stovington sweatshirt with sleeves pushed up to show tanned forearms, he reminded Jack of a young Robert Redford. Jack honestly didn't feel jealous of George's looks. In fact, he had begun unconsciously visualizing George as the physical incarnation of his play's young hero, the perfect foil for the dark, slumped aging headmaster who grew to hate the boy so much. But Jack had never felt that way about George. He was sure of that. George floated through his classes. A soccer and baseball star, he took an undemanding academic program and was content with C's and occasional B's. He was a fierce competitor on the field, but lackadaisical and amused in the classroom. Jack knew the type from his own student days. George was a jock, calm and undemanding in class, but under the right competitive stimuli, he became a juggernaut. In January, George tried out for the debate team with 24 others. He was frank with Jack. His father, a corporation lawyer, wanted his son to follow suit. George felt no burning call to do anything else and was willing. His grades weren't top-end, but his father could pull strings if necessary, and George's athletic ability would open doors. But his father thought debate team was good practice, something law schools looked for, so George went out. In late March, Jack cut him. The late winter inter-squad debates had fired George's competitive soul. He became grimly determined, prepping fiercely regardless of the topic. He became conversant, and he was just jingoist enough not to care which side he was on, a rare and valuable trait, even at high levels. The souls of a carpetbagger and a debater weren't far apart. Both were passionately interested in the main chance. So far so good. But George Hatfield stuttered. It hadn't shown up in the classroom, where George was always cool and collected, and certainly not on the playing fields, where talk wasn't a virtue. When George got tightly wound up in a debate, the stutter emerged. The more eager he became, the worse it got. When he felt an opponent dead in his sights, an intellectual buck fever seemed to seize him between his speech centers and his mouth, and he would freeze solid while the clock ran out. It was painful to watch. The buzzer would go off mid-sentence, and George would whirl to stare furiously at Jack, who sat beside it. George's face would be flushed, his notes crumpled in one hand. Jack held on to George long after cutting most of the obvious weak links, hoping he would work out. One late afternoon, about a week before he reluctantly dropped the axe, George stayed after the others filed out and confronted Jack angrily. He accused Jack of setting the timer ahead so he didn't get his full 5 minutes. Jack denied it, saying the clock and timer might keep slightly different times, but he never touched the dial. George insisted, belligerent and right-sticking. That look sparked Jack's own temper. He had been off the sauce for 2 months, 2 months too long, and he was ragged. He made one last effort to hold himself in, assuring George he did not set the timer, suggesting George's stutter was the issue, noting that George didn't stutter in class. George denied stuttering entirely. Jack told him to lower his voice. George accused Jack of wanting to get him, of not wanting him on the team. Jack repeated the demand to lower his voice, asking to discuss it rationally. George refused with a curse. Jack said if George could control his stutter, he'd be glad to have him. He was well prepped and good at background work, but that didn't mean much if he couldn't control the speech issue. George cried out that he had never stuttered, that it was Jack, that if someone else ran the team he could succeed. Jack's temper slipped another notch. He pointed out that George would never make much of a lawyer if he couldn't control that law wasn't like soccer. 2 hours of practice every night wouldn't cut it. What would George do? Stand up before a board meeting and stammer through a tort argument? Then Jack flushed, not with anger, but with shame at his own cruelty. This wasn't a man but a 17-year-old boy facing his first major defeat, asking in the only way he could for help coping with it. George gave him one final furious glance, his lips twisting as words struggled to get out. He repeated the accusation about the timer, then said Jack hated him because he knew something, but he couldn't force the words out. With an inarticulate cry he rushed out, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the reinforced glass. Jack stood there, feeling the echo of George's footsteps in the empty hall, still in the grip of his temper and the shame of mocking George's stutter. His first thought was a sick exultation for the first time. George Hatfield wanted something he couldn't have. For the first time, something was wrong that all his father's money couldn't fix. You couldn't bribe a speech center, couldn't offer a tongue extra pay to stop flapping like a record needle in a defective groove. Then the exultation was buried in shame, and he felt the way he had after breaking Danny's arm. He silently prayed. He was not a son of a bitch. That sick happiness at George's retreat felt more like the headmaster in his play than like Jack Torrance the playwright. George had said you hate me because because he knew what? What could Jack possibly know about George that would make him hate him? That George's whole future lay ahead? That he looked like Robert Redford and conversation stopped when he dove from the board? That he played sports with natural, unlearned grace? Ridiculous. He envied George nothing. If anything, he felt worse about George's stutter than George did, because George really would have made an excellent debater. And if Jack had set the timer ahead, which he hadn't, it would have been because he and the other squad members were embarrassed for George's struggle, agonized the way you do when a speaker forgets lines. If he had set the timer ahead, it would have been to put George out of his misery. But he hadn't. He was sure of it. A week later he cut George, and that time he kept his temper. The shouts and threats all came from George's side. A week after that, Jack went out to the parking lot halfway through practice to get source books from the VW's trunk. There was George, down on one knee with long blonde hair swinging in his face, a hunting knife in one hand, sawing through the VW's right front tire. The back tires were already shredded. The bug sat on the flats like a small, tired dog. Jack saw red, and remembered very little of what followed. He remembered a thick growl from his own throat, telling George to come take his medicine. He remembered George looking up, startled and fearful, starting to say his name as if to explain that the tires were already flat and he was just cleaning dirt from the treads. Jack waded in, fists up, and thought he might have been grinning, but he wasn't sure. The last thing he remembered was George holding up the knife and warning him not to come closer. Then the next thing was the French teacher holding Jack's arms, crying and screaming at him to stop, that he was going to kill George. He blinked stupidly. The hunting knife glittered on the asphalt 4 yards away. His VW. Poor old battered bug, veteran of many wild midnight drunken rides, sat on 3 flat shoes. There was a new dent in the right front fender, and something in the middle of it that was either red paint or blood. For a moment he was confused, thinking of another night. Then his eyes shifted to George, lying dazed and blinking on the asphalt. His debate group had come out and huddled by the door, staring. Blood on George's face from a minor scalp laceration, but also blood running from one of George's ears, probably a concussion. When George tried to get up, Jack shook free of the teacher and went to him. George cringed. Jack put his hands on George's chest and pushed him back down, telling him to lie still and not move. He turned to the French teacher, still staring with horror, and calmly asked her to call the school doctor. She fled. Jack looked at his debate class, then looked them right in the eye because he was in charge again, fully himself. And when he was himself, there wasn't a nicer guy in the whole state of Vermont. Surely they knew that. He quietly told the remaining debate students they could go home and they would meet again tomorrow. But by the end of that week, 6 of his debaters had dropped out, 2 of them the best. It didn't matter much by then anyway. He had already been informed that he would be dropping out himself. Somehow, he had stayed off the bottle, and he supposed that counted for something. He had not hated George Hatfield. He was sure of that. He had not acted. He had been acted upon. "We hate me because you know." But he had known nothing. Nothing. He would swear that before any throne, just as he would swear he had set the timer ahead no more than a minute, not out of hate, but out of pity. 2 wasps crawled sluggishly on the roof beside the hole in the flashing. He watched them until they spread their aerodynamically unsound but efficient wings and lumbered off into the October sunshine, perhaps to sting someone else. God had given them stingers, and Jack supposed they had to use them on somebody. How long had he been sitting there, raking over old coals? He checked his watch. Almost half an hour. He let himself down to the roof's edge, dropped one leg over, and felt with his foot until he found the ladder's top rung just below the overhang. He would go down to the equipment shed where he had stored the bug bomb on a high shelf out of Danny's reach. He would get it, come back up, and then they would be the ones surprised. You could be stung, but you could also sting back. He believed that sincerely. 2 hours from now the nest would be just so much chewed paper, and Danny could have it in his room if he wanted. Jack had had one as a kid, and it had always smelled faintly of wood smoke and gasoline. It wouldn't hurt him. He spoke aloud without meaning to, saying he was getting better. The sound of his own voice, confident in the silent afternoon, reassured him. He was getting better. It was possible to graduate from passive to active, to take the thing that had once driven him nearly to madness as a neutral prize of no more than occasional academic interest. And if there was a place where that could be done, this was surely it. He went down the ladder to get the bug bomb. They would pay for stinging him. 2 weeks earlier, Jack had found a huge white painted wicker chair in the back of the equipment shed and dragged it around to the porch over Wendy's objections that it was the ugliest thing she'd ever seen. He was sitting in it now, reading a novel, when the hotel truck rattled up the driveway. Wendy parked in the turnaround, gave the engine a sporty rev, then turned it off. The truck's single tail light died. The engine grumbled with post-ignition and finally stopped. Jack got up and ambled down to meet them. Then he called out a greeting and raced up the hill with a box in one hand, eager to show what his mother had bought him. Jack picked his son up, swung him around twice, and kissed him heartily. Wendy smiled and teased him about being the great playwright, fancying meeting him so far up in the mountains. He slipped his arms around her. They kissed, and he asked about the trip. She reported it went very well. Danny complained about her jerky driving, but she hadn't stalled the truck once. Then she noticed the roof and exclaimed that he had finished it. A faint frown touched Danny's face as he looked at the fresh swatch of lighter green shingles atop the west wing. But then he looked down at his box, and his face cleared. During the day, the pictures Tony showed him at night were easier to disregard. Danny thrust the box at his father. It was a model car, one of the caricatures Danny had admired before the violent purple Volkswagen. The box showed a huge purple VW, with long Cadillac taillights burning up a dirt track, a sunroof, and a giant warty monster with bloodshot eyes and a manic grin driving with clawed hands. Wendy was smiling at him, and Jack winked back. He told Danny that his taste for the quiet and introspective made him definitely the child of his loins. Danny reported that his mother said Jack would help build it as soon as Danny could read all of the first primer. Jack said that ought to be by the end of the week. He asked what else was in the truck, but Wendy grabbed his arm and stopped him from peeking. Some of it was for him. He could get the milk from the cab floor. He protested that he was just a dray horse to her. She told him to dray the milk right into the kitchen. He threw himself on the ground dramatically while Danny giggled. Wendy prodded him with her sneaker and called him an ox. He pointed out to Danny that she had called him an ox, asking him to witness it. Danny agreed gleefully, and Broad jumped his prone father. Jack sat up and reminded Danny that he had something for him too on the porch by the ashtray. Danny asked what it was. Jack said he'd forgotten to go and see. Jack got up and stood with Wendy, watching Danny charge up the lawn and take the porch steps 2 at a time. He put an arm around her waist and asked if she was happy. She looked up solemnly and said this was the happiest she had been since they married. He asked if that was the truth. She swore it was. He squeezed her tightly and said he loved her. She squeezed back. Touch, those had never been cheap words with him. She could count the times he had said them on both hands. She said she loved him too. Danny's shrill, excited voice called from the porch, telling them to come see. It was neat. Wendy asked Jack what it was as they walked up hand in hand. He said he'd forgotten. She warned him he'd get his, elbowing him. He remarked that he was hoping to get it tonight, and she laughed. Then he asked if she thought Danny was happy. She said he ought to know he was the one who had a long talk with their son every night before bed. Jack said those talks were usually about what Danny wanted to be when he grew up, or whether Santa was real, not about the Overlook. Wendy agreed that Danny hadn't said much about the hotel to her either, but he was very quiet a lot of the time, and she thought he had lost weight. Jack said he was just getting tall. She noted he wasn't eating as well either. He used to be a steam shovel. Jack said vaguely that kids tapered off, that he'd read that somewhere, and Danny would be using 2 forks again by age 7. They had stopped on the top step. Wendy added that Danny was pushing awfully hard on the readers. She knew he wanted to learn to please them to please Jack, she added reluctantly. Jack said Danny was pleasing himself most of all. He hadn't been pushing at all, and in fact wished Danny wouldn't go quite so hard. She asked if he would think her foolish to make an appointment for a physical there. There was a young GP and sidewinder according to a checker at the market. Jack suggested she was a little nervous about the snow coming. She shrugged, and admitted she supposed so, asking if he thought it was foolish. He didn't, in fact. He said she could make appointments for all 3 of them, get clean bills of health, and then they could sleep easy. She said she would make the appointments that afternoon. Danny came running to her with a large gray thing in his hands, and for one comic, horrible moment, Wendy thought it was a brain. She saw what it really was, and recoiled instinctively. Jack put an arm around her, and reassured her the tenants that hadn't flown away had been shaken out. He had used the bug bomb. Wendy looked at the large wasp's nest her son was holding but would not touch it. She asked if it was truly safe. Jack assured her. It was. He had one in his own room as a child, given by his father. He asked Danny if he wanted it in his room. Danny responded with an enthusiastic yes and raced through the double doors. They heard his muffled footsteps on the main stairs. Wendy asked if there had been wasps up there and whether Jack had been stung. He showed his finger, asking where his purple heart was. The swelling had already started going down. She cooed over it appropriately and gave it a small, gentle kiss. She asked if he had pulled the stinger out. He explained that wasps didn't leave them with that was bees with barbed stingers. Wasp stingers were smooth, which made them dangerous, because they could sting repeatedly. She asked again if it was truly safe for Danny to have. He said he had followed the bomb's directions. The stuff killed every bug within 2 hours, and then dissipated without residue, she admitted. She hated anything that stings, her hands going to her elbows as she crossed her arms over her chest. He agreed and hugged her. Down the hall in the bedroom, Wendy could hear the typewriter Jack had carried up from downstairs burst into life for 30 seconds, fall silent for a minute or two, then rattle briefly again. The sound was music to her ears. He hadn't written this steadily since the second year of their marriage, when he wrote the story that sold to a magazine. He said he thought the play would be done by year's end, for better or worse, and he'd move on to something new. He claimed not to care whether it stirred any excitement when his agent showed it around, didn't care if it sank without a trace. Wendy believed him. The act of his writing made her immensely hopeful, not because she expected great things from the play, but because her husband seemed to be slowly closing a huge door on a room full of monsters. He had had his shoulder to that door for a long time, but at last it was swinging shut. Every key typed closed it a little more. Danny was hunched over one of the battered primers Jack had found in second-hand bookshops, books that would take him up to second-grade reading level. Wendy had initially thought the program too ambitious. Jack had agreed there would be no pushing, but if the kid caught on fast, they would be prepared. Now she wondered if Jack hadn't been right. Danny, prepared by years of educational television, seemed to be catching on with almost scary speed. He hunched over the innocuous little books, as though his life depended on learning to read. His small face was more tense and paler than she liked in the cozy glow of the goosenecked lamp. He took it very seriously, both the reading and the workbook pages his father made for him each afternoon. With his oversized red pencil, he could now write about 36 words on his own. His finger traced slowly under the words. Above them was a picture Wendy half remembered from her own grammar school days: a laughing boy, a girl with jump rope, a prancing dog chasing a red ball. The first-grade Trinity. Danny read slowly, sounding out, "See Jip run," and then moving to the next line. He bent closer, nose almost touching the page. She quietly warned him not to read so close, that he'd hurt his eyes, and started to help. He sat up with a jerk, alarmed, telling her not to tell him he could get it. She said it wasn't a big thing. Unheeding, he bent forward again, an expression on his face more suited to a graduate exam. She liked it less and less. He sounded out the letters for ball, then arrived at the word with sudden, fierce triumph. That fierceness in his voice scared her. She told him that was right, but she thought that was enough for tonight. He asked for a couple more pages. She closed the book firmly and said it was bedtime. He pleaded, but she told him not to tease. Mommy was tired. He gave in, looking longingly at the primer. She told him to go kiss his father, wash up, and not forget to brush. He slouched out in pajama bottoms with feet and a large flannel top. Jack's typewriter stopped. She heard Danny's hearty smack as he said good night. Jack returned the good night and asked how he did. Danny answered okay, but Mommy made him stop. Jack said Mommy was right. It was past 8:30 and asked if he was going to the bathroom. Danny said yeah. Jack began listing absurd things growing out of his ears. Danny's giggle faded, then was cut off by the firm click of the bathroom door. He was private about his bathroom functions, unlike both his parents. Another sign, and they were multiplying, that there was another human being in the place, not just a carbon copy of one of them. It made Wendy a little sad. Someday her child would be a stranger to her, and she would be strange to him, but not as strange as her own mother had become. She silently prayed that wouldn't happen, that he would grow up and still love his mother. Jack's typewriter began its irregular bursts again. Still sitting in the chair beside Danny's reading table, Wendy let her eyes wander around the room. The glider's wing had been neatly mended. His desk held picture books, coloring books, old comic books, crayons, Lincoln logs. The unbuilt VW model sat neatly above them. He and his father would build it tomorrow night, or the night after, if Danny kept up this pace. His pictures of Pooh and Eeyore and Christopher Robin were tacked to the walls soon enough to be replaced with pin-ups and photographs of rock singers, she supposed. Innocence to experience. Still, it made her sad. Next year he would be in school, and she would lose at least half of him to his friends. She and Jack had tried for another baby when things seemed good at Stovington, but she was on the pill again now. Things were too uncertain. God knew where they would be in 9 months. Her eyes fell on the wasp's nest. It held the ultimate high place in Danny's room, resting on a large plastic plate on the table by his bed. She didn't like it, even if it was empty. She vaguely wondered if it might have germs, thought to ask Jack, then decided he would laugh at her. But she would ask the doctor tomorrow. She didn't like the idea of that thing constructed from the chewings and saliva of so many alien creatures lying within a foot of her sleeping son's head. The bathroom water was still running. She got up and went into the big bedroom to make sure everything was okay. Jack didn't look up. He was lost in the world he was making, staring at the typewriter, a filter cigarette clamped in his teeth. She knocked lightly on the closed bathroom door and asked if he was okay, if he was awake. No answer. She called his name again. No answer. She tried the door. It was locked. She called again, more worried now. The lack of any sound beneath the steadily running water made her uneasy. She asked him to open the door. No answer. Wendy called Danny's name in alarm. Jack came around the desk, irritated, complaining he couldn't think with her pounding on the door all night. She told him Danny had locked himself in and wasn't answering. Jack knocked hard once, telling Danny to open up. No games. No answer. He knocked harder, warning that bedtime was bedtime, threatening a spanking if Danny didn't open up. Wendy realized he was losing his temper, and that frightened her more. He hadn't touched Danny in anger since that night 2 years ago, but right now he sounded angry enough to do it. She tried calling sweetly. Still no answer, only running water. Jack warned that if Danny made him break the lock, he'd guarantee the boy spent the night sleeping on his belly. Nothing. She told Jack to break it, suddenly struggling to speak. He raised his foot and brought it down hard beside the knob. The cheap lock gave immediately. The door shuddered open, banged the wall, and rebounded halfway. Wendy screamed Danny's name. The water ran full force in the basin. Beside it sat a toothpaste tube with the cap off. Danny was sitting on the edge of the bathtub across the room, his toothbrush limp in his left hand, a thin foam of toothpaste around his mouth. He stared, trance-like, into the mirror on the medicine cabinet above the wash basin. His expression was one of drugged horror. Wendy's first thought was an epileptic seizure, that he might have swallowed his tongue. She called his name again. He didn't answer, only made guttural sounds from his throat. She was pushed aside so hard she crashed into the towel rack. Jack knelt in front of the boy, calling his name repeatedly, snapping his fingers before Danny's blank eyes. Danny murmured something about tournament play and stroke. Then his voice turned suddenly deep, almost manlike, saying, "Roke," and that the mallet had 2 sides, drawing out the sound. Wendy cried out, asking what was wrong. Jack grabbed Danny's elbows and shook him hard. The boy's head rolled limply back and then snapped forward. Danny repeated, "Roke," and "stroke," then said something that sounded like a backward word. Jack shook him again. Danny's eyes suddenly cleared. His toothbrush fell to the tile with a small click. He looked around, confused, seeing his father kneeling before him and Wendy by the wall. He asked what was happening, his voice rising in alarm, beginning to stammer. Jack suddenly screamed at him not to stutter. Danny cried out in shock, his body going tense as he tried to pull away, then collapsed into tears. Stricken, Jack pulled him close, apologizing, saying he was sorry, that everything was okay. The water ran ceaselessly. Wendy felt she had stepped into a grinding nightmare, where time ran backward, back to when her drunken husband had broken their son's arm and then mewled over him in almost the same words. She ran to them, pried Danny out of Jack's arms, saw the angry reproach on his face but filed it away. She carried Danny into the small bedroom, his arms around her neck, Jack trailing. She sat on Danny's bed and rocked him, soothing with nonsensical repetitions. She looked up at Jack. Only worry remained in his eyes. He raised questioning eyebrows. She shook her head faintly. At last, Danny grew quiet, only faintly trembling. Yet it was Jack he spoke to first, Jack now sitting beside them, and Wendy felt the old faint pang of jealousy. Jack had shouted at him, She had comforted him, but Danny apologized to his father for being bad. Jack said there was nothing to be sorry for and asked what had happened. Danny said he didn't know. He asked why his father told him to stop stuttering. He didn't stutter. Jack agreed heartily, but Wendy felt a cold finger touch her heart. Jack suddenly looked scared, as if he had seen something that might just have been a ghost. Danny muttered something about a timer. Jack leaned forward and Danny flinched. Wendy snapped that Jack was scaring him, her voice high and accusatory. It came to her that they were all scared. Danny said he didn't know what he had said. Jack muttered nothing, and wiped his mouth with his handkerchief, a gesture Wendy remembered well from his drinking days. She gently asked why Danny had locked the door. He said Tony told him to. Jack quietly asked if Tony said why. Danny explained he was brushing his teeth, thinking hard about his reading, and he saw Tony way down in the mirror. Tony said he had to show him again. Wendy asked if Tony had been behind him. Danny insisted he was in the mirror, way down deep, and then he went through the mirror. The next thing he remembered was Daddy shaking him, and he thought he was being bad again. Jack winced. Wendy asked what Tony wanted to show him. Danny tensed, muscles like piano wire, distraught he didn't remember, and he didn't want to be asked. He remembered nothing. Wendy shushed him, alarmed, and began rocking again, saying it was all right if he didn't remember. Danny began to relax. She asked if he wanted her to stay and read a story. He said no, just a nightlight. Then he looked shyly at his father and asked if he would stay for a minute. Jack agreed. Wendy sighed and said she would be in the living room. She watched Danny slide under the covers. He seemed very small. She asked if he was sure he was okay. He said he was okay, and asked her to plug in Snoopy. She plugged in the nightlight showing Snoopy asleep on his doghouse. Danny had never wanted a nightlight until they moved into the Overlook. She turned off the lamps and looked back at them, the small white circle of Danny's face and Jack's above it. She hesitated, remembering that Danny said he went through the mirror, then left quietly. Jack asked if Danny was sleepy. He said yeah. Jack offered water. Danny said no. 5 minutes of silence. Thinking the boy had dropped off, Jack was about to leave when Danny said from the brink of sleep, "Okay." Jack turned back, going cold. He started to ask, but Danny continued, "Would Daddy ever hurt Mommy?" Jack said no. "Or me?" "No." Another silence. Then Danny said Tony came and told him about Roquet. Jack asked what Tony said. Danny didn't remember much, except Tony said it was an innings like baseball. Jack's heart thudded dully. How could the boy know that? Roque was played by innings, not like baseball but like cricket. Danny, almost asleep, then asked what something meant, a word that sounded like red rum. Jack said it sounded like something an Indian might take on the warpath. He tried to get Danny to respond, but the boy was asleep, breathing in long, slow strokes. Jack sat looking down at him. A rush of love pushed through him like tidal water. Why had he yelled like that? It was perfectly normal to stutter a little coming out of a trance, and Danny hadn't said timer at all. It had been nonsense, gibberish. But how had he known Roquet was played in innings? Had someone told him Ullman or Halloran? He looked down at his hands. They were tight, clenched fists of tension, and he badly wanted a drink. The nails dug into his palms like tiny brands. Slowly, he forced them open. He whispered that he loved Danny, that God knew he did, and left the room. He had lost his temper again, only a little, but enough to make him feel sick and afraid. A drink would blunt that feeling. There was no mistake about those words Danny had spoken. Each had come out clear as a bell. Jack paused in the hallway, looking back, and automatically wiped his lips with his handkerchief. Their shapes were dark silhouettes in the glow of the nightlight. Wendy, wearing only panties, went to Danny's bed and tucked him in again. He had kicked the covers back. Jack stood in the doorway, watching as she pressed her inner wrist against Danny's forehead. He asked if the boy was feverish. She said no, and kissed Danny's cheek. As she came back to the doorway, Jack said he was thankful she had made that appointment, and asked if she thought the doctor knew his stuff. She said the checker had told her he was very good. That was all she knew. Jack warned that if something was wrong, he would send her and Danny to her mother's. She said no. He said he knew how she felt. She told him he didn't know at all how she felt about her mother. He admitted there was nowhere else he could send them, she knew that. She said if he came with them he cut her off without this job they were done, and she knew that. Her silhouette nodded slowly. She did know. He admitted that during his interview with Ullman, he had thought the manager was just blowing hot air, but now he wasn't so sure. Maybe he really shouldn't have tried this with them along 40 miles from nowhere. She said she loved him, and Danny loved him even more. Danny would have been heartbroken, and would be, if Jack sent them away. He told her not to make it sound that way. She said if the doctor found something wrong, she would look for a job in Sidewinder. If she couldn't get one there, she and Danny would go to Boulder. She couldn't go to her mother on those terms, she just couldn't. Jack said he guessed he knew that, told her to cheer up. Maybe it was nothing. She said maybe. He confirmed the appointment was at 2. She said yes. He suggested they leave the bedroom door open. She wanted to, and thought Danny would sleep through now. But he didn't. He fled heavy, crashing, echoing sounds through twisting maze-like corridors, his bare feet whispering over a deep-piled jungle of blue and black. Each time he heard the roque mallet smash into the wall somewhere behind him, he wanted to scream aloud. But he mustn't. A scream would give him away. He could hear the owner of that voice coming charging up the hall like a man-eating tiger in an alien blue-black jungle. If he could get to the stairs going down, if he could get off this 3rd floor, he might be all right, even the elevator. If he could remember what had been forgotten. But it was dark, and in his terror, he had lost his orientation. He turned down one corridor, and then another, his heart leaping into his mouth like a hot lump of ice, fearing each turn would bring him face to face with a human tiger. The booming was right behind him now, the awful hoarse shouting, the whistle of the mallet cutting through the air before it crashed into the wall, the soft whisper of feet on the jungle carpet. Panic squirted in his mouth like bitter juice. He fled around another corner and saw with creeping utter horror that he was in a cul-de-sac. Locked doors frowned down from 3 sides. The west wing. Outside, he could hear the storm whooping and screaming, choking on its own dark throat filled with snow. He backed against the wall, weeping with terror, his heart racing like a rabbit caught in a snare. When his back pressed against the light blue silk wallpaper with its embossed wavy lines, his legs gave way and he collapsed to the carpet, breath whistling in and out of his throat. Louder. The tiger was just around the corner, still crying out in that shrill, petulant, lunatic rage, the roque mallet slamming because this tiger walked on 2 legs, and it was... He woke with a sudden indrawn gasp, sitting bolt upright in bed, eyes wide and staring into the darkness, hands crossed in front of his face. Something on one hand, crawling. Wasps, 3 of them. They stung him then, seeming to needle all at once, and that was when all the images broke apart and fell on him in a dark flood. He began to shriek into the dark, the wasps clinging to his left hand, stinging again and again. The lights went on. Daddy stood there in his shorts, eyes glaring, Mommy behind him, sleepy and scared. The Danny screamed for them to get the wasps off him. Jack saw and said, "Oh my God." Wendy asked what was wrong. Jack didn't answer. He ran to the bed, scooped up Danny's pillow, and slapped Danny's thrashing left hand with it again and again. Wendy saw lumbering insectile forms rise into the air, droning. Jack yelled over his shoulder for her to get a magazine and kill them. She said, "Wasps?" With dawning realization, starting to say that Jack had said, he roared at her to shut the fuck up and kill them, to do what he said. One landed on Danny's reading desk. She took a coloring book from the work table and slammed it down, leaving a viscous brown smear. Jack said there was another on the curtain, then ran out past her with Danny in his arms. He took the boy into their bedroom and put him on Wendy's side of the makeshift double bed, telling Danny to lie right there and not come back until told. His face puffed and streaked with tears. Danny nodded. Jack called him his brave boy, then ran back down the hall to the stairs. Behind him, he heard the coloring book slap twice. Then Wendy screamed in pain. He didn't slow, but went down the stairs 2 by 2 into the darkened lobby, through Ullman's office into the kitchen, slamming his thigh into the corner of Ullman's oak desk, and barely feeling it. He slapped on the kitchen overheads and crossed to the sink. The washed dishes from supper were still heaped in the drainer where Wendy had left them to drip dry. He snatched the large Pyrex bowl off the top. A dish fell to the floor and exploded. Ignoring it, he turned and ran back through the office and up the stairs. Wendy stood outside Danny's door, breathing hard, her face the color of table linen, eyes shiny and flat, hair damp against her neck. She said dully that she had gotten all of them, but one stung her and Jack had said they were all dead. She began to cry. He slipped past her without answering and carried the Pyrex bowl over to the nest by Danny's bed. It was still nothing moving on the outside anyway. He slammed the bowl down over the nest, said there, and told her to come on. Back in their bedroom, he asked where the wasp had gotten her. She showed him her wrist just above the bracelet of lines, a small circular hole with the flesh around it puffing up. He asked if she was allergic to stings, to think hard, because if she was, Danny might be too. The little bastards had gotten him 5 or 6 times. She said no. Calmer now. She just hated them. Danny sat on the foot of the bed, holding his left hand and looking at them with reproachful, shock-wide eyes. He said Jack had said he killed them all, and his hand really hurt. Jack told him to hold it out. He wasn't going to touch it. That would make it worse. Danny did. Wendy moaned at the sight of his poor hand. Later, the doctor would count 11 separate stings. Now they only saw a dotting of small holes, as if his palm and fingers had been sprinkled with red paper grains. The swelling was bad. His hand had begun to look cartoonishly hammered. Jack told Wendy to get the spray stuff from the bathroom. She went. He sat next to Danny, slipped an arm around his shoulders, and said after they sprayed his hand, he wanted to take some Polaroids of it. Then Danny could sleep the rest of the night with them. Danny agreed but asked why pictures. Jack said so maybe they could sue the ass out of some people. Wendy returned with a spray tube shaped like a chemical fire extinguisher. She assured Danny it wouldn't hurt, took off the cap, and sprayed both sides of his hand until it gleamed. He let out a long, shuddery sigh. She asked if it smarted. He said no. It felt better. She gave him 5 orange-flavored baby aspirin and told him to crunch them up. He took them one by one. Jack asked if that wasn't a lot of aspirin. She snapped that it was a lot of stings and told him to go get rid of that nest right now. He said just a minute, went to the dresser, and took his Polaroid camera from the top drawer, rummaging for flash cubes. Wendy asked what he was doing, a little hysterically. Danny said gravely that his dad was going to take pictures of his hand, and then they were going to sue the ass out of some people. Jack confirmed it grimly, jabbing the flash attachment onto the camera. He told Danny to hold out his hand. He figured about $5,000 a sting. Wendy nearly screamed, asking what he was talking about. He said he had followed the directions on that fucking bug bomb. They were going to sue the manufacturer. The damn thing was defective, it had to have been. How else could this be explained? She said, "Oh," in a small voice. He took 4 pictures, pulling out each covered print for Wendy to time on her locket watch. Danny, fascinated that his stung hand might be worth thousands, began to lose some of his fright and take an active interest. His hand throbbed dully, and he had a small headache. When Jack put the camera away and spread the prints on the dresser to dry, Wendy asked if they should take him to the doctor tonight. Jack said no, unless he was really in pain. If a person had a strong allergy to wasp venom, it hit within 30 seconds. Wendy asked what hits meant, a coma or convulsions. Jack said. She cupped her hands over her elbows and hugged herself, looking pale and wan, saying, "Oh my Jesus." Jack asked Danny how he felt and if he thought he could sleep. Danny blinked at them. The nightmare had faded to a dull, featureless background in his mind, but he was still frightened. He said he could if he could sleep with them. Wendy agreed, apologizing, saying she was so sorry. Danny said it was okay. She began to cry again. Jack put his hands on her shoulders and swore he had followed the directions. She asked him to get rid of the nest in the morning, please. He said of course he would. The 3 of them got into bed together. Jack was about to snap off the light when he paused and pushed the covers back instead. He wanted a picture of the nest too. He told them he would come right back. He went to the dresser, got the camera and the last flash cube, and gave Danny a closed thumb and forefinger circle. Danny smiled and returned the gesture with his good hand. Jack thought as he walked down to Danny's room that Danny was quite a kid, all of that and then some. The overhead was still on. Jack crossed to the bunk setup, and as he glanced to the table beside it, his skin crawled into gooseflesh. The short hairs on his neck prickled. He could hardly see the nest through the clear Pyrex bowl. The inside of the glass was crawling with wasps, hard to tell how many, at least 50, maybe 100. His heart thudding slowly, he took his pictures and set the camera down to wait for them to develop. He wiped his lips with the palm of his hand. One thought played over and over in his mind with almost superstitious dread: you lost your temper. They had come back. He had killed the wasps, but they had come back. In his mind he heard himself screaming into his frightened, crying son's face, telling him not to stutter. He wiped his lips again. He went to Danny's work table, rummaged in its drawers and found a large jigsaw puzzle with a fiberboard backing. He took it over to the bed table and carefully slid the bowl and the nest onto it. The wasps buzzed angrily inside their prison. Then, putting his hand firmly on top of the bowl so it wouldn't slip, he went out into the hall. Wendy asked if he was coming to bed. Danny echoed her. Jack made his voice light and said he had to go downstairs for a minute. How had it happened? How in God's name? The bomb sure hadn't been a dud. He had seen the thick white smoke puff out when he pulled the ring, and when he went up 2 hours later, he had shaken a drift of small dead bodies out of the hole. Then how? Spontaneous regeneration? That was crazy. 17th century nonsense. Insects didn't regenerate. Even if wasp eggs could mature full-grown insects in 12 hours, this wasn't the season when the queen laid. That happened in April or May. Fall was their dying time, but a living contradiction buzzed furiously under the bowl. He took them downstairs and through the kitchen. In back, there was a door that gave onto the outside. A cold night wind blew against his nearly naked body. His feet went numb almost instantly against the cold concrete of the milk delivery platform. He put the puzzle and the bowl down carefully. When he stood up, he looked at the thermometer nailed outside the door, 25 degrees. The cold would kill them by morning. He went in, shut the door firmly, and after a moment's thought locked it too. He crossed the kitchen again and shut off the lights. He stood in the darkness for a moment, thinking, wanting a drink. Suddenly, the hotel seemed full of 1,000 stealthy sounds, creakings and groans, and the sly sniff of the wind under the eaves where more wasps' nests might be hanging like deadly fruit. They had come back. Suddenly, he found he didn't like the Overlook so well anymore, as if it wasn't wasps that had stung his son. Wasps that had miraculously lived through the bug bomb assault, but the hotel itself. His last thought before going upstairs to his wife and son that from now on he would hold his temper, no matter what was firm and hard and sure. As he went down the hall to them, he wiped his lips with the back of his hand. Stripped to his underpants and lying on the examination table, Jack Torrance looked very small. He looked up at the doctor, who was wheeling a large black machine up beside him. Danny rolled his eyes to get a better look. The doctor told him not to let it scare him. It was an electroencephalograph, and it didn't hurt, he explained. They called it an EG for short, that he was going to hook a bunch of wires to Danny's head, not stick them in, only tape them, and the pens would record his brain waves. Danny asked if it was like something from a television show. The doctor said about the same, then asked if Danny would like to be like that character when he grew up. Danny said no way. His daddy said that someday he'd get a short circuit, and then he'd be up the creek. The doctor said amiably that he knew that creek well and had been up it a few times himself. He explained that an EEG could tell them lots of things, like if Danny had epilepsy. Danny said he knew what epilepsy was. There was a kid in his nursery school back in Vermont who had it, and that kid wasn't supposed to use the flashboard. The doctor asked what that was. Danny explained it had many colored lights that flashed, and you had to count them and push the right button to turn it off. The doctor said bright flashing lights sometimes caused epileptic seizures. Danny asked if that meant using the flashboard might have made that kid pitch a fit. The doctor and nurse exchanged an amused glance. The doctor said Danny was right, but should say seizure instead of pitch a fit. He told Danny to lie as still as a mouse. He asked if Danny ever recalled seeing bright flashing lights before these episodes, or funny noises like ringing or chimes, or a funny smell like oranges or sawdust or something rotten. Danny said no to all. The doctor asked if he sometimes felt like crying before passing out even though he wasn't sad. Danny said no way. The doctor said that was fine. Danny asked if he had epilepsy. The doctor didn't think so, and told him to lie still, almost done. The machine hummed and scratched for another 5 minutes. Then the doctor shut it off and said they were done. He said the nurse would get the electrodes off. Then Danny could come into the next room for a little talk. The nurse gave him a tine test on his arm before he went in a little prick to make sure he didn't have TB. Danny said they had given him that at school just last year. The nurse said that was a long time ago, and he was a big boy now. Danny sighed and offered his arm. When he had his shirt and shoes on, he went through the sliding door into the doctor's office. The doctor was sitting on the edge of his desk, swinging his legs thoughtfully. He greeted Danny, asked how the hand was pointing at the lightly bandaged left hand, and Danny said pretty good. The doctor said he had looked at Danny's EEG and it seemed fine, but he was going to send it to a friend in Denver who made his living reading those things just to make sure. Then he asked Danny to tell him about Tony. Danny shuffled his feet and said Tony was just an invisible friend he made up to keep him company. The doctor laughed and put his hands on Danny's shoulders, saying that was what his mom and dad said. But this was just between them. He was Danny's doctor, and he promised not to tell unless Danny said he could. Danny thought about it. He looked at the doctor and, with a small effort of concentration, tried to catch the doctor's thoughts, or at least the color of his mood. He got an oddly comforting image in his head file cabinets with sliding doors locking with a click, each labeled with secret classifications. This made him feel a little easier. Cautiously, he said he didn't know who Tony was. The doctor asked if Tony was Danny's age. Danny said no, Tony was at least 11, maybe older, and he had never seen him right up close. He might be old enough to drive a car. The doctor asked if Danny just saw him at a distance. Danny said yes, sir. The doctor asked if Tony always came just before Danny passed out. Danny corrected him. He didn't pass out, it was like he went with Tony, and Tony showed him things. The doctor asked what kind of things. Danny debated for a moment, then told him about his father's trunk with all his writing, and how the movers hadn't lost it after all. It had been right under the stairs, where Tony showed him. The doctor asked if his father found it where Tony said he would. Danny said yes, only Tony didn't tell him he showed him. The doctor said he understood, then asked what Tony showed Danny last night when he locked himself in the bathroom. Danny quickly said he didn't remember. The doctor asked if he was sure. Danny said yes, sir. The doctor noted that a moment ago he said Danny locked the door, but that wasn't right. Tony locked the door. Danny said no, sir. Tony couldn't lock the door because he wasn't real. Tony wanted Danny to do it, so Danny locked it. The doctor asked if Tony always showed him where lost things were. Danny said no, sir. Sometimes Tony showed him things that were going to happen. The doctor said, really? Danny gave an example. Tony had once shown him the amusements and wild animal park in Great Barrington, and Tony said Daddy would take him there for his birthday, which he did. The doctor asked what else Tony showed him. Danny frowned and said signs, stupid old signs, and he could hardly ever read them. The doctor asked why Tony would do that. Danny didn't know, but he brightened and said his parents were teaching him to read, and he was trying real hard. The doctor asked if that was so he could read Tony's signs. Danny admitted he really wanted to learn, but that too, yeah. The doctor asked if Danny liked Tony. Danny looked at the tile floor and said nothing. The doctor pressed him. Danny said it was hard to tell. He used to hope Tony would come every day because Tony always showed him good things, especially since his parents didn't think about divorce anymore. The doctor's gaze sharpened, but Danny didn't notice, concentrating on expressing himself. But now, whenever Tony came, he showed Danny bad things, awful things, like in the bathroom last night. The things Tony showed him stung like the wasps. Only Tony's things stung him up here. Danny cocked a finger gravely at his temple. The doctor asked what things. Danny cried out, agonized. He couldn't remember. He would tell if he could. It was like he couldn't remember because it was so bad he didn't want to. All he could remember when he woke up was a word that sounded like red rum. The doctor asked if that was red drum, or red rum. Danny said rum. The doctor asked what that was. Danny said he didn't know. The doctor asked if Danny could make Tony come now. Danny didn't know. Tony didn't always come, and he didn't even know if he wanted him to anymore. The doctor encouraged him to try, saying he would be right there. Danny looked doubtful, but let out a long sighing breath and nodded. But he didn't know if it would work. He had never done it with anyone looking at him before, and Tony didn't always come anyway. The doctor said if he didn't, he didn't. He just wanted Danny to try. Danny dropped his gaze to the doctor's slowly swinging loafers and cast his mind outward toward his parents. They were here somewhere, right beyond the wall with the picture on it, in the waiting room, sitting side by side but not talking, leafing through magazines, worried about him. He concentrated harder, his brow furrowing, trying to get into the feeling of his mother's thoughts. It was always harder when they weren't right there in the room with him. Then he began to get it. His mother was thinking about her sister, who was dead. She was thinking that was the main thing that turned her own mother into such an old biddy, because her sister died as a little girl, hit by a car. She was worrying about Danny being sick. Cancer, spinal meningitis, leukemia, brain tumor, muscular dystrophy, and how they couldn't afford treatments, but they couldn't just be turned out to die on the street. And anyway, he was all right. He was all right. He was all right. But Tony wasn't there. Only his voice. And as it faded, Danny followed it down into darkness, falling and tumbling down some magic hole between the doctor's swinging loafers, past a loud knocking sound, past a bathtub with some horrible thing lolling in it, past sweetly chiming church bells, past a clock under a glass dome. Then the dark was pierced feebly by a single cobwebbed light. The weak glow disclosed a damp stone floor. Somewhere not far distant was a steady mechanical roaring sound, muted, not frightening, soporific. It was the thing that would be forgotten, Danny thought with dreamy surprise. As his eyes adjusted, he could see Tony just ahead, a silhouette. Tony was looking at something. Danny strained to see it was his father, kneeling on the floor, casting a flashlight beam over old cardboard boxes and wooden crates. Some boxes had split open, spilling newspapers, books, printed papers that looked like bills. His father examined them with great interest, then looked up and shone the light in another direction, impaling a large white book bound with gold string, a scrapbook with a white leather cover. Danny suddenly needed to cry out to his father, to tell him to leave that book alone, that some book should not be opened. But his father was climbing toward it. The mechanical roaring sound, which he now recognized as the Overlook's boiler, had developed an ominous rhythmic hitching. It began to sound like pounding. The smell of mildew and wet rotting paper was changing to something else, the high, junipery smell of the bad stuff. It hung around his father like a vapor, as he reached for the book and grasped it. Tony was somewhere in the darkness, repeating the same incomprehensible thing over and over. This inhuman place makes human monsters. Danny fell through darkness again, accompanied by the heavy pounding thunder that was no longer the boiler but the sound of a whistling mallet, striking silk-papered walls, knocking out plaster dust. He crouched helplessly on the blue-black woven jungle rug. A voice called for him to come out and take his medicine. Then the inhuman place phrase again. With a gasp that echoed in his own head, he jerked himself out of the darkness. Hands were on him. He shrank back, thinking the dark thing from Tony's world had followed him. Then the doctor was saying he was all right. Everything was fine. Danny recognized the doctor and his surroundings and began to shudder helplessly. The doctor held him. When the reaction began to subside, the doctor asked about the monsters Danny had mentioned. Danny said gutturally that Tony told him this inhuman place makes, then shook his head, unable to remember. The doctor told him to try. Danny couldn't. The doctor asked if Tony came. Danny said yes. What did he show? Dark pounding. He didn't remember. Where was he? Danny cried out for the doctor to leave him alone. He didn't remember. He began to sob helplessly in fear and frustration. It was all gone. dissolved into a sticky mess like a wet bundle of paper, the memory unreadable. The doctor got him water, then another cup. Danny felt better. The doctor said he didn't want to badger him, but could Danny remember anything about before Tony came? Danny said slowly that his mother was worried about him. The doctor said mothers always were. Danny insisted she had a sister who died when she was a little girl, Aileen, hit by a car. She was thinking about that, and it made her worried about him. He didn't remember anything else. The doctor looked at him sharply and asked how Danny would know that. Danny said wanly that he didn't know The Shining, he guessed. The doctor asked what. Danny shook his head slowly, said he was awful tired, and asked if he could go see his parents. He didn't want to answer any more questions. His stomach hurt, but he wasn't going to throw up. He just wanted to go see them. The doctor stood up and told him to go out and see them for a minute, then send them in so the doctor could talk to them. He mentioned there were books out there to look at, and asked if Danny liked books. Danny dutifully said yes, sir. The doctor called him a good boy. Danny gave a faint smile. The doctor told the Torrances he couldn't find a thing wrong with Danny, not physically. Mentally, he was bright, and rather too imaginative. Children had to grow into their imaginations like oversized shoes, and Danny's was still way too big for him. He asked if they had ever had Danny's IQ tested. Jack said he didn't believe in them. They straight-jacketed expectations. The doctor nodded, saying that might be, but if they did test him, he thought they'd find Danny was off the scale for his age group. His verbal ability for a boy 5 going on 6 was amazing. Jack said with a trace of pride that they didn't talk down to him. The doctor doubted they had ever needed to. He paused, fiddling with a pen, had explained that Danny had gone into a trance at his request, exactly as they had described him in the bathroom. All his muscles went lax, his body slumped, his eyeballs rotated outward. Textbook, auto-hypnosis. He was amazed. The Torrances sat forward. Wendy tensely asked what happened. The doctor carefully related Danny's trance, the muttered phrase from which she had only been able to pluck the word, monsters, the talk of dark and pounding, and the aftermath of tears near hysteria and a nervous stomach. Jack said Tony again. Wendy asked what it meant. Did the doctor have any idea? He said he had a few, and they might not like them. Jack told him to go ahead anyway. The doctor explained that according to what Danny had told him, Tony had been a genuine friend until the family moved out from New England. Only since that move had Tony become threatening. The pleasant interludes had turned nightmarish, even more frightening because Danny couldn't remember exactly what the nightmares were about. That was common enough. People remembered pleasant dreams more clearly than scary ones. There seemed to be a sensor somewhere between the conscious and subconscious that only let through a small amount, often only symbolic. It was oversimplified Freud, but it described what was known about the mind's interaction with itself. Wendy asked if the doctor thought moving had upset Danny that badly. Edmund said it might have, if the move took place under traumatic circumstances. Did it? Wendy and Jack exchanged a glance. Jack said slowly that he had been teaching at a prep school and lost his job. Edmund said he saw, then added that there was more here, and it might be painful. Their son seemed to believe they had seriously contemplated divorce. He had spoken of it in an offhand way, but only because he believed they were no longer considering it. Jack's mouth dropped open. Wendy recoiled as if slapped, the blood draining from her face. She said they had never even discussed it, not in front of him, not even in front of each other. Jack interrupted and said he thought it was best if the doctor understood everything. Shortly after Danny was born, he had become an alcoholic. He'd had a drinking problem through college. It subsided a little after he met Wendy, then cropped up worse than ever after Danny was born, and his real writing was going badly. When Danny was 3.5, he spilled beer on some papers Jack was working on, and Jack broke his arm, turning him around to spank him. 3 months later, he gave up drinking and hadn't touched it since. Edmund said neutrally that he knew the arm had been broken. It was sequel. He pushed back from his desk and crossed his legs, saying frankly that it was obvious Danny had been in no way abused since then. Other than the stings, there was nothing on him but normal bruises and scabs. Wendy said hotly that Jack hadn't meant Jack cut her off, saying he meant to do it. Someplace inside, he really had meant to do that to Danny, or something even worse. He looked back at Edmonds and noted that this was the first time the word divorce had been mentioned between them, and alcoholism, and child beating 3 firsts in 5 minutes. Edmonds said that might be at the root of the problem. He was not a psychiatrist. If they wanted Danny to see one, he could recommend a good one in Boulder, but he was fairly confident of his diagnosis. Danny was intelligent, imaginative, perceptive. He didn't believe Danny would have been as upset by their marital problems as they might think. Small children were great acceptors. They didn't understand shame or the need to hide things. Jack studied his hands. Wendy took one and squeezed it. But Danny had sensed what was wrong. Chief among them, from his point of view, was not the broken arm, but the broken or breaking link between his parents. He had mentioned divorce to the doctor, but not the broken arm. When the nurse mentioned the cast, he simply shrugged it off. It happened a long time ago. Jack muttered that they didn't deserve that kid. Edmonds said dryly that they had him all the same. At any rate, Danny retired into a fantasy world from time to time, nothing unusual. Lots of kids did. The doctor recalled having his own invisible friend at Danny's age, and of course, they must understand why Danny's invisible friend was named Tony. Wendy said yes. Jack asked if they should point that out to Danny. Edmonds said why bother, let him realize it in his own time. Danny's fantasies were considerably deeper than the ordinary invisible friend syndrome, but he had felt he needed Tony that much more. Tony would come and show him pleasant things, sometimes amazing things, always good things like where Daddy's lost trunk was, or that they were going to take him to an amusement park for his birthday. Wendy cried out that it was eerie, the things he came out with sometimes, almost as if Edmonds smiled and finished. He had second sight? Wendy said weakly that Danny was born with a call. Edmonds laughed heartily, and the Torrances smiled too, amazed at how easy it was. Danny's occasional lucky guesses were something else they hadn't discussed much. Edmonds said it wasn't extrasensory but good old human perception, unusually keen. Jack knew his trunk was under the stairs, because he had looked everywhere else. Process of elimination. As for the amusement park, whose idea was that originally? Wendy admitted it was Danny's. They advertised on children's programs. He was wild to go, but they couldn't afford it and had told him so. Jack added that a men's magazine had sent a check for $50 for reprinting an old story, so they decided to spend it on Danny. Edmonds shrugged. Wish fulfillment plus a lucky coincidence. Jack swore that was probably exactly right. Edmonds said Danny himself had told the doctor that Tony often showed him things that never occurred, visions based on faulty perception. Danny was doing subconsciously what so-called mystics and mind readers did consciously and cynically. If life didn't cause him to retract his antenna, he would be quite a man. Wendy nodded. Of course she thought Danny would be quite a man, but the doctor's explanation struck her as glib, more margarine than butter. Edmonds had not lived with them. He hadn't been there when Danny found lost buttons, told her the TV guide might be under the bed, predicted he should wear rubbers to nursery school on a sunny morning before they walked home through pouring rain. He couldn't know the way Danny had of paraguessing them both, her deciding to have an unusual evening cup of tea and finding her cup already out with a tea bag in it, or remembering library books and finding them piled on the hall table with her card on top, or Jack deciding to wax the Volkswagen and finding Danny already outside watching. Aloud she asked why the nightmares now and why Tony told him to lock the bathroom door. Edmonds said he believed it was because Tony had outlived his usefulness. Tony was born at a time when she and Jack were straining to keep their marriage together. Jack drinking too much, the incident of the broken arm, the ominous quiet between them. Wendy felt the truth of that phrase. The stiff, tense meals, the nights Jack was gone while she lay dry-eyed on the couch, the mornings they stalked around each other like angry cats with a frightened mouse between them. But things had changed. Schizoid behavior was common in children, invisible friends, sitting in closets when depressed, talismanic blankets. When an adult saw things that weren't there, they were considered ready for the rubber room. When a child saw a troll or vampire, Adults smiled indulgently, with a one-sentence explanation that covered the whole range he'll grow out of it. Jack said the words as Edmonds blinked, and said they were his very words. He guessed Danny had been in a good position to develop a full-fledged psychosis, unhappy home life, big imagination, and instead of growing out of his childhood schizophrenia, he might have grown into it. Wendy asked if that meant becoming autistic, the word frightening her like dread and white silence. Edmund said possible, but not necessarily. Danny might simply have entered Tony's world someday and never come back to real things. But now the basic situation had changed drastically. Jack no longer drank. They were in a new place where conditions had forced them into a tighter family unit than ever before. Danny was in the perfect healing situation. The very fact that he could differentiate so sharply between Tony's world and real things said a lot about the fundamentally healthy state of his mind. He said they were no longer considering divorce. Was he as right as that? Wendy said yes, and Jack squeezed her hand almost painfully. She squeezed back. Edmund said Danny really didn't need Tony anymore. He was flushing him out of his system. Tony no longer brought pleasant visions, but hostile nightmares too frightening to remember except fragmentarily. He had internalized Tony during a desperate life situation, and Tony was not leaving easily. But he was leaving. Danny was a little like a junkie kicking the habit. He stood up, and the Torrances stood too. He reiterated, he wasn't a psychiatrist, but if the nightmares continued when Jack's job at the Overlook ended next spring, he would strongly urge them to take Danny to the man in Boulder. Jack said he would. Edmund said they could go tell Danny he could go home. Jack thanked him painfully, saying he felt better than he had in a very long time. Wendy agreed. At the door, Edmonds paused and looked at Wendy, asking if she did, or had had a sister named Aileen. Surprised, Wendy said yes. She was killed outside their home in New Hampshire when she was 6, and Wendy was 10, chasing a ball into the street, and struck by a delivery van. Edmonds asked if Danny knew that. Wendy didn't think so. Edmonds said Danny reported that she was thinking about her sister in the waiting room. Wendy said slowly that she was for the first time and she didn't know how long. In the examination room, a doctor asked Wendy and Jack whether the word red drum meant anything to them. Wendy signaled no, but Jack mentioned that Danny had spoken those syllables just before falling asleep the night before, though Jack had understood the phrase as red drum. The doctor corrected him firmly. Danny had been emphatic about rum, the alcoholic drink. Jack acknowledged the clarification and saw how the detail fit, then pulled out his handkerchief to wipe his lips. When the doctor asked next about The Shining, both parents shook their heads. The doctor dismissed it as unimportant and opened the door to the waiting room, calling for Danny Torrance. The boy looked up from a picture book he had been quietly sounding out to himself and ran to his father, who lifted him up. His mother tousled his hair. The doctor teased Danny with a mock offer to stay behind if he didn't love his parents. Danny refused with absolute certainty, throwing an arm around each of them, his face glowing with happiness. Smiling, the doctor told Wendy to call if any problems came up, though he didn't think she would. On the 1st of November, while Wendy and Danny hiked the old rutted road behind the row court toward an abandoned sawmill, Jack stayed behind. The warm autumn weather had given all three an improbable suntan. He went down to the basement to adjust the boiler pressure, then, on impulse, grabbed a flashlight from the shelf with the plumbing schematics. He intended to look through old papers and also scout good places for traps, though he wouldn't set them for another month, wanting the animals to finish their own vacations first. Stepping past the elevator shaft, which they never used at Wendy's insistence, and through a small stone arch, he wrinkled his nose at the smell of rotting paper. The boiler kicked on behind him with a loud whoosh that made him jump. The flashlight beam revealed a scale model of the Andes down here, dozens of boxes and crates stuffed with papers gone white and shapeless from age and damp. Some had broken open, spilling yellowed sheaves onto the stone floor. There were newspaper bales tied with hay rope, ledgers, and rubber-banded invoices. He pulled out an invoice and read by flashlight a 1954 delivery of toilet tissue to the Overlook from a Denver warehouse. Smiling, he let it drop back. His beam found a hanging bulb buried in cobwebs but no chain pull. Standing on tiptoe, he screwed the bulb in it, lit weakly. He wiped cobwebs with the same invoice, the glow barely improved. Wandering among the boxes with a flashlight, he searched for rat signs. He found old, powdery droppings and several shredded paper nests, all unused for what looked like years. Pulling a newspaper from one bundle, he read a headline about Johnson promising orderly transitions after Kennedy's work. It was the Rocky Mountain News from December 1963. He dropped it back. He felt a familiar fascination with ordinary history, the kind anyone experiences glancing through old news. He noticed gaps in the record's years when the hotel must have been closed, between owners. Ullman's explanations for the Overlook's rocky career still didn't fully convince Jack. The hotel's location should have guaranteed success, an American jet-set destination even before jets existed. Old desk registers confirmed it. Nelson Rockefeller, Henry Ford, Jean Harlow, Clark Gable, and Carol Lombard, even Darrell F. Zanuck taking the whole top floor for a week in 1956. Money should have rolled like a Comstock load. Management must have been spectacularly bad. History was buried here not just in headlines but in ledgers and room service chits. In 1922, Warren G. Harding had ordered a whole salmon and a case of beer at 10 p.m. But with whom? For what purpose? He checked his watch, and was surprised to find 45 minutes had vanished. His hands and arms were grimy, and he decided to head up for a shower before his family returned. Walking slowly between the mountains of paper, his mind ticked over possibilities with an exhilarating speed he hadn't felt in years. The book he had half-jokingly promised himself suddenly seemed real, maybe even buried right here in these disorderly heaps. A work of fiction or history or both, exploding outward from this central place. Under the cobwebbed light, he pulled out his handkerchief and scrubbed at his lips without thinking. Then he saw the scrapbook, 5 precarious boxes like a leaning tower, the top one stuffed with invoices and ledgers, and balanced on that a thick white leather scrapbook bound with 2 hanks of gold string tied in gaudy bows. He took it down, blew off a cloud of dust, and opened it. A card fluttered out. He caught it mid-air. The invitation was rich and creamy, with a raised engraving of the Overlook, every window alight, the lawn decorated with glowing Japanese lanterns. It was Horace Monsieur Derwent's masked ball for the hotel's grand opening on August 29, 1945, with dinner at 8 and unmasking at midnight. He could almost see the richest men in America, and their women in tuxedos and evening gowns, the band playing, glasses clinking, champagne corks popping. The war was nearly over. The future lay clean and shining. America was the colossus of the world. And at midnight, Derwent crying, "Unmask!" The masks coming off, and then an unbidden thought surfaced, Poe's Red Death holding sway over all. He frowned, unsure where that had come from. The Overlook on this invitation seemed the furthest thing from Edgar Allan Poe imaginable. He turned the page to a pasted newspaper article from May 1947 about the resort reopening with a stellar guest register. Derwent, the mysterious California millionaire, promised the Overlook would be a world showplace. He denied any interest in legalizing Colorado gambling with a smile that suggested otherwise, claiming gambling would cheapen the hotel. Jack turned again to a full-page ad from the New York Sunday Times, then to a story on Derwent himself, a balding man with rimless spectacles and a pencil-lined mustache, his face that of an accountant, but his eyes piercing even from newsprint. Jack skimmed rapidly, recalling a Newsweek piece from the year before. Derwent had been born poor in St. Paul, never finished high school, joined the Navy, rose fast, then left after a bitter fight over a propeller patent he had designed to fight the Navy won. But Derwent had gone on to acquire many more patents. In the late 20s and early 30s, he bought a bankrupt crop dusting company, turned it into an airmail service, and prospered. More patents followed: a monoplane wing design, a bomb carriage used on flying fortresses, an alcohol-cooled machine gun, a prototype ejection seat. Along the way, the accountant inside the same skin kept piling up investments, munitions factories, textile mills, chemical plants in the bankrupt South. By the end of the Depression, his wealth was just a handful of controlling interests bought at abysmal prices, saleable only at even lower ones. He had once boasted he could liquidate everything and realize the price of a 3-year-old Chevrolet. Jack recalled rumors that some of Derwent's survival tactics had been less than legal bootlegging, Midwestern prostitution, smuggling along the southern coast where his fertilizer plants operated, and eventually ties to emerging gambling interests in the West. Derwent's most famous investment was buying the failing Top Mark Studios, which had not produced a hit since its child star, little Marjorie Morris, died of a heroin overdose in 1934 at age 14. The studio had given her the biggest Hollywood funeral in history, claiming a wasting disease caught at an orphanage. Cynics said Top Mark spent that money because it knew it was burying itself. Derwent installed a ruthless businessman and notorious sex addict named Henry Finkel to run Top Mark. In the 2 years before Pearl Harbor, the studio cranked out 60 movies. 55 of them flouted the Hays office. Openly, the other 5 were government training films. The features were huge successes. During one production, an unnamed costume designer rigged a strapless bra for the heroine's grand ball scene, revealing almost everything. Derwent received credit for that invention too, and his notoriety grew. The war made him rich, and he stayed rich. Living in Chicago and rarely seen except at Derwent Enterprises board meetings, which he ran with an iron fist, he was rumored to own United Airlines, Las Vegas controlling interests in 4 hotel casinos, and involvement in 6 others, Los Angeles, and the entire United States. Reputed to be a friend to royalty, presidents, and underworld kingpins, many believed he was the richest man in the world. But even Derwent couldn't make the Overlook succeed, Jack thought. He set the scrapbook down, took his notebook and mechanical pencil from his breast pocket, jotted a reminder to look into Horace Derwent at the Sidewinder Library, then put the notebook back. He picked up the scrapbook again, his face preoccupied, eyes distant, constantly wiping his mouth with his hand as he turned pages. He skimmed the press releases pasted throughout announcements of expected guests. Lounge entertainers in Derwent's time, called the Red Eye Lounge, many of them Vegas names, and many guests from Top Mark's executive ranks. Then came a clipping from February 1952. Derwent was selling all his Colorado investments, natural gas, coal, hydroelectric power, a land development company holding options on over 500,000 acres in a financial power play. The Overlook had already been sold to a California group headed by Charles Grondin, a former director of the California Land Development Corporation. Derwent had sold out everything lock and barrel, not just the Overlook, but somehow he wiped his lips and wished for a drink. This would go better with a drink. He turned more pages. The California group ran the hotel for 2 seasons, then sold to a Colorado group called Mountain View Resorts, which went bankrupt in 1957 amid corruption charges. The company president shot himself 2 days after being subpoenaed to appear before a grand jury. The hotel closed for the rest of the decade. One Sunday feature showed photos of the place sinking into decay, peeling paint, a scabrous lawn, broken windows. Jack's heart clenched. That would be part of his book too, if he wrote it. The phoenix descending into ashes to be reborn. He promised himself to take very good care of the Overlook. Before today, he had never truly understood his responsibility to it, almost like a duty to history. In 1961, 4 writers, including 2 Pulitzer winners, leased the Overlook as a writer's school. It lasted 1 year. A student got drunk in a 3rd-floor room, crashed out the window and fell to his death on the cement terrace below the paper, hinted at suicide. Jack remembered someone Watson saying any big hotel has scandals, just as every big hotel has a ghost. People come and go. Suddenly, Jack felt the weight of the Overlook bearing down from above. 110 guest rooms, storage, kitchen, pantry, freezer, lounge, ballroom, dining room. Fragments of poetry and Poe drifted through his mind, women coming and going, the Red Death holding sway. He rubbed his lips and turned the page, now in the last third of the scrapbook. For the first time, he consciously wondered whose book this was, left atop the highest pile of records in the cellar. An April 1963 headline announced a Las Vegas group buying the Overlook to turn it into an exclusive key club for high-level executives. A spokesman named Robert T. Leffing declined to name specific investors. 4 months later, a squib noted the hotel had opened under new management, but the paper couldn't or wasn't interested in finding out who the key holders were, mentioning only the anonymous-sounding High Country Investments. He turned the page and blinked at the next clipping. Derwent was back in Colorado through the back door. Charles Grondin, who had headed High Country, was revealed to be the same man who had run Derwent's California group and later became an executive VP at Derwent Enterprises in Chicago. This sparked speculation that Derwent might have acquired the Overlook for the second time under peculiar circumstances. Grondin had been indicted and acquitted on tax evasion in 1960 and couldn't be reached for comment. Derwent, jealous of his privacy, had no comment. A state representative called for a full investigation. That clipping was dated July 1964. The next column from that September belonged to a muckraking investigator Jack vaguely recalled had died around 1968 or 1969. The piece questioned whether Colorado was becoming a mafia-free zone. The Overlook, a luckless white elephant run by nearly a dozen different groups since opening in 1910, was now a security-wrapped key club for unwinding businessmen. But what business were the key holders really in? A former High Country employee had provided a list of members present during a week in August. It included Charles Grondin, a Vegas impresario named Charles Baby Charlie Battaglia, but a long arrest record for gangland murder, drug traffic, prostitution, and murder for hire, though he'd only served time for tax evasion. Richard Scarn, principal stockholder of a company making slot machines, pinball machines, and jukeboxes, with convictions for assault, carrying a concealed weapon, and tax fraud conspiracy. And Peter Zeiss, a Miami importer nearing 70 fighting deportation as an undesirable person, convicted of receiving stolen property and tax fraud conspiracy, tried for murder and accessory to murder, and a large stockholder in Scarn's company with known interests in 4 Las Vegas casinos. Jack skimmed the remaining names on the list. A banker with Vegas connections, New York men whose business went beyond the garment district, reputed drug and vice figures. God, what a story! And they had all been here, right above him in those empty rooms, drinking champagne, making million-dollar deals, maybe in the very suites where presidents had stayed. A little frantically, he jotted another memo to check these people out at the Denver library when the caretaking job ended. Every hotel has its ghost. The Overlook had a whole coven. First suicide, then the mafia. Next came an angry denial from Charles Grondin. Jack smirked. Then a large folded clipping that made him gasp. The picture leaped out at him. The wallpaper had changed since 1966, but he recognized the window and view perfectly, the western exposure of the presidential suite. The sitting room wall by the bedroom door was splashed with blood and white flecks of brain matter. A blank-faced cop stood over a blanket-covered corpse. The headline reported a gangland-style shooting at the Colorado Hotel. A reputed crime overlord shot, 2 others dead. 40 miles from Sidewinder, a triple shotgun slaying had occurred at the Overlook. 2 of the dead were companions or bodyguards of Vittorio, Vito the Chopper Ginelli. The manager had heard shots. Guests reported 2 stalking masked men fleeing down the fire escape into a tan convertible. A state trooper found 2 Las Vegas men dead outside the presidential suite door. Inside, Ginelli's body sprawled on the floor, apparently fleeing when cut down by close-range, heavy-gauge shotguns. Charles Grondin could not be reached. Below the clipping, someone had written in ballpoint pen, "They took his balls along with them." Jack stared, feeling cold. Whose book was this? He turned the page at last, swallowing a click in his throat. Another Branigar column from early 1967, notorious hotel sold following murder of underworld figure. The following sheets were blank. He flipped back looking for a name, address, even a room number. Whoever kept this scrapbook had stayed at the hotel. Nothing. A voice called down the stairs, "Wendy." He started guiltily, as if caught drinking, and scrubbed his lips with his hand before answering that he was looking for rats. He heard her crossing the boiler room, and without thinking why, he stuffed the scrapbook under a pile of bills and stood up as she came through the arch. She asked what he had been doing. It was almost 3 o'clock. He smiled, said he'd gotten to rooting around, trying to find out where the bodies were buried. The words clanged back viciously in his mind. She came closer. He retreated a step unconsciously. He knew what she was doing, trying to smell liquor on him. She probably wasn't even aware of it, but he was, and it made him guilty and angry. She told him his mouth was bleeding, in a curiously flat tone. He touched his lips, winced at the sting, and his finger came away bloody. His guilt increased. She said he'd been rubbing his mouth again. He looked down and shrugged in admission. She asked if it had been hell for him, if it had gotten any easier. He forced his feet to move, crossed to her, slipped an arm around her waist, kissed her neck, and said yes. He asked where Danny was. She said somewhere around, that it had started to cloud up outside, and asked if he was hungry. He let his hand slide over her jeans-clad bottom with counterfeit lechery, playing a mock foreign accent about being a hungry bear. She warned him not to start something he couldn't finish. He kept rubbing, asking about dirty pictures and unnatural positions. As they passed through the arch, he threw one glance back at the box hiding the scrapbook. Whose scrapbook? Now, just a shadow. Relieved to have gotten her away, his lust became less acted, more natural, as they approached the stairs. She suggested a sandwich first, then twisted away giggling when he tickled her. He kept up the accent, saying it tickled nothing like what Jack Torrance would like to tickle her. She told him to lay off, proposed ham and cheese for the first course. They went up together. He didn't look back, but he thought of Watson's words about every big hotel having a ghost because people come and go. Then Wendy shut the basement door behind them, closing it into darkness. Danny was remembering someone else who had worked at the Overlook during the season, her warning about having seen something in a room where a bad thing happened. Room 217. She had made him promise not to go in there, to steer clear, but the door was perfectly ordinary, dark gray, halfway down a corridor off the main second-floor hallway. The numbers 217 looked just like the house numbers from their Boulder apartment. Below them was a tiny peephole. Danny had tried several from the inside. They gave a wide fisheye view of the corridor. From the outside you could screw up your eyes 7 ways to Sunday and see nothing. A dirty gyp. After the walk behind the Overlook, he and Mommy had come back. She fixed his favorite lunch cheese and bologna sandwich with Campbell's bean soup. They ate in Dick Hallorane's kitchen and talked, the radio playing thin, crackly music from the Estes Park station. The kitchen was his favorite place in the hotel. Mommy and Daddy must have felt the same way, because after a few days they had started eating there by mutual consent, gathering around Dick's butcher block. The dining room was too depressing, just 3 people surrounded by dozens of empty tables covered with plastic dustcloths. Mommy said it was like dinner inside a Horace Walpole novel. Daddy laughed and agreed. Danny didn't know who Horace Walpole was, but Mommy's cooking had started tasting better as soon as they ate it in the kitchen. Little flashes of Dick Hallorane's personality lay around, reassuring him like a warm touch. Mommy ate only half a sandwich and no soup. She guessed Daddy had gone for a walk since both vehicles were in the lot. She said she was tired and might lie down for an hour if Danny could amuse himself without trouble. He said he thought he could, around a mouthful of food. She suggested the playground and the sandbox for his trucks. He swallowed. The food went down as a dry, hard lump. He said maybe he would, turning to fiddle with the radio. She mentioned the neat hedge animals, adding that his father would have to trim them soon. He just said, yeah, thinking of Tony's warning about nasty things once it had to do with those damn hedges clipped to look like animals. She told him to tell his father she was lying down if he saw him first. Danny said sure. She put the dishes in the sink, came back, and asked if he was happy here. He looked at her guilelessly, a milk mustache on his lip, and said yes. She asked about bad dreams. He said no. Tony had come to him once while he lay in bed, calling faintly from far away, and Danny had squeezed his eyes shut until Tony went away. Wendy asked if Danny was sure about being okay. He said yes. She asked about his hand. He flexed it to show it was all better. Jack had burned the wasp nest under the Pyrex bowl in the incinerator, and they hadn't seen any more wasps since. He had written to a lawyer in Boulder, enclosing photos of Danny's hand, and the lawyer had called back 2 days ago. That call had put Jack in a foul temper all afternoon. The lawyer doubted they could successfully sue the bug bomb manufacturer, since only Jack could testify he had followed the printed directions. Jack asked about buying other bombs to test for the same defect. The lawyer said, even if all malfunctioned, results were doubtful, citing a case about an extension ladder and a man who broke his back. Wendy commiserated privately, but was just glad Danny had gotten off as cheaply as he had. Lawsuits were best left to people who understood them, and the Torrances had seen no more wasps. Wendy told Danny to go play and have fun. But he hadn't had fun. He wandered aimlessly through the hotel, poking into maids' closets and janitors' rooms, finding nothing interesting. A small boy padding along dark blue carpet woven with twisting black lines. He tried room doors from time to time, but all were locked. The passkey hung in the office downstairs. He knew where, but Daddy had told him not to touch it, and he didn't want to. Did he? There was nothing aimless about it after all. He had been drawn to room 217 by morbid curiosity. He remembered a story Daddy had read to him once when drunk, long ago but still vivid. Bluebeard. Mommy had scolded Daddy for reading something so horrible to a 3-year-old. In the story, Bluebeard's wife with corn-colored hair like Mommy lived in a big, ominous castle, not unlike the Overlook. Every day Bluebeard told her not to look in a certain room, though the key hung on a hook. She grew more and more curious, tried peeping through the keyhole and under the door with no success. When the door finally swung open, she discovered the severed heads of Bluebeard's 7 previous wives, each on its own pedestal, eyes rolled to white, mouths gaping in silent screams, blood running down the pedestals. Terrified, she turned to flee, only to find Bluebeard in the doorway with blazing eyes, unsheathing his sword. He told her, he had warned her not to enter, that in her curiosity she was like the other 7, and though he loved her best, her ending would be the same. Danny vaguely recalled a happy ending, but that paled beside the 2 dominant images, the maddening locked door with a great secret behind it, and the grisly secret itself. Severed heads. His hand reached out and stroked the doorknob furtively. He had no idea how long he had stood there hypnotized before the bland gray locked door. Mr. Halloran Dick had also said he thought he'd seen nasty things, but didn't think they could hurt you like scary pictures in a book. Maybe he wouldn't see anything. On the other hand, his left hand plunged into his pocket and came out holding the passkey. It had been there all along. He held it by the square metal tab marked Office in magic marker, twirling it on its chain. After several minutes, he stopped and slipped the passkey into the lock. It slid in smoothly, as if it had wanted to be there all along. He remembered Dick's warning about nasty things, remembered his own promise not to go in there. A promise was very important. Still, his curiosity itched like poison ivy in a forbidden scratch. But it was a dreadful kind of curiosity, the kind that makes you peek through your fingers during the scariest part of a scary movie. What was beyond that door would be no movie. Dick had said he didn't think those things could hurt you, scary pictures in a book. Suddenly he reached out with his left hand, removed the passkey and stuffed it back into his pocket. He stared at the door a moment longer, blue-gray eyes wide, then turned quickly and walked back down the corridor toward the main hallway. Something made him pause. Then he remembered that around this corner on the way back to the stairs was one of those old-fashioned fire extinguishers curled against the wall like a dozing snake. Daddy had explained they weren't chemical extinguishers. Those were in the kitchen, but the forerunner of modern sprinkler systems. The long canvas hoses hooked directly into the Overlook's plumbing, turning a single valve, made you a one-man fire department. Daddy said chemical extinguishers were much better because they smothered fires by removing oxygen, while high-pressure spray might just spread flames. Daddy said Mr. Ullman should replace the old hoses and the old boiler, but Ullman wouldn't because he was a cheap prick. One of the worst epithets Daddy could summon, applied to certain doctors, dentists, appliance repairmen, and the head of his English department, who had disallowed book orders. Daddy had fumed that the man was just saving the last $500 for himself. Danny looked around the corner. The extinguisher was there, a flat hose folded a dozen times, a red tank attached to the wall. Above it, an axe in a glass case like a museum exhibit, with white words on red in case of emergency, break glass. Danny could read, Emergency, the name of a favorite TV show, but was unsure of the rest. He didn't like how the word was used with that long, flat hose. Emergency meant fire, explosions, car crashes, hospitals, sometimes death. He didn't like how the hose hung blandly on the wall. When alone, he always skittered past these extinguishers as fast as he could. No particular reason. It just felt better and safer to go fast. His heart thumped loudly as he came around the corner and looked down the hall past the extinguisher to the stairs. Mommy was down there sleeping. If Daddy was back from his walk, he'd probably be in the kitchen eating a sandwich and reading. He just had to walk right past that old extinguisher and go downstairs. He started toward it, moving closer to the far wall until his right arm brushed the silk paper. 20 steps away. 15. A dozen. 10 steps away. The brass nozzle rolled off the fat loop it had been lying on and fell to the carpet with a dull thump. The dark bore of its muzzle pointed at Danny. He stopped immediately, shoulders twitching forward from the scare. His blood thumped thickly in his ears, and Temples's mouth went dry and sour, his hands curled into fists. But the nozzle only lay there, brass glowing mellowly, a loop of flat canvas leading back to the red frame bolted to the wall. So it had fallen off, so what? It was only a fire extinguisher. Stupid to think it looked like some poisonous snake that had hurt him and woken up. Even if the stitched canvas did look a little like scales, he would just step over it and walk a little faster to make sure it didn't snap out after him and curl around his foot. He wiped his lips with his left hand, unconsciously imitating his father, and took a step forward. No movement. Another step. Nothing. How stupid. He had gotten worked up thinking about that dumb room and that dumb story, and the hose was probably ready to fall off for the last 5 years. 8 steps away, the nozzle gleamed peacefully from the rug, as if to say not to worry, just a hose, and even if it wasn't, what it did wouldn't be much worse than a bee sting or a wasp sting. Why would it want to hurt a nice little boy except to bite and bite? Danny took another step, then another. His breath was dry and harsh, panic close now. He began to wish the hose would move so he would finally know and be sure. He took another step and was within striking distance. But it couldn't strike or bite when it was just a hose. Maybe it was full of wasps. His internal temperature plummeted. He stared at the black bore in the nozzle center, nearly hypnotized, maybe full of secret wasps. Brown bodies bloated with autumn poison dripping from stingers in clear drops. Suddenly, he knew he was nearly frozen with terror. If he didn't make his feet go now, they would lock to the carpet, and he would stay here staring at that black hole until Daddy found him. With a high moan, he made himself run. As he reached the hose, a trick of light made the nozzle seem to move, to revolve as if to strike. He leaped high in the air above it in his panic. It seemed his legs pushed him nearly to the ceiling, and he felt his cowlick brushing the plaster, though later, he knew that couldn't be true. He came down on the other side and ran, and suddenly, he heard it behind him, the soft, dry wicker of the brass snake's head slithering rapidly along the carpet after him like a rattlesnake through dry grass. It was coming for him, and the stairs seemed to retreat a running step into the distance for each step he took toward them. He tried to scream for Daddy, but his closed throat wouldn't allow a word. Behind him the sound grew louder, the dry sliding of the snake slipping swiftly over the carpet's hackles. At his heels now, perhaps rising up with clear poison dribbling from its brass snout. Danny reached the stairs and pinwheeled his arms for balance. For a moment, he seemed certain to cartwheel head over heels to the bottom. He threw a glance back over his shoulder. The hose had not moved. It lay as before, one loop off the frame, the brass nozzle pointing disinterestedly away. He berated himself for making it all up, for being a scaredy cat. He clung to the railing, legs trembling. His mind insisted. It had never chased him at all. It was nothing to be afraid of. He could go back and put the hose right into its frame if he wanted to, but he didn't think he would. What if it had chased him, and only retreated when it saw it couldn't quite catch him? The host seemed to ask if he would like to come back and try again. Panting, he ran downstairs. The Sidewinder Public Library was a small, retiring building 1 block from the business area, modest, vine-covered, with a concrete walk lying by the corpses of last summer's flowers. On the lawn stood a large bronze statue of a Civil War general Jack had never heard of, despite having been something of a buff in his teens. The newspaper files were kept downstairs: the defunct Sidewinder Gazette, the Estes Park Daily, and the Boulder Camera. No Denver papers. Sighing, he settled for the Camera. When the files reached 1965, the newspapers were replaced by microfilm spools. The librarian mentioned a federal grant they hoped to cover, 1958 to 1964, when the next check came. The only reading machine had a warped lens, and by the time Wendy put her hand on his shoulder 45 minutes after he switched from the actual papers, he had a thumping headache. Wendy said Danny was in the park, but she didn't want him outside too long, then asked how much longer he would be. He said 10 minutes. He had actually traced the Overlook's history through the gangland shooting to the takeover by Ullman's group, but felt reticent about telling her. She asked what he was doing, ruffling his hair with a half-teasing voice. He said he was looking up old Overlook history. When she asked if there was any particular reason, he said no, just curiosity. She asked if he found anything interesting. He said not much, struggling to keep his voice pleasant. She was prying, just as she always had at Stovington when Danny was still an infant, where he was going, when he'd be back, how much money he had, if he was taking the car, if one of them would stay sober. On and on. She had, pardon the expression, driven him to drink. Maybe not the only reason, but one of them. Nagging until you wanted to clout her just to shut her up. The reader with its distorted print, that was why he had such a headache. She asked if he was all right, said he looked pale. He snapped his head away from her fingers and insisted he was fine. She recoiled from his hot eyes, tried on a smile that didn't fit, and said she would wait in the park with Danny. Her smile dissolved into her bewilderment. He called her back, apologized, and admitted he wasn't really all right. The machine's lens was distorted, and he had a bad headache. He asked for aspirin. She pawed through her purse and produced a tin of anasin. He took it, then asked if she had any XIII. He saw the small recoil on her face. It had been a bitter joke between them early on, before the drinking got too bad. He claimed XIII was the only non-prescription drug that could stop a hangover dead. He had begun thinking of his morning after thumpers as XIII headache number VAT69. She said sorry, no XIII. He said these would do fine, but they wouldn't, and she should have known it. At times she could be the stupidest bitch. She offered to get him water. He wanted her to get the fuck out. He said he'd get some at the drinking fountain upstairs and thanked her. She said okay, and started up the stairs, good legs moving under a short tan wool skirt. He slipped the tin of anasin into his pocket absently, went back to the reader, and turned it off. When sure she was gone, he went upstairs himself. A vice gripper headache. If you were going to have one this bad, you ought to at least have the pleasure of a few drinks to balance it off. He tried to put the thought aside, more ill-tempered than ever. He went to the main desk, fingering a matchbook cover with a telephone number. He asked the librarian if she had a payphone. She said no, but he could use hers if local. He said it was long distance, sorry. She suggested the drugstore, they had a booth. He thanked her, went out past the anonymous Civil War general, and walked toward the business block, head thudding like a leaden bell. The sky was also leaden. It was November 7th. With a new month, the weather had turned threatening. Snow flurries had dusted everything in sparkling crystal, but there had been no sunlight today, and even as he reached the drugstore it began to spit snow again. The phone booth was at the back, halfway down an aisle of patent medicines, jingling change in his pocket. His eyes fell on the white boxes with green print. He took one to the cashier, paid, and went back to the booth. He pulled the door closed, put his change and matchbook cover on the counter, and dialed 0. He gave the operator the Fort Lauderdale number and the booth number. When she told him it would be $1.90 for the first 3 minutes, He dropped 8 quarters into the slot, wincing each time the bell bonged. Left in limbo with only faraway clickings and gabblings of connection-making, he took the green XIII bottle from its box, pried up the white cap, and dropped the cotton batting to the floor. Cradling the receiver between ear and shoulder, he shook out 3 white tablets and lined them up beside his remaining change. He recapped the bottle and put it in his pocket. At the other end, the phone was picked up on the first ring. A perky female voice answered. Jack asked to speak with the manager. She asked if he meant Mr. Trent, or he cut her off. He meant Mr. Ullman. She said she believed Mr. Ullman was busy but could check. He told her to do so, and to tell Ullman it was Jack Torrance calling from Colorado. The operator put Jack on hold. His dislike for Ullman, that cheap, self-important little prick, came flooding back. He took one of the XIII tablets from the counter, regarded it, then chewed it slowly and with relish. The dry, bitter taste flooded back like memory, making his saliva squirt in mingled pleasure and unhappiness. He swallowed with a grimace. Chewing aspirin had been a habit in his drinking days. He hadn't done it since. But when your headache was bad enough, chewing seemed to make them work quicker. He had read somewhere that chewing aspirin could become addictive. He frowned, trying to remember where. Then Ullman came on the line asking what the trouble was. Jack assured him there was no trouble. The boiler was fine and he hadn't gotten around to murdering his wife yet, saving that until after the holidays when things got dull. Ullman's response was frosty. He asked why Jack was calling. Jack explained he was calling about things Ullman had omitted from the Overlook's history, how Derwent sold to Las Vegas Sharpies, who shuffled it through dummy corporations, how they turned it into a playground for mafia bigwigs, and how it had to be shut down in 1966 when one of them got dead along with his bodyguards outside the presidential suite. Wilson, Harding, Roosevelt, Nixon, and Vito the Chopper. Ullman was silent for a moment, then said quietly, "You didn't see how that had any bearing on Jack's job." Jack pressed on. The best part happened after Ginelli was shot. 2 more shuffles, and suddenly the Overlook was owned by a private citizen named Sylvia Hunter, who just happened to be Sylvia Hunter Derwent from 1942 to 1948. The operator announced his 3 minutes were up. Ullman dismissed it as public knowledge and ancient history. Jack disagreed. It had formed no part of his knowledge, and he doubted many others knew all of it. People might remember the shooting, but not the wondrous shuffles the Overlook had been through since 1945. Derwent, or an associate, always seemed to come up with the door prize. He asked, "What Sylvia Hunter was running in 1967 and 1968, a whorehouse, wasn't it?" Ullman's shock crackled across 2,000 miles of cable. Smiling, Jack chewed another Excedrin. He added that she sold out after a well-known senator died of a heart attack up there, found naked except for black nylons, a garter belt, and patent leather pumps. Ullman cried that it was a vicious, damnable lie. Jack asked if it was. He was beginning to feel better, his headache draining away. He chewed the last tablet, enjoying the bitter, powdery taste. Ullman called it a very unfortunate occurrence and demanded to know the point if Jack was planning an ugly smear article or some ill-conceived blackmail idea. Jack said nothing of the sort. He called because Ullman hadn't played square with him. Ullman cried out in disbelief. Did Jack expect him to share a pile of dirty laundry with the caretaker? Who in heaven's name did Jack think he was? And how could those old stories affect him? Did Jack think there were ghosts parading the West Wing in bedsheets crying woe? Jack said no. But Ullman had raked up a lot of Jack's personal history before giving him the job, had him on the carpet quizzing him like a little boy. Ullman had embarrassed him. Ullman said he didn't believe Jack's cheek or damned impertinence, that he'd like to sack Jack and perhaps would. Jack suggested Al Shockley might object strenuously. Ullman said Jack might have finally overestimated Mr. Shockley's commitment to him. For a moment Jack's headache came back in full thudding glory. He closed his eyes. From a distance, he heard himself ask, who owned the Overlook now? Was it still Derwent Enterprises, or was Ullman too small fry to know? Ullman said that would do. Jack was an employee, no different from a bus boy or pot scrubber. Jack said he'd write Al would know since he was on the board of directors, and he might add a postscript. Ullman, Cut and Derwent didn't own it. The stockholders were all Easterners. Jack's friend Shockley owned the largest block himself, better than 35%. Jack would know better than Ullman if Shockley had ties to Derwent. Jack asked, "Who else?" Ullman refused to divulge other names and intended to bring the whole matter to someone's attention. Jack said one more question. Ullman said he was under no obligation. Jack asked about the scrapbook he'd found in the cellar, white leather covers, gold thread binding. Did Ullman know whose it might be? None at all. Could it have belonged to Grady, the caretaker who killed himself? Ullman said in deepest frost that he was by no means sure Grady could read, let alone dig out rotten apples. Jack said he was thinking of writing a book about the Overlook. If he got through it, the scrapbook's owner might like an acknowledgement. Ullman said writing such a book would be very unwise, especially from Jack's point of view. Jack said that didn't surprise him. His headache was gone now. After that one flash of pain, his mind felt sharp and accurate, the way he usually felt only when writing went extremely well or when he had a 3-drink buzz. Crunching 3 XIII was like an instant high. He added that what Ullman would like was some commissioned guidebook with glossy photos and a lemon meringue text, including a section on colorful guests who had stayed, excluding the really colorful ones like Janelli. Ullman said in clipped, strangled tones that if he felt he could fire Jack with 100% certainty instead of 95, he would do it over the phone right now. But with that 5% of uncertainty, he intended to call Shockley the moment Jack was off the line. Jack said there wasn't going to be anything in the book that wasn't true, no need to dress it up. An internal voice asked why he was baiting Ullman, whether he wanted to be fired. Ullman's voice rose. He didn't care if Chapter 5 was about the Pope screwing the shade of the Virgin Mary. He wanted Jack out of his hotel. Jack screamed that it wasn't Ullman's hotel, then slammed the receiver down. He sat on the stool, breathing hard, scared now, a lot scared, wondering why in God's name he had called Ullman. He had lost his temper again. No sense denying it. He had no idea how much influence that cheap little prick had over Al, or how much bullshit Al would take in the name of old friendship. If Ullman gave Al a "how it goes," or "I go" ultimatum, might Al be forced to take it? He closed his eyes and tried to imagine telling Wendy he'd lost another job this time, finding someone to punch out through 2,000 miles of telephone cable. He opened his eyes and wiped his mouth with his handkerchief. He wanted a drink, needed one. There was a cafe just down the street, surely time for a quick beer on his way to the park, just one to lay the dust. He clenched his hands helplessly. The question recurred. Why had he called Ullman in the first place? The number had been written in a notebook by the office phone. Jack had copied it onto a matchbook cover after getting out of bed, the idea full-blown and gleeful in his mind. But to what purpose? Once during the drinking phase, Wendy had accused him of desiring his own destruction, but lacking the moral fiber for a full-blown death, which so he manufactured ways for others to do it, lopping pieces off himself and their family. Could it be true? Was he afraid somewhere inside that the Overlook might be exactly what he needed to finish his play and collect his shit together? Was he blowing the whistle on himself? Please, God, no. Don't let it be that way. He closed his eyes, and an image arose, sticking his hand through that hole in the shingles, the sudden needling sting, his own agonized cry in the still air. Then another image from 2 years earlier, stumbling into the house at 3 a.m, drunk, falling over a table, sprawling on the floor, waking Wendy on the couch. She turned on the light and saw his ripped, smeared clothes, crusted blood under his nose. He looked up at her, blinking stupidly. She said dully that he was a son of a bitch for waking Danny up, asking if he couldn't care a little bit about them, if not about himself, then wondering why she even bothered talking to him. The telephone rang, making him jump. He snatched it, illogically sure it was Ullman or Al. He barked a greeting. The operator told him his overtime was $3.50. He said he'd have to break someone's and to wait a minute. He put the phone on the shelf, deposited his last 6 quarters, and went out to the cashier for more. He performed the transaction automatically, his mind running in a single closed circle like a squirrel on an exercise wheel. Why had he called Ullman? Because Ullman had embarrassed him? He had been embarrassed before, and by real masters, the Grand Master being himself, simply to crow at the man and expose his hypocrisy? Jack didn't think he was that petty. His mind tried to seize on the scrapbook as a valid reason, but that wouldn't hold water either. The chances of Ullman knowing who owned it were no more than 2 in 1,000. At the interview, Ullman had treated the cellar as another country, a nasty, underdeveloped one. If Jack had really wanted to know, he would have called Watson, whose winter number was also in the office notebook. Even Watson wouldn't have been a sure thing, but surer than Ullman. Telling Ullman about the book idea had been another stupid thing. Incredibly stupid. Besides jeopardizing his job, he could be closing off wide channels of information once Ullman called around warning people about New Englanders asking questions about the Overlook. He could have done his research quietly, mailing polite letters, maybe arranging interviews in the spring, then laughed up his sleeve at Ullman's rage when the book came out and Jack was safely away. Instead, he had made that senseless call, lost his temper, antagonized Ullman, and brought out all of the manager's Little Caesar tendencies. Why? If it wasn't an effort to get himself thrown out of the good job Al had snagged for him, then what was it? He deposited the rest of the money in the slots and hung up. It was the senseless kind of thing he might have done if drunk, but he had been dead cold sober. Walking out of the drugstore, he crunched another XIII into his mouth, grimacing yet relishing the bitter taste. Outside, he met Wendy and Danny. She said they were just coming after him. It was snowing. He blinked up and agreed. Main Street was already heavily powdered, the center line obscured. Danny tilted his head to the white sky, mouth open and tongue out to catch fat flakes. Wendy asked if this was it. Jack shrugged. He didn't know. He had hoped for another week or two of grace. Grace? That was it. He thought of how many times he, a grown man, had asked for the mercy of another chance. He was suddenly so sick of himself, he could have groaned aloud. Wendy studied him closely and asked about his headache. He put an arm around her, hugged her tight, said it was better, and told them to go home while they still could. They walked back to the hotel truck, Jack in the middle with his arm around Wendy's shoulders and his right hand holding Danny's. He had called it home for the first time, for better or worse. As he got behind the wheel, it occurred to him that while fascinated by the Overlook, he didn't much like it. He wasn't sure it was good for any of them. Maybe that was why he had called Ullman to be fired while there was still time. He backed the truck out and headed them out of town and up into the mountains. That night at 10 o'clock, their quarters were filled with counterfeit sleep. Jack lay on his side facing the wall, eyes open, listening to Wendy's slow breathing, the taste of dissolved aspirin still rough and numbing on his tongue. Al Shockley had called at 6:15, 7:45 back east. Wendy had been downstairs with Danny by the lobby fireplace reading. The operator announced a person-to-person call for Jack. He identified himself, wiped his lips with his handkerchief, lit a cigarette, then snuffed it, and groped for the XIII bottle. Al's voice came strong in his ear, asking what in God's name Jack was up to. Jack said hi, Al explained. He had gotten a weird call from Stuart Ullman that afternoon, and when Stu Ullman called long distance out of his own pocket, the shit had hit the fan. Jack said Ullman had nothing to worry about, and neither did Al. Al pressed for what exactly the nothing was that they didn't have to worry about, saying Ullman made it sound like a cross between blackmail and a National Enquirer feature. Jack admitted. He wanted to poke Ullman a little. When he came for the interview, Ullman had dragged out all his dirty laundry drinking problem, lost his last job for racking over a student, questioning if he was the right man. What bugged Jack was that Ullman brought it all up because he loved the goddamn hotel so much, the beautiful, traditional, sacred Overlook. Well, Jack had found a scrapbook in the basement. Someone had put together all the less savory aspects of Ullman's cathedral, and it looked like a little black mass had been going on after hours. Al said he hoped that was metaphorical. Jack said it was, but he did find out Al cut him off, saying he knew the hotel's history. Jack ran a hand through his hair and admitted calling Ullman to poke him, that it wasn't very bright and he wouldn't do it again. End of story. Al said Stu claimed Jack was planning to air dirty laundry himself. Jack barked that Stu was an asshole. He had told Ullman about an idea of writing about the Overlook. Yes, he thought the place formed an index of the whole post-World War II American character, an inflated claim stated baldly. He knew, but it was all there. It could be a great book, but it was far in the future. Al said that wasn't good enough. Jack gaped at the receiver, unable to believe what he had heard. Al repeated himself. Far in the future for Jack might be 2 years or 5 for Al. It was 30 or 40 because he expected to be associated with the Overlook a long time. The thought of Jack doing a scum job on his hotel and passing it off as great American writing made Al sick. Jack was speechless. Al said he tried to help Jack. They went through the war together, and Al thought he owed some help. Did Jack remember the war? Jack muttered that he remembered, but coals of resentment glowed around his heart. First Ullman, then Wendy, now Al. National Let's Pick Jack Torrance Apart week. Al continued before Jack hit that Hatfield kid. Al had talked the board out of letting Jack go, and even swung them around to considering tenure. Jack blew that himself. Al got him this hotel thing, a nice quiet place to get together, finish his play, and wait until he and Harry Effinger could convince the rest that they made a big mistake. Now it looked like Jack wanted to chew Al's arm off on his way to a bigger killing. Was that how Jack said thanks to his friends? Jack whispered no. He didn't dare say more. His head throbbed with hot, acid-etched words wanting out. He thought of Danny and Wendy depending on him, sitting peacefully downstairs in front of the fire, thinking everything was okay. If he lost this job, what then? California and that tired old VW like Dust Bowl Okies. He would get down on his knees and beg Al before letting that happen, but still the words struggled to pour out. Al asked sharply what Jack had said. Jack repeated no, that was not how he treated his friends, and Al knew it. Al asked how he knew it at worst. Jack planned to smear his hotel by digging up bodies decently buried years ago at best. He called Ullman and worked him into a frenzy as a stupid kid's game. Jack said it was more than a game. It was easier for Al. Al didn't have to take some rich friend's charity. He didn't need a friend in court because he was the court. The fact that Al had been one step from a brown bag lush went pretty much unmentioned. Al supposed it did, his voice tired. But he couldn't help that. Couldn't change that. Jack said emptily that he knew, then asked if he was fired. Al better tell him. Al said not if Jack would do 2 things for him. Jack agreed immediately. Al asked if he shouldn't hear the conditions first. Jack said no, give him the deal and he'd take it. There was Wendy and Danny to think about. If Al wanted his balls, he'd send them airmail. Al asked if self-pity was a luxury Jack could afford. Jack closed his eyes, slid an XIII between his dry lips, and said at this point it felt like the only one he could afford. Fire away. No pun intended. Al was silent, then laid out the terms first. No more calls to Ullman, not even if the place burned down. If that happened, call Watson. Jack agreed. Second, Al wanted Jack's word of honor. No book about a famous Colorado mountain hotel with a history. For a moment Jack's rage was so great he could not speak, blood beating loudly in his ears. It felt like a call from some 20th century Medici prince. No portraits of my family, with warts showing please, or back to the rabble you go. He subsidized no pictures, but pretty pictures. Of course they were friends, both civilized men who had shared bed and board and bottle. They would always be friends, and the dog collar on Jack would always be ignored by mutual consent. All Al asked in return was Jack's soul, a small item they could ignore having handed over, like the dog collar. Al added that there were Michelangelos begging in the streets of Rome. Al asked if Jack was there. Jack made a strangled noise meant to be yes. Al said firmly that he didn't think he was asking so much. There would be other books. Jack couldn't expect Al to subsidize him while he did that. Jack agreed. Al said he didn't want Jack to think he was trying to control his artistic life. Jack knew him better than that. Jack interrupted to ask if Derwent was still involved with the Overlook somehow. Al said he didn't see how that could possibly be Jack's concern. Jack distantly agreed. He supposed it wasn't. He said he thought he heard Wendy calling him. and would get back to Al. Al agreed, commenting that they'd have a good talk, then asked how things were dry. Jack answered, as a bone, though inside he was screaming at Al for taking his pound of flesh. Al said he was actually beginning to enjoy sobriety. Jack cut him off, repeating that Wendy was calling, and Al let him go. He hung up, and then the cramps came hitting like lightning bolts, making him curl up in front of the telephone like a penitent, hands over his belly, head throbbing like a monstrous bladder. The moving wasp, having stung, moves on. When Wendy came upstairs and asked who had been on the phone, Jack said Al had called to ask how things were going, and he said fine. She told him he looked terrible and asked if he was sick. He said the headache was back, and he was going to bed early, no sense trying to write. She offered warm milk. He smiled wanly and said that would be nice. Now he lay beside her, feeling her warm, sleeping thigh against his, thinking of how he had groveled, still hot and cold by turns. Someday, there would be a reckoning, a book, not the soft, thoughtful thing he had first considered, but a gem-hard work of research, photo section and all. He would pull apart the entire Overlook history, nasty incestuous ownership deals and everything, spread it out like a dissected crayfish. And if Al Shockley had connections with the Derwent Empire, then God help him. Strung up like piano wire, he lay staring into the dark, knowing it might be hours before he could sleep. Wendy lay on her back, eyes closed, listening to her husband's slumber, the long inhale, the brief hold, the slightly guttural exhale. She wondered where he went when he slept to some amusement park of dreams where all riders were free, and no wife mother told them they'd had enough hot dogs or better be going to get home by dark, or to some fathoms deep bar where drinking never stopped, batwings always propped open. Old companions gathered around the electronic hockey game with glasses in hand, Al Shockley prominent among them, with loosened tie, a place where both she and Danny were excluded, and the boogie went on endlessly. She was worried about him. The old helpless worry she had hoped was behind her forever in Vermont, as if worry couldn't cross state lines. She didn't like what the Overlook seemed to be doing to Jack and Danny. The most frightening thing, vaporous and unmentioned, perhaps unmentionable, was that all of Jack's drinking symptoms had come back one by one, all but the drink itself. The constant wiping of lips, long pauses at the typewriter, more balls of paper in the wastebasket. There had been a bottle of XIII on the telephone table tonight after Al called, but no water glass. He had been chewing them again. He got irritated over little things. He would unconsciously start snapping his fingers in a nervous rhythm when things got too quiet. Increased profanity. She began to worry about his temper, too. It would almost be a relief if he would lose it, blow off steam, the way he went down to the basement to dump the press on the boiler. It would almost be good to see him curse and kick a chair across the room or slam a door. But those things, once integral to his temperament, had almost wholly ceased. Yet she had the feeling Jack was more and more often angry with her or Danny, refusing to let it out. The boiler had a pressure gauge, old, cracked, clotted with grease, but still workable. Jack had none. She had never been able to read him very well. Danny could, but Danny wasn't talking. When Al's call came, Danny had lost all interest in the story they were reading. He left her by the fire and crossed to the main desk where Jack had built a roadway for matchbox cars. He began pushing the violet Volkswagen rapidly back and forth. Watching him over the top of her book, she saw an odd amalgam of the ways she and Jack expressed anxiety, wiping lips, running both hands nervously through his hair, as she had done waiting for Jack to come home from the bars. She couldn't believe Al had called just to ask how things were going. If you wanted to shoot the bull, you called Al. When Al called you, that was business. Later, coming back downstairs, she found Danny curled up by the fire again, reading with complete absorbed attention, the fidgety distraction gone. Watching him, she was struck again by the eerie certainty that Danny knew and understood more than there was room for in Dr. Edmund's philosophy. She told him it was time for bed. He marked his place, agreed to wash up and brush his teeth, promised not to forget the floss. They stood side by side watching the wax and wane of the coals. The lobby was chilly and drafty, but the circle around the fireplace was magically warm. She casually mentioned that Uncle Al had been on the phone. Danny showed total unsurprise. She wondered if Uncle Al was mad at Daddy. Danny said yeah, he sure was. He didn't want Daddy to write the book about the hotel. The question on her lips, "How do you know that?" She didn't ask. She didn't want to upset him before bed, or make him aware they were casually discussing his knowledge of things he had no way of knowing. She was convinced he did know. Edmund's patter about inductive reasoning and subconscious logic was just that patter. She shook her head, told him to go wash up, and he ran upstairs. Frowning, she went into the kitchen to warm Jack's milk. Now lying wakeful in her bed, listening to the wind outside, they'd had only another flurry that afternoon. Still no heavy snow, she turned her mind to her lovely, troubling son, born with a caul over his face, a simple tissue of membrane doctors saw perhaps once in every 700 births. A tissue old wives' tales said betokened second sight. She decided it was time to talk to Danny about the Overlook and high time to get him to talk to her. Tomorrow, for sure. They would go down to Sidewinder Public Library to get him second-grade books on extended loan through the winter, and she would talk to him. Frankly, with that thought she felt a little easier, and at last began to drift toward sleep. Danny lay awake in his bedroom, eyes open, left arm encircling his aged and slightly worse for wear, one shoe button eye missing, stuffing oozing from sprung seams, listening to his parents sleep. He felt as if he were standing unwilling guard over them. The nights were the worst. The constant howl of wind around the west side of the hotel. His glider floated overhead from a string. On his bureau, the VW model glowed dimly fluorescent purple. A place for everything and everything in its place, Mommy said. Then you know where it is when you want it. But now things had been misplaced. Things were missing. Worse, things had been added. Things you couldn't quite see, like in those pictures that said, "Can you see the Indians?" If you strained and squinted, you could see some. The cactus was really a brave with a knife in his teeth, others hiding in rocks, one evil face peering through the spokes of a covered wagon wheel. But you could never see all of them, and that made you uneasy. It was the ones you couldn't see that would sneak up behind you with a tomahawk in one hand and a scalping knife in the other. He shifted uneasily, eyes searching out the comforting glow of the nightlight. Things were worse here. At first they hadn't been so bad, but little by little his daddy thought about drinking a lot more. Sometimes he was angry at Mommy and didn't know why. He went around wiping his lips, eyes far away and cloudy. Mommy was worried about him and Danny too. He didn't have to shine into her to know that it had been in the anxious way she questioned him on the day the fire hose seemed to turn into a snake. Mr. Halloran said he thought all mothers could shine a little bit, and she had known that day that something had happened, but not what. He had almost told her, but a couple of things held him back. He knew the doctor had dismissed Tony and what Tony showed him as perfectly normal, well, almost. His mother might not believe him if he told her about the hose. Worse, she might believe him in the wrong way, think he was losing his marbles. He understood a little about losing your marbles, not as much as he did about getting a baby, which his mother had explained at length the year before. Once at nursery school, his friend Scott had pointed out a boy named Robin Stenger moping around the swings with a face almost long enough to step on. Robin's father taught arithmetic at Daddy's school. Scott's father taught history there. Most nursery school kids were associated either with Stovington Prep, with a small IBM plant just outside town. The prep kids chummed in one group. IBM kids and another. Cross friendships happened, but it was natural for kids whose fathers knew each other to stick together. When an adult scandal hit one group, it almost always filtered down to the children in wildly mutated form, but rarely jumped to the other group. He and Scotty had been sitting in the play rocket ship when Scotty jerked his thumb at Robin and asked if Danny knew that kid. Danny said yeah. Scott leaned forward and announced that Robin's dad had lost his marbles last night, and they took him away. Danny asked if that happened just for losing some marbles. Scott looked disgusted, explained that the man went crazy, crossed his eyes, flopped out his tongue, and twirled his fingers around his ears, taken to the bug house. Danny asked when they would let him come back. Scott answered darkly. Never. Never. Over the next day, Danny heard multiple versions. Mr. Stenger had tried to kill his whole family with a Will-Will-Chew pistol. He had ripped the house to pieces while Stinko he had been discovered eating a bowl of dead bugs and grass-like cereal while crying. He had tried to strangle his wife with a stocking when the Red Sox lost a big game. Troubled, Danny asked his father. Jack took him on his lap and explained that Mr. Stenger had been under great strain about his family, his job, and things only doctors could understand. He had crying fits, and 3 nights ago he got crying and couldn't stop, breaking many things. Daddy said it wasn't losing your marbles but having a breakdown, and Mr. Stenger wasn't in a bug house but a sanitarium. Despite the careful explanations, Danny was scared there seemed no difference at all between losing your marbles and having a breakdown, and whether you called it a bug house or a sanitarium, there were still bars on the windows, and they wouldn't let you out. His father had innocently confirmed another of Scotty's phrases in the place where Mr. Stenger now lived. There were the men in the white coats. They came to get you in a gravestone gray truck with no windows, rolled up to the curb, took you away from your family, and made you live in a room with soft walls. If you wanted to write home, you had to do it with Crayolas. Danny asked when they would let Mr. Stenger come back. Jack said just as soon as he was better. Danny persisted. When would that be? Jack said no one knows. That was the worst of all, another way of saying never, never, never. A month later, Robin's mother took him out of nursery school, and they moved away without Mr. Stenger. That had been over a year ago, after Daddy stopped taking the bad stuff but before he lost his job. Danny still thought about it often. Sometimes when he fell or bumped his head or had a bellyache, he would cry, and the memory would flash over him, accompanied by the fear that he would not be able to stop crying, that he would go on and on until his daddy phoned for the men in the white coats to take him to the sanitarium because he'd lost his marbles. The gray windowless truck would roll up, they would load him in still weeping hysterically, and take him away. When would he see his mommy and daddy again? No one knows. This fear kept him silent. A year older, he was quite sure his parents wouldn't let him be taken away for thinking a fire hose was a snake. His rational mind was sure, but when he thought of telling them, that old memory rose like a stone filling his mouth. Things like Tony came from being bright, which they both assumed he was, but a fire hose turning into a snake, or seeing blood and brains on the wall of the presidential suite when no one else could, those things wouldn't be natural. They had already taken him to a regular doctor. Was it not reasonable to assume the men in the white coats might come next? He might have told them, except he was sure they would want to take him away from the hotel. He desperately wanted to get away from the Overlook, but he also knew this was his daddy's last chance. Daddy was here to do more than take care of the place, to work on his papers, to get over losing his job, to love Mommy. Until very recently, it had seemed those things were happening. Only lately had Daddy begun to have trouble since he found those papers. A phrase echoed in Danny's mind, this inhuman place makes human monsters. What did that mean? He had prayed to God, but God hadn't told him. And what would Daddy do if he stopped working here? He had tried to find out from Daddy's mind, and became more and more convinced that Daddy didn't know. The strongest proof came earlier this evening, when Uncle Al called and said mean things, and Daddy didn't dare say anything back because Uncle Al could fire him just as Mr. Cromert and the board had fired him from teaching. Daddy was scared to death of that, for himself and for them. So Danny didn't dare say anything. He could only watch helplessly and hope there weren't really any Indians at all, or if there were, that they would be content to wait for bigger game and let their little 3-wagon train pass unmolested. But he couldn't believe it, no matter how hard he tried. Things were worse at the Overlook now. The snow was coming, and when it did, any poor options he had would be abrogated. After the snow, when they were shut in at the mercy of whatever might have only been toying with them before, what then? Redrum. He shivered and turned over again. He could read more now. Tomorrow maybe he would try to call Tony, make him show exactly what Redrum was, and if there was any way to prevent it, he would risk the nightmares. He had to know. Danny was still awake long after his parents' false sleep became real. He rolled in his bed, twisting the sheets, grappling with a problem years too big for him, awake like a single sentinel on picket. Sometime after midnight he slept too, and then only the wind was awake, prying at the hotel and hooting in its gables under the bright gimlet gaze of the stars. Someone had added a very old Buick car radio under the hotel truck's dashboard. Now, tinny and choked with static Creedence Clearwater Revival came out of the speaker. Wendy and Danny were on their way down to Sidewinder. The day was clear and bright. Danny was turning Jack's orange library card over and over and seemed cheerful enough, but Wendy thought he looked drawn and tired, as if he hadn't been sleeping enough and was running on nervous energy alone. The song ended. The disc jockey commented on the bad moon rising over the listening area, despite the beautiful spring-like weather of the last few days. High pressure would give way by afternoon to a low-pressure area that would grind to a stop. Temperatures would fall rapidly. Precipitation starting around dusk, sleet and snow below 7,000 feet, nothing but snow up higher. Accumulations of 6 to 10 inches in central Colorado. The Highway Advisory Board said the chain law would be in effect. The announcer added jocularly that this was how the Donners got into trouble. They weren't as close to the nearest 7-Eleven as they thought. A commercial came on. Wendy snapped the radio off and asked if Danny minded. He said no. He guessed Daddy picked just the right day to trim those hedge animals. Wendy agreed. Danny added hopefully that it sure didn't look much like snow. She asked if he was getting cold feet. He said no, he guessed not. She thought, this is the time. If you're going to bring it up, do it now, or forever hold your peace. She asked as casually as possible whether Danny would be happier if they went away from the Overlook, if they didn't stay the winter. He looked down at his hands and admitted yes, but it was Daddy's job. She said carefully that she sometimes got the idea Daddy might be happier away from the Overlook too. She took the truck cautiously around a hairpin and shifted up. Danny asked if she really thought so, looked at her with interest for a moment, then shook his head. No, he didn't think so. She asked why not. Danny chose his words carefully because Daddy was worried about them. It was hard to explain, he understood so little himself. An incident with a big kid wanting to steal a department store TV set had been distressing, but at least clear, even to Danny as an infant. But grown-ups were always in turmoil, every possible action muddied by thoughts of consequences, self-doubt, self-image, love, and responsibility. Every choice seemed to have drawbacks. Sometimes he didn't understand why the drawbacks were drawbacks. He began again, then looked quickly at his mother. She was watching the road, not him, so he continued. Daddy thought maybe they would be lonely, but also that he liked it here, and it was a good place for them. He loved them, and didn't want them lonely or sad, but even if they were, it might be okay in the long run. Did she know? Long run? She nodded. Daddy was worried that if they left, he couldn't get another job, they'd have to beg or something. Wendy asked if that was all. Danny said no, but the rest was all mixed up because Daddy was different now. Wendy almost sighed, eased the truck into third gear as the grade lessened. Danny insisted he wasn't making it up. She said she knew. She asked if Tony had told him. He said no, he just knew. That doctor hadn't believed in Tony, had he? She told him never mind that doctor, she believed in Tony. She didn't know what Tony was or where he came from, but she believed. If Danny or Tony thought they should go, they would. The two of them would leave and rejoin Daddy in the spring. Sharp hope crossed his face. Where a motel? She said they couldn't afford a motel. It would have to be at her mother's. The hope died. He started to say he knew, then stopped. She pressed him, shifting back to second as the grade steepened, saying this talk should have happened weeks ago. She wouldn't be mad. It was too important, he should talk straight. Danny said he knew how she felt about her mother. She asked how she felt. Bad, he said, then rhymed in a sing-song that frightened her. Bad, sad, mad, like the woman wasn't her mommy at all, like she wanted to eat her. He looked frightened. He didn't like it there. She was always thinking how she would be better for him than Wendy, how she could get him away. He'd rather be at the Overlook than there. Wendy was shaken. If it was that bad between her and her mother, what hell for the boy if he could truly read their thoughts for each other. She felt more naked than naked, caught in an obscene act. She told him it was all right. Danny said in a small, near-tears voice that she was mad at him. She insisted she wasn't just shook up. They passed a 15-mile sign to Sidewinder. She relaxed a little. The road was better from here. One more question, she said, and she wanted the most truthful answer she could get. Had his daddy been drinking again? He said no, and silently smothered the two words that rose behind that simple negative. Not yet. Wendy relaxed a little more, squeezed his leg, said Daddy had tried very hard because he loved them, and they loved him. Danny nodded gravely. Almost to herself, she said Jack wasn't perfect, but he had tried so hard. When he stopped, he went through a kind of hell, still going through it. If not for them, she thought, he would have let go. She wanted to do right, but didn't know should they go or stay. It was like choosing between the fat and the fire. Danny said he knew. She asked if he would try to make Tony come right now, ask if they were safe at the Overlook. Danny said slowly that he already tried that morning. She asked what happened, what Tony said. He said Tony didn't come and burst into tears. Alarmed, she told him not to do that. The truck swerved, and she pulled it back, scared. Through his tears, Danny begged not to be taken to Grandma's. He wanted to stay with Daddy. Softly, she agreed. She handed him a Kleenex from her shirt pocket. They would stay. Everything would be fine. Jack came onto the porch, tugging his zipper tab under his chin, blinking into the bright air. In his left hand, a battery-powered hedge clipper. With his right, he pulled a fresh handkerchief from his back pocket, wiped his lips, and tucked it away. The radio had predicted snow. Hard to believe, even though he could see clouds building on the far horizon. He started down the path to the topiary, switching the clipper to the other hand. It wouldn't be a long job. A little touch-up would do. Cold nights had stunted growth. The rabbit's ears looked fuzzy. Two of the dog's legs had fuzzy green bone spurs. The lions and buffalo looked fine. A little haircut, then let the snow come. The concrete path ended like a diving board. He stepped off, walked past the drain pool to the gravel path winding through the hedge sculptures into the playground. He approached the rabbit, pressed the button on the clipper handle, and it hummed to life. He greeted Brer Rabbit facetiously, asked for a little off the top and extra off the ears, then launched a joke about a traveling salesman and an old lady with a poodle. His voice sounded unnatural and stupid in his own ears. He stopped. He didn't care much for these hedge animals. It had always seemed slightly perverted to clip and torture a plain hedge into something it wasn't. Along a Vermont highway there had been a hedge billboard advertising ice cream. Making Nature peddle ice cream was just wrong, grotesque. He reminded himself he wasn't hired to philosophize. He clipped along the rabbit's ears, brushing twigs onto the grass. The clipper hummed in that low, metallic way of all battery-powered appliances. The sun was brilliant but held no warmth. Now it wasn't so hard to believe snow was coming. Working quickly, knowing that stopping to think often meant a mistake, he touched up the rabbit's face close up. It didn't look like a face at all, but at 20 paces light and shadow, and the viewer's imagination would suggest one, then zipped the clippers along its belly. He shut them off, walked toward the playground, then turned back abruptly to see the whole rabbit. Yes, it looked all right. He would do the dog next. But if this were his hotel, he would cut the whole damn bunch down, just cut them, resod the lawn where they'd been, and put in half a dozen small metal tables with gaily colored umbrellas. People could have cocktails on the Overlook's lawn, slow gin fizzes, margaritas, pink ladies, sweet tourist drinks, a rum and tonic maybe. He took his handkerchief out and slowly rubbed his lips. Nothing to think about. He was going to start back, then some impulse changed his mind, and he went down to the playground instead. It was funny how you never knew kids, he thought. He and Wendy had expected Danny would love the playground, everything a kid could want. But Jack didn't think the boy had been down half a dozen times, if that. He supposed if there had been another kid to play with, it would have been different. The gate squeaked as Jack let himself in. Crushed gravel crunched under his feet. He went first to the playhouse, a perfect scale model of the Overlook itself, coming up to his lower thigh, about Danny's height. He hunkered down and looked in the third-floor windows, speaking hollowly about the giant coming to eat everyone in their beds and telling them to kiss their AAA rating goodbye. Not funny. The house opened on a hidden hinge. Inside was a disappointment painted walls, but mostly hollow, of course, so kids could get inside. Any play furniture was probably packed away. He closed it, hearing the small click of the latch. He walked to the slide, set down the hedge clipper, glanced back at the driveway to make sure Wendy and Danny hadn't returned, then climbed to the top and sat. This was the big kid slide, but uncomfortably tight for his grown-up frame. How long since he had been on a slide? 20 years? It didn't feel that long, but it had to be. He remembered his father taking him to the park in Berlin when he was Danny's age, the whole bit slide, swings, teeter-totters. They would have a hot dog lunch, buy peanuts from the cart man, sit on a bench to eat, while dusky clouds of pigeons flocked around their feet. His dad would call them scavenger birds and tell Jack not to feed them, but they both would end up feeding them, giggling at the greedy way the pigeons ran after the nuts. Jack didn't think his father had ever taken his brothers to the park. Jack had been the favorite, and even so he had taken his lumps when the old man was drunk, which was a lot of the time, but Jack had loved him for as long as he was able, long after the rest of the family could only hate and fear him. He pushed off with his hands and went to the bottom, but the trip was unsatisfying. The unused slide had too much friction, no pleasant speed built up. His adult feet thumped into the slight dip where thousands of children's feet had landed before him. He stood, brushed off his pants, looked at the hedge clipper, then went to the swings instead. Also a disappointment. The chains had rusted since the close of the season and squealed like things in pain. He promised himself he would oil them in the spring. He told himself to stop. He wasn't a kid anymore and didn't need this place to prove it. He passed up the cement rings as too small and went to the security fence marking the edge of the grounds. He curled his fingers through the links and looked through, sunlight cross-hatching shadow lines on his face like a man behind bars. He recognized the similarity, shook the chain link, put on a harried expression, and whispered for them to let him out. For the third time, not funny. Time to get back to work. Then he heard the sound behind him. He turned quickly, frowning, embarrassed, wondering if someone had seen him fooling around in kiddie country. His eyes ticked off the slides, the seesaws opposing angles, the swings holding only the wind. Beyond the gate, the low fence dividing the playground from the lawn and topiary, the protective lines around the path, the rabbit bent as if cropping grass, the buffalo ready to charge, the crouching dog. Beyond them, the pudding green and the hotel itself. Everything was as it had been. So why was the flesh of his face and hands beginning to creep? Why had the hair on the back of his neck started to stand up, as if the flesh there had suddenly tightened? He squinted at the hotel again. It simply stood there, windows dark, a thread of smoke from the chimney. He told himself to get going before they came back and wondered if he had done anything all the while. The snow was coming. He had to trim the damn hedges. Besides, they wouldn't dare. Who wouldn't? What wouldn't? Dare do what? He began walking back toward the clipper at the foot of the slide, his feet crunching abnormally loud. Now, the flesh on his testicles crept too. His buttocks felt hard and heavy, like stone. He stopped by the clipper but didn't pick it up. Yes, something was different in the topiary. So simple, so easy to see. He just wasn't picking it up. He scolded himself. He had just trimmed the fucking rabbit, so what's the fatsit? His breath stopped. The rabbit was down on all fours, belly against the ground, cropping grass. But not 10 minutes ago, it had been up on its hind legs. Of course it had. He had trimmed its ears and its belly. His eyes darted to the dog. When he had come down the path, it had been sitting up, as if begging. Now it was crouched, head tilted, the clipped mouth seeming to snarl. And the lions? No way, the lions were closer to the path. The two on his right had subtly changed positions, drawn closer together. The tail of the left one now almost jutted over the path. When he had come past them, that lion had been on the right, and he was quite sure its tail had been curled around it. They were no longer protecting the path, they were blocking it. Jack put his hand over his eyes, then took it away. The picture didn't change. A soft sigh escaped him. In his drinking days, he had always feared something like this. But then you called it the DT's Ray Mill, and seeing bugs come out of the walls. What did you call it when you were cold sober? His mind answered insanity. Staring at the hedge animals, he realized something had changed while his hand was over his eyes. The dog had moved closer. No longer crouching, it seemed in a running posture, haunches flexed, one front leg forward, one back. The hedge mouth yawned wider, pruned sticks sharp and vicious. He fancied he could see faint eye indentations in the greenery as well, looking at him. He thought hysterically that they didn't need trimming, they were perfect. Another soft sound. He backed up a step when he looked at the lions. One of the two on the right seemed to have drawn slightly ahead of the other, head lowered, one paw almost to the low fence. It was like the childhood game of red light. One person counted, while others crept forward, freezing when he turned. They got closer and closer until somewhere between 5 and 10 you felt a hand on your back. Gravel rattled on the path. He jerked his head toward the dog. It was halfway down the path, just behind the lions, mouth wide and yawning. Before, it had only been a hedge clipped in the general shape of a dog, but now Jack could see it had been clipped to look like a German shepherd, and shepherds could be mean. You could train shepherds to kill. A low rustling sound. The lion on the left had advanced all the way to the fence, muzzle touching the boards, seeming to grin at him. Jack backed up another 2 steps, head thudding, breath dry and rasping. The buffalo had circled to the right behind the rabbit, head lowered, green hedge horns pointing at him. He couldn't watch all of them at once. He began making a whining sound, unaware, eyes darting from one hedge creature to the next, trying to see them move. The wind gusted, rattling the branches. What sound would there be if they got him? Snapping, rending, breaking. No. He would not believe this at all. He clapped his hands over his eyes, clutching at his hair, his forehead, his throbbing temples. He stood like that for a long time, dread building until he could stand it no longer. He pulled his hands away with a cry. By the pudding green the dog sat up as if begging. The buffalo gazed with disinterest toward the roque court, as it had been when Jack came down with the clippers. The rabbit stood on its hind legs, ears up, freshly clipped belly exposed. The lion stood rooted beside the path. He stood frozen for a long time, his harsh breath finally slowing. He reached for his cigarettes and shook 4 out onto the gravel. He stooped to pick them up, never taking his eyes from the topiary for fear the animals would begin to move again. He stuffed 3 back into the pack and lit the 4th. After 2 deep drags he dropped it and crushed it out. He went to the hedge clipper and picked it up. He said aloud that he was very tired, that he had been understraying the wasps, the play, owl calling like that, but it was all right. He trudged back up to the hotel. Part of his mind tried to make him detour around the hedge animals, but he went directly up the gravel path, through them. A faint breeze rattled through them. That was all. He had imagined the whole thing. A bad scare, but over now. In the Overlook's kitchen he paused to take 2 XIII, then went downstairs and looked at papers until he heard the dim sound of the hotel truck rattling into the driveway. He went up to meet them. He felt all right. He saw no need to mention his hallucination. A bad scare, but over now. At dusk, the 3 stood on the porch in the fading light, Jack in the middle, left arm around Danny's shoulders, right around Wendy's waist. Together they watched as the decision was taken out of their hands. The sky had clouded over completely by 2:30. Snow began an hour later. This time, you didn't need a weatherman to know it was serious, no flurry that would melt or blow away. At first, it fell in straight lines, coating everything evenly, but after an hour, the wind blew from the northwest and drifts built against the porch and driveway. Beyond the grounds, the highway had disappeared under an even white blanket. The hedge animals were gone too, though when Wendy and Danny returned home, she had commended Jack on the good trimming job. He had asked if she thought so, and said no more. Now the hedges were buried under amorphous white cloaks. Curiously, all of them felt the same emotion: relief. The bridge had been crossed. Wendy murmured whether it would ever be spring. Jack squeezed her tighter, said before she knew it, and suggested they go in for supper. It was cold. She smiled. All afternoon Jack had seemed distant and odd, but now he sounded more like himself. She agreed. Danny said sure. They went in together, leaving the wind to build to the low-pitched scream that would go on all night. Flakes swirled across the porch. The Overlook faced it as it had for nearly 3/4 of a century, darkened windows bearded with snow, indifferent to being cut off from the world, or possibly pleased. Inside, the three went about their early evening routine like microbes trapped in a monster's intestine. A week and a half later, 2 feet of snow lay white and crisp on the grounds. The hedge menagerie was buried to its haunches. The rabbit, frozen on its hind legs, seemed to rise from a white pool. Some drifts were over 5 feet deep. The wind constantly sculpted them into sinuous dune shapes. Twice Jack had snowshoed clumsily to the equipment shed for his shovel to clear the porch. The third time, he simply cleared a path through the towering drift against the door and let Danny amuse himself sledding to either side. The heroic drifts lay against the west side some 20 feet high, while beyond them the ground was scoured bare by constant wind. First-floor windows were covered. The dining room view Jack had admired was now a blank movie screen. Their phone had been out for 8 days. The CB radio in Ullman's office was their only link to the outside world. It snowed every day now, sometimes brief flurries, sometimes for real, the low whistle cranking up to a womanish shriek that made the old hotel rock and groan even in its deep cradle of snow. Night temperatures never rose above 10 degrees, although the thermometer by the kitchen service entrance sometimes reached 25 in early afternoons. The steady knife-edge wind made going out uncomfortable without a ski mask. But they all did go out on sunny days, wearing 2 sets of clothing and mittens over gloves. Getting out was almost compulsive. The hotel was circled with double tracks from Danny's flexible flyer. The permutations were nearly endless, Danny riding, while his parents pulled Daddy riding and laughing, while Wendy and Danny tried to pull just possible on icy crust. Impossible when powder covered it, Danny and Mommy riding, Wendy riding alone, while her menfolk pulled and puffed white vapor like dray horses, pretending she was heavier than she was. They laughed a great deal, but the whooping, impersonal voice of the wind made their laughter seem tinny and forced. They had seen caribou tracks, and once 5 caribou standing motionless below the security fence. They took turns with Jack's Zeiss Icon binoculars. Looking at them gave Wendy a weird, unreal feeling. The animals stood leg-deep in snow that covered the highway, and she realized that between now and spring thaw, the road belonged more to the caribou than to them. The things men had made here were neutralized. The caribou understood that, she believed. She put down the binoculars, said something about starting lunch, and in the kitchen cried a little, trying to rid herself of the awful pent-up feeling that sometimes fell on her like a large hand pressing over her heart. She thought of the caribou. She thought of the wasps Jack had put out on the service entrance platform under the Pyrex bowl to freeze. Plenty of snowshoes hung from nails in the equipment shed. Jack found a pair for each of them, though Danny's were quite outsized. Jack did well, reteaching himself quickly. He hadn't snowshoed since boyhood in Berlin, New Hampshire. Wendy didn't care for it. Even 15 minutes made her legs and ankles ache outrageously. But Danny was intrigued, working hard to pick up the knack. He still fell often, but Jack was pleased with his progress, predicting that by February Danny would be skipping circles around both of them. This day was overcast by noon. The sky spat snow. The radio promised another 8 to 12 inches, chanting hosannas to precipitation, that great god of Colorado skiers. Sitting in the bedroom knitting a scarf, Wendy thought she knew exactly where the skiers could put all that snow. Jack was in the cellar. He had gone down to check the furnace and boiler. Such checks had become ritual since the snow closed them in, and after satisfying himself that everything was well, he had wandered through the arch, screwed on the light bulb, and seated himself in an old cobwebby camp chair. He leafed through old records and papers, constantly wiping his mouth with his handkerchief. Confinement had leached away his autumn tan, hunched over yellowed, crackling sheets, reddish blonde hair tumbling over his forehead. He looked slightly lunatic. He had found odd things tucked among invoices and receipts. Disquieting things, a bloody strip of sheeting, a dismembered teddy bear slashed to pieces, a crumpled sheet of violet lady's stationery, a ghost of perfume still clinging beneath the musk of age, with an unfinished note dated June 27, 1934. Dearest Tommy, I can't think so well up here as I'd hoped. About us I mean, of course. Who else? Ha! Things keep getting in the way. I've had strange dreams about things going bump in the night, can you believe that? And that was all. He found a hand puppet of either a witch or a warlock, long teeth, a pointy hat tucked improbably between natural gas receipts and Vichy water receipts, and something that seemed to be a poem, scribbled on the back of a menu in dark pencil. Me Doc, are you here? I've been sleepwalking again, my dear. The plants are moving under the rug. No date, no name. Elusive but fascinating. These things seemed like pieces of a jigsaw that would eventually fit together if he could find the right linking pieces. He kept looking, jumping, and wiping his lips every time the furnace roared to life behind him. Danny was standing outside room 217 again. The passkey was in his pocket. He stared at the door with drugged avidity, his upper body twitching and jiggling beneath his flannel shirt, humming softly and tunelessly. He hadn't wanted to come here, not after the fire hose. He was scared that he had taken the passkey again, disobeying his father. But he had wanted to come here. Curiosity was like a constant fishhook in his brain, a nagging siren song that would not be appeased. And hadn't Mr. Halloran said he didn't think there was anything here that could hurt him? He remembered his promise. Promises were made to be broken. He jumped at that thought. It seemed to come from outside. Insectile, buzzing, softly cajoling promises were made to be broken, splintered, shattered, hammered apart. His nervous humming broke into low, atonal song, Lou, Lou, skip to Malou. Hadn't Mr. Halloran been right? Wasn't that the reason he had kept silent and allowed the snow to close them in? Just close your eyes and it will be gone. The thing he'd seen in the presidential suite had already faded, its power dissolved. The snake turned out to be nothing but a fallen fire hose. Even the blood-old, long since settled, belonging to a time before he existed, felt as harmless as a movie only he could see. Nothing in this hotel could truly hurt him. And if proving that meant stepping into this room, wasn't that exactly what he should do? He moved up the hallway, feet soft on the twisting blue carpet. At the fire extinguisher he paused, fitting the brass nozzle back into its frame, then jabbing it with his finger while his heart pounded. He taunted the thing aloud, daring it to hurt him, calling it a cheap prick, nothing but canvas and brass that couldn't do anything but lie there. Nothing happened. Just a hose, no green slime, no writhing. He hurried on because now he was the white rabbit, late and out by the playground. A rabbit that had once been green now stood white, as if shocked old by snowy nights. Danny pulled the passkey from his pocket and slid it into the lock. His fingers wandered over the metal. His head felt dry and sick. The tumblers thumped back smoothly. He pushed the door open. No creak. He stood outside a large combination bed sitting room. Though the snow hadn't reached this high drift still a foot below the second-floor windows, the room was dark because his father had closed all the western shutters 2 weeks ago. He fumbled right, found the switch plate. 2 bulbs and an overhead fixture came on. He stepped in. Rose-colored rug, deep and soft, a double bed with a white coverlet, a writing desk by the shuttered window, a bureau, a closet door open revealing hotel hangers, a Gideon Bible on an end table. To his left, a bathroom door with a full-length mirror reflecting his own white face. The door stood ajar. His double in the glass nodded slowly. Yes, that was where it was. In there. His double walked forward, pressed its hand against his own, then fell away at an angle as the bathroom door swung open. He looked in. A long old-fashioned room like a Pullman car, tiny white hexagonal tiles, a toilet at the far end lit up, a wash basin with a mirror above it. To the left, a huge white tub on claw feet, the shower curtain pulled closed. He walked toward it dreamily, as if pushed from outside himself, expecting something nice behind the curtain, something his father forgot or his mother lost, something to make them both happy. He pulled the curtain back. The woman in the tub had been dead a long time, bloated, purple. Her gas-filled belly rose out of the cold, ice-rimmed water like a fleshy island. Her eyes, glassy and huge as marbles, fixed on his. Her purple lips pulled back in a grinning grimace. Her breasts lolled. Her pubic hair floated. Her hands frozen like crab claws on the porcelain sides. Danny shrieked, but the sound never left his lips. It fell inward, down into his darkness like a stone in a well. He blundered backward, heels clacking on tile, and his urine broke from him effortlessly. The woman sat up, still grinning. Her dead palms made squittering noises on porcelain. Her breasts swayed like cracked punching bags. Ice shards broke with a tiny sound. She wasn't breathing, a corpse dead for years. He turned and ran. Through the bathroom door, eyes starting, hair on end, mouth soundless. He slammed into the outer door of 217, now closed, and began hammering. He couldn't realize it was unlocked, that he only had to turn the knob. His mouth poured out screams beyond human hearing. He just hammered and heard her coming, bloated belly, dry hair, outstretched hands, slain in that tub for years, embalmed in magic. The door would not open. Then Dick Halloran's voice arrived, so sudden and calm that Danny's locked vocal cords opened, and he wept weakly, not from fear but from relief. Halloran had said he didn't think they could hurt you. Like pictures in a book. Close your eyes, and they'll be gone. Danny's eyelids snapped down. His hands curled to fists. His shoulders hunched with concentration. Nothing there. Not there at all. Nothing. Time passed. He began to relax. Began to realize the door must be unlocked. Then the year's damp, bloated, fish-smelling hands closed softly around his throat and turned him implacably around to face that dead purple face. Wendy had fallen asleep with her knitting on her lap, yarn and needles rising in the slow time of her breathing. Deep sleep. No dreams. Jack had also fallen asleep, but lightly, uneasily. His dreams too vivid. His eyes had grown heavy while leafing through packets of milk bills, hundreds per packet, tens of thousands. He gave each a cursory glance, afraid of missing the piece of Overlookiana that would make the mystic connection he felt sure existed. A man with a power cord in one hand, groping in a dark room for a socket. He'd come to grips with Al Shockley's phone call and his request. The strange experience in the playground, too close to a breakdown, had convinced him his mind was revolting against being told to chuck his book project. A signal that his self-respect could only be pushed so far. He would write the book, even if it ended his association with Al. The hotel's biography, straight from the shoulder. The introduction would be his hallucination of moving topiary animals. The title, Strange Resort. The story of the Overlook Hotel. Not vindictive, not aimed at Al or Stuart Ullman or George Hatfield or his father, that miserable bullying drunk. He would write it because the Overlook had enchanted him. Great literature was written because truth comes out. He had to. 500 gallons whole milk, 100 skim, paid. Orange juice, 300 pints, paid. He slipped down in his chair, still holding receipts, but his eyes unfocused. His mind drifted to his father, a male nurse at Berlin Community Hospital. Big man, 6'2", fat, taller than Jack even after Jack reached 6 feet. The old man hadn't been around then. Runt of the litter, he'd say, then cuff Jack lovingly and laugh. 2 taller brothers. Becky at 5'10", only 2 inches shorter than Jack. His relationship with his father had been like a flower of beautiful potential that opened to reveal blight inside. Until age 7, he'd loved that tall, big-bellied man uncritically, strongly, despite the spankings, the bruises, the occasional black eye. He remembered velvet summer nights, the house quiet, his oldest brother Brett out with his girl, middle brother Mike studying, Becky and their mother watching something on the balky old TV. He sat in the hall wearing only a pajama singlet, ostensibly playing with trucks but actually waiting for the door to bang open, for his father's bellow of welcome, for his own happy squeal in answer. The big man would come down the hall, pink scalp glowing beneath a crew cut, looking like some soft, flapping oversized ghost in hospital white shirt untucked, sometimes bloody, pants cuffs drooping over black shoes. His father would sweep him up. Jackie would be propelled deliriously upward, air pressure settling against his skull like a cap of lead, both of them crying, "Elevator! Elevator!" Some nights, in his father's drunkenness, the upward lift didn't stop soon enough, and Jackie went right over the flat-topped head like a human projectile, crash-landing on the hall floor. Other nights, his father swept him into giggling ecstasy through the zone of beer mist around his face, twisting and shaking him like a laughing rag, finally setting him down hiccuping. The receipt slipped from his relaxing hand, seesawing lazily to the floor. His eyelids, already shut with his father's image tattooed on their backs, opened a little, then slipped down again. He twitched. Consciousness seesawed downward like the receipts, like autumn aspen leaves. That had been the first phase. As it drew to its end, he became aware that Becky and his brothers all hated their father. Their mother, a nondescript woman who rarely spoke above a mutter, only suffered him because her Catholic upbringing demanded it. It hadn't seemed strange to Jack then that his father won all arguments with his fists, or that love went hand in hand with fear of the elevator game that might end in a splintering crash, fear that bearish good humor might suddenly turn to boorish bellowing, and the smack of that good right hand, sometimes even fear that his father's shadow might fall over him while he played. Near the end of this phase, he noticed that Brett never brought dates home, nor Mike and Becky their friends. Love began to curdle at 9, when his father put his mother into the hospital with his cane. He'd begun carrying the cane a year earlier, after a car accident left him lame, long, black, thick, gold-headed. Now, dozing, Jack's body twitched in a remembered cringe at the sound it made in the air, a murderous swish, and its heavy crack against wall or flesh. One Sunday night, the end of a 3-day weekend, his father had boozed away. Roast chicken, peas, mashed potatoes. Father at the head of the table, plate heaped high, nearly snoozing. Mother, passing plates. Suddenly, he was wide awake, eyes glittering with stupid, evil petulance from deep in their fat sockets. The vein in his forehead stood out. One large freckled hand dropped to the gold knob, caressing it. He said something about coffee. Jack was certain that was the word. His mother opened her mouth to answer. Then the cane was whickering through the air, smashing against her face. Blood spurted from her nose. Becky screamed. Her spectacles dropped into her gravy. The cane came down again on top of her head, splitting the scalp. She dropped to the floor. He was around the table with grotesque speed and agility, jowls quivering, speaking to her just as he always spoke during outbursts, telling her she'd take her medicine now, calling her a goddamn puppy, a whelp. The cane went up and down on her 7 more times before Brett and Mike dragged him away and wrestled it from his hand. Little Jackie, now dozing and mumbling on a cobwebby camp chair, while the furnace roared to hollow life behind him, knew exactly how many blows because each soft whump against his mother's body had been engraved on his memory like an irrational chisel stroke. 7. No more, no less. He and Becky crying, unbelieving, looking at their mother's spectacles lying in her mashed potatoes, one cracked lens smeared with gravy. Brett shouting from the back hall that he'd kill his father if he moved. His father repeating over and over about the damn little puppy, demanding his cane. Brett brandishing it hysterically, saying yes, he'd give it to him, just move a little bit, and he'd give him all he wanted and 2 extra. Their mother getting slowly to her feet, dazed, face already puffing like an overinflated tire, bleeding in 4 or 5 places. She said something terrible. Perhaps the only thing Jack could recall word for word, asking, who had the newspaper, because his daddy wanted the funnies, and was it raining yet? Then she sank to her knees again, hair hanging in her puffed, bleeding face. Mike called the doctor, babbling, unable to say what the trouble was over a party line, just begging him to come. The doctor came and took her away to the hospital where his father had worked all his adult life. His father, sobered somewhat, or perhaps just cunning, told the doctor she'd fallen downstairs. The doctor asked with horrible, grinning sarcasm whether her glasses had flown all the way through the living room into the dining room to land in her mashed potatoes. His father just shook his head, saying he didn't know, they must have fallen off her face when he brought her through. The 4 children were stunned to silence by the calm stupendousness of the lie. 4 days later, Brett quit his job at the mill and joined the army. Jack always felt it wasn't just the beating, but the fact that, in the hospital, their mother had corroborated the story while holding the parish priest's hand. Revolted, Brett left them to whatever might come. He was killed in Dong Ho Province in 1965, the year Jack Torrance, undergraduate, joined active college agitation to end the war. He waved his brother's bloody shirt at increasingly well-attended rallies, but it wasn't Brett's face that hung before his eyes when he spoke. It was his mother's dazed, uncomprehending face, asking who had the newspaper. Mike escaped 3 years later when Jack was 12, going to UNH on a merit scholarship. A year after that, their father died of a sudden, massive stroke while prepping a patient for surgery. He collapsed in his flapping, untucked hospital whites, dead before he hit the industrial black and red tiles. 3 days later, the man who had dominated Jackie's life, the irrational white ghost god, was underground. The stone-red Mark Anthony Torrance, loving father. Jack would have added one line: he knew how to play elevator. There had been a great deal of insurance money. Mark Torrance collected insurance compulsively. The money came in at the same time the monthly policy payments and liquor bills stopped. For 5 years they were rich, nearly rich. In his shallow, uneasy sleep, his father's face rose before him, as if in a glass, but not his face. The wide eyes and innocent bowed mouth of a boy sitting in the hall with his trucks, waiting for his daddy, waiting for the white ghost god, waiting for the elevator to rise with dizzying speed through the salt and sawdust mist of exhaled taverns, waiting perhaps for it to crash down, spilling old clock springs from his ears while his father roared with laughter. That face transformed into Danny's so much like his own had been, his eyes light blue while Danny's were cloudy gray, but the same bowed lips, fair complexion. Danny in his study wearing training pants, all his papers soggy, the fine misty smell of beer rising, a dreadful batter fermenting on the wings of yeast, the breath of taverns, snap of bone, his own voice mewling drunkenly, asking if Danny was okay. Your poor sweet arm. And that face transformed into his mother's dazed face rising from below the table, punched and bleeding, asking who had the newspaper. A slow dissolve, disembodied voices echoing up an endless cloudy hallway, someone saying an enormously important announcement from your father, telling listeners to tune immediately to the happy hour frequency. Things keep getting in the way, dear Tommy. Medoc, asking if he'd been sleepwalking again. It's the inhuman monsters that he fears. Someone asking Mr. Ullman if this wasn't the office. File cabinets, Ullman's big desk, a blank reservations book already in place. Ullman never missed a trick. All the keys hanging neatly on their hooks, except one, the passkey, and the big two-way radio on its shelf. He snapped it on. CB transmissions in short, crackly bursts. He switched the band, dialing across bursts of music, news, a preacher haranguing a moaning congregation, a weather report. Then another voice he dialed back to, his father's voice, telling him he had to kill him, his boy and her too, because a real artist must suffer, because each man kills the thing he loves, because they'd always conspire against him, try to hold him back. Right this minute that boy of his was trespassing where he shouldn't be. A goddamn little pup, cane him within an inch of his life. Have a drink, Jackie. And they'd play the elevator game. Then he'd go with him while he gave the boy his medicine. He knew Jack could do it. Of course he could. He had to kill him. Kill her too, because a real artist must suffer, because each man... His father's voice going higher and higher, becoming something maddening, not human at all, squealing and petulant, the voice of the ghost god, the pig god coming dead at him out of the radio. He screamed back that his father was dead, in his grave, not in him at all. He had cut all the father out. It wasn't right that he should come back, creeping through this hotel 2,000 miles from the New England town where he'd lived and died. He raised the radio and brought it down. It smashed on the floor, spilling old clock springs and tubes like the result of some crazy elevator game gone wrong. His father's voice went gone. Only his voice remained. Jack's voice. Jackie's voice. chanting in the cold reality of the office that his father was dead. The startled sound of Wendy's feet hitting the floor overhead, her frightened voice calling his name. He stood, blinking down at the shattered radio. Now only the snowmobile in the equipment shed linked them to the outside world. He put his hands over his eyes and clutched at his temples. He was getting a headache. Wendy ran down the hall in her stocking feet, then took the main stairs to the lobby 2 at a time. She didn't look up at the carpeted flight to the second floor. If she had, she'd have seen Danny standing at the top still and silent, unfocused eyes directed into indifferent space, thumb in his mouth, the collar and shoulders of his shirt damp. Puffy bruises marked his neck and below his chin. Jack's cries had stopped, but that didn't ease her fear. Ripped from sleep by that old hectoring pitch she remembered too well, part of her still felt she was dreaming. Another part knew she was awake, and that terrified her more. She half expected to burst into the office and find him standing over Danny's sprawled body, drunk and confused. She pushed through the door. Jack stood there rubbing his temples, his face ghost white. The two-way CB radio lay at his feet in a sprinkling of broken glass. He said her name uncertainly. The bewilderment seemed to grow, and for a moment she saw his true face, the one he ordinarily kept hidden, a face of desperate unhappiness, like an animal caught in a snare. Then the muscles began to work under his skin, his mouth trembling, his Adam's apple rising and falling. Her own bewilderment was overlaid by shock. He was going to cry. She had seen him cry before, but never since he stopped drinking, and never in those days unless he was very drunk and pathetically remorseful. He was a tight man, drum-tight, and his loss of control frightened her all over again. He came toward her, tears brimming over his lower lids, his head shaking involuntarily, as if to ward off this emotional storm. His chest convulsed with a gasp that exploded into a huge racking sob. His hush puppies stumbled over the wrecked radio, and he almost fell into her arms, making her stagger back with his weight. His breath blew into her face. No liquor on it. Of course not. She asked what was wrong, holding him as best she could, but he could only sob at first, clinging to her, nearly crushing the wind from her, his head turning helplessly on her shoulder. His sobs were heavy and fierce, shuddering all over, muscles jerking beneath his plaid shirt and jeans. She pressed him to tell her what was wrong. At last the sobs began to change into words most incoherent at first, but coming clearer as his tears spent themselves. He said it must have been a dream, but so real. His mother saying that Daddy was going to be on the radio. His father was there, yelling at him, telling him to do something. He broke the radio to shut him up. His father was dead. He didn't even want to dream about him. He'd never had a nightmare like that, and never wanted another. She asked if he'd just fallen asleep in the office. No, he said downstairs. He'd been looking through old papers, milk receipts, dull stuff, sitting on a chair. He must have drowsed off and then sleepwalked up here. He laughed shakily against her neck. Another first. She asked where Danny was. He didn't know. Wasn't Danny with her? Wasn't he downstairs with Jack? Jack looked over his shoulder, and his face tightened at what he saw on her face. He accused her of never letting him forget breaking Danny's arm. She tried to interrupt, but he pressed on hotly, asking if she was denying that she thought he'd hurt Danny, that he'd done it once and could do it again. She said she just wanted to know where Danny was. He told her to go ahead and yell her head off. That would make everything okay. She turned and walked out. He watched her go, frozen for a moment, a blotter covered with broken glass fragments in one hand. Then he dropped it in the wastebasket, went after her, and caught her by the lobby desk. He put his hands on her shoulders and turned her around. Her face was carefully set. He apologized, blaming the dream, asking to be forgiven. She said of course, her face unchanged. Her wooden shoulders slipped out of his hands. She walked to the middle of the lobby and called for Danny. Silence. She opened one of the double lobby doors and stepped onto the shoveled path, more a trench, the packed snow coming to her shoulders. She called again, her breath a white plume. When she came back in, she had begun to look scared. Controlling his irritation, Jack asked reasonably if she was sure Danny wasn't sleeping in his room. She said she'd heard him playing downstairs while she was knitting. He asked if she'd fallen asleep. She asked what that had to do with it, then admitted yes. He asked if she'd looked in Danny's room when she came downstairs just now. She stopped. He nodded, saying he hadn't really thought so, and started up the stairs without waiting. She followed, half running, as he took the risers 2 at a time. She almost crashed into his back when he came to a dead stop on the first-floor landing. He was rooted there, looking up, eyes wide. She followed his gaze. Danny still stood there, blank eyes, sucking his thumb, the marks on his throat cruelly visible in the light of the hall's electric flambeau. She shrieked his name. That broke Jack's paralysis, and they rushed up the stairs together. Wendy fell to her knees beside Danny and swept him into her arms. He came pliantly enough but didn't hug back like hugging a padded stick. The sweet taste of horror flooded her mouth. He only sucked his thumb and stared with indifferent blankness into the stairwell beyond them. Jack asked what happened, reaching to touch the puffy side of Danny's neck, asking who did this. She hissed at him, not to touch Danny. She clutched the boy, lifted him, and retreated halfway down the stairs before Jack could do more than stand up confused. He asked what the hell she was talking about. She told him not to touch Danny, that she'd kill him if he laid his hands on the boy again. He said her name. She called him a bastard, turned, and ran down the rest of the stairs to the first floor. Danny's head jounced mildly, his thumb lodged in his mouth, his eyes like soaked windows. She turned right, and Jack heard her feet retreat to the end of the hall. Their bedroom door slammed. The bolt ran home. The lock turned. Brief silence. Then the soft, muttered sounds of comforting. Jack stood paralyzed for an unknown length of time. His dream still painted everything unreal, like a mild mescaline hit. Had he hurt Danny as Wendy thought? Tried to strangle his son at his dead father's request? No. He would never hurt Danny. Never now. Never in his life had he been willfully vicious when sober, except when you almost killed George Hatfield. He cried out no into the darkness, bringing both fists crashing down on his legs again and again. Wendy sat in the overstuffed chair by the window with Danny on her lap, holding him, crooning the old meaningless words, the ones you never remember afterward, no matter how things turn out. He had folded onto her lap without protest or gladness, like a paper cutout, and his eyes didn't even shift toward the door when Jack cried out somewhere in the hallway. The confusion had receded a little in her mind, but behind it she discovered something worse: panic. Jack had done this. She had no doubt. His denials meant nothing. She thought it entirely possible that he had tried to throttle Danny in his sleep just as he'd smashed the radio. He was having some kind of breakdown. But what could she do? She couldn't stay locked in here forever. They would have to eat. Only one question mattered, asked in a mental voice of utter coldness and pragmatism, the voice of her maternity, cold and passionless once directed away from the closed circle of mother and child and out toward Jack, a voice that spoke of self-preservation only after son preservation. Exactly how dangerous is he? He had denied doing it. He had been horrified at the bruises, at Danny's soft, implacable disconnection. If he had done it, a separate section of himself was responsible. That he had done it while asleep was, in a terrible, twisted way, encouraging. Wasn't it possible he could be trusted to get them out of here? Or get them down and away? After that, she couldn't see further than arriving safe at Dr. Edmund's office in Sidewinder. The present crisis was more than enough to occupy her. She crooned to Danny, rocking him. Her fingers on his shoulder noticed his t-shirt was damp, but they didn't bother reporting it to her brain in more than a cursory way. If they had, she might have remembered that Jack's hands, when he'd hugged her in the office and sobbed against her neck, had been dry. It might have given her pause, but her mind was elsewhere. The decision had to be made to approach Jack or not. It wasn't much of a decision. There was nothing she could do alone, not even carry Danny to the office and call for help on the radio. He had suffered a great shock. He ought to be taken out quickly before any permanent damage could be done. She refused to believe that permanent damage might already have been done. She kept agonizing, searching for another way. She didn't want to put Danny back within Jack's reach. She now realized she'd made one bad decision when she'd gone against her feelings and Danny's and allowed the snow to trap them, all for Jack's sake. Another bad decision when she'd shelved the idea of divorce. Now, she felt nearly paralyzed by the fear of making another mistake, one she'd regret for the rest of her life. There was no gun in the place. Knives hung from magnetized runners in the kitchen, but Jack stood between her and them. The bitter irony didn't occur to her an hour ago. She'd been asleep, convinced things were all right, and soon would be better. Now, she was considering using a butcher knife on her husband if he tried to interfere with her and her son. At last, she stood up with Danny in her arms, legs trembling. No other way. She would have to assume that awake Jack was sane Jack, and that he would help her get Danny down to Sidewinder and Dr. Edmonds, and if Jack tried to do anything but help, God help him. She went to the door and unlocked it. Shifting Danny to her shoulder, she opened it and stepped into the hall. She called Jack's name nervously. No answer. With growing dread, she walked to the stairwell. Jack wasn't there. As she stood on the landing, wondering what to do next, singing rose from below, rich, angry, bitterly satiric, about rolling over in the clover. The sound of him frightened her even more than his silence had, but still no alternative. She started down. Jack had stood on the stairs, listening to the muffled crooning sounds through the locked door. Slowly, his confusion gave way to anger. Things had never really changed, not to Wendy. He could be off the juice for 20 years, and still when he came home at night and she embraced him, he would see that little flare of her nostrils as she tried to detect scotch or gin on his breath. She would always assume the worst. If he and Danny got in a car accident with a drunken blind man who'd had a stroke just before the collision, she would silently blame Danny's injuries on him and turn away. Her face, as she'd snatched Danny away, rose before him, and he suddenly wanted to wipe that anger off with his fist. She had no damn right. Yes, maybe at first. He'd been a lush. He'd done terrible things. Breaking Danny's arm had been terrible. But if a man reforms, doesn't he deserve credit sooner or later? If a father constantly accuses his virginal daughter of sleeping with every boy, must she not eventually grow weary enough to earn her scoldings? And if a wife secretly and not so secretly continues to believe her teetotaling husband is a drunk? He walked down to the first-floor landing and stood there a moment. He wiped his lips with his handkerchief and considered going down to pound on the bedroom door, demanding to see his son. She had no right to be so high-handed. Sooner or later she'd have to come out, unless she planned a radical diet for the two of them. An ugly grin touched his lips. Let her come to him. She would in time. He went downstairs to the ground floor, stood aimlessly by the lobby desk, then turned right into the dining room. The empty tables, their white linen cloths neatly pressed beneath clear plastic covers, glimmered up at him, all deserted. He walked among the tables, momentarily forgetting his wife and son, forgetting the dream, the smashed radio, the bruises. His fingers trailed over the slick plastic dust covers as he tried to imagine that hot August night in 1945, the war won, the future stretching ahead like a land of dreams. Japanese lanterns hung the whole length of the circular drive, golden yellow lights spilling from high windows, now drifted over with snow, men and women in costume, a glittering princess, a high-booted cavalier flashing jewelry and wit, dancing, liquor flowing freely, conversation rising until the bandmaster's cry rang out unmasked. He found himself standing on the other side of the dining room, just outside the stylized batwing doors of the Colorado Lounge. On that night in 1945, all the booze would have been free. He stepped through the batwings into the deep folded shadows of the bar. He'd been in here before, once to check the inventory sheet Ullman had left. He knew the place had been stripped clean. The shelves were totally bare, but now lit only murkily by light filtering from the dining room itself, dim because of snow-blocked windows. He thought he saw ranks of bottles twinkling behind the bar, siphons, even beer dripping from the spigots of 3 highly polished taps. He could even smell beer, that damp, fermented, yeasty odor no different from the smell that had hung finely misted around his father's face every night when he came home from work. Eyes widening, he fumbled for the wall switch. The low bar lighting came on 20-watt bulbs embedded in the tops of 3 wagon wheel chandeliers. The shelves were all empty. Not even a good coat of dust. The beer taps were dry, as were the chrome drains beneath them. Velvet-upholstered booths stood to left and right like men with high backs, each designed for maximum privacy. Straight ahead, across the red-carpeted floor, 40 bar stools stood around the horseshoe-shaped bar, each upholstered in leather and embossed with cattle brands. He approached, shaking his head in bewilderment. It was like that day on the playground, but no sense thinking about that. Still, he could have sworn he'd seen those bottles vaguely, the way you see darkened shapes of furniture in a room with drawn curtains, mild glints on glass. The only thing that remained was that smell of beer. Jack knew that was a smell that faded into the woodwork of every bar, not to be eradicated by any cleaner. Yet here it seemed sharp, almost fresh. He sat on one of the stools and propped his elbows on the bar's leather-cushioned edge. A peanut bowl sat at his left hand, empty. The first bar he'd been in for 19 months, and the damn thing was dry, just his luck. All the same, a bitterly powerful wave of nostalgia swept over him. The physical craving for a drink worked up from his belly to his throat to his mouth and nose, shriveling the tissues, making them cry out for something wet and long and cold. He glanced at the shelves again in wild, irrational hope, just as empty as before. He grinned in pain and frustration, his clenching fists making minute scratchings on the leather edge. He addressed Lloyd aloud, commenting that it was a little slow tonight. Lloyd agreed, and asked what it would be. Jack said he was glad Lloyd asked, because he happened to have 2 20s and 2 10s in his wallet, and was afraid they'd be sitting there until next April. There wasn't a 7-Eleven around here, would Lloyd believe it? He thought they had 7-Elevens on the fucking moon. Lloyd sympathized. Jack told Lloyd to set him up an even 20 martinis, one for every month he'd been on the wagon, and one to grow on. Kazang. Lloyd wasn't too busy, was he? Lloyd said he wasn't busy at all. Good man. Line those Martians up along the bar, and Jack would take them down one by one. White man's burden. Lloyd turned to do the job. Jack reached for his money clip and came out with an XIII bottle instead. His money clip was on the bedroom bureau, and his skinny shanks had locked him out. Nice going, Wendy, he admitted. He seemed momentarily light, and asked about his credit. Lloyd said his credit was fine. Jack said that was super. He liked Lloyd always the best of them, the best damned barkeep between Bar and Portland, Maine. Portland, Oregon, for that matter. Lloyd thanked him for saying so. Jack thumped the cap from his XIII bottle, shook out 2 tablets, and flipped them into his mouth. The familiar acid taste flooded in. He had a sudden sensation of being watched curiously, contemptuously. The booths behind him were full-grain, distinguished men and beautiful young girls, all in costume, observing this sad exercise with cold amusement. He whirled on his stool. The booths were all empty, stretching away from the lounge door, padded leather seats and backs, gleaming dark formica tables, an ashtray on each, a book of matches stamped with the Colorado Lounge logo. He turned back, swallowing the rest of the dissolving XIII with a grimace. He told Lloyd he was a wonder, already set up. His speed was exceeded only by the soulful beauty of his Neapolitan eyes. Salud. Jack contemplated 20 imaginary drinks, martini glasses blushing condensation, each with a swizzle through a plump green olive. He could almost smell gin. He asked Lloyd if he'd ever known a gentleman who'd hopped up on the wagon. Lloyd allowed that he had met such men. Jack asked if he'd ever renewed acquaintance with such a man after he hopped back off. Lloyd could not recall. Jack said he never did then. He curled his hand around the first drink, carried his fist to his open mouth, and turned it up, swallowing before tossing the imaginary glass over his shoulder. The people were back again from their costume ball, studying him, laughing behind their hands. He could feel them. If the back bar had a mirror instead of those empty shelves, he could have seen them. Let them stare. Fuck them. He told Lloyd that few men ever returned from the fabled wagon, but those who did came with a fearful tale. When you jumped on, it seemed like the brightest, cleanest wagon ever, 10-foot wheels keeping the bed high out of the gutter, where all the drunks lay with their brown bags and popsicle bourbon. You got away from the nasty looks, and the people telling you to clean up, or move on. From the gutter that wagon looked hung with bunting, a brass band in front, majorettes flashing their panties. You had to get on that wagon, away from the juicers straining canned heat and smelling their own puke. He drained 2 more imaginary drinks and tossed the glasses back, almost hearing them smash on the floor. He was starting to feel high. The XIII. He told Lloyd that you climbed up, glad to be there. That wagon was the biggest, best float in the parade, everybody lining the streets, clapping and cheering all for you, except for the winos passed out in the gutter. Those guys used to be your friends, but that was behind you. He downed another 4 down, 16 to go. He swayed on the stool. Let them stare. Take a picture. It would last longer. Then you started seeing things, he told Lloyd. Things you missed from the gutter. Like how the floor was nothing but straight pine boards bleeding sap. Take your shoes off, and you'd get a splinter. Like how the only furniture was long benches with high backs and no cushions, pews with a songbook every 5 feet. Like how all the people sitting there were flat-chested women in long dresses with lace collars, hair pulled back into screaming buns, every face flat and pale and shiny, all singing about gathering at the river. Up front, a reeking blonde played the organ, telling them to sing louder. Somebody slammed a songbook into your hands and said you had to sing morning, noon, and night, especially at night. That was when you realized what the wagon really was. Lloyd, a church with bars on the windows, a church for women, and a prison for you. He stopped. Lloyd was gone. Worse, he had never been there. The drinks had never been there. Only the people in the booths. The ones from the costume party, he could almost hear their muffled laughter behind their hands, their eyes sparkling with cruel points of light. He whirled around again, starting to tell them to leave him alone. All the booths were empty. The laughter died like a stir of autumn leaves. He stared, eyes wide and dark, a pulse beating in the center of his forehead. A cold certainty formed deep inside him. He was losing his mind. He wanted to pick up the bar stool and go through the place like an avenging whirlwind. Instead, he whirled back to the bar and began to bellow the same song about rolling in the clover. Danny's face rose before him. Not the lively, alert face, but the catatonic, zombie-like face of a stranger, eyes dull and opaque, mouth pursed babyishly around his thumb. What was he doing? Sitting here talking to himself like a sulky teenager when his son was upstairs acting like something that belonged in a padded room. Someone called his name timid, hesitant. Wendy stood just inside the Batwing doors. Danny cradled in her arms like a waxen horror show dummy. The 3 of them made a tableau like just before the curtain of Act II in some poorly mounted temperance play. Jack said thickly that he never touched Danny. Never since the night he broke Danny's arm, not even to spank him. She said that didn't matter now. He shouted that it did matter, bringing his fist down on the bar hard enough to make the peanut dishes jump. She said they had to get Danny off the mountain. Danny began to stir the slack, empty expression breaking up like ice over buried surface. His lips twisted. His eyes widened. His hands came up then dropped. He suddenly stiffened in her arms, back arching into a bow, staggering her, and began to shriek, mad sounds escaping his straining throat in bolt after crazy echo, filling the empty downstairs, coming back like banshees. Wendy cried out in terror, asking what was wrong with him. Jack came off the stool, numb from the waist down, more frightened than he'd ever been. What hole had his son poked through? What dark nest? What had been in there to sting him? He roared Danny's name. Danny saw him, broke his mother's grip with sudden fierce strength, sending her stumbling back against a booth. He screamed for his daddy. It was her, and ran to Jack, eyes huge and affrighted, slamming into his arms like a blunt arrow. He clutched furiously, at first seeming to pummel, then gripping Jack's belt and sobbing against his shirt. Jack felt his son's face, hot and working, against his belly. Daddy, it was her. Jack looked slowly up at Wendy, eyes like small silver coins. Voice soft, nearly purring, he asked what she did to Danny. Wendy stared back in stunned disbelief, face pallid, shaking her head. She said Jack must know outside. It had begun to snow again. Jack carried Danny into the kitchen. The boy still sobbed wildly, refusing to look up from Jack's chest. Jack handed Danny back to Wendy, who seemed stunned and disbelieving. She said she didn't know what Danny was talking about, and begged Jack to believe her. He said he did believe her, though privately he admitted a certain pleasure at seeing the shoe switched so unexpectedly to the other foot. But his anger at Wendy had been only a passing gut twitch. In his heart, he knew she would pour gasoline over herself and strike a match before harming Danny. The large tea kettle sat on the back burner over low heat. Jack dropped a tea bag into his own ceramic cup and poured hot water halfway. He asked about cooking sherry. Wendy pointed to a cupboard, and Jack took down a bottle, pouring a hefty dollop into the tea, adding milk and 3 tablespoons of sugar. He brought it to Danny, whose sobs had tapered to sniffles and hitches, though he still trembled all over, eyes wide and starey. Jack told Danny this would taste awful, but would make him feel better, and asked if he could drink it for his daddy. Danny nodded, took the cup, drank a little, grimaced, looked questioningly at Jack, then drank again. Wendy felt the familiar twist of jealousy, knowing the boy would not have drunk it for her. On its heels came an uncomfortable thought. Had she wanted to think Jack was to blame? Was she that jealous? That was how her mother would have thought. She remembered a Sunday when her father took her to the park and she toppled from the jungle gym, cutting both knees. When her father brought her home, her mother had shrieked at him. What did he do? Why wasn't he watching her? What kind of father was he? She had hounded him to his grave. Wendy had never even given Jack the benefit of the doubt. She felt her face burn, yet knew that if the whole thing were replayed, she would do and think the same way. She carried part of her mother with her always. She started to speak to Jack, unsure if she meant to apologize or justify, but knowing either would be useless. He told her not now. It took Danny 15 minutes to drink half the cup, by which time he had calmed visibly, the shakes almost gone. Jack put his hands solemnly on Danny's shoulders and asked if he could tell them exactly what happened. It was very important. Danny looked from Jack to Wendy and back. In the silent pause, their setting made itself known: the whoop of wind driving fresh snow, the creaking and groaning of the old hotel settling into another storm. The fact of their disconnect struck Wendy with unexpected force, like a blow under the heart. Danny said he wanted to tell them everything. He wished he had before. Jack brushed the sweaty, tumbled hair gently from Danny's brow and asked why he hadn't. Danny explained that Uncle Al had gotten Jack the job, and he couldn't figure out how the place could be good for Jack and bad for him at the same time. He looked for the right word. Wendy offered, "Dilemma, when neither choice seems good." Danny nodded, relieved. Wendy reminded Jack about the day he trimmed the hedges, when the first real snow came. She and Danny had talked in the truck. Jack nodded. That day was very clear in his mind. Wendy sighed, saying they hadn't talked enough. Jack asked exactly what they discussed, saying he wasn't sure how much he liked his wife and son discussing how much they loved him, or whatever it was. He felt like he'd come into a movie just after intermission. Wendy said they were discussing him, not always in words, but they both knew. She because she was his wife, and Danny because he just understood things. Jack was silent. Wendy said Danny had put it right. The place seemed good for Jack at first. He was away from the pressures at Stovington, his own boss, working with his hands to save his brain for evening writing. Then, she didn't know just when, the place began to seem bad for him, spending all that time in the cellar sifting through old papers and history, talking in his sleep. Jack asked, startled, if he talked in his sleep. Most of it was slurry, she said. Once he said to hell with it, no one would know. Another time he'd practically yelled, "Unmask! Unmask! Unmask!" He looked ill. She mentioned his old drinking habits, returning chewing XIII, wiping his mouth, cranky in the mornings, and he hadn't been able to finish the play yet. He admitted not yet, But it was only a matter of time. He'd been thinking about a new project. This hotel. The project Al Shockley called about. The one Al wanted him to drop. Jack barked, asking how she knew about that, accusing her of listening in. She said she couldn't have listened, even if she wanted to. The switchboard was shut down. Their upstairs phone was the only one working because it was patched directly to the outside line. Jack had told her so himself. Then how could she know what Al told him? Danny told her. Danny knew. The same way he sometimes knew when things were misplaced, or when people were thinking about divorce. Jack mentioned what the doctor said. She shook it off impatiently. The doctor was full of shit, and they both knew it. Danny had known about wanting to see the fire trucks when he was just a baby. He knew things. And now she was afraid, looking at the bruises on Danny's neck. Jack asked Danny directly if he'd really known Uncle Al had called. Danny nodded. Uncle Al had been really mad because Jack called Mr. Ullman and Mr. Ullman called Al. Uncle Al didn't want Jack to write anything about the hotel. Jack asked about the bruises who tried to strangle him. Danny's face went dark. Her, he said. The woman in that room, 217. The dead lady. His lips trembled again, and he seized the teacup to drink. Jack and Wendy exchanged a scared look over his bowed head. Jack asked if she knew anything about this. She shook her head. Not about this. Jack raised Danny's frightened face and asked him to try, saying they were right there. Danny said in a low voice that he knew it was bad here ever since Boulder, because Tony gave him dreams about it. He couldn't remember everything. Tony showed him the Overlook at night with a skull and crossbones on the front. There was pounding. Something chasing him. A monster. Tony showed him about red rum. Wendy asked what that was. He didn't know. Jack suggested rum. Like yo-ho-ho? Danny shook his head again. Then they got here, and Mr. Holloran talked to him in the car because he had the shine too. Jack asked what shine meant. Danny explained it was being able to understand things, to know things, sometimes to see things like him knowing Uncle Al called, and Mr. Halloran knowing Jack called him Doc. Mr. Halloran had been peeling potatoes in the army when he knew his brother got killed in a train crash, and when he called home it was true. Jack whispered, asking if Danny was making this up. Danny swore to God he wasn't, adding with a touch of pride that Mr. Halloran said Danny had the best shine of anyone he'd ever met. They could talk back and forth without hardly opening their mouths. His parents looked at each other, frankly stunned. Danny continued. Mr. Halloran got him alone because he was worried. He said this was a bad place for people who shine. He'd seen things. Danny saw something too right after talking to him when Mr. Ullman was taking them around. Jack asked what. In the presidential suite, on the wall by the bedroom door, a whole lot of blood and other gushy stuff. Danny thought the gushy stuff must have been brains. Jack said some pretty bad types had owned the place a while back, organization, people from Las Vegas. Crooks, Danny said. Yeah, crooks. In 1966, a big-time hood named Vito Ginelli got killed up there with his 2 bodyguards. There was a picture in the newspaper. Danny had just described it. Danny added that Mr. Halloran had seen other stuff. Once about the playground, and once something bad in room 217. A maid saw it and lost her job for talking about it. Mr. Halloran went up and saw it too, but didn't talk about it because he didn't want to lose his job. He told Danny never to go in there, but Danny went anyway, because he believed Mr. Halloran when he said the things you saw here couldn't hurt you. This last nearly whispered Danny, touching the puffed bruises on his neck. Jack asked about the playground in a strange casual voice. Danny said he didn't know the playground and the hedge animals. Jack jumped a little. Wendy looked at him curiously, asking if he'd seen anything down there. Jack said no. Nothing. Danny was looking at him. Nothing, Jack said again, more calmly. He had been the victim of an hallucination. That was all. Wendy gently told Danny they had to hear about the woman. So Danny told them, his words coming in cyclic bursts, sometimes almost garbled in his hurry, to spit it out and be free of it, pushing tighter and tighter against his mother's breasts as he talked. Danny told them he went in. He stole the passkey and went in, unable to help himself. He had to know. The lady was in the tub, dead, all swelled up, with no clothes on. He looked miserably at his mother. She started to get up and wanted him. He could feel it. She wasn't thinking the way his parents thought. It was black, hurt, think, like the wasps that night in his room, only wanting to hurt. He swallowed, and there was a moment of silence as the image of the wasps sank into them. He ran, but the door was closed. He'd left it open, but it was closed. He didn't think about just opening it again. He was scared. He leaned against the door, closed his eyes, and thought of how Mr. Halloran said the things here were just like pictures in a book. He kept saying to himself that she wasn't there, to go away. But it didn't work. His voice began to rise hysterically. She grabbed him, turned him around. He could see her eyes. She started to choke him. He could smell how dead she was. Wendy, alarmed, told him to stop, that it was all right, and began to move toward her croon again. Jack curtly told her to let him finish. Danny said there wasn't any more. He passed out either from her choking him or just from fear. When he came to, he was dreaming that his parents were fighting over him, and Daddy wanted to do the bad thing again. Then he knew it wasn't a dream, and he was awake, and he wet his pants like a baby. His head fell back against Wendy's sweater as he cried with horrible weakness, hands limp in his lap. Jack got up and told Wendy to take care of him. She asked what he was going to do, dread filling her face. He said he was going up to that room. She pleaded with him not to, saying if there was someone else in the hotel they had to know. She shrieked at him not to dare leave them alone. Jack said that was a remarkable imitation of her mother. She burst into tears, unable to cover her face because Danny was on her lap. Jack apologized but said he had to go. He was the goddamn caretaker. It's what he was paid for. She only cried harder, and he left her that way, going out of the kitchen, rubbing his mouth with his handkerchief as the door swung shut. Danny told his mother not to worry, Daddy would be all right. He didn't shine. Nothing here could hurt him. Through her tears, she said she didn't believe that. He took the elevator up. None of them had used it since moving in. He threw the brass handle over, and it wheezed vibratoriously up the shaft, the brass grate rattling madly. Wendy had a true claustrophobe's horror of the elevator. She envisioned them trapped between floors while winter storms raged, growing thinner and weaker, starving, or perhaps dining on each other like those rugby players. He remembered a bumper sticker rugby players eat their own dead. A contemptuous smile flicked over his features. As the number 2 rose on the shaft wall, he threw the handle back to home position, and the car creaked to a stop. He shook 3 XIII into his hand, opened the elevator door and walked out. Nothing in the Overlook frightened him. He felt that he and it were simpatico. He walked up the hall, flipping the XIII into his mouth and chewing them one by one. He rounded the corner into the short corridor off the main hall. The door to room 217 stood ajar, the passkey hanging from the lock on its white paddle. He frowned, feeling a wave of irritation and even real anger. Whatever had come of it, the boy had been trespassing. He'd been told bluntly that certain areas were off limits: the equipment shed, the basement, and all guest rooms. He would talk to Danny about that just as soon as the boy was over his fright, reasonably but sternly. There were plenty of fathers who would have done more than just talk, administering a good shaking, and perhaps that was what Danny needed. If the boy had gotten a scare, wasn't that at least his just desserts? He walked down, removed the passkey, dropped it into his pocket and stepped inside. The overhead light was on. He glanced at the bed, not rumpled, then walked directly across to the bathroom door. A curious certainty had grown in him. Although Watson had mentioned no names or room numbers, Jack felt sure this was the room the lawyer's wife and her stud had shared, the bathroom where she'd been found dead, full of barbiturates and Colorado lounge booze. He pushed the mirror back door open and stepped through. The light was off. He turned it on and observed the long Pullman car room, furnished in the distinctive early 1900s, remodeled in the 20s style, common to all Overlook bathrooms except on the 3rd floor. Those were properly Byzantine for the royalty, politicians, movie stars, and capos who had stayed there. The shower curtain, a pallid pastel pink, was drawn protectively around the long claw-footed tub. For the first time, his new sense of sureness, almost cockiness that had come when Danny ran to him, deserted him. A chilled finger pressed against the base of his spine, cooled him 10 degrees, joined by others rippling up his back like a jungle instrument. His anger at Danny evaporated. He stepped forward and pushed the curtain back, mouth dry, feeling only sympathy for his son and terror for himself. The tub was dry and empty. Relief and irritation vented in a sudden "Bah!" sound from his compressed lips. The tub had been scrubbed clean at season's end except for the rust stain under the twin faucets. It sparkled. A faint but definable smell of cleanser hung there, the kind that irritates your nose for weeks after use. He bent down and ran his fingertips along the bottom, dry as a bone, not even a hint of moisture. The boy had been either hallucinating or outright lying. He felt angry again. Then the bath mat on the floor caught his attention. He frowned. What was a bath mat doing here? It should be in the linen cupboard at the end of the wing with the sheets and towels. All the linen was supposed to be there. The mattresses had been zipped into clear plastic and covered with bedspreads. Danny might have gone down and gotten at the passkey would open the linen cupboard, but why? He brushed his fingers across it. Bone dry. He went back to the bathroom doorway. Everything was all right. The boy had been dreaming. Not a thing out of place. The bath mat was puzzling but logical. Some chambermaid, hurrying on the last day of the season, had forgotten to pick it up. Other than that, everything was as nostrils flared. Disinfectant. And soap. Surely not. But once identified, too clear to dismiss. Not postcard size, ivory. This scent was light and perfumed, a lady's soap, a pink sort of smell. Camay or Lowila, the brand Wendy had always used. It's nothing, he told himself. Your imagination. Like the hedges. Nevertheless, they did move. They did not move. He crossed jerkily to the hall door, feeling the irregular thump of a headache beginning at his temples. Too much had happened today. He wouldn't spank or shake the boy, just talk to him. But, by God, he wasn't going to add room 217 to his problems. Not on the basis of a dry bath mat and a faint smell of Lowila soap. His hand closed around the doorknob. Behind him came a sudden rattling metallic sound curtain rings on the overhead bar. He jerked convulsively, as if the brushed steel carried an electric charge. Then he had control, let go of the knob, and turned carefully around. Joints creaking, he walked back to the bathroom door step by leaden step. The shower curtain, which he had pushed back, was now drawn. The metallic rattle had been the rings. Jack stared at the curtain. His face felt heavily waxed dead skin outside, live hot rivulets of fear inside, the way he had felt on the playground. There was something behind the pink plastic curtain, something in the tub. He could see it, ill-defined and obscure through the plastic, a nearly amorphous shape. It could have been anything. A trick of light. The shadow of the shower attachment. A woman long dead reclining in her bath, a bar of Lowila in one stiffening hand, waiting patiently for whatever lover might come. He told himself to step forward boldly and rake the curtain back, to expose whatever might be there. Instead, he turned with jerky marionette strides, heart whamming frightfully in his chest, and went back into the bed-sitting room. The door to the hall was shut. He stared at the door for a long, immobile second, tasting his terror now at the back of his throat like gone-over cherries. He walked to the door with that same jerky stride and forced his fingers around the knob, certain it wouldn't open. But it did. He turned off the light with a fumbling gesture, stepped into the hall, and pulled the door shut without looking back. From inside, he seemed to hear an odd wet thumping sound, far off and dim, as if something had just scrambled belatedly out of the tub to greet a caller, realizing the caller was leaving before the social amenities were completed, now rushing to the door, all purple and grinning, to invite him back inside. Perhaps forever? Footsteps approaching the door, or only the heartbeat in his ears? He fumbled at the passkey. It seemed sludgy. Unwilling to turn, he attacked it. The tumbler suddenly fell, and he stepped back against the corridor's far wall, a little groan of relief escaping him. He closed his eyes, and all the old phrases began to parade through his mind, cracking up: not playing with a full deck, lost his marbles, went Looney Tunes, went bananas, lost his football, crackers, nuts, half a sea bag, all meaning the same thing: losing his mind. He whimpered, hardly aware he'd been reduced to this, eyes shut like a child, pleading with God not to let it happen. But below the tumble of his chaotic thoughts, below the trip-hammer beat of his heart, he could hear the soft, futile sound of the doorknob being turned to and fro. Something locked inside tried helplessly to get out, something that wanted to meet him, something that would like to be introduced to his family as the storm shrieked around them and white daylight became black night. If he opened his eyes and saw that doorknob moving, he would go mad. So he kept them shut. After an unknowable time, stillness. He forced himself to open his eyes, half convinced she would be standing before him. But the hall was empty. He felt watched just the same. He looked at the peephole in the center of the door and wondered what would happen if he approached it, what he would be eyeball to eyeball with. His feet were moving before he realized it. He turned them away from the door and walked down to the main hall, feet whispering on the blue-black jungle carpet. He stopped halfway to the stairs and looked at the fire extinguisher. The folds of canvas seemed arranged slightly differently, and he was quite sure the brass nozzle had pointed toward the elevator when he came up the hall. Now, it pointed the other way. He told himself clearly that he hadn't seen that at all, his face white and haggard, his mouth trying to grin. But he didn't take the elevator back down. Too much like an open mouth. Too much by half. He took the stairs. He stepped into the kitchen, bouncing the passkey off his left hand, making the chain jingle, then catching it again. Danny was pallid and worn out. Wendy had been crying, her eyes red and darkly circled. He felt a sudden burst of gladness. He wasn't suffering alone. They looked at him without speaking. He announced with a heartiness that astounded him that there was nothing there. Not a thing. He bounced the passkey up and down, smiling reassuringly, watching relief spread over their faces, and thought he had never in his life wanted a drink so badly as right now. Late that afternoon, Jack got a cot from the first-floor storage room and put it in the corner of their bedroom. Wendy expected Danny would be half the night getting to sleep, but the boy was nodding before the Waltons was half over, and 15 minutes after they tucked him in, he was far down in sleep, moveless, one hand under his cheek. Wendy sat watching him, holding her place in a fat paperback with one finger. Jack sat at his desk, looking at his play. He swore under his breath. Wendy looked up and asked what was wrong. He said nothing. He looked down at the play with smoldering ill temper. How could he have thought it was good? It was puerile, done 1,000 times. Worse, he had no idea how to finish it. Once it had seemed simple enough. Denker, in a fit of rage, seizes the poker and beats saintly Gary to death. Then, standing spread-legged over the body, the bloody poker in one hand, he screams at the audience that it's here somewhere and he will find it. As the lights dim and the curtain draws, the audience sees Gary's body face down as Denker strides to the bookcase and feverishly begins pulling books from the shelves, looking at them, throwing them aside. He had thought it was something old enough to be new, a tragedy in 5 acts, whose novelty alone might see it through a successful Broadway run. But in addition to a sudden diversion of interest to the Overlook's history, something else had happened. He had developed opposing feelings about his characters, something quite new. Ordinarily, he liked all his characters, the good and the bad. It allowed him to see all their sides and understand their motivations more clearly. His favorite story, sold to a small Southern Maine magazine for copies, had been about a child molester about to commit suicide in his furnished room. The child molester's name was Paul DeLong, known as Monkey. Jack had liked Monkey very much. He sympathized with Monkey's bizarre needs, knowing Monkey wasn't the only one to blame for the 3 rape murders in his past. There had been bad parents, a beater of a father as his own father had been, a mother who was a limp and silent dish rag as his own mother had been, a homosexual experience in grammar school, public humiliation, worse experiences in high school and college. He had been arrested and sent to an institution after exposing himself to little girls getting off a school bus. Worst of all, he had been dismissed from the institution, let back onto the streets, because the man in charge decided he was all right. This man's name was Grimmer. Grimmer had known that Monkey was exhibiting deviant symptoms, but wrote the good hopeful report and let him go anyway. Jack liked and sympathized with Grimmer too. Grimmer had to run an understaffed, underfunded institution and keep it together with spit, baling wire, and nickel-and-dime appropriations from a state legislature that had to face the voters. Grimmer knew Monkey could interact with others, didn't soil his pants or try to stab fellow inmates with scissors, didn't think he was Napoleon. The staff psychiatrist in charge thought there was a better-than-even chance Monkey could make it on the street, and they both knew the longer a man stayed in an institution, the more he needed that closed environment like a junkie needed smack. Meanwhile, people were knocking down the doors. Paranoids, schizoids, cycloids, semi-catatonics, men who claimed to have gone to heaven in flying saucers, women who had burned their children's sex organs off with Bic lighters, alcoholics, pyromaniacs, kleptomaniacs, manic depressives, suicidals. Tough old world. If you weren't bolted together tightly, you'd shake, rattle, and roll before 30. Jack could sympathize with Grimmer's problem, with the parents of the murder victims, with the murdered children themselves, and with Monkey DeLong. Let the reader lay blame. In those days, he hadn't wanted to judge. The cloak of the moralist sat badly on his shoulders. He had started the little school in the same optimistic vein, but lately he had begun to choose sides. Worse, he had come to loathe his hero, Gary Benson. Originally conceived as a bright boy cursed with money, wanting to earn admission to a good university. Rather than having his father pull strings, Gary had become to Jack a simpering goody two-shoes, a postulant before the altar of knowledge, rather than a sincere acolyte, outwardly virtuous but inwardly cynical, filled not with real brilliance, but with sly animal cunning. All through the play he unfailingly addressed Denker as Sir. Jack thought his own son Danny used the word sincerely, and Gary as originally conceived had too. But as he began Act V, it came to him that Gary was using the word satirically, straight-faced, while the inside mugged and leered at Denker. Denker, who had never had any of the things Gary had, who had worked all his life just to become head of a single little school, now faced ruin over this handsome, innocent-seeming rich boy who cheated on his final composition and cunningly covered his tracks. Jack had seen Denker as not much different from strutting South American Little Caesars and Banana Kingdoms, a super zealot in a small puddle. In the beginning he wanted to say something about the abuse of power. Now he tended to see Denker as a Mr. Chips figure, the tragedy not the intellectual racking of Gary Benson, but the destruction of a kindly old headmaster unable to see through the wiles of a monster masquerading as a boy. He hadn't been able to finish the play. Now he sat looking down at it, scowling, wondering if there was any way to salvage the situation. He didn't think so. Either way, it had been done before. Either way, it was a load of shit. And why was he driving himself crazy about it tonight after the day just gone by? He looked up, trying to blink away the cobwebs, and realized Wendy had asked how they were going to get Danny down. They had to get him out of here. Jack uttered a short, barking laugh, saying she made it sound so easy. She started to protest, but he interrupted with a bitter joke about changing clothes in a telephone booth and flying Danny to Denver on his back Superman Jack Torrance from his salad days. Her face registered slow hurt. She understood the problem, the radio broken, the snow, but he had to understand Danny's problem. He was nearly catatonic. What if he hadn't come out of that? Jack answered a trifle shortly that Danny did come out. He had been frightened at Danny's blank state too at first, but the more he thought, the more he wondered if it hadn't been play-acting to escape punishment for trespassing. Wendy came and sat on the end of the bed by his desk, her face surprised and worried. She pointed to the bruises on Danny's neck. Something got at him, and she wanted him away from it. Jack told her not to shout. His head ached. He was as worried as she was. She lowered her voice. She didn't understand him. Someone was in here with them, not a nice someone. They had to get down to Sidewinder, all of them, quickly, and he was sitting there reading his play. He slammed the script down, telling her it was time she internalized some home truths. They were snowed in. Danny became active in his sleep, twisting and turning. Wendy pleaded with Jack not to wake him. Jack glanced over, some flush leaving his cheeks, and apologized for sounding mad. He broke the radio. If it was anyone's fault, it was his. That was their big link to the outside. She put a hand on his shoulder. He leaned his head against it. She brushed his hair. She admitted she could be a bitch, sometimes like her mother, but he had to understand that some things were hard to get over. He asked if she meant Danny's arm, his lips thinning. She said yes, but rushed on it wasn't just him. She worried about Danny playing, about him wanting a two-wheeler, about his teeth and eyesight and his shine. She worried because Danny was little and fragile, and something in this hotel seemed to want him. It would go through them to get him if it had to. They must get him out. Her hand tightened painfully on his shoulder. He didn't move away. One hand found her left breast and began stroking it through her shirt. He said he could maybe snowshoe Danny down. Danny could walk part way, but Jack would mostly carry him. It would mean camping out, 1, 2, maybe 3 nights, building a travois for supplies and bedrolls. They had the AM/FM radio, so they could pick a day with a good 3-day forecast. But if the forecast was wrong, his voice soft and measured, he thought they might die. Her face paled, shiny, almost ghostly. He continued stroking her, undoing the top button of her shirt. She shifted her legs, her jeans suddenly seeming too tight, pleasantly irritating. It would mean leaving her alone because she couldn't snowshoe worth beans 3 days of not knowing. Would she want that? His hand dropped to the second button. She said no, voice slightly thick, glancing at Danny. He had stopped twisting, his thumb back in his mouth. Jack unbuttoned the third and fourth buttons with deliberate slowness. If they stayed put, a ranger or game warden would eventually poke in just to check on them. They could simply say they wanted down. He slipped her naked breasts into the V of her open shirt, bent, and molded his lips around a nipple. She moaned and arched her back, hands seeking the back of his head. She asked how the ranger would take them out. If the helicopter was spoken for, he guessed it would have to be by snowmobile. She exclaimed. They had one Ullman said so. His mouth froze against her breast. Then he sat up. Her face was flushed, eyes overbright. His was calm. If there was a snowmobile, she said excitedly, there was no problem. They could all 3 go down together. He admitted he'd never driven a snowmobile. She said it couldn't be that hard. 10-year-olds drove them in Vermont fields, and he'd had a motorcycle when they met. He supposed he could, but he wondered how well it had been maintained. Ullman and Watson had summertime mines. It wouldn't have gas, might not have plugs or a battery. He didn't want her hopes up over her head. But she was totally excited now, leaning over him, breasts tumbling out of her shirt. He had a sudden impulse to seize one and twist it until she shrieked. Maybe that would teach her to shut up. She said gas was no problem. The VW and the hotel truck were full, and there was gas for the emergency generator. There must be a gas can in the shed. He admitted there were 3. She bet the spark plugs and battery were out there too. Nobody would store the snowmobile in one place, and the plug somewhere else. He said it didn't seem likely. He got up and walked to Danny, brushing a spill of hair from his forehead. Danny didn't stir. She asked from behind him if he would take them out on the first day. The radio said good weather. For a moment he didn't answer. He stood looking down at his son, his mixed feelings dissolving in a wave of love. Danny was vulnerable, fragile. The marks on his neck were very prominent. He said yes. He'd get it running and they'd get out as quick as they could. She thanked God. He turned around. She had taken off her shirt and lay on the bed, beetle flat, breasts aimed at the ceiling, playing with him lazily, flicking at the nipples. She told him softly to hurry up time. Afterward, with no light but the nightlight Danny had brought from his room, she lay in the crook of Jack's arm, feeling deliciously at peace. She found it hard to believe they could be sharing the Overlook with a murderous stowaway. She asked Jack what got at Danny. He didn't answer directly. He said Danny did have something, some talent the rest of them were missing, and maybe the Overlook had something too. She asked if he meant ghosts. He said he didn't know, not in the Algernon Blackwood sense. More like residues of feelings from people who had stayed there, good and bad. In that sense, every big hotel had ghosts, especially old ones. But a dead woman in the tub, was Danny losing his mind? Jack gave her a brief squeeze. They knew Danny went into trances sometimes. When in them, he sometimes saw things he didn't understand. If precognitive trances were possible, they were probably functions of the subconscious. Freud said the subconscious never spoke in literal language, only in symbols. He rambled about falling dreams and insecurity, conscious and subconscious playing games. Why should precognition be different? Maybe Danny really did see blood on the walls of the presidential suite. To a kid his age, the image of blood and the concept of death were nearly interchangeable, the image always more accessible. William Carlos Williams knew that he was a pediatrician. When people grew up, concepts got easier, and they left images to poets. She liked to hear him ramble. He joked about it. Then she pointed out the marks on Danny's neck were real. He agreed. After a long silence, he offered two explanations, neither involving a fourth party in the hotel. He suggested stigmata people who deeply believed in Christ's divinity sometimes exhibited bleeding marks during Holy Week. Stigmata wasn't much different from what yogis could do. People who studied mind-body interaction believed humans had more control over involuntary functions than once thought. You could slow your heartbeat, speed metabolism, make yourself sweat or bleed. She couldn't believe Danny thought bruises onto his neck. Jack agreed. It seemed unlikely. What was more likely was that Danny did it to himself. He'd gone into trances and hurt himself before. He reminded her of the supper table 2 years ago. They'd been furious at each other, not talking. Then Danny's eyes rolled up and he went face first into his dinner, then onto the floor. She remembered, thinking he was having a convulsion. Another time in the park, just Jack and Danny. Danny collapsed off a swing like he'd been shot, then came around and said to tell Mommy to close the bedroom windows if it rained. That night, it rained like hell. Danny was always coming in with cuts and scrapes. His shins looked like a battlefield. And when asked, he just said he was playing. She said all kids got bumped and bruised. Jack agreed. Danny was an active kid, but he remembered those incidents and wondered if some of Danny's bumps came from just keeling over. Dr. Edmonds said Danny did it right in his office. She argued. Those bruises were fingers, she'd swear to it. You didn't get them falling down. Jack offered that Danny went into a trance, maybe saw something that happened in that room, an argument, a suicide, violent emotions. He wasn't watching a movie. He was in a highly suggestible state, right in the thing. His subconscious might be visualizing whatever happened symbolically as a dead woman alive again. She said he was giving her goosebumps. He admitted giving himself a few. It seemed to fit the walking dead woman as a symbol for dead emotions that wouldn't give up and go away. But because she was a subconscious figure, she was also him. In the trance state, conscious Danny submerged, subconscious pulling strings. So Danny put his hands around his own neck. She stopped him, saying she got the picture that was more frightening than a stranger in the halls. You could move away from a stranger. You couldn't move away from yourself. He was talking about schizophrenia. He said of a very limited and special nature. Danny did seem able to read thoughts and have precognitive flashes. He couldn't think of that as mental illness. Everyone had schizo deposits. As Danny got older, he'd get it under control. She said if he was right, they had to get Danny out. Whatever he had, this hotel was making it worse. He objected if Danny had done as he was told, he never would have gone to that room. She asked if he was implying being half strangled was fitting punishment for being off limits. He said no, of course not, but no buts, she said, shaking her head. They were guessing. They didn't know when Danny might turn a corner and run into one of those air pockets. They had to get him away. Next thing, she laughed, they'd be seeing things. He told her not to talk nonsense. In the darkness, he saw the hedge lions bunching around the path, no longer flanking but guarding it, hungry November lions. Cold sweat sprang on his brow. She asked if he really saw anything when he went up to that room. The lions were gone. Now he saw a pink pastel shower curtain with a dark shape lounging behind it. The closed door. The muffled, hurried thump. Footsteps. The horrible lurching beat of his own heart as he struggled with the passkey. He said nothing. That was true. He'd been strung up, not sure what was happening. He hadn't had a chance to sift through a reasonable explanation for the bruises. He'd been pretty suggestible himself. Hallucinations could be catching. She asked if he'd changed his mind about the snowmobile. His hands clamped into sudden tight fists. He said he would do what he said. Now go to sleep. It had been a long, hard day. She agreed, rustled the bedclothes, kissed his shoulder, and said she loved him. He mouthed the words back. His hands were still clenched, feeling like rocks, the pulse beating in his forehead. She hadn't said a word about what would happen after they got down, when the party was over. Not one word. Danny this, Danny that, Jack, I'm so scared. Yes, she was scared of closet boogeymen and jumping shadows, but there were real lacks too. When they got to Sidewinder, they'd arrived with $60 and the clothes they stood in. Not even a car. Nothing to hawk but her engagement ring and the radio. A pawnbroker might give them $20. No job except maybe shoveling driveways for $3 a shot. The picture of John Torrance, 30, once published in Esquire, who had dreamed of becoming a major American writer, with a shovel on his shoulder. Ringing doorbells, that picture came to him much more clearly than the hedge lions. He clenched his fists tighter, fingernails sinking into his palms, drawing blood in mystic quarter-moon shapes. John Torrance in line for food stamps, in line at the Methodist church for donated commodities and dirty looks. John Torrance explaining to Al that they'd had to leave, to shut down the boiler, leave the Overlook open to vandals because there were ghosts that had it in for his boy. Goodbye, Al. Thoughts of Chapter 4 spring comes for John Torrance. What then? They might get to the West Coast in the VW. A new fuel pump would do it. 50 miles west, and it was all downhill. You could coast to Utah, onto sunny California, land of oranges and opportunity. A man with a sterling record of alcoholism, student beating, and ghost chasing would undoubtedly be able to write his own ticket. Custodial engineer, swapping out buses, washing cars in a rubber suit, washing dishes, pumping gas 25 hours a week at minimum wage. Heavy tunes in a year when Wonder Bread went for 60 cents a loaf. Blood trickled down from his palms, like stigmata. He squeezed tighter, savaging himself with pain. His wife slept beside him. No problems. He'd agreed to take her and Danny away from the big bad boogeyman. So you see, Al, he thought the best thing to do would be to kill her. The thought rose from nowhere, naked and unadorned. The urge to tumble her out of bed, naked and bewildered, just waking to pounce, seize her neck like a young aspen limb, throttle her, thumbs on windpipe, fingers pressing against her spine, jerking her head up and ramming it back down against the floorboards again and again, whamming, smashing, crashing, shake, rattle, and roll. He would make her take her medicine, every drop, every last bitter drop. The man became aware of a muffled noise outside the furnace of his own thoughts. Across the room, his son thrashed in bed, twisting, tangling the blankets. A small, caged moan came from deep in the boy's throat. The father wondered what nightmare could be chasing Danny, perhaps a dead purple woman through hotel corridors? Somehow, he sensed otherwise. Something worse was hunting his son in those dreams. His emotional lock broke. Climbing out of bed, he crossed to the boy. Sick with shame at himself, he had to focus on Danny, not his wife, not himself. Only Danny. Whatever shape he tried to force the facts into, he knew in his gut the boy had to be taken out of here. He straightened Danny's blankets, added the quilt. The boy had quieted again. His father touched the sleeping forehead, felt it warm but not fevered. Danny slept peacefully now. Strange. Back in bed, sleep wouldn't come. It felt unfair. Bad luck seemed to follow them. Coming up here hadn't shaken it. By the time they reached Sidewinder tomorrow afternoon, the golden opportunity would have evaporated. But if they didn't go down, if they could stick it out, the play would get finished. He'd tack an ending onto it somehow. His own uncertainty about his characters might add ambiguity, maybe even make money. Lacking that, a former colleague might convince the school board to rehire him. He'd be on probation, possibly 3 years, but if he stayed sober and kept writing, he might not need to stay that long. He'd felt stifled there before, buried alive, an immature reaction. Besides, how could a man enjoy teaching when he showed up hungover every second or third day? It wouldn't be that way again. He was sure of it. Somewhere inside that thought, things broke apart and he drifted down into sleep. His last thought followed him like a sounding bell. He might find peace here at last, if they would only let him. Awareness returned while standing in the bathroom of room 217. Sleepwalking again? But why? No radios to break up here. The bathroom light was on, the room behind him dark. The shower curtain was drawn around the clawfoot tub. The bath mat beside it was wrinkled and wet. Fear began to rise, though the dreamlike quality of it told him this wasn't real. But that didn't contain the fear. So many things at the Overlook seemed like dreams. He moved to the tub, unable to turn back. He flung the curtain open. In the tub, naked, nearly weightless in pink-stained water, lay a young man, George Hatfield, a knife in his chest, eyes closed. His penis floated limply like kelp. The man heard himself say the name. At the word, George's eyes snapped open silver, not human. Fish-white hands found the tub sides, pulling up to sitting. The knife stuck straight out from his chest, exactly between the nipples. The wound had no lips. George accused him of setting the timer ahead. The man denied it. George insisted he didn't stutter. Standing now, fixing him with that inhuman silver glare, mouth drawn back in a dead, grimacing smile, George threw one leg over the tub side, placed one wrinkled white foot on the mat. He accused the man of trying to run him over on his bike, setting the timer ahead, trying to stab him to death, but he still didn't stutter. George came forward, hands out, fingers curled, smelling moldy and wet like rained-on leaves. The man backed up, claiming he'd set the timer ahead for George's own good. He also happened to know George cheated on his final composition. George denied it, didn't cheat, didn't stutter. His hands touched the man's neck. The man turned and ran with that floating, weightless slowness of dreams, screaming that George did cheat, he'd prove it. George's hands found his neck again. His heart swelled with fear. Finally, his hand curled around a doorknob, turned it, yanked the door open. He plunged out, not into the second-floor hallway, but into the basement room beyond the arch. The cobwebby light was on. His camp chair stood beneath it, surrounded by boxes, crates, records, invoices. Relief surged through him. He heard himself scream that he'd find it. He grabbed a damp cardboard box that split apart in his hands, spilling yellow flimsies. He plunged his hands into the pile, came up with a dry, papery wasp's nest in one hand and a ticking timer in the other. Attached to its back was electrical cord leading to dynamite. He screamed for George to take it. Relief became absolute triumph. With these talismanic objects, George would never touch him again, would flee in terror. He began to turn to confront George, and that's when George's hands settled around his neck from behind, squeezing, stopping his breath after one final dragging gasp. George whispered that he didn't stutter. He dropped the wasp's nest. Wasps boiled out in a furious brown and yellow wave. His lungs burned. His wavering sight fell on the timer, but the cord ran not to dynamite, but to the gold knob of a stout black cane, like the one his father had carried after the milk truck accident. He grasped it. The cord parted. The cane felt heavy and right. He swung it back over his shoulder, glancing against the light wire, sending the bulb swinging, shadows rocking monstrously. On the way down, the cane struck something hard. George screamed. The grip on his throat loosened. He tore free and whirled. George was on his knees, head drooping, hands laced on top, blood welling through his fingers. George whispered humbly for a break. The man grunted that now George would take his medicine. Young pup, worthless cur. Every drop. He began swinging the cane again and again, arm rising and falling like a machine. George's bloody fingers fell away. The cane was no longer a cane but a mallet with a striped handle, a hard side and soft side, the business end clotted with blood and hair. The flat whacking sound became a hollow booming, echoing. His own voice took on that quality, bellowing, disembodied, yet paradoxically weaker, slurred, petulant, as if drunk. The kneeling figure raised its head in supplication. No face, only a mask of blood through which eyes peered. He brought the mallet back for a final whistling downstroke, and saw that the face below wasn't George's. It was Danny's, his son's face. He heard "Daddy," then the mallet crashed home between Danny's eyes, closing them forever. Something somewhere seemed to be laughing. "No!" He came out of it standing naked over Danny's bed, hands empty, body sheened with sweat. His final scream had only been in his mind. He whispered it aloud. "Never." His legs turned to rubber as he went back to bed. His wife slept deeply. The clock read 5:15. He lay sleepless until 7, when Danny began to stir. Then he put his legs over the edge and began to dress. "Time to go downstairs and check the boiler." Shortly after midnight, the snow stopped, adding 8 fresh inches atop the old crust. Clouds broke, wind swept them away, and now the man stood in a dusty ingot of sunlight slanting through the equipment shed's eastern window. The long freight car-sized space smelled of grease, oil, gasoline, and faintly of sweet grass. 4 power lawnmowers stood ranked against the south wall, 2 of them riding models like small tractors. Nearby post-hole diggers, putting green shovels, a chainsaw, electric hedge clippers, and a long thin steel pole with a red flag at the top, a caddy's tool for fetching balls. Against the eastern wall, 3 ping-pong tables leaned like a drunken house of cards, their nets removed and flopped down from the shelf above. In the corner sat stack of shuffleboard weights and Aroke set wickets banded with wire brightly painted balls in an egg carton organizer, mallets standing in 2 racks. He stepped over an old 8-cell battery, a charger, and coiled jumper cables. Slipping one short-handled mallet from the front rack, he held it before his face like a knight saluting his king. Fragments of his dream, something about George Hatfield and his father's cane, recurred, jumbled and fading, leaving him uneasy and absurdly guilty about holding an ordinary Roque mallet. Not that Roque was common anymore, croquet had surpassed it. But Roque must have been quite a game. He'd found a mildewed rulebook downstairs from the early 20s when a North American tournament was held here. Quite a game. He frowned, then smiled. The schizoid game. The mallet expressed that perfectly, a soft end and a hard end finesse and aim alongside raw, bludgeoning power. He swung it through the air, listening to the powerful whistling sound, then replaced it in the rack and turned left. His frown returned. A snowmobile sat almost in the middle of the shed, a fairly new Bombardier Ski-Doo. Black letters raked backward across the yellow engine cowling, black skis, black piping like racing stripes, but the paint job was that bright, sneering yellow. Sitting in its shaft of morning sun, it looked like a monstrous mechanized wasp. When running, it would sound like one too whining, buzzing, ready to sting, and after it did its job, they were going to hurt plenty. By spring, the family would be hurting so badly that what those real wasps had done to his son's hand would look like a mother's kisses. He wiped his mouth with his handkerchief and walked over to the Ski-Doo. A gust of wind slammed against the shed, making it rock and creak. He looked out the window and saw a sheet of sparkling snow crystals whirled high into the hard blue sky. The wind dropped. He returned to looking at the machine. A disgusting thing. He'd always hated snowmobiles. They shattered winter's cathedral silence, startled wildlife, sent out huge polluting clouds of blue oil smoke. The final grotesque toy of the fossil fuel age, given to 10-year-olds for Christmas. He remembered a newspaper article from Stovington, a kid on a snowmobile barreling down an unfamiliar road at night with his headlight off. A heavy chain strung between 2 posts had decapitated him. Reading that story, he'd felt almost glad. Now, looking at this machine, the feeling recurred. If not for his son, he would take great pleasure in grabbing one of those mallets and pounding until... He let his breath escape in a long sigh. His wife was right. Come hell or high water, or the welfare line, she was right. Pounding this machine to death would be folly almost tantamount to pounding his own son to death. He called himself a Luddite aloud. He went to the back, unscrewed the gas cap, found a dipstick on a chest-high shelf, and slipped it in. The last eighth of an inch came out wet, enough to see if the thing would run. Later, he could siphon more from the Volkswagen and the hotel truck. He screwed the cap back on and opened the cowling. No spark plugs, no battery. He poked along the shelf, past screwdrivers and wrenches, an old carburetor, plastic boxes of screws and nails. The shelf was thick with dark grease. Dust stuck to it like fur. He didn't like touching it. He found a small oil-stained box marked "Skid" in pencil, shook it. Plugs rattled inside. He held one to the light, tried to estimate the gap without hunting for the gapping tool, then dropped it back with resentment. If the gap's wrong, too damn bad. He dragged a stool over, sat down, installed the 4 spark plugs, fitted the small rubber caps over each, let his fingers play briefly over the magneto. Back to the shelves. He couldn't find a small battery 3 or 4 cell. Socket wrenches, drills and bits, bags of lawn fertilizer, but no snowmobile battery. It didn't bother him. It made him glad, relieved. He'd tried his best but couldn't get through. He whistled. Red River Valley up-tempo as he poked the last few feet of shelf, his breath coming out in little white puffs. He'd made a complete circuit. The battery wasn't there. Maybe someone had lifted it. He laughed aloud, the old office bootleg trick, white-collar crime. He walked back to the snowmobile and kicked its side. Well, that was the end of it. He'd just have to tell his wife sorry, but... There was a box sitting in the corner by the door. The stool had been right over it, written on top in pencil, "Skid." He looked at it, the smile drying on his lips. The cavalry had arrived. His smoke signals worked after all. It wasn't fair. Something luck, fate, Providence had been trying to save him. Some other luck, white luck, and at the last moment, bad old Jack Torrance luck had stepped back in. The lousy run of cards wasn't over yet. Resentment, a gray, sullen wave, pushed up his throat. His hands clenched into fists. Why couldn't he have looked somewhere else? A crick in his neck, an itch in his nose, the need to blink. He never would have seen it. Well, he hadn't. That was all. A hallucination, no different from what happened yesterday outside that second-floor room with the hedge animals. A momentary straying. Fancy, he thought he saw a snowmobile battery in that corner. Nothing there now. Combat fatigue. He yanked the door open hard enough to risk the hinges and pulled his snowshoes inside. They were clotted with snow. He slapped them down hard, raising a cloud of it. He put his left foot on the left shoe and paused. His son was out there by the milk platform, trying to make a snowman by the looks. Not much luck, the snow was too cold to stick. Still, the boy gave it the old college try in the flashing morning, a speck of bundled-up child above the brilliant snow and below the brilliant sky, wearing his hat turned backward. What in the name of God was he thinking of? The answer came back with no pause himself. He was thinking of himself. He suddenly remembered lying in bed the night before, contemplating the murder of his wife. In that instant, kneeling there, everything came clear. It was not just his son the Overlook was working on. It was working on him too. His son wasn't the weak link. He was the vulnerable one, the one who could be bent and twisted until something snapped, until he let go and slept. And if he did that... He looked up at the banks of windows. The sun threw back an almost blinding glare from their many panes, but he looked anyway. For the first time, he noticed how much they seemed like eyes. They reflected away the sun and held their own darkness within. It was not his son they were looking at. It was him. In those few seconds, he understood everything. He remembered a black-and-white picture from catechism class as a child. The nun had presented it on an easel, calling it a miracle of God. The class saw nothing but a jumble of whites and blacks, senseless, patternless. Then one child gasped that it was Jesus, and that child went home with a New Testament and a calendar for being first. The other stared harder. One little girl transported to near ecstasy as she cried out that she saw him. She also received a testament. Eventually, everyone saw the face of Jesus except Jackie. He strained harder and harder, scared now, Part of him cynical, that the others were just putting on to please the nun. Part of him secretly convinced he wasn't seeing it because God had judged him the worst sinner in the class. The nun asked if he didn't see it in her sad, sweet manner. In vicious desperation, he thought something ugly about her. He began to shake his head, then faked excitement and claimed he did see it. Everyone laughed and applauded, leaving him triumphant, ashamed, and scared. Later, lingering behind while the others tumbled out to the street, he looked at the meaningless jumble left on the easel. He hated it. They had all made it up, even the nun. A big fake. He whispered a childish curse under his breath, and as he turned to go, he saw the face of Jesus from the corner of his eye, sad and wise. He turned back, heart in his throat. Everything clicked into place. He stared with fearful wonder, unable to believe he had missed it. The eyes, the zigzag of shadow across the careworn brow, the fine nose, the compassionate lips. Looking at him, what had been a meaningless sprawl had become a stark black and white etching of Christ our Lord. Fearful wonder became terror. He had cursed in front of a picture of Jesus. He would be damned. The face had been in the picture all along. Now, kneeling in the sun and watching his son playing in the hotel's shadow, he knew it was all true. The hotel wanted the boy, maybe all of them, but the boy for sure. The Hedges had really walked. There was a dead woman in room 217, perhaps only a spirit, and harmless under most circumstances, but now an active danger. Like a malevolent clockwork toy, she had been wound up and set in motion by the boy's own odd mind, and his own. It didn't matter who had told him about the man dropping dead of a stroke on the Row Court. There had been an assassination on the 3rd floor. How many old quarrels, suicides, strokes, murders? Was Grady lurking somewhere in the West Wing with his axe, just waiting for the boy to start him up so he could come back out of the woodwork? The puffed circle of bruises around the boy's neck, the twinkling, half-seen bottles in the deserted lounge, the radio, the dreams, the scrapbook he had found in the cellar. He got up suddenly, thrusting the snowshoes back out the door, shaking all over. He slammed the door and picked up the box with the battery. It slipped through his shaking fingers. He worried he had cracked it and thumped over on its side. He pulled the flaps open, yanked the battery out, heedless of potential leaking acid. It hadn't cracked. A little sigh escaped his lips. Cradling it, he took it to the ski-doo and put it on its platform near the front of the engine. He found a small adjustable wrench on one of the shelves and attached the battery cables quickly, with no trouble. The battery was live, no need for the charger. A crackle of electricity and a small odor of ozone when he slipped the positive cable onto its terminal. He stood away, wiping his hands nervously on his denim jacket. It should work. No reason why not, except that it was part of the Overlook, and the Overlook really didn't want them out of here. Not at all. The Overlook was having one hell of a good time. A little boy to terrorize, a man and his woman to set against each other. If it played its cards right, they could end up flitting through its halls like insubstantial shades. Whatever walked in Hill House walked alone, but you wouldn't be alone in the Overlook. Plenty of company here, but no reason why the snowmobile shouldn't start, except he still didn't really want to go. He stood looking at the ski-doo, his breath puffing out in frozen plumes. He wanted it to be the way it had been. When he came in here, he'd had no doubts. Going down would be the wrong decision. He had known that then. His wife was only scared of the boogeyman summoned by a single hysterical little boy. Now, suddenly, he could see her side. Like his damnable play, he no longer knew which side he was on or how things should come out. Once you saw the face of a god in those jumbled blacks and whites, you could never unsee it. Others might laugh and say it's nothing, just meaningless splotches, but you would always see the face of Christ our Lord looking out at you. You had seen it in one gestalt leap, conscious and unconscious melding, in that shocking moment of understanding. You were damned to always see it. It had been all right, until he saw his son playing in the snow. The boy's fault. Everything had been the boy's fault. He was the one with the shining, or whatever it was, not a shining, a curse. If he and his wife had been here alone, they could have passed the winter quite nicely. No pain, no strain on the brain. The Overlook didn't want them to go, and he didn't want them to go either. Maybe he was part of it now. Perhaps the Overlook had picked him to be its Boswell. The new caretaker writes? Very good. Sign him on. Let's get rid of the woman and her snot-nosed kid first, however. We don't want him distracted. He stood by the cockpit, his head starting to ache again. Go or stay? Very simple. Shall we go, or shall we stay? If they went, how long before he found the local hole in Sidewinder, the dark place with a lousy color TV where unshaven, unemployed men watched game shows, where the piss in the men's room smelled 2,000 years old, and a sodden cigarette butt unraveled in the toilet bowl, where beer was 30 cents a glass, and the jukebox was loaded with 70 country oldies. How long? He was so afraid it wouldn't be long at all. He admitted softly that he couldn't win, like trying to play solitaire with one of the aces missing. He leaned over the motor compartment and yanked off the magneto. It came off with sickening ease. He looked at it, then went to the back door and opened it. The view of the mountains was unobstructed. Picture postcard beautiful in the twinkling brightness of morning. An unbroken field of snow rose to the first pines about a mile distant. He flung the magneto as far out into the snow as he could. It went much farther than it should have. A light puff of snow when it fell. The light breeze carried the snow granules away. Disperse. There's nothing to see. It's all over. He felt at peace. He stood in the doorway for a long time, breathing the good mountain air, then closed it firmly, and went back out the other door to tell his wife they would be staying. On the way, he stopped and had a snowball fight with his son. It was November 29th, 3 days after Thanksgiving. The last week had been good, the Thanksgiving dinner the best they'd ever had as a family. His wife had cooked the turkey perfectly, and they had all eaten to bursting without even coming close to finishing the bird. The father groaned that they would be eating turkey for the rest of the winter in every form imaginable. His wife told him with a little smile only until Christmas. Then the capon both father and son groaned together. The bruises on the boy's neck had faded, and their fears seemed to have faded with them. On Thanksgiving afternoon, his wife had pulled the boy around on his sled while the father worked on the play, now almost done. She asked the boy if he was still afraid, not knowing how to put the question less baldly. He answered simply that he was, but now he stayed in the safe places. She explained that sooner or later the forest rangers would wonder why they weren't checking in on the CB radio and would come to see if anything was wrong. They might go down then. The boy and her let his father finish the winter. He had good reasons for wanting to. In a way, she admitted, their backs were against the wall. The boy answered non-committally. On this sparkling afternoon, the parents were upstairs, and the boy knew they had been making love. They were dozing now. They were happy, he knew. His mother was still a little afraid, but his father's attitude was strange, a feeling that he had done something very hard and done it right. But the boy couldn't seem to see exactly what that something was. His father was guarding it carefully, even in his own mind. The boy wondered if it was possible to be glad you had done something and still be so ashamed that you tried not to think of it. The question disturbed him. He didn't think such a thing was possible in a normal mind. His hardest probings at his father had only brought him a dim picture of something like an octopus whirling up into the hard blue sky, and on both occasions that he concentrated hard enough to get that, his father had suddenly stared at him in a sharp, frightening way, as if he knew what the boy was doing. Now the boy was in the lobby, getting ready to go out. He went out a lot, taking his sled or wearing his snowshoes. He liked to get out of the hotel. When he was out in the sunshine, a weight seemed to slip from his shoulders. He pulled a chair over, stood on it, got his parka and snow pants from the ballroom closet, and sat down to put them on. His boots were in the boot box. He pulled them on, his tongue creeping out into the corner of his mouth as he laced and tied the rawhide into careful knots. He pulled on his mittens and ski mask and was ready. He tramped through the kitchen to the back door, then paused. He was tired of playing out back, and at this time of day the hotel's shadow would be cast over his play area. He didn't even like being in the Overlook's shadow. He decided he would put on his snowshoes and go down to the playground instead. The cook had told him to stay away from the topiary, but the thought of the hedge animals didn't bother him much. They were buried under snowdrifts, now nothing showing but vague humps, the rabbit's head, and the lion's tails. Sticking out of the snow the way they were, the tails looked more absurd than frightening. The boy opened the back door and retrieved his snowshoes from the milk platform. 5 minutes later, he strapped them onto his feet on the front porch. His father had told him he had the hang of the lazy, shuffling stride and the ankle twist that shook powdery snow from the lacings. Before each step down, all that remained was building the necessary muscles. The boy found his ankles, tired fast as snowshoeing, was almost as hard on them as skating, because he had to keep clearing the lacings. Every 5 minutes or so he needed to stop with legs spread and snowshoes flat on the snow to rest. But he didn't need to rest going down to the playground, it was all downhill. Less than 10 minutes after struggling over the monstrous snow dune that had drifted onto the front porch, he stood with his mittened hand on the playground slide, not even breathing hard. The playground seemed much nicer in deep snow, like a fairyland sculpture. Swing chains frozen in strange positions, the bigger kids' swing seats flush against the snow. The jungle gym had become an ice cave guarded by dripping icicle teeth. Only the chimneys of the play overlook stuck up over the snow, along with the tops of 2 cement rings protruding like Eskimo igloos. He tramped over, squatted, and began to dig. Before long he uncovered the dark mouth of one ring and slipped into the cold tunnel. In his mind, he was a secret agent on the run from KGB agents in the Swiss mountains, avalanches in the area. The notorious agent Slabo had killed his girlfriend with a poison dart, but somewhere nearby was the Russian anti-gravity machine. Perhaps at the end of this very tunnel, he drew his automatic and went along the concrete tunnel, eyes wide and alert, breath pluming. The far end was solidly blocked with snow. He tried digging through and was amazed and a little uneasy to see how solid it was, almost like ice from the cold and the constant weight of snow on top. His make-believe collapsed. Suddenly, he felt closed in and extremely nervous in this tight ring of cement. He could hear his breathing, gank, quick, hollow. He was under the snow, hardly any light filtering down the hole he had dug to get in here. Suddenly, he wanted to be out in the sunlight more than anything. Suddenly, he remembered his parents were sleeping and didn't know where he was. If the hole caved in, he would be trapped, and the Overlook didn't like him. He turned around with difficulty and crawled back along the concrete ring, snowshoes clacking woodenly behind him, palms crackling in last fall's dead aspen leaves. He reached the end, and the cold spill of light from above, and then the snow gave way. A minor fall, but enough to powder his face, clog the opening he'd wriggled down through, and leave him in darkness. For a moment his brain froze in utter panic. Then, as if from far off, he heard his father's voice warning him never to play at the town dump, because stupid people hauled old refrigerators there without removing the doors. If you got inside and the door shut on you, there was no way out. You would die in the darkness. But it had happened. His frenzied mind told him he was in the dark, closed in, as cold as a refrigerator, and something was in here with him. His breath stopped in a gasp. An almost drowsy terror stole through his veins. Yes, there was something in here with him, some awful thing the Overlook had saved for just such a chance. Maybe a huge spider burrowed under the dead leaves, or a rat, or the corpse of some little kid who had died here on the playground. Had that ever happened? Yes, he thought maybe it had. He thought of the woman in the tub, the blood and brains on the wall of the presidential suite. Some little kid with its head split open from a fall, crawling after him in the dark, grinning, looking for one final playmate in its endless playground. In a moment, he would hear it coming. At the far end of the concrete ring, he heard the stealthy crackle of dead leaves as something came for him on its hands and knees. At any moment, it would close its cold hand around his ankle. That thought broke his paralysis. He dug at the loose fall of snow, choking the end of the concrete ring, throwing it back between his legs in powdery bursts like a dog digging for a bone. Blue light filtered down from above. He thrust himself up at it like a diver coming out of deep water, scraping his back on the lip of the ring, one snowshoe twisting behind the other, snow spilling inside his ski mask and into his parka collar. He dug, clawed. The snow seemed to be trying to hold him, suck him back down into the concrete ring where that unseen leaf-crackling thing was. Keep him there, forever. Then he was out. His face turned up to the sun. He crawled through the snow, crawling away from the half-buried cement ring, gasping harshly, his face almost comically white with powdered snow, a living fright mask. He hobbled to the jungle gym and sat down to readjust his snowshoes and catch his breath. As he set them to rights and tightened the straps, he never took his eyes from the hole at the end of the concrete ring. He waited to see if something would come out. Nothing did. After 3 or 4 minutes, his breathing began to slow. Whatever it was couldn't stand sunlight. Cooped up down there, maybe only able to come out when it was dark, or when both ends of its circular prison were plugged with snow. Something thumped softly behind him. He turned toward the hotel, but even before he looked, he knew what he would see. That soft thumping sound was a large clump of snow falling, the way it sounded sliding off the roof. Yes, he could see it. The snow had fallen off the hedgehog. When he came down, it had only been a harmless lump of snow outside the playground. Now it stood, revealed an incongruous splash of green in all the eye-watering whiteness, sitting up as if to beg a sweet or a scrap. But this time, he wouldn't go crazy, wouldn't blow his cool. He wasn't trapped in some dark old hole. He was in the sunlight, and it was just a dog. He thought hopefully that maybe the sun had just melted enough snow off that old dog so the rest fell off in a bunch. Maybe that was all it was. His snowshoe bindings were as tight as they were ever going to be. He stood up and stared back at the concrete ring, almost completely submerged in the snow. What he saw at the end he had exited froze his heart. A circular patch of darkness at the end of it, a fold of shadow marking the hole he dug to get down inside. Now, in spite of the snow dazzle, he thought he could see something there. Something moving. A hand. The waving hand of some desperately unhappy child, waving, pleading, drowning. Save me. Please save me. If you can't save me, at least come play with me. Forever, and forever, and forever, and forever. He whispered no. The word fell dry and bare from his stripped mouth. He could feel his mind wavering, trying to go away the way it had when the woman in the room had no better not think of that. He grasped at the strings of reality and held them tightly. He had to get out of here. Concentrate on that. Be cool. Be like the secret agent. Would that agent be crying and wetting his pants like a little baby? Would his father? That calmed him somewhat. From behind him, that soft flump of falling snow came again. He turned. The head of one of the hedge lions was sticking out of the snow now, snarling at him. It was closer than it should have been, almost up to the playground gate. Terror tried to rise and he quelled it. He was the secret agent, and he would escape. He began walking out of the playground, taking the same roundabout course his father had taken on the day the snow flew. He concentrated on operating the snowshoes. Slow, flat strides. Don't lift your foot too high, or you'll lose your balance. Twist your ankle and spill the snow off the crisscrossed lacings. It seemed so slow. He reached the corner of the playground. The snow was drifted high here, and he stepped over the fence. He got halfway over and almost fell flat when the snowshoe on his trailing foot caught on a fence post. He leaned on the outside edge of gravity, pinwheeling his arms, remembering how hard it was to get up once you fell down. From his right, that soft sound again, falling clumps of snow. He looked over and saw the other 2 lions, clear of snow now down to their forepaws, side by side about 60 paces away. The green indentations that were their eyes fixed on him. The dog had turned its head. It only happens when you're not looking. His snowshoes crossed. He plunged forward into the snow, arms waving uselessly. More snow got inside his hood, down his neck, into the tops of his boots. He struggled out and tried to get the snowshoes under him, heart hammering crazily. Secret agent. Remember? You're the secret agent, and overbalanced backward. For a moment he lay looking at the sky, thinking it would be simpler to just give up. Then he thought of the thing in the concrete tunnel and knew he could not. He gained his feet and stared at the topiary. All 3 lions were bunched together now, not 40 feet away. The dog had ranged off to their left, as if to block his retreat. They were bare of snow except for powdery ruffs around their necks and muzzles, all staring at him. His breath raced. Panic was like a rat behind his forehead, twisting and gnawing. He fought the panic and fought the snowshoes. His father's voice came back, "Don't fight them. Walk on them like they were your own feet. Walk with them." He began to walk again, trying to regain the easy rhythm he had practiced with his father. Little by little it began to come. But with the rhythm came an awareness of just how tired he was, how much his fear had exhausted him. The tendons of his thighs, calves, and ankles were hot and trembly. Ahead, he could see the Overlook, mockingly distant, seeming to stare at him with its many windows, as if this were some sort of contest in which it was mildly interested. He looked back over his shoulder. His hurried breathing caught for a moment, and then hurried on even faster. The nearest lion was now only 20 feet behind, breasting through the snow like a dog paddling in a pond. The 2 others flanked it to right and left, pacing an army platoon on patrol, the dog still off to their left as the scout. The closest lion had its head down, shoulders bunched powerfully above its neck, had tail up as if in the instant before he turned it, had been swishing back and forth. It looked like a great big house cat having a good time playing with a mouse before killing it. If he fell, he was dead. They would never let him get up. They would pounce. He pinwheeled his arms madly and lunged ahead, his center of gravity dancing just beyond his nose. He caught it and hurried on, snapping glances back over his shoulder. The air whistled in and out of his dry throat like hot glass. The world narrowed to the dazzling snow, the green hedges, and the whisper of his snowshoes. Something else followed, a soft, muffled padding. He tried to hurry faster but couldn't. He walked over the buried driveway, a small boy with his face almost buried in his parka hood, the afternoon still and bright. When he looked back again, the lead line was only 5 feet behind, grinning. Mouth open, haunches tensed down like a clock spring. Behind it, and the others, he could see the rabbit's head now sticking out of the snow, bright green, as if it had turned its horrid blank face to watch the end of the stalk. On the front lawn between the circular drive and the porch, he let the panic loose and began running clumsily in the snowshoes, no longer daring to look back, tilting farther forward, arms out ahead like a blind man feeling for obstacles. His hood fell back, revealing paste white skin giving way to hectic red blotches, his eyes bulging with terror. The porch was very close now. Behind him came the sudden hard crunch of snow as something leaped. He fell on the porch steps, screaming without sound, scrambling up on hands and knees, snowshoes clattering askew, a slashing sound in the air, sudden pain in his leg, the ripping of cloth, something else that must have been in his mind, a bellowing, angry roar, the smell of blood and evergreen. He fell full length on the porch, sobbing hoarsely, the rich metallic taste of copper in his mouth. His heart thundered in his chest. A small trickle of blood came from his nose. He had no idea how long he lay there before the lobby doors flew open. His father ran out, wearing just jeans and slippers. His mother was behind her, screaming his name. His father asked what was wrong, what happened. Below the knee, his snow pants were ripped open. Inside, his wool ski sock was torn, and his calf had been shallowly scratched, as if he had tried to push through a closely grown evergreen hedge, and the branches had clawed him. He looked over his shoulder. Far down the lawn, past the pudding green, were a number of vague, snow-cowled humps. The hedge animals. Between them and the playground. Between them and the road. His legs gave way. His father caught him. He began to cry. He told them everything except what had happened when the snow blocked the end of the concrete ring. He couldn't bring himself to repeat that. He didn't know the right words to express the creeping, lassitudinous terror he had felt when he heard the dead aspen leaves begin to crackle furtively down there in the cold darkness. But he told them about the soft sound of snow falling in clumps, about the lion with its head and bunched shoulders working its way up and out of the snow to chase him, even about how the rabbit had turned its head to watch near the end. The three of them were in the lobby. His father had built a roaring blaze in the fireplace. The boy was bundled in a blanket on the small sofa, sipping hot noodle soup from a mug. His mother sat beside him, stroking his hair. His father sat on the floor, his face growing more still, more set as the story went on. Twice, he pulled his handkerchief from his back pocket and rubbed his sore-looking lips. The boy finished. They chased him all the way to the porch. He struggled to keep his voice calm, because if he stayed calm, maybe they would believe him. A man he knew hadn't stayed calm. He had started to cry and couldn't stop, so the men in the white coats came to take him away, because if you couldn't stop crying, it meant you had lost your marbles. And when would you be back? No one knows. His parka, snow pants, and the clotted snowshoes lay on the rug just inside the big double doors. He wouldn't cry. He wouldn't let himself cry. He thought he could do that, but he couldn't stop shaking. He looked into the fire and waited for his father to say something. High yellow flames danced on the dark stone hearth. A pine knot exploded with a bang, sparks rushing up the flue. His father turned around, face still pinched and deathly, and called him over. His mother protested, but his father insisted he just wanted the boy for a minute. The boy slipped off the sofa and came beside him. His father asked what he saw. Even before reaching the window, he knew. Below the clutter of boot tracks, sled tracks, and snowshoe tracks marking their usual exercise area, the snowfield sloped down to the topiary and playground beyond, marred by two sets of tracks, one straight line from the porch to the playground, the other a long looping line coming back up. Only his tracks, he said. His father asked about the hedges. His lips began to tremble. He would cry. What if he couldn't stop? He whispered that they were all covered with snow. His father pressed him, unable to hear. His mother accused his father of cross-examining him. Couldn't he see the boy was upset? His father told her to shut up and press the boy again. The boy said they scratched him, his leg. His father said he must have cut it on the crust of the snow. Then his mother stood between them, pale and angry, demanding to know what his father was trying to make him do, confess to murder? What was wrong with him? The strangeness in his father's eyes seemed to break. He claimed he was trying to help the boy find the difference between something real and something that was only a hallucination. He squatted to eye level and hugged him tight, saying it didn't really happen. It was like one of those trances he had sometimes. That was all. The boy asked if that was true, then corrected him. He didn't cut his leg on the crust. There wasn't any crust. It was all powdery snow that wouldn't even stick together to make snowballs. Remember the snowball fight they tried and couldn't? He felt his father stiffen against him. His father suggested the porch step instead. The boy pulled away. Suddenly, it flashed into his mind all at once, the way things sometimes did, the way it had about the woman wanting to be in that gray man's pants. He stared at his father with widening eyes and whispered that his father knew he was telling the truth, knew, because he had seen. The sound of his father's open palm striking his face was flat, not dramatic at all. His head rocked back, the palm print reddening on his cheek like a brand. His mother made a moaning noise. For a moment they were still, all three. Then his father grabbed for him and apologized, asked if he was okay. His mother screamed that he was a dirty bastard for hitting him. She grabbed his other arm, and for a moment the boy was pulled between them. He screamed at them to stop pulling him, agony in his voice. They both let go. Then the tears had to come, and he collapsed weeping between the sofa and the window, his parents staring helplessly, the way children might stare at a toy, broken in a furious tussle over whom it belonged. Another pine knot exploded like a hand grenade, making them all jump. His mother gave him baby aspirin. His father slipped him between the sheets of his cot, unprotesting. He was asleep in no time with his thumb in his mouth. His mother didn't like that a regression. His father didn't reply. She looked at him softly, without anger, but without a smile either, and apologized for calling him a bastard. She was sorry. He still shouldn't have hit him. He muttered that he knew, that he didn't know what came over him. She reminded him that he promised never to hit him again. He looked at her furiously. Then the fury collapsed. Suddenly, with pity and horror, she saw what he would look like as an old man defeated, beaten. He said he always thought he could keep his promises. She went to him, put her hands on his arm, and said it was over. When the ranger came to check them, they would tell him they all wanted to go down. He agreed. At that moment, at least, he meant it the same way he had always meant it on those mornings after, looking at his pale and haggard face in the bathroom mirror, swearing to stop. But morning gave way to afternoon, and afternoon to night. As some great 20th century thinker had said, night must fall. He found himself wishing his wife would ask about the hedges, would ask what their son meant when he said, "You know, because you saw." If she did, he would tell her everything. The hedges, the woman in the room, even the fire hose that seemed to have switched positions. But where did confession stop? Could he tell her he'd thrown the magneto away, that they could all be down in Sidewinder right now if he hadn't done that? She asked if he wanted tea. He said yes. She went to the door and paused, rubbing her forearms through her sweater. She admitted it was as much her fault as his. What were they doing while their son went through that dream or whatever it was? They were sleeping, she answered herself, like a couple of teenage kids with their itch nicely scratched. He told her to stop, that it was over, but she gave him a strange, restless smile, and said it wasn't over. She went out to make tea, leaving him to keep watch over their son. He awoke from a thin and uneasy sleep, where huge, ill-defined shapes chased him through endless snowfields, to what he first thought was another dream. Darkness, and in it, a sudden mechanical jumble of clicks, clanks, hummings, rattlings, snaps, and whooshes. Then his wife sat up beside him, and he knew it was no dream. She asked what it was, her cold hand gripping his wrist. The illuminated clock said 5 minutes to 12. The humming sound again loud and steady, varying the slightest bit, followed by a clank as it ceased, then a rattling bang, a thump, and the humming resumed. The elevator. Their son sat up, sleepy and scared, calling for his father. The father told him to come over and jump in. The bedclothes rustled as the boy got between them, whispering that it was the elevator. The father agreed, just the elevator. His wife demanded to know what he meant by just. It was the middle of the night. Who was running it? The noises came again. Above them now the rattle of the gate, accordioning back, the bump of doors opening and closing. Their son began to whimper. The father swung his feet to the floor. It was probably a short circuit, he'd check. His wife told him not to dare leave the room. He called her stupid and put on his robe. It was his job. She was out of bed a moment later, pulling their son with her. They'd go too. The boy asked what was wrong. Without answering, the father turned away, face angry and set, belted his robe, opened the door and stepped into the dark hall. His wife hesitated, but their son moved first, and she caught up quickly. The father hadn't bothered with lights. She fumbled for the switch that lit the 4 spaced overheads in the hallway leading to the main corridor. Ahead, the father was already turning the corner. The boy found the switch plate and flicked all 3 switches up. The hallway leading to the stairs and elevator shaft came alight. The father stood motionless at the elevator station, flanked by benches and cigarette urns in front of the closed door. In his faded tartan bathrobe and brown leather slippers with run-down heels, hair in sleek corkscrews and cowlicks, he looked to her like an absurd 20th century Hamlet, an indecisive figure so mesmerized by onrushing tragedy that he was helpless to divert its course. Their son's hand tightened painfully on hers. The boy was looking up at her intently, face strained and anxious. He had been catching the drift of her thoughts, she realized. How much or how little was impossible to say, but she flushed, feeling much the same as if he had caught her in a masturbatory act. She said, "Come on," and they went down the hall. The hummings, clankings, and thumpings were louder here, terrifying in a disconnected, benumbed way. The father stared at the closed door with feverish intensity. Through the diamond-shaped window in the center, She thought she could make out the cables thrumming slightly. The elevator clanked to a stop below them, at lobby level. They heard the doors thump open, and suddenly the word "party" jumped into her head for no reason at all. The silence in the Overlook was complete and intense, except for the weird noises coming up the shaft. For just a moment, her mind filled with an image so real, it seemed to be a treasured memory. Lights, hundreds, maybe thousands, colors, champagne corks popping, a 40-piece orchestra playing Glenn Miller's "In the Mood," but Glenn Miller had gone down in his bomber before she was born. She looked down and saw her son's head cocked to one side, as if hearing something she couldn't hear. His face was very pale. The door thumped shut down there, a humming whine as the elevator began to rise. She saw the engine housing on top of the car through the diamond window, then the interior through the farther diamond shapes of the brass gate. Warm yellow light from the cars overhead. It was empty, but she had another image on the night of the party. They must have crowded in by the dozens, way beyond safety limits, but it had been you then, and all of them wearing masks. The car stopped above them, on the 3rd floor. She looked at her son, his face all eyes, mouth pressed into a frightened bloodless slit. Above them, the brass gate rattled back. The elevator door thumped open because it was time to say goodnight. Yes, it was lovely. No, she really couldn't stay for the unmasking. Early to bed, early to rise. The door thumped again. Gears clashed. The motor engaged. The car began to wind back down. She whispered to her husband, asking what was wrong with it. He said it was a short circuit, his face like wood. She cried that she kept hearing voices in her head. What was it? What was wrong? She felt like she was going crazy. He asked with deadly blandness what voices. She turned to their son. The boy nodded slowly. Yes. He heard voices and music from a long time ago, in his head. The elevator car stopped again. The hotel was silent, creaking, deserted. Outside, the wind whined around the eaves. Her husband said conversationally that maybe they were both crazy. He didn't hear a goddamn thing except that elevator having electrical hiccups. If they wanted duet hysterics, fine, but count him out. The elevator was coming down again. The father stepped to a glass-fronted box mounted on the wall, smashed his bare fist against it, glass tinkling inward. Blood dripped from 2 knuckles. He reached in and took out a key with a long, smooth barrel. His wife told him no, not to. He said he was going to do his job and told her to leave him alone. She tried to grab his arm. He pushed her backward. Her feet tangled in her robe hem and she fell to the carpet with an ungainly thump. Their son cried out and fell on his knees beside her. The father turned back to the elevator and thrust the key into the socket. The elevator cables disappeared and the bottom of the car came into view in the small window. He turned the key hard. A grating, screeching sound as the car came to an instant standstill. For a moment, the declutched motor in the basement whined even louder. Then its circuit breaker cut in, and the Overlook went unearthly still. The night wind outside seemed very loud by comparison. The father looked stupidly at the gray metal door. 3 splotches of blood marked the area below the keyhole from his lacerated knuckles. He turned back to his wife and son. She was sitting up, the boy's arm around her. They both stared at him carefully, as if he were a dangerous stranger. He opened his mouth, unsure what would come out, and said that it was his job. She replied clearly with a profanity dismissing his job. He turned back to the elevator, worked his fingers into the crack down the right side of the door, and got it to open a little way. Then he put his whole weight on it, and threw the door open. The car had stopped halfway, its floor at chest level. Warm light still spilled out, contrasting with the oily darkness of the shaft below. He looked in for what seemed a long time. He announced that it was empty, a short circuit, like he said. He hooked his fingers into the slot behind the door and began to pull it closed. Then her hand was on his shoulder, surprisingly strong, yanking him away. He shouted her name, but she had already caught the car's bottom edge and pulled herself up enough to look in. With a convulsive heave of shoulder and belly muscles, she tried to boost herself all the way up. Her feet tottered over the blackness of the shaft. One pink slipper fell from her foot and slipped out of sight. Their son screamed for her. Then she was up, cheeks flushed, forehead as pale and shining as a spirit lamp. She demanded if this was a short circuit, throwing something that became drifting confetti, red, white, blue, yellow. Then a green party streamer, faded to pale pastel with age, and then a black silk cat's eye mask, dusted with sequins at the temples, tossed out to rest on the blue-black jungle carpet. She screamed at him, asking if that looked like a short circuit. The father stepped slowly away, shaking his head mechanically back and forth. The cat's eye mask stared blankly up at the ceiling from the confetti-strewn hallway carpet. It was the 1st of December. The boy stood in the East Wing ballroom on an overstuffed, high-backed wing chair, looking at the clock under glass. It stood in the center of the high ornamental mantelpiece, flanked by 2 large ivory elephants. He almost expected the elephants to move and try to gore him, but they were motionless. They were safe. Since the night of the elevator, he had divided all things at the Overlook into 2 categories: the elevator, the basement, the playground, room 217, and the presidential suite. Those places were unsafe. Their quarters, the lobby, and the porch were safe. Apparently the ballroom was too. He wasn't sure about other places and avoided them on general principle. He looked at the clock inside the glass dome. All its wheels, cogs, and springs were visible. A chrome or steel track ran around the outside of the works. Directly below the clock face, a small axis bar with meshing cogs at either end. The hands stood at 11:15. Even without knowing Roman numerals, he could guess by the hand's configuration when the clock had stopped. The clock stood on a velvet base. In front of it, slightly distorted by the dome's curve, sat a carefully carved silver key. He supposed the clock was one of the things he wasn't supposed to touch. A sense of injustice and angry rebellion rose in him. Never mind what he wasn't supposed to touch it. It had touched him, played with him, and hadn't been careful not to break him either. He put his hands out, grasped the glass dome, and lifted it aside. He let one finger play over the works, the pad of his index finger denting against the cogs, running smoothly over the wheels. He picked up the silver key. For an adult, it would have been uncomfortably small, but it fit his fingers perfectly. He placed it in the keyhole at the center of the clock face. It went firmly home with a tiny click, more felt than heard. He wound it to the right clockwise, until it would turn no more, then removed it. The clock began to tick. Cogs turned. A large balance wheel rocked back and forth in semicircles. The hands moved. If you kept your head perfectly motionless and your eyes wide open, you could see the minute hand inching toward its meeting with the hour hand at 12. And the Red Death held sway over all a thought with no meaning or reference for him. He reached his index finger out again and pushed the minute hand up to the hour, curious what might happen. A small ratcheting series of clicks, and then the clock began to tinkle Strauss's Blue Danube Waltz. A punched cloth roll no more than 2 inches wide began to unwind. Small brass strikers rose and fell. From behind the clock face, 2 figures glided into view along the steel track ballet dancers. A girl in a fluffy skirt and white stockings on the left, a boy in a black leotard and ballet slippers on the right. Their hands were held in arches over their heads. They came together in the middle, in front of the 6. He saw tiny grooves in their sides. The axis bar slipped into these grooves, and he heard another small click. The cogs at either end of the bar began to turn. The Blue Danube tinkled. The dancers' arms came down around each other. The boy flipped the girl up over his head and whirled over the bar. They now lay prone. The boy's head buried beneath the girl's short ballet skirt, the girl's face pressed against the center of the boy's leotard. They writhed in a mechanical frenzy. His nose wrinkled. They were kissing pee-pees. It made him feel sick. A moment later things ran backward. The boy whirled back over the axis bar, flipped the girl upright. They seemed to nod knowingly at each other as their hands arched back over their heads. They retreated the way they had come, disappearing just as the music finished. The clock began to strike a count of silver chimes. Midnight. Stroke of midnight. Hooray for masks. He whirled on the chair, almost falling. The ballroom was empty. Beyond the double cathedral window, fresh snow began to sift down. The huge ballroom rug lay undisturbed. Small intimate tables for two were spaced around it, spidery chairs upended with legs pointing at the ceiling. The whole place was empty. But it wasn't really empty. Here in the Overlook, things just went on and on. Here, all times were one. An endless night in August 1945, with laughter and drinks and a chosen shining few going up and down in the elevator. A not yet light morning in June some 20 years later, when organization hitters endlessly pumped shotgun shells into torn and bleeding bodies. On the second floor, a woman lolled in her tub waiting for visitors. In the Overlook, all things had a kind of life. As if the whole place had been wound up with a silver key, the clock was running. He thought sadly that he was that key. Tony had warned him, and he had just let things go on. He cried out to some half-felt presence in the room, asking if it made any difference that he was just 5. There was no answer. He turned reluctantly back to the clock. He had been putting it off, hoping something would help him avoid trying to call Tony again, that a ranger would come, a helicopter, a rescue team. On TV, they always came in time. People were saved, a friendly white force counterbalancing the confused evil in the world. People didn't have to help themselves out of trouble. He asked for help. No answer. And if Tony came, would it be the same nightmare? The booming, the hoarse and petulant voice, the blue-black rug like snakes? Red drum? But what else? He begged. No answer. With a trembling sigh, he looked at the clock face. Cogs turned and meshed. The balance wheel rocked hypnotically back and forth. If you held your head perfectly still, you could see the minute hand creeping inexorably from 12 toward 5. The clock face was gone. In its place, a round black hole. It led down into forever. It began to swell. The clock was gone. The room behind it. He tottered and fell into the darkness that had been hiding behind the clock face all along. The small boy in the chair suddenly collapsed, lying at a crooked, unnatural angle, head thrown back, eyes staring sightlessly at the high ballroom ceiling. Down and down and down to a hallway. He was crouched there, having made a wrong turn trying to get back to the stairs. He saw he was in the short dead-end corridor that led only to the presidential suite. The booming sound was coming closer, a roquet mallet whistling savagely through the air, embedding itself into the wall, cutting the silk paper, letting out small puffs of plaster dust. A voice demanded he come out and take his medicine. But there was another figure in the hallway, slouched nonchalantly against the wall behind him, like a ghost. No, not a ghost all dressed in white. The voice came again, closer now, calling him names. Soon the owner of that voice would round the corner. The figure in white straightened up a little, removed a cigarette from the corner of his mouth, plucked a shred of tobacco from his full lower lip. It was the cook, Halloran, dressed in his whites instead of the blue suit he had been wearing on closing day. Halloran said that if there was trouble, he should give a call, a big loud holler like the one that had knocked the cook back a few minutes ago. He might hear it, even way down in Florida, and if he did, he'd come on the run. The boy begged him to come now. They all needed him. But the cook said he was sorry. He had to run. It had been fun, but he had to hurry. As the boy watched, Halloran turned, put his cigarette back into the corner of his mouth, and stepped nonchalantly through the wall, leaving him alone. The shadow figure turned the corner, huge in the hallway's gloom, only the reflected red of its eyes clear. The voice declared it had found him, and would teach him now. It lurched toward him in a horrible, shambling run, the roque mallet swinging up and up. He scrambled backwards, screaming, and suddenly he was through the wall and falling, tumbling over and over down the hole, down the rabbit hole into a land full of sick wonders. Tony was far below him, also falling, saying he couldn't come any more, he wouldn't be allowed near. None of them would. Get Dick! Get Dick! He screamed Tony's name, but Tony was gone. Suddenly, he was in a dark room, not entirely dark, muted light spilling from somewhere. It was his parents' bedroom. He could see his father's desk, but the room was a dreadful shambles. He had been in this room before. His mother's record player overturned, her records scattered on the rug. The mattress half off the bed, pictures ripped from the walls, his cot lying on its side like a dead dog, the toy Volkswagen crushed to purple shards of plastic. The light came from the bathroom door half open. Just beyond it, a hand dangled limply, blood dripping from the fingertips. In the medicine cabinet mirror, the word Redrum flashed off and on. Suddenly a huge clock in a glass bowl materialized in front of it. No hands or numbers on the clock face, only a date written in red, December 2nd. Then, eyes widening in horror, he saw the word Redrum reflecting dimly from the glass dome, now reflected twice, and he saw that it spelled murder. The boy screamed in wretched terror. The date vanished from the clock face. The clock face itself disappeared, replaced by a circular black hole that swelled like a dilating iris. It blotted out everything, and he fell forward, falling off the chair. For a moment, he lay on the ballroom floor, breathing hard. The words echoed in his mind: Redrum. Murder. The Red Death held sway over all. Unmask. Behind each glittering lovely mask lurked the as yet unseen face of the shape that chased him down dark hallways, its red eyes widening, blank and homicidal. He was terrified of what face might come to light when the time for unmasking finally arrived. He screamed with all his might for the cook. His head seemed to shiver with the force of it, a desperate plea for him to come. Above him, the clock he had wound with a silver key continued to mark off the seconds, minutes, and hours. The cook, dressed in his whites with a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, backed his reclaimed Cadillac limousine out of its space behind the wholesale vegetable mart and drove slowly around the building. A part owner pushing a bin of lettuces called out that the avocados were too damn high. The cook shouted back that he knew exactly where the man could put them. They exchanged friendly insults and obscene gestures. The man asked if he'd gotten his cucumbers. He had. He was told to come back early tomorrow for new potatoes. The cook said he'd send the boy instead and asked if the man was coming up tonight, provided the man supplied the liquor. Confirmation came back. The cook was warned to keep the limo off the top end going home. Every cop between here and St. Pete knew his name. He dismissed the warning, exchanged more banter, and drove on. He felt fine. For the last half hour, he had been smelling oranges. But that wasn't strange. He had been in a fruit and vegetable market. It was 4:30 on the 1st of December. Winter had settled over most of the country, but down here, men wore open-throated short-sleeve shirts, and women wore light summer dresses. A digital thermometer flashed 79 degrees. Thank God for Florida, he thought, mosquitoes and all. In the back of the limo were avocados, cucumbers, oranges, grapefruit, 3 shopping sacks of Bermuda onions, sweet peas, and a single blue Hubbard squash for his personal consumption. He stopped at a light, then pulled onto the state highway, pushing to 40 and holding it as the town trickled away into exurban sprawl of gas stations and fast food restaurants. It was a small order he could have sent his assistant, but he never missed a chance to trade barbs with his friend. His friend might show up tonight to watch TV and drink his whiskey, or might not. Either way was all right, but seeing him mattered. Every time it mattered now, because they weren't young anymore. In the last few days, he had been thinking about that a great deal. Not so young anymore when you got up near 60, past it, you had to start thinking about stepping out. You could go anytime. Dying was a part of living. You had to keep tuning into that if you expected to be a whole person. If the fact of your own death was hard to understand, at least it wasn't impossible to accept. Why this had been on his mind he couldn't have said, but his other reason for getting this small order himself was so he could step upstairs to the small office over a bar and grill. There was a young black lawyer up there now. He had told this lawyer he wanted to make a will. How soon did he want the document? Yesterday, he'd said, laughing. He had nothing complicated in mind. His Cadillac, his bank account of some $9,000, a piddling checking account, and a closet of clothes. He wanted it all to go to his sister. If she predeceased him, he'd make a new will. The document had been completed and signed in less than 3 hours, and now resided in his breast pocket, folded into a stiff blue envelope with the word will on the outside. He couldn't have said why he had chosen this warm, sunny day to do something he had been putting off for years, but the impulse had come, and he hadn't said no. He was used to following his hunches. He was pretty well out of town now, cranking the limo up to an illegal 60 in the left lane. He knew from experience that the limo would ride solid at 90, even at 120 it didn't lighten up much. But his screaming days were long gone. The thought of putting the limo up to 120 only scared him. He was getting old. Those oranges smelled strong. He wondered if they had gone over. Bugs splattered against the window. He dialed the radio to a soul station, unrolled the window, pitched his cigarette butt out, then rolled it farther down to clear out the orange smell. He tapped his fingers against the wheel and hummed. His St. Christopher's medal swung back and forth from the rearview mirror. Suddenly the smell of oranges intensified, and he knew something was coming. He saw his own eyes in the rear view, widening, surprised. Then it came all at once, in a huge blast, that drove out everything else: the music, the road ahead, his own awareness of himself. As if someone had put a psychic gun to his head and shot him with a scream, a desperate plea for him to come. The limo drifted into another car's lane. That driver laid on the horn, then saw the big black man bolt upright behind the wheel, eyes looking vaguely upward, every hair on his head seeming to stand on end. The other driver braked hard, dropping back. The limo's rear end cut in no more than a quarter-inch in front of his bumper. He roared around the weaving limousine, hurling a stream of profane insults and racial slurs. Then he was ahead, and out of danger, suddenly aware he had wet his pants. In the cook's mind, the plea kept repeating, but began to fade like a radio station, as you approach the limits of its broadcast area. He became fuzzily aware that his car was tooling along the soft shoulder at better than 50 miles an hour. He guided it back onto the road, feeling the rear end fishtail. A root beer stand was just ahead. He signaled, and turned in, his heart thudding painfully, his face a sickly gray. He pulled into a parking slot and mopped his forehead with his handkerchief. A car hop appeared at his window with an order pad. He ordered a root beer float with 2 scoops of vanilla. She walked away. He leaned back against the leather seat and closed his eyes. Nothing left to pick up. The last of it had faded. All that remained was a sick, thudding headache, as if his brain had been twisted, wrung out, and hung to dry like the headache he'd gotten from letting that boy shine at him up at the hotel. But this had been much louder. Then the boy had only been playing a game. This had been pure panic. Each word screamed aloud in his head. He looked down at his arms. Hot sunshine lay on them, but they had goosebumps. He had told the boy to call if he needed help, and now the boy was calling. He suddenly wondered how he could have left that boy up there at all, shining the way he did. There was bound to be trouble, maybe bad trouble. He keyed the limo, put it in reverse, and pulled back onto the highway, peeling rubber. The waitress stood at the stand's archway with a tray holding his root beer float, shouting something about a fire. But he was gone. The manager was a man named Queens. When the cook came in, Queens was on the phone with his bookie. Wanted the 4-horse at Rockaway, $600 on the nose, and the Jets on Sunday with a 7-point spread. After Queens hung up, looking put out, the cook understood how a man could make $50,000 a year running this little spa and still wear suits with shiny seats. Queens regarded him with bloodshot eyes, asked if there were problems. The cook said he guessed so. He needed 3 days off. Queens plucked a cigarette from the pack in his breast pocket, bit down on the filter, lit it, and asked what was on his mind. The cook repeated he needed 3 days. It was his boy. Queens's eyes dropped to the cook's left hand, which was ringless. The cook patiently explained he'd been divorced since 1964. The manager reminded him they were full to capacity, even the Florida room on Sunday night. He offered his watch, wallet, pension fund, even his wife, but begged not to be asked for time off. Was the cook's boy sick? The cook said yes. He'd been shot. The manager asked if it was a hunting accident. The cook let his voice drop lower, explaining that his ex-wife had been living with a white truck driver who shot his boy. The boy was in a hospital in Denver, critical condition. The manager asked how he'd found out. The cook claimed a telegram had been waiting in his letterbox, When he returned from buying vegetables, the manager's face tightened with a peculiar concerned expression, as close to sympathy as a white man who thought of himself as good with the coloreds could get. He agreed. The cook could go, his assistant could take over for 3 days, the potboy could help out. The cook nodded, letting his face grow longer, but inside he grinned at the thought of the potboy trying to help. He offered to rebate his entire week's pay, knowing what a bind he was putting the manager in. The manager said they could talk about it later, told him to pack, asked if he wanted a plane reservation. The cook declined. They shook hands. He made himself get down to the ground floor and across to the hired help's compound before bursting into rich, head-shaking laughter. He was still grinning and mopping his streaming eyes when the smell of oranges came thick and gagging, and the bolt struck him in the head, sending him back against the pink stucco wall in a drunken stagger. Another desperate plea to come, quick. He recovered a little at a time and climbed the outside stairs to his apartment. He kept the latchkey under the rush-plated doormat. When he reached down, something fell from his inner pocket to the second floor decking with a flat thump. His mind was still so full of the voice that had shivered through his head that for a moment he could only look blankly at the blue envelope. Then he turned it over, and the word "will" stared up at him in black spidery letters. Was it like that? He didn't know. But it could be. All week the thought of his own ending had been on his mind like a premonition. Death. For a moment his whole life seemed to flash before him, not the history of ups and downs, but his life, as it was now. A civil rights leader had told them not long before the bullet took him down that he had been to the mountain. The cook could not claim that. No mountain, but he had reached a sunny plateau after years of struggle. Good friends, all the references he would ever need to get a job anywhere. He had come to happy terms with his blackness. He was past 60 and cruising. Was he going to chance the end of that, the end of him for 3 white people he didn't even know? But that was a lie. He knew the boy. They had shared each other the way good friends can't even after 40 years. They each had a kind of searchlight in their heads, something they hadn't asked for, something that had just been given. He had a flashlight. The boy had the searchlight. Sometimes that shine seemed like a pretty nice thing. You could pick horses or find a missing trunk, but that was only dressing. Down below there was as much bitter vetch as cool cucumber. You could taste pain and death and tears, and now the boy was stuck in that place. He would go. For the boy. Because when speaking to the boy, they had only been different colors when they used their mouths. So he would go. He would do what he could, because if he didn't, the boy was going to die right inside his head. But because he was human, he could not help a bitter wish that the cup had never been passed his way. She had started to get out and come after him. He had been dumping a change of clothes into an overnight bag when that thought came, freezing him with the power of the memory as it always did. He tried to think of it as seldom as possible. A maid named Dolores Vickery had been hysterical, had said things to other chambermaids and to guests. When word got back to the manager, he fired her. She came to the cook in tears, not about being fired, but about what she had seen in that second-floor room. She had gone into room 217 to change the towels, and there had been a dead woman in the tub. That was impossible. The woman had been discreetly taken away the day before. The cook hadn't liked Dolores much, but he went up to look that evening. The maid was an olive-complected girl with a small, shining, really not more than a twinkle. She had always greased the skids for her with it. But what she saw in 217 had scared her badly enough that she was glad to pick up her walking papers and go. A shine knows a shine. He went up that night and let himself into the room using the office passkey. The shower curtain was drawn. He pushed it back, but even before he did, he had a premonition of what he would see. The dead woman, swollen and purple, lay soggily in the half-full tub. A pulse beat thickly in his throat. There had been other things at the Overlook. A recurring bad dream about a costume party he was catering in the ballroom, where at the shout to unmask everybody exposed faces of rotting insects. And the hedge animals, 2 or 3 times he had thought he saw them move, ever so slightly. The dog seemed to change from sitting to crouching. The line seemed to move forward. menacing the children on the playground. Last year, the manager had sent him to the attic to look for fire tools. The 3 light bulbs strung overhead went out, and he lost his way back to the trap door. He stumbled around for an unknown length of time, closer to panic, barking his shins, bumping into things, with a stronger and stronger feeling that something was stalking him in the dark, some great frightening creature that had oozed out of the woodwork when the lights went out. When he literally stumbled over the trapdoor's ring bolt, he hurried down as fast as he could, leaving the trap open, sooty and disheveled, with a feeling of disaster barely averted. Later, the manager came down to inform him he had left the attic trapdoor open and the lights burning. Did he think the guests wanted to play treasure hunt? Did he think electricity was free? He suspected, was nearly positive, that several guests had seen or heard things too. In his 3 years there, the presidential suite had been booked 19 times. 6 of those guests left early, some looking markedly ill. Other guests left other rooms with the same abruptness. One night near dusk, a decorated war hero now on corporate boards unaccountably went into a fit of screaming hysterics on the putting green. Dozens of children simply refused to go into the playground. One child had a convulsion while playing in the concrete rings, though word went around that she was an epileptic who had forgotten her medicine. So, staring down at the corpse, he had been frightened but not completely terrified, not completely unexpected. Terror came when she opened her eyes to disclose blank silver pupils and began to grin at him. Horror came when she started to get out and come after him. He fled, heart racing, and never felt safe anywhere in the Overlook again. And now the boy was calling, screaming for help. He looked at his watch, 5:30 p.m. He went to the door, remembered it would be heavy winter in Colorado, and returned to his closet for his sheepskin-lined overcoat, the only winter garment he owned. He turned off the lights, looked around. One thing forgotten. He took the will from his breast pocket and slipped it into the margin of the dressing table mirror. With luck, he would be back for it. He left, locked the door, put the key under the rush mat, and ran down the outside steps to his converted Cadillac. Halfway to Miami International, safely away from the switchboard where his manager or the manager's toadies listened in, he stopped at a shopping center laundromat and called United Airlines. A flight to Denver was due out at 6:36. Could he make it? He looked at his watch, 6:02, and said he could. The clerk checked for vacancies. A minute passed. 2. He was about to drive ahead and take his chances when the clerk returned. An empty seat, a cancellation, first class. He wanted it. Cash. He gave his name 2 L's, 2 N's, and hung up. A young girl's simple worry about a roast broadcast at him over and over until he thought he would go mad. Sometimes it was like that for no reason. You would catch a completely isolated, pure, clear thought, and usually completely useless. He almost made it. The limo cranked to 80, the airport in sight, when a Florida state trooper pulled him over. The cop, flipping pages in his citation book, rattled off a list of common excuses: funeral, wedding, fire, drugs. The cook started to explain about his son. The cop interrupted, saying the only part of the story he could never figure out until the end was the driver's license and registration information. The cook looked into the cop's calm blue eyes, debated telling the story anyway, and decided it would make things worse. He silently handed over his license and registration. The cop said that was so good, he won a present, a little balloon to blow into. The cook groaned about his flight. The cop told him not to be naughty. He closed his eyes. He got to the United desk at 6:49. The departure monitor told the story flight 91 for Denver, due out at 6:36, had left at 6:49 minutes before. He cursed. Then the smell of oranges came, heavy and cloying. He reached the men's room just before the next desperate plea struck him. One of the things the family had sold before moving from Vermont to Colorado was the father's collection of 200 old rock and R&B albums, $1 apiece at the yard sale. The boy's personal favorite had been an Eddie Cochran double record. At 7:15 Mountain Time, as the cook was telling his manager about his ex-wife's white boyfriend, the mother came upon her son sitting halfway up the stairs between the lobby and the first floor. tossing a red rubber ball from hand to hand, and singing one of the songs from that album, a low, tuneless song about climbing flights of stairs and being too tired to rock. She sat down on a stair riser and saw that his lower lip had swollen to twice its size, dried blood on his chin. Her heart leaped, but she spoke neutrally, asking what happened. She was sure she knew his father had hit him. He said he had called Tony in the ballroom and guessed he fell off the chair. It didn't hurt anymore, just felt like his lip was too big. She asked if that was really what happened. He said his father didn't do it, not today. She felt eerie. He had read her mind. She asked what Tony told him. He said it didn't matter, his face calm, his voice chillingly indifferent. She gripped his shoulder harder than intended. He didn't wince. She thought to herself that they were wrecking this boy, not just his father, her too, and that he was like those suitcases shown on TV, run over, dropped from planes, going through factory crushers, a Timex watch that took a licking and kept on ticking. She apologized silently. He repeated that it didn't matter, Tony couldn't come anymore. They wouldn't let him. He was licked. She asked, who wouldn't? The people in the hotel, he said, and the things in the hotel. The hotel was stuffed with them. She asked if he could see them. He said he didn't want to see, but he could hear them sometimes late at night like the wind, all sighing together, in the attic, the basement, the rooms, all over. He thought it was his fault, because of the way he was the key, the little silver key. She told him not to upset himself, but he said it was his father too, and her. It wanted all of them. It was tricking his father, fooling him, trying to make him think it wanted him the most. It wanted the boy the most, but it would take all of them. She said if only that snowmobile he interrupted, they wouldn't let his father. They made him throw part of it away into the snow. He dreamed it, and his father knew that woman really was in 217. He looked at her, with dark, frightened eyes, and said it didn't matter whether she believed him. She slipped an arm around him, and said she believed him. She asked if his father was going to try to hurt them. They'll try to make him, the boy said. He had been calling for the cook, who said if he ever needed him to just call. But it was awful hard, made him tired. The worst part was he didn't know if the cook was hearing him. He didn't think the cook could call back because it was too far, and he didn't know if it was too far for him. Tomorrow, she asked. What about tomorrow? He shook his head. Nothing. She asked where his father was now. In the basement. He didn't think he'd be up tonight. She stood up suddenly, told him to wait right there for 5 minutes. The kitchen was cold and deserted under the overhead fluorescent bars. She went to the rack where carving knives hung from magnetized strips, took the longest and sharpest, wrapped it in a dish towel, and left, turning off the lights. The boy sat on the stairs, eyes following the red rubber ball from hand to hand, singing again. A voice entered his head, soft, infinitely sly, mocking, saying he would like it here. Cry it. He'd like it. His ears opened. He could hear them again, the gathering ghosts, or spirits, or the hotel itself, a dreadful funhouse where all the sideshows ended in death, where specially painted boogies were really alive, where hedges walked, where a small silver key could start the obscenity. Soft and sighing, rustling like the endless winter wind under the eaves, the deadly lulling wind summer tourists never heard, like the somnolent hum of summer wasps in a ground nest, sleepy, deadly, beginning to wake. It was a living sound, not voices, not breath. The cook's grandmother would have called it ha-ants, but to the boy, it was only the sound of the hotel, the old monster, creaking steadily ever more closely around them halls that stretched back through time as well as distance, hungry shadows, unquiet guests who did not rest easy. In the darkened ballroom, the clock under glass struck 7:30 with a single musical note. A hoarse voice, brutal with drink, shouted an obscene command to unmask and have sex. The mother, halfway across the lobby, jerked to a standstill. She looked at the boy on the stairs, still tossing the ball, and asked if he heard something. The boy only looked at her and continued tossing the ball from hand to hand. There would be little sleep for them that night, though they slept together behind a locked door. In the dark, his eyes open, the boy thought that his father wanted to become one of them, and live forever. The mother thought that if she had to, she would take her son farther up. If they were going to die, she would rather do it in the mountains. She had left the butcher knife, still wrapped in the towel, under the bed, keeping her hand close to it. They dozed, off and on. The hotel creaked around them. Outside, snow had begun to spit down from a leaden sky. A warning thought about the boiler came into the father's mind full-blown, edged in bright red. On its heels came the voice of the former caretaker. If he forgot, it would just creep, and likely his family would end up on the moon. The boiler was rated for 250, but would blow long before that now. He'd be scared to stand next to it at 180. He had been down in the basement all night, poring over boxes of old records, possessed by a frantic feeling that time was getting short and he would have to hurry. Still, the vital clues, the connections that would make everything clear, eluded him. His fingers were yellow and grimy with crumbling old paper. He had become so absorbed that he hadn't checked the boiler once. He had dumped it the previous evening around 6 o'clock when he first came down. He looked at his watch and jumped up, kicking over a stack of invoices. 4:45 in the morning. Behind him, the furnace kicked on. The boiler made a groaning, whistling sound. He ran to it. His face, thinner in the last month, was heavily shadowed with beard stubble. He had a hollow concentration camp look. The pressure gauge stood at 210 pounds per square inch. He fancied he could almost see the sides of the old patched and welded boiler heaving out with the lethal strain. A cold, tempting inner voice spoke. Let it go. Get his wife and son, and get out. Let it blow sky high. He could visualize the explosion, a double thunderclap that would first rip the heart from this place, then the soul. The boiler would go with an orange-violet flash, raining hot, burning shrapnel all over the cellar, red-hot trinkets of metal careening floor to walls to ceiling like strange billiard balls, whistling jagged death. Some surely would whiz through the stone arch, light on old papers, burning merry hell, destroy the secrets, burn the clues, a mystery no living hand would ever solve. Then the gas explosion, a great rumbling crackle of flame, a giant pilot light turning the whole center of the hotel into a broiler. Stairs, hallways, ceilings, rooms aflame like the castle in the last reel of a Frankenstein movie. Flames spreading into the wings, hurrying up carpets like eager guests. Silk wallpaper charring and curling. No sprinklers, only outmoded hoses, and no one to use them. No fire engine in the world could get here before late March. Burn. In 12 hours, nothing left but bare bones. The needle on the gauge moved up to 212. The boiler creaked and groaned like an old woman trying to get out of bed. Hissing jets of steam played around the edges of old patches. Beads of solder began to sizzle. He didn't see, he didn't hear. Frozen with his hand on the valve that would dump the pressure and damp the fire, his eyes glittered from their sockets. This was his last chance. The only thing not cashed in now was the life insurance policy he had taken out jointly with his wife, $40,000 death benefit, double indemnity if he or she died in a train crash, plane crash, or fire. $80,000. They would have time to get out. Even sleeping, they would have time. And he didn't think the hedges or anything else would try to hold them back if the Overlook was going up in flames. The needle inside the greasy, almost opaque dial danced up to 215. A childhood memory occurred to him. There had been a wasp's nest in the lower branches of the apple tree behind his house. One of his older brothers had been stung swinging in the old tire his father had hung. Late summer, when wasps are ugliest. Their father, just home from work dressed in his whites, the smell of beer hanging around his face in a fine mist, had gathered all 3 boys and told them he was going to get rid of the wasps. He told them to watch, maybe they would learn something. His father had showed him this. He raked a big pile of rain-dampened leaves under the branch where the nest rested. He lit them. The clear, windless day. The leaves smoldered but didn't really burn, making a fragrance that echoed back each fall when men raked leaves together and burned them sweet with a bitter undertone, rich and evocative. The smoldering leaves produced great rafts of smoke that drifted up to obscure the nest. Their father let them smolder all afternoon, drinking beer on the porch, dropping empty cans into his wife's plastic floor bucket. his older sons flanking him, little Jackie sitting on the steps playing with a toy and singing monotonously about a cheating heart. At 5:45, just before supper, their father went out to the apple tree with his sons grouped carefully behind him, a garden hoe in one hand. He knocked the leaves apart, leaving little clots to smolder and die. He reached the hoe handle up, weaving and blinking, and after 2 or 3 tries knocked the nest to the ground. The boys fled for the porch, but the father only stood over the nest, swaying and blinking. The boy crept back to see. A few wasps crawled sluggishly over the paper terrain, not trying to fly. From inside the nest came a low, somnolent buzz, like the sound of high-tension wires. The boy asked why they didn't try to sting him. The father said the smoke made them drunk and told him to get the gas can. He ran to fetch it. The father doused the nest with amber gasoline, told him to step away unless he wanted to lose his eyebrows. From somewhere in the voluminous folds of his white overblouse, the father produced a wooden kitchen match, lit it with his thumbnail, and flung it onto the nest. A white-orange explosion, almost soundless in its ferocity. The father stepped away, cackling wildly. The nest went up in no time. "Fire will kill anything," the father said, turning to the boy with a smile. After supper, the boys came out in the day's waning light to stand solemnly around the charred, blackened nest. From the hot interior came the sound of wasp bodies popping like corn. The pressure gauge stood at 220, a low iron wailing built in the guts of the thing. Jets of steam stood out erect in 100 places like porcupine quills. Fire would kill anything. The father suddenly started. He had been dozing off, had almost dozed himself into kingdom come. What in God's name had he been thinking? Protecting the hotel was his job. He was the caretaker. A sweat of terror sprang to his hands so quickly that he missed his grip on the large valve. Then he curled his fingers around its spokes and whirled it. 1 turn, 2, 3. A giant hiss of steam, dragon's breath. A warm tropical mist rose from beneath the boiler and veiled him. He could no longer see the dial, but thought he must have waited too long. The groaning, clanking sound inside increased, followed by heavy rattling and the wrenching screech of metal. When some steam blew away, the pressure gauge had dropped back to 200 and was still sinking. The jets of steam began to lose force. The wrenching sounds diminished. 190, 180, 175. It wouldn't blow now. The pressure dropped to 160. He stepped away, breathing hard, trembling. He looked at his hands, blisters already rising on his palms. "Hell with the blisters!" he laughed shakily. He had almost died with his hand on the throttle, like Casey the engineer. Worse still, he would have killed the Overlook, the final crashing failure. He had failed as a teacher, a writer, a husband, a father, even as a drunk. But you couldn't do much better in the failure category than blowing up the building you were supposed to be taking care of, and this was no ordinary building. Christ, he needed a drink. The pressure dropped to 80 psi. Cautiously, wincing at the pain in his hands, he closed the dump valve again. But from now on the boiler would have to be watched more closely than ever. It might have been seriously weakened. He wouldn't trust it above 100 psi for the rest of the winter. If they were a little chilly, they would just have to grin and bear it. He had broken 2 of the blisters. His hands throbbed like rotten teeth. A drink would fix him up, and there wasn't a thing in the house besides cooking sherry. He remembered bottles glittering in the shadows. He had saved the hotel. The hotel would want to reward him. He felt sure of it. He took his handkerchief from his back pocket and went to the stairs, rubbing at his mouth. Just a little drink, just one. To ease the pain. He had served the Overlook, and now the Overlook would serve him. His feet on the stair risers were quick and eager, the hurrying steps of a man coming home from a long and bitter war. It was 5:20 a.m. The boy awoke with a muffled gasp from a terrible dream. An explosion. A fire. The Overlook burning. He and his mother watched from the front lawn. She told him to look at the hedges. They were all dead leaves, suffocant brown, tightly packed branches showing through like skeletons. Then his father burst out of the big double doors, burning like a torch, his clothes in flames, his skin acquiring a dark and sinister tan, growing darker by the moment, his hair a burning bush. That was when he woke, throat tight with fear, hands clutching the sheets. Had he screamed? He looked at his mother. She lay on her side, blankets up to her chin, a sheaf of straw-colored hair against her cheek. She looked like a child herself. No, he hadn't screamed. Lying in bed, the nightmare began to drain away. He had a curious feeling that some great tragedy had been averted by inches. He let his mind drift out, searching for his father, and found him standing somewhere below the lobby. He pushed harder, trying to get inside. It was not good. His father was thinking about the bad thing, how good just one or two would be, and a stream of drinking thoughts, then a mental voice. Not his father's, but a clever mimic horse, brutal, underpointed with vacuous humor, commanded him to get out of his father's mind. Was it so near then? He threw the covers back, swung his feet to the floor, kicked his slippers out from under the bed, put them on. He went to the door, pulled it open, hurried up to the main corridor, slippered feet whispering on the carpet runner. He turned the corner. A man was on all fours halfway down the corridor. The boy froze. The man looked up, tiny red eyes. He was dressed in a silvery spangled dog costume. A long floppy tail with a puff on the end protruded from the rump. A zipper ran up the back. To his left lay a dog's or wolf's head, blank eye sockets above the muzzle, mouth open in a meaningless snarl showing fangs that appeared to be papier-mâché. The man's mouth, chin, and cheeks were smeared with blood. He began to growl a deep, chilling, primitive sound, then bark. His teeth were also stained red. He crawled toward the boy, dragging his boneless tail. The costume head lay unheeded on the carpet. The boy told him to let him by. The dogman said he was going to eat the little boy. A fusillade of barks came from his grinning mouth. Human imitations, but the savagery was real. His hair was dark, greased with sweat from the confining costume. Scotch and champagne on his breath. The boy flinched back but didn't run, repeating his command. The dogman replied with a nursery rhyme twist not by the hair of his chinny chin-chin, and said he was going to eat the little boy, starting with his plump little cock. He pranced skittishly forward, making little leaps and snarling. The boy's nerve broke. He fled back into the short hallway to their quarters, looking over his shoulder. A series of mixed howls, barks, growls, broken by slurred mutterings and giggles. The drunken dogman cried out from around the corner, violent and despairing, demanding someone get it up, not caring how many casinos and airlines and movie companies the person owned, knowing what that person liked in the privacy of his own home. He would huff and puff until Harry Derwent was all blown down. A long, chilling howl turned into a scream of rage and pain just before dwindling off. The boy turned apprehensively to the closed bedroom door, walked quietly down, opened it, poked his head through. His mother slept in exactly the same position. No one was hearing this but him. He closed the door softly and went back to the intersection, hoping the dogman would be gone the way the blood on the walls of the presidential suite had been gone. He peeked around the corner carefully. The man in the dog costume was still there, had put his head back on, now prancing on all fours by the stairwell, chasing his tail, occasionally leaping off the rug and landing with grunts. Woofs and barks came hollowly out of the mask's stylized, snarling mouth, and among them were sounds that might have been sobs or laughter. The boy went back to the bedroom, sat down on his cot, covered his eyes with his hands. The hotel was running things now. Maybe at first the things that happened had only been accidents. Maybe at first the things he saw really were like scary pictures that couldn't hurt him. But now the hotel was controlling those things, and they could hurt. The Overlook hadn't wanted him to go to his father. That might spoil all the fun. So it had put the dogman in his way, just as it had put the hedge animals between them and the road. But his father could come here, and sooner or later, his father would. He began to cry, tears rolling silently down his cheeks. Too late. They were going to die, all three of them, and when the Overlook opened next late spring, they would be right here to greet the guests along with the rest of the spooks. He knuckled the tears furiously from his eyes. He would try as hard as he could to keep that from happening. He closed his eyes and sent his mind out in a high, hard crystal bolt, a desperate plea to the cook that they were in bad trouble and needed him. Suddenly, in the darkness behind his eyes, the thing that chased him down the Overlook's dark halls in his dreams, was there a huge creature dressed in white, its prehistoric club raised, declaring that it would make him stop because it was his father. He jerked back to the bedroom reality, eyes wide and staring, screams tumbling helplessly from his mouth as his mother bolted awake clutching the sheet. He cried out for his father not to do something. They both heard the vicious descending swing of an invisible club cutting the air somewhere very close, then fading to silence as he ran to his mother and hugged her, trembling like a rabbit in a snare. The Overlook was not going to let him call the cook. That might spoil the fun too. They were alone. Outside, the snow came harder, curtaining them off from the world. The cook's flight was called at 6:45 a.m. The boarding clerk held him by gate 31 until the last call at 6:55, both of them looking for the only passenger who hadn't checked in. The clerk issued him a blue first-class boarding pass he had lucked out. He hurried up the enclosed boarding ramp, let the stewardess tear off his pass, and went down the aisle to a seat in the smoking section. He kept expecting the no-show passenger to pop through the door at the last second. He buckled his seatbelt, wrapped his large black hands around the armrests, and promised the absent passenger it would take him and 5 strong flight attendants to drag him out. He watched his watch drag off the minutes to the 7 o'clock takeoff with maddening slowness. At 7:05, the stewardess announced a slight delay, while the ground crew rechecked a latch on the cargo door. He muttered a curse. The sharp-faced woman next to him turned her sour expression on him and went back to her book. He had spent the night at the airport, going from counter to counter, haunting the ticket clerks. Sometime after midnight, drinking his 8th or 9th cup of coffee, he decided he was being an asshole to have taken this whole thing on his own shoulders. There were authorities. He went to a bank of telephones and after talking to 3 operators, got the emergency number of the Rocky Mountain National Park Authority. The man who answered sounded utterly worn out. The cook gave a false name and said there was bad trouble at the Overlook Hotel, maybe killing bad. He was put on hold. The ranger came back in about 5 minutes. They had a CB at the hotel, but they hadn't received a Mayday call. The cook insisted. It didn't matter. The caretaker might have gone a little nuts and might hurt his wife and little boy. The ranger asked how he had come by this information. The cook refused to explain further, just said he knew. He brought up the previous caretaker who had killed his family and himself. It was going to happen again if they didn't haul their asses out there. The ranger noted that the cook wasn't calling from Colorado, therefore not in CB range, so he couldn't possibly have been in contact with the family. He had tried to telephone, it was out, which wasn't unusual. His conclusion was that the cook must be some sort of crank. The cook cried out in despair, then had an illumination call them on the CB. The ranger had tried that too. That's why he had been on hold so long. He got nothing, but he didn't think anything was wrong. The cook asked what they were doing up there, sitting on their asses playing gin rummy. The ranger said he was the only man there. Every other ranger, plus game wardens plus volunteers, were up at a notch risking their lives because 3 stupid assholes with 6 months' experience decided to try the north face of a mountain. They were stuck halfway up. 2 choppers were up there, the pilots risking their lives because it was night and starting to snow. The ranger had nobody to send to the Overlook. The Overlook wasn't a priority. What happened in the park was a priority. By daybreak, neither chopper would be able to fly because it was going to snow like crazy. Did the cook understand? He said softly that he understood. The ranger guessed he couldn't raise them on the CB because they might have turned it off and gone to bed. The cook wished him luck with his climbers, but said they were not the only ones stuck up high because they didn't know what they were getting into. He hung up. At 7:20, the 747 backed lumberingly out of its stall, turned, and rolled toward the runway. The cook exhaled silently. The flight parted company with the ground at 7:28. At 7:31, as it gained altitude, the thought pistol went off in his head again, a desperate plea for him to come quick. They were in bad trouble. And that was all. No fading this time. The communication had been chopped off cleanly, as if with a knife. It scared him. His hands, still clutching the seat rests, had gone almost white. His mouth was dry. Something had happened to the boy. The sharp-faced woman asked if he always reacted so violently to takeoffs. He said it wasn't that he had a steel plate in his head from Korea that gave him a twinge now and then, scrambled the signal. She asked if that was so, and launched into a grim statement about the line soldier paying for foreign intervention, the CIA, and dollar diplomacy. She opened her book and began to read. The no-smoking sign went off. The cook watched the receding land and wondered if the boy was all right. He hoped to God they were watching out for him. The father stood in the dining room just outside the bat-wing doors leading into the lounge, head cocked, listening, smiling faintly. Around him, he could hear the Overlook coming to life. It was hard to say how he knew, but he guessed it wasn't greatly different from his son's perceptions, like father, like son. It wasn't a perception of sight or sound, though it was very near to those things, separated by the filmiest of curtains. As if another Overlook now lay scant inches beyond this one, separated from the real world, but gradually coming into balance with it. He was reminded of XIII movies as a kid, a double image without the glasses, but with them, it made sense. All the hotel's eras were together now. All but this current one, the Torrance era. And this would be together with the rest very soon. That was good. He could almost hear the self-important ding of the silver-plated bell on the registration desk, summoning bellboys as men in fashionable flannels from the 1920s checked in, and men in 1940s double-breasted pinstripes checked out. 3 nuns sat in front of the fireplace. Behind them, nattily-dressed men discussed profit and loss, life and death. A dozen trucks in the loading bays out back lay one over the other like bad time exposures. In the ballroom, a dozen different business conventions were going on simultaneously within temporal centimeters of each other. A costume ball, soirees, wedding receptions, birthday and anniversary parties, men talking about Neville Chamberlain and the Archduke of Austria, music, laughter, drunkenness, hysteria, little love, but a steady undercurrent of sensuousness. He could almost hear all of them together, drifting through the hotel, and making a graceful cacophony. In the dining room where he stood, breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 70 years were all being served simultaneously behind him. He could almost he could hear them, faintly as yet, but clearly, the way one hears thunder miles off on a hot summer day. He could hear all of them, the beautiful strangers. He was becoming aware of them, as they must have been aware of him from the very start. All the rooms of the Overlook were occupied this morning, a full house. Beyond the bat-wings, a low murmur of conversation drifted and swirled like lazy cigarette smoke, more sophisticated, more private. Low, throaty female laughter that seemed to vibrate around the viscera and genitals. The sound of a cash register, its window softly lighted in the warm half-dark, ringing up the price of drinks. The jukebox pouring out drinkers' melodies, each overlapping the other in time. He pushed the bat-wings open and stepped through. He announced softly that he had been away but now he was back. The bartender, genuinely pleased, said it was good to see him. The father gravely agreed, hooking his leg over a stool between a man in a sharp blue suit and a bleary-eyed woman in a black dress, peering into the depths of a Singapore sling. The bartender asked what it would be. The father ordered a martini with great pleasure, looking at the rows of dimly gleaming bottles, and laid a 20 carefully on the bar. As the drink was made, he looked over his shoulder. Every booth was occupied. Some occupants wore costumes, a woman in gauzy harem pants and a rhinestone-sparkled brassiere, a man with a fox head rising slyly out of his evening dress, a man in a silvery dog outfit tickling a woman in a sarong with a puff on the end of his long tail. The bartender said there was no charge. His money was no good here. Orders from the manager. A faint unease came over him, but he picked up the martini glass and swirled it. The bartender's smile broadened, but his eyes were socketed in shadow and his skin was horribly white like a corpse's. He said the manager expected later to see to the well-being of the father's son. The manager was very interested in the boy. He was talented, The juniper fumes of the gin blurred his reason. What was this about his son? What was he doing in a bar with a drink in his hand? He had taken the pledge, gone on the wagon, sworn off. What could they want with his son? His wife and son weren't in it. He tried to see into the bartender's shadowed eyes, but it was like trying to read emotion into empty orbs of a skull. He thought it was him they must want. He loved it here. They wanted to leave. He took care of the snowmobile, went through the old records, dumped the boiler pressure, lied, practically sold his soul. What could they want with his son? He asked where the manager was, trying to sound casual, but his words came out between numbed lips. The bartender only smiled. He asked what they wanted with his son. Surely Danny wasn't in this. He heard the naked plea in his own voice. The bartender's face seemed to run, change, become pestilent white skin turning hepatitic yellow, cracking red sores erupting and bleeding foul, smelling liquid. Droplets of blood sprang out on the bartender's forehead like sweat. A silver chime struck the quarter hour. Unmask. The bartender told him softly to drink his drink. It wasn't a matter that concerned him, not at this point. He picked up the drink again, raised it to his lips, hesitated. He heard the hard, horrible snap of his son's arm breaking, saw the bicycle flying brokenly over the hood of a car, starring the windshield. A single wheel lying in the road, twisted spokes pointing into the sky like jags of piano wire. He became aware that all conversation had stopped. He looked back over his shoulder. They were all looking at him expectantly, silently. The man beside the woman in the sarong had removed his fox head. It was a man with pallid blonde hair spilling across his forehead. Everyone at the bar was watching too. The woman beside him was looking at him closely, trying to focus. Her dress had slipped off one shoulder, looking down. He could see a loosely puckered nipple capping one sagging breast. Looking back at her face, he began to think this might be the woman from room 217, the one who tried to strangle his son. On his other side, the man in the sharp blue suit had removed a small pearl-handled pistol from his jacket pocket and was idly spinning it on the bar. He tried to say he wanted to see the manager. He didn't think the manager understood. His son was not a part of this. The bartender, his voice hideously gentle from inside his plague-riddled face, said he would meet the manager in due time. He had decided to make the father his agent in this matter. Now, drink his drink. They all echoed the command. He picked it up with a badly trembling hand, raw gin. Looking into it was like drowning. The woman beside him began to sing in a flat, dead voice about rolling out the barrel. The bartender picked it up. Then the man in the blue suit. The dogman joined in, thumping one paw against the table. Others added their voices. He brought the drink to his mouth and downed it in 3 long gulps. The gin highballing down his throat like a moving van in a tunnel, exploding in his stomach, rebounding to his brain in one leap where it seized hold of him with a final convulsing fit of the shakes. When it passed off, he felt fine. He ordered another. The bartender took the glass, now looking perfectly normal again. The man in the blue suit had put his pistol away. The woman on his right was staring into her drink again, one breast wholly exposed, leaning on the bar's leather buffer, a vacuous crooning noise coming from her slack mouth. The loom of conversation had begun again. His new drink appeared. He thanked the bartender, who said it was always a pleasure to serve him. The father said he was always the best of them. The bartender thanked him. He drank slowly this time, letting it trickle down, tossing a few peanuts after it. The drink was gone in no time, and he ordered another. He searched his pockets for a quarter to put in the jukebox. He thought of his son again, but the boy's face was pleasantly fuzzed and nondescript now. He had hurt his son once, but that had been before he learned how to handle his liquor. Those days were behind him. He would never hurt his son again, not for the world. He was dancing with a beautiful woman. He had no idea what time it was, how long he had spent in the lounge, or how long he had been here in the ballroom. Time had ceased to matter. He had vague memories listening to a man tell a very long and hilarious joke about incest between Siamese twins, seeing the woman in harem pants do a slow strip-tease crossing the lobby with 2 other men in evening dress predating the 20s, all of them singing, looking out the big double doors, and seeing Japanese lanterns strung in graceful curved arcs, following the sweep of the driveway, gleaming in soft pastel colors like dusky jewels. The big glass globe on the porch ceiling was on, night insects bumping and flittering against it. A part of him, the last tiny spark of sobriety, tried to tell him it was 6 a.m. on a morning in December, but time had been cancelled. He giggled helplessly. A woman's voice asked what was funny. He was dancing with a beautiful woman. She was tall and auburn-haired, dressed in clinging white satin, dancing close to him, her breasts pressed softly and sweetly against his chest. Her white hand was entwined in his. She wore a small, sparkly cat's eye mask, her hair brushed over to one side in a soft, gleaming fall, pooling between their touching shoulders. Her dress was full-skirted, but he could feel her thighs against his legs from time to time, and became more and more sure she was smooth and powdered naked underneath. He was sporting an erection. If it offended her, she concealed it well. She snuggled even closer. He said nothing was funny, and giggled again. She whispered. She liked him. Her scent was like lilies, secret and hidden in cracks furred with green moss, where sunshine was short and shadows long. He said he liked her too. She suggested they could go upstairs if he wanted. She was supposed to be with someone else, but he would never notice. The number ended. There was a spatter of applause, and the band swung into another song with scarcely a pause. The father looked over the woman's bare shoulder, and saw the man named Derwent standing by the refreshment table with a girl and the sarong bottles of champagne and ice buckets ranged along the white tablecloth. Derwent held a foaming bottle. A knot of people had gathered, laughing. In front of them, the man in the dog costume capered grotesquely on all fours, tail dragging, barking. Derwent cried for the dog to speak, and the costumed man responded with barks. Everyone clapped. Some men whistled. Derwent commanded the dog to sit up. The costumed man clambered onto his haunches, muzzle frozen in its eternal snarl, eyes rolling with frantic, sweaty hilarity. Derwent upended the champagne bottle, a foamy Niagara falling onto the upturned mask. The costumed man made frantic slurping sounds. Everyone applauded again. Some women screamed with laughter. The father's partner asked if Derwent wasn't a card, pressing close again. She explained that Derwent was AC, DC, and the costumed man was only DC. He had spent a weekend with Derwent in Cuba once, months ago, and now followed him everywhere, wagging his little tail. She giggled. The shy scent of lilies drifted up. She said Derwent never went back for seconds, not on his DC side anyway, and the costumed man was just wild. Derwent had told him if he came to the masked ball as a cute little doggy, he might reconsider, and he was such a silly that he did. The number ended. More applause. The band members filed down for a break. The woman excused herself, calling to someone she just had to see, and wove into the eating, drinking throng. The father gazed after her stupidly, wondering how they had happened to be dancing together in the first place. He didn't remember. Incidents seemed to occur with no connections, first here, then there, then everywhere. His head was spinning. He smelled lilies and juniper berries. Up by the refreshment table, Derwent now held a tiny triangular sandwich over the dog's head and urged him, to the general merriment of onlookers, to do a somersault. The dog mask turned upward. The silver sides of the costume bellowed in and out. The costumed man suddenly leaped, tucking his head under, trying to roll in mid-air. His leap was too low and too exhausted. He landed awkwardly on his back, rapping his head smartly on the tiles. A hollow groan drifted out of the mask. Derwent led the applause and told him to try again. Onlookers took up the chant. The father staggered off the other way, feeling vaguely ill. He almost fell over a drinks cart being wheeled along by a low-browed man in a white mess jacket. His foot wrapped the lower chrome shelf bottles and siphons on top chattered together. He apologized thickly. He suddenly felt closed in and claustrophobic, wanting to get out. He wanted the Overlook back the way it had been, free of these unwanted guests. His place was not honored as the true opener of the way he was, only another of 10,000 cheering extras, a doggy rolling over and sitting up on command. The man in the white mess jacket said it was quite all right. his polite clipped English surreal coming from that thug's face. He asked if the father wanted a drink, a martini. Behind him, another comer of laughter broke. The dog was howling to the tune of Home on the Range, someone picking out accompaniment on the Steinway Baby Grand. The frosty cold glass was pressed into his hand. He drank gratefully, feeling the gin hit and crumble away the first inroads of sobriety. The man asked if it was all right. "Fine. Thank you, sir." The cart began to roll again. The father suddenly reached out and touched the man's shoulder, asking his name. The other showed no surprise. "Grady. Delbert Grady." The father tried to say he thought the man was once the caretaker here, but he couldn't finish. Couldn't say it. The man said no. He didn't believe so. The father mentioned his wife, his daughters. The man said his wife was helping in the kitchen. The girls were asleep, much too late for them. The father insisted he was the caretaker. He killed them. Grady's face remained blankly polite. He had no recollection of that at all. His glass empty, Grady plucked it from his unresisting fingers and set about making another drink. A small white plastic bucket on the cart was filled with olives. For some reason they reminded him of tiny severed heads. Grady speared one, dropped it into the glass, and handed it to him. The father tried again. Grady said he was the caretaker. He'd always been the caretaker. He should know, sir. He'd always been here. The same manager hired them both at the same time. The father said Mr. Ullman. Grady knew no one by that name. The father insisted. Grady said the manager, the hotel. Surely he realized who hired him. No, the father said thickly. Grady said he must take it up further with his son. The boy understood everything, although he hadn't enlightened his father. Rather naughty of him, if he might be so bold. In fact, he had crossed his father at almost every turn, and him not yet 6. The father agreed. Grady said he needed to be corrected, a good talking to, and perhaps a bit more. His own girls didn't care for the Overlook at first. One actually stole a pack of his matches and tried to burn it down. He corrected them, most harshly. When his wife tried to stop him from doing his duty, he corrected her. He offered a bland, meaningless smile, noting that women rarely understood a father's responsibility to his children. Husbands and fathers did have certain responsibilities. The father agreed. Grady said they didn't love the Overlook as he did, just as the father's son and wife didn't love it. Not at present, anyway, but they would come to love it. He must show them the error of their ways. Did he agree? Yes, the father said. He did. He had been too easy with them. They were willfully not understanding. He was not ordinarily harsh, but he did believe in punishment. If his son and wife had willfully set themselves against his wishes, against what he knew was best for them, then didn't he have a certain duty? Grady quoted a line about a thankless child being sharper than a serpent's tooth, handed him his drink, and said the manager could bring his son into line. His wife would shortly follow. Did he agree? He was suddenly uncertain. He stammered that if they could just leave after all, he was the one the manager wanted, wasn't it? It must be. Because why? He should know, but suddenly didn't. His brain was swimming. From behind him, Derwent loudly declared something about a bad dog piddling on the floor, to counterpoint laughter. Grady leaned confidentially over the cart and said the boy was attempting to bring an outside party into it. The boy had a very great talent, one the manager could use to further improve and enrich the Overlook. But the boy was attempting to use that very talent against them. He was willful. The father asked who the outside party was. A nigger, Grady said. A nigger cook? Halloran? The father asked. Grady believed that was his name, yes. Another burst of laughter from behind them was followed by a whining, protesting voice. Derwent began to chant, "Yes, yes," and others took it up. But before the father could hear what they wanted the dog to do now, the band began to play again. Tuxedo Junction, mellow sax, but not much soul. The father opened his mouth, not knowing what might come out. He said he had been told Grady hadn't finished high school, but he didn't talk like an uneducated man. Grady said it was true. He left organized education very early, but the manager took care of his help. It paid. Education always paid. The father dazedly agreed. Grady said the father showed great interest in learning more about the Overlook. Very wise, very noble. A certain scrapbook was left in the basement for him to find. The father eagerly asked by whom. By the manager, of course. Certain other materials could be put at his disposal if he wished them. He did, very much unable to control the eagerness in his voice. Grady called him a true scholar. Pursue the topic to the end, exhaust all sources. He dipped his low-browed head, pulled out his lapel, and buffed his knuckles at an invisible spot of dirt. He added that the manager put no strings on his largesse. Look at him, a 10th grade dropout. Think how much further the father himself could go in the Overlook's organizational structure, perhaps in time to the very top. Really? The father whispered. Grady said that was really up to the father's son to decide, wasn't it? The father frowned. Of course not. He wouldn't allow his son to make decisions concerning his career. What did Grady take him for? A dedicated man, Grady said warmly. Perhaps he put it badly. Let him say that the father's future here was contingent upon how he decided to deal with his son's waywardness. The father whispered that he made his own decisions. Grady said he must deal with him. Firmly. The father said he would. The bartender said a man who could not control his own family held very little interest for their manager. A man who could not guide his wife and son could hardly guide himself, let alone assume a position of responsibility in an operation of this magnitude. The father suddenly shouted in rage that he would handle his son. The band had just ended Tuxedo Junction, and his shout fell perfectly into the gap. Conversation ceased behind him. His skin felt hot. He became fixedly positive that everyone was staring at him. They had finished with the dog, and would now commence with him. Roll over. Sit up. Play dead. They wanted him to sacrifice his son. Grady said something might interest him, and directed him this way. Conversation began again, weaving in and out of band music, now playing a swing version of a Lennon and McCartney song. He giggled foolishly, looked down at his left hand and saw another drink, half full. He emptied it at a gulp. Now he stood in front of the mantelpiece, the heat from a crackling fire warming his legs. A fire in August? Yes, and no. All times were one. A clock under a glass dome, flanked by 2 carved ivory elephants, its hands at a minute to midnight. He gazed at it blearily. Was this what Grady wanted him to see? He turned to ask, but Grady had left. Halfway through the song, the band wound up in a brassy flourish. Derwent proclaimed that the hour was at hand, midnight. Unmask. He tried to turn, to see what famous faces were hidden beneath glitter and paint and masks, but he was frozen, unable to look away from the clock. Its hands had come together and pointed straight up. The chant rose. Unmask. The clock began to chime delicately. Along the steel runner below the clock face, 2 figures advanced. One a man on tiptoe with a tiny club clasped in his hands, the other a small boy wearing a dunce cap inscribed with the engraved word, Fool. The clockwork figures glittered, fantastically precise. They slipped onto opposing ends of a steel axis bar. Somewhere, a Strauss waltz tinkled on and on. An insane commercial jingle ran through his mind to the tune. The steel mallet in the clockwork daddy's hands came down on the boy's head. The clockwork son crumbled forward. The mallet rose and fell, rose and fell. The boy's upstretched, protesting hands began to falter. The boy sagged from crouch to prone. Still the hammer rose and fell to the light tinkling air, and he seemed to see the man's face working and knotting, his mouth opening and closing as he berated the unconscious, bludgeoned son. A spot of red flew up against the inside of the glass dome. Another followed. 2 more splattered beside it. Now red liquid sprayed up like an obscene rain shower, striking the glass sides and running, obscuring what went on inside, flecked through the scarlet with tiny gray ribbons of tissue, fragments of bone and brain. Still he could see the hammer rising and falling as clockwork continued to turn, cogs meshing gears and teeth of this cunningly made machine. Derwent shrieked behind him for unmasking, and somewhere a dog howled in human tones. He thought that clockwork couldn't bleed. The entire dome was splashed with blood. He could see clotted bits of hair, but nothing else. Thank God. But he would be sick. because he could hear the hammer blows still falling through the glass, the soft and squashy thudding of a real hammer slicing down into a spongy, muddy ruin. With a miserable rising scream, he turned from the clock, hands outstretched, feet stumbling, begging them to stop, to take him, his wife, his son, the whole world if they wanted it, only to stop and leave him a little sanity, a little light. The ballroom was empty. Chairs with spindly legs were upended on tables covered with plastic dust drops. The red rug with golden tracings was back on the dance floor. The bandstand deserted except for a disassembled microphone stand and a dusty guitar leaning stringless against the wall. Cold morning light winter light fell languidly through high windows. His head still reeled. He still felt drunk, but when he turned back to the mantelpiece, his drink was gone. Only the ivory elephants and the clock remained. He stumbled back across the cold, shadowy lobby and through the dining room. His foot hooked around a table leg. He fell full length, upsetting the table with a clatter. He struck his nose hard on the floor, and it began to bleed. He got up, snuffling back blood, wiping his nose with the back of his hand. He crossed to the lounge and shoved through the batwing doors, making them fly back and bang into walls. The place was empty, but the bar was fully stocked. Glass and silver edging on labels glowed warmly in the dark. Once, a very long time ago, he had been angry that there was no back bar mirror. Now he was glad. Looking into it, he would have seen just another drunk fresh off the wagon, bloody nose, untucked shirt, rumpled hair, stubbly cheeks. Loneliness surged over him suddenly and completely. He cried out with wretchedness and honestly wished he were dead. His wife and son were upstairs with the door locked against him. The others had all left. The party was over. He lurched forward again, reaching the bar, screaming for the bartender. No answer. In this well-padded room, his words did not even echo to give the illusion of company. He called for Grady. No answer. Only bottles, standing stiffly at attention. He muttered that he would do it himself. Halfway over the bar, he lost his balance and pitched forward, hitting his head. He got up on his hands and knees, his eyeballs moving disjointedly, fuzzy muttering sounds coming from his mouth. Then he collapsed, face turned to one side, breathing harsh snores. Outside, the wind whooped louder, driving thickening snow. It was 8:30 a.m. At 8:31 a.m. on Flight 196, a woman burst into tears and began loudly declaring her opinion, perhaps not unshared by others, that the plane was going to crash. The sharp-faced woman next to the cook looked up from her book, offered a brief character analysis calling her a ninny, and went back to her book. She had downed 2 screwdrivers during the flight, but seemed not thawed at all. The crying woman shrieked that it was going to crash. She just knew it. A stewardess hurried to her seat and squatted beside her, talking softly and soothingly. The cook thought to himself that only stewardesses and very young housewives seemed able to squat with any degree of grace. He pondered this, while the stewardess quieted the woman bit by bit. The cook didn't know about anyone else on the flight, but he was personally almost scared enough to have an accident. Outside the window, nothing but a buffeting curtain of white. The plane rocked sickeningly from side to side. Engines cranked up for partial compensation made the floor vibrate. Several people moaned in tourists behind them. One steward had gone back with a handful of fresh air sick bags. A man 3 rows ahead had vomited into his newspaper and grinned apologetically at the stewardess, who came to help clean up. She comforted him. The cook had flown enough to surmise what happened. They had been flying against bad headwinds most of the way. The weather over Denver had worsened suddenly and unexpectedly now. It was just a little late to divert somewhere with better weather. The stewardess seemed to have curbed the worst of the woman's hysterics. She snuffled into a lace handkerchief, but had ceased broadcasting her opinions. The stew gave her a final pat, and stood up just as the plane gave its worst lurch yet. The stewardess stumbled backward, and landed in the lap of the man who had vomited, exposing a lovely length of nylon thigh. The man blinked, and patted her kindly on the shoulder. She smiled back, but the cook thought the strain was showing. It had been one hell of a hard flight. A little ping announced the no-smoking light. The captain's soft, slightly southern voice informed them they were ready to begin descent. It had been a rough flight, he apologized. The landing might be a bit rough too, but they anticipated no real difficulty. Another hard bump rocked the plane and dropped her with a sickening elevator plunge. The cook's stomach did a queasy hornpipe. Several people screamed. The captain added that they hoped they would see them again on another XIII flight real soon. Someone behind the cook said not bloody likely. The sharp-faced woman put a matchbook cover into her book and shut it as the plane began to descend, remarking how silly. The sharp-faced woman remarked that when one had seen the horrors of a dirty little war as he had, or sensed the degrading immorality of CIA dollar diplomacy intervention, as she had a rough landing paled into insignificance. She asked if she was right. The cook said she was as right as rain and looked bleakly into the wildly blowing snow. She inquired how his steel plate was reacting. He said his head was fine, just his stomach queasy. She called it a shame and reopened her book. As they descended through impenetrable clouds of snow, he thought of a crash at Boston's Logan Airport years ago. Similar conditions, fog instead of snow, visibility zero. The plane caught its undercarriage on a retaining wall. What remained of the 89 people aboard didn't look much different from a casserole. He wouldn't mind so much if it was just himself. He was pretty much alone, but the boy was depending on him. He was maybe all the help that child could expect, and he didn't like how the boy's last call had been snapped off. A thin white hand appeared over his. The woman had taken off her glasses without them. Her features seemed much softer. She said it would be all right. He made a smile and nodded. The plane came down hard, forcefully enough to knock most magazines out of the front rack and send plastic trays cascading from the galley like oversized playing cards. No one screamed, but he heard several sets of teeth clicking violently together. Turbine engines rose to a howl, braking the plane. The pilot's soft southern voice, perhaps not completely steady, announced they had landed, asking everyone to remain seated until the plane stopped completely at the terminal. The woman beside him closed her book and sighed that they lived to fight another day. He said they weren't done with this one yet. She agreed, and asked if he would care to have a drink in the lounge. He would, but he had an appointment to keep. Pressing, he said gravely. She hoped it would improve the general situation in some small way. He hoped so too. She smiled back at him, 10 years dropping silently from her face. Because he had only his flight bag, he beat the crown to the rental desk on the lower level. Outside smoke-glass windows, snow fell steadily. Gusting wind drove white clouds back and forth. People crossing to the parking area struggled against it. One man lost his hat, and the cook commiserated as it whirled away. On the heels of that thought came the realization that if it was this bad in Denver, what would it be like west of Boulder? A girl in rental uniform asked if she could help. He said if she had a car she could. For a heavier-than-average charge, he got a heavier-than-average silver and black sedan. He was thinking of winding mountain roads rather than style. He would still need chains. She told him it was the worst storm since 1969 and asked if he had far to drive, farther than he'd like. She offered a phone ahead to a gas station. At a junction they would put chains on. He called that a great blessing. She made the call and said they'd be expecting him. Leaving the desk, he saw the sharp-faced woman standing on one of the queues at the luggage carousel, still reading. He winked as he went by. She looked up, smiled, and gave him a peace sign. Only a little shy, but it made him feel better. He was sorry he'd told her that fish story about a steel plate. He mentally wished her well, and as he went out into the howling wind and snow, he thought she wished him the same. The charge for putting on chains was modest, but he slipped the man an extra 10 to move up on the waiting list. It was still 10:15 before he was actually on the road, windshield wipers clicking, chains clinking tunelessly on the big wheels. The turnpike was a mess. Even with chains, he could go no faster than 30. Cars had gone off the road at crazy angles. On several grades, traffic barely struggled, summer tires spinning helplessly in drifting powder. It was the first big storm of the winter in the lowlands, and it was brutal. Many were unprepared. He cursed them as he inched around, peering into his snow-clogged mirror. More bad luck waited at the entrance ramp for the Denver-Boulder Turnpike, which also went west to a connecting road through Sidewinder, past the Overlook, and eventually down into Utah. The entrance ramp had been blocked by an overturned semi, flares scattered around it like birthday candles. He stopped and rolled down his window. A cop with a fur hat jammed down over his ears, gestured toward northbound traffic, bawling that he couldn't get up here, go down 2 exits, get on another route, and connect at a different town. The cook shouted that he could get around the semi on the left, that the suggested detour was 20 miles out of his way. The cop shouted back that the ramp was closed. He backed up, waited for a break in traffic, and continued up the highway. Signs told him it was only 100 miles to Cheyenne. If he didn't watch for his ramp, he'd wind up there. He inched his speed to 35, but dared no more. Snow threatened to clog his wiper blades. Traffic patterns were decidedly crazy. The feeling that time was growing shorter for the boy welled up again, nearly suffocating with urgency. At the same time, he felt a fatalistic certainty that he would not be coming back from this trip. He turned on the radio, dialed past Christmas ads, and found a weather forecast 6 inches already. Another foot expected by nightfall. Police urging people not to drive unless absolutely necessary. Most mountain passes already closed. He turned the radio off savagely. Around noon, after the boy went to use the bathroom, the mother took the towel-wrapped knife from under her pillow, put it in her bathrobe pocket, and went to the bathroom door. She announced she was going down to make lunch a cheese omelet and some soup. The boy asked if she wanted him to come down. No, she'd bring it up. He said sure. She hesitated outside the closed door longer, asking if he was sure it was okay. Yeah, he said. Just be careful. She asked where his father was. Did he know? His voice came back curiously flat. No, but it was okay. She stifled an urge to keep asking. Jack had lost his mind. They had sat together on the boy's cot as the storm picked up clout and meanness around 8 that morning, and listened to him downstairs bellowing, stumbling from place to place. Most of it from the ballroom, singing tuneless bits of song, holding up one side of an argument, screaming loudly at one point, freezing both their faces as they stared into each other's eyes. Finally, they heard him stumbling back across the lobby. She thought she heard a loud bang fall, or a door violently opened. For 3.5 hours now, only silence. She went down the short hall, turned into the main first-floor corridor, and went to the stairs. She stood on the first-floor landing, looking down into the lobby. It appeared deserted, but the gray, snowy day left much of the long room in shadow. The boy could be wrong. His father could be behind a chair, couch, maybe the registration desk waiting. She wet her lips and called his name. No answer. Her hand found the knife handle, and she began to go down. She had seen the end of her marriage many times in divorce, in his death at the scene of a drunken car accident, in daydreams of being discovered by another man who would sweep her and the boy away. But she had never envisioned herself prowling halls and staircases like a nervous Fallon, with a knife clasped in one hand to use against him. A wave of despair struck through her at the thought. She stopped halfway down, holding the railing, afraid her knees would buckle. She admitted to herself that it wasn't just him. He was just the one solid thing she could hang the other things on, the thing she couldn't believe yet was being forced to believe: the hedges, the party favor in the elevator, the mask, and the voices. From time to time, it had not seemed that there was a solitary crazy man below them. Like a radio signal fading in and out, she had heard, or thought she had, other voices, music, laughter. At one moment, she would hear her husband holding a conversation with someone named Grady, speaking loudly as if to make himself heard over steady background racket. Then, eerily, other sounds would slip into place: a dance band, people clapping, an amused yet authoritative voice trying to persuade someone to make a speech. For 30 seconds to a minute she would hear this, long enough to grow faint with terror, and then it would be gone. She would only hear him again, talking in that commanding yet slightly slurred way she remembered as his drunk speak voice. But there was nothing in the hotel to drink except cooking sherry. If she could imagine the hotel was full of voices and music, couldn't he imagine he was drunk? She didn't like that thought. She reached the lobby and looked around. The velvet rope cordoning off the ballroom had been taken down. The steel post it had been clipped to was knocked over. Mellow white light fell through the open door from the ballroom's high windows. Heart thumping, she went to the open doors and looked in. Empty and silent. She went back to the registration desk, listening to the wind howl the worst storm so far, still building. On the west side, a shutter latch had broken, banging back and forth with a flat cracking sound. What would she do if he came at her now, she wondered, popped up from behind the dark varnished desk like a murderous jack-in-the-box with a cleaver, and no sense left behind his eyes. Would she stand frozen? Or was there enough primal mother in her to fight him for her son until one of them was dead? She didn't know. The thought made her feel her whole life had been a long, easy dream, lulling her into this waking nightmare. She was soft, never tried in fire. Now, the trial was upon her, not fire but ice, and she would not be allowed to sleep through it. Her son was waiting upstairs. Clutching the knife half tighter, she peered over the desk. Nothing there. Her relieved breath escaped in a long hitching sigh. She put the gate up and went through, pausing to glance into the inner office. She fumbled through the next door for the bank of kitchen light switches, coldly expecting a hand to close over hers at any second. Fluorescence came on with ticking and humming sounds. She could see Mr. Halloran's kitchen pale green tiles, gleaming formica, spotless porcelain, glowing chrome edgings. She had kept it clean. It felt like one of her son's safe places. The cook's presence seemed to enfold and comfort her. Her son had called for him, and upstairs, sitting next to the boy in fear as her husband ranted below, that seemed the faintest of hopes. But standing here, in the cook's place, it seemed almost possible. Perhaps he was on his way now, regardless of the storm. Perhaps so. She went across to the pantry, shot the bolt back, stepped inside, got a can of tomato soup, closed the door, and bolted it. She opened the can, dropped the jellied contents into a saucepan, milk and eggs from the refrigerator, cheese from the walk-in freezer. These common actions, part of her life before the Overlook, calmed her. She melted butter, diluted the soup with milk, poured beaten eggs into the pan. A sudden feeling that someone stood behind her, reaching for her throat. She wheeled around, clutching the knife. No one there. She grated cheese, added it, flipped the omelet, turned the gas down. Soup was hot. She put the pot on a large tray with silverware, bowls, plates, salt and pepper. When the omelet puffed, she slid it onto a plate and covered it. She stopped on the lobby side of the desk and set the tray down beside the silver bell. Unreality would stretch only so far. She stood in the shadowy lobby, frowning. She told herself not to push the facts away. She might be the only responsible person left. She had a 5-going-on-6 son to look out for. Her husband, whatever happened to him, might be part of her responsibility too. Today was December 2nd. She could be stuck here another 4 months if a ranger didn't happen by. She couldn't spend a month sneaking down for meals with a knife in her pocket, jumping at every shadow. She couldn't avoid him for a month, couldn't keep him out of the upstairs quarters if he wanted, and he had the passkey, and one hard kick would snap the bolt. Leaving the tray on the desk, she walked slowly to the dining room. Deserted. One table with chairs set up the table they had tried eating at, until the emptiness began to freak them out. She called his name hesitantly. The wind rose in a gust, driving snow against shutters, but she thought there had been something, a muffled groan. She called again. No returning sound. But her eyes fell on something beneath the bat-wing doors of the lounge, his cigarette lighter. Plucking up courage, she crossed and pushed the doors open. The smell of gin was so strong it snagged her breath. Not a smell, but a reek. But the shelves were empty. Where had he found it? Another groan, low and fuzzy, perfectly audible. She walked slowly to the bar, called his name. No answer. She looked over the bar, and there he was, sprawled on the floor in a stupor. He must have tried to go over the top and lost his balance. She was not angry with him looking down. He seemed like a horribly overtired little boy who had tried to do too much and fallen asleep on the living room floor. He had stopped drinking, and it was not him who made the decision to start again. There had been no liquor for him to start with. So where had it come from? Wine bottles wrapped in straw, plugged with candles, rested along the bar. She picked one up and shook it, half expecting to hear slosh. But nothing. He stirred. She went around the bar, found the gate, walked back inside, pausing at the chromium taps. They were dry, but passing close she smelled beer wet and new, like a fine mist. As she reached him, he rolled over, opened his eyes, and looked up at her utterly blank, then clearing. He asked if it was her. She said yes. Asked if he could make it upstairs with her arms around him, asked where he had his hand closed brutally around her ankle. She cried out. He began to grin. Stale. Gin and olives about him, setting off an old terror. A distant part of her thought the worst thing was it had all come back to this, she and her drunken husband. She said she wanted to help. He said she and their son only wanted to help them right out of here. But now he had her. She said he was hurting her ankle. He said he'd hurt more than her ankle, calling her a name. The word stunned her so completely. She made no effort to move when he let go, and stumbled to his feet swaying. He accused her of never loving him, wanting them to leave because that would be the end of him. Did she ever think about his responsibilities? No. All she ever thought about was ways to drag him down. She was just like his mother. She told him to stop, crying. He didn't know what he was saying. He was drunk. She didn't know how, but he was drunk. He said he knew now her and that little pup upstairs planning together. She denied it. He called her a liar, screaming that he knew how they did it. When he said they were going to stay and he was going to do his job, she said, yes, dear. And the boy said, yes, Daddy. And then they laid their plans. They planned to use the snowmobile. But he knew. He figured it out. Did they think he was stupid? She stared, unable to speak. He was going to kill her. Then their son. Then maybe the hotel would be satisfied and allow him to kill himself, like that other caretaker. Like Grady. With swooning horror, she realized at last who he had been conversing with in the ballroom. He said she turned his son against him. That was the worst. His little boy now hated him too. She saw to that. That was her plan all along. She'd always been jealous. Just like her mother. She couldn't be satisfied unless she had all the cake. Could she? She couldn't talk. He said he would fix her and tried to put his hands around her throat. She stepped backward, then another step, and he stumbled against her. She remembered the knife in her robe pocket and groped for it, but his left arm swept around her, pinning her arm against her side. She could smell sharp gin and the sour odor of his sweat. He grunted that she had to be punished, chastised harshly. His right hand found her throat. Her breath stopped. Pure panic took over. His left hand joined his right. The knife was free in her own hand, but she forgot about it. Both her hands came up and yanked helplessly at his larger, stronger ones. Her son shrieked from somewhere, calling for his father to stop. He was hurting Mommy. The boy's piercing crystal sound came from far off. Red flashes of light leaped in front of her eyes like ballet dancers. The room grew darker. She saw her son clamber onto the bar and throw himself at his father's shoulders. One of the hands crushing her throat was gone, as his father cuffed the boy away with a snarl. The boy fell back against empty shelves and dropped to the floor, dazed. The hand was on her throat again. The red flashes turned black. The boy cried weakly. Her chest burned. Her husband shouted into her face that he would fix her, show her who was boss. All sounds faded down a long, dark corridor. Her struggles weakened. One hand fell away and dropped slowly, until her arms stretched out at right angles, hand dangling limply like a drowning woman's. It touched a bottle. One of the straw-wrapped wine bottles that served as decorative candle holders. Sightlessly, with the last of her strength, she groped for its neck and found it, feeling greasy beads of wax. She brought it up and then down, praying for aim, knowing that if it only struck his shoulder or upper arm, she was dead. The bottle came down squarely on his head. Glass shattered violently inside the straw. The thick, heavy base made a sound against his skull, like a medicine ball dropped on a hardwood floor. He rocked back on his heels, eyes rolling up. The pressure on her throat loosened, then gave way entirely. He put his hands out as if to steady himself, then crashed over on his back. She drew a long, sobbing breath. She almost fell, clutched the edge of the bar and managed to hold herself up. Consciousness wavered. She could hear her son crying but had no idea where he was. It sounded like crying in an echo chamber. Dimly, she saw dime-sized drops of blood falling to the dark bar surface from her nose. She cleared her throat and spat on the floor, sending a wave of agony up her throat that subsided to a steady dull press of pain, just bearable. Little by little, she got control. She let go of the bar, turned, and saw her husband lying full length, the shattered bottle beside him. He looked like a felled giant. Her son crouched below the cash register, both hands in his mouth, staring at his unconscious father. She went to him unsteadily and touched his shoulder. He cringed away. She told him to listen. He muttered in a husky old man's voice that Daddy hurt her. She hurt Daddy. Daddy hurt her. He wanted to go to sleep. Nighty-night. She said no, pain ripping up her throat again. But he opened his eyes, looking at her warily from bluish-shadowed sockets. She made herself speak calmly, her voice low and husky, almost a whisper. It hurt to talk. She said it wasn't his daddy trying to hurt her, and she didn't want to hurt him. The hotel had gotten into his daddy. The Overlook had gotten into him. Did he understand? Some knowledge came slowly back into his eyes. He whispered about the bad stuff. There was none of it here before, was there? She said no. The hotel put it here. The hotel made his father drink it. Did he hear those people his father was talking to this morning? Yes, the hotel people. She heard them too. That meant the hotel was getting stronger. It wanted to hurt all of them. But she hoped it could only do that through his father. He was the only one it could catch. It was desperately important that he understand. The boy said the hotel caught Daddy and groaned helplessly. She said she knew he loved his daddy. She did too. They had to remember the hotel was trying to hurt his father, as much as it was them. She wished Daddy was all better, the boy said, tears flowing again. She agreed, and hugged him tightly. She explained. That was why he had to help her put his father somewhere. The hotel couldn't make him hurt. Then and where he couldn't hurt himself, then if his friend Dick came, or a park ranger, they could take him away. She thought he might be all right again. All of them might be all right. She thought there was still a chance if they were strong and brave, like he was when he jumped on his father's back. She looked at him pleadingly, and thought how strange it was. She had never seen him look so much like his father. He nodded, and said he thought if they could get away from here, everything would be like it was. He asked where they could put him. The pantry, she said. Food in there, a good strong bolt on the outside. Warm. They could eat from the refrigerator and freezer until help came. Do it now, he asked. Yes, right now, before he wakes up. He put the bar gate up while she folded her husband's hands on his chest and listened to his breathing slow but regular. From the smell, she thought he must have drunk a great deal, and he was out of the habit. She thought it might be liquor as much as the blow that put him out. She picked up his legs and began to drag him. She had been married to him for nearly 7 years, but she had never realized how heavy he was. Her breath whistled painfully in and out of her hurt throat. Still, she felt better than she had in days. She was alive. Having just brushed close to death, that was precious. And he was alive too. By blind luck rather than plan, they had perhaps found the only way to bring them all safely out. She paused, gasping harshly, holding his feet against her hips. Her son asked if she was all right, if he was too heavy. She said she'd manage, and began dragging again. The boy was beside the father. One of the father's hands had fallen off his chest. The boy replaced it gently, with love. He asked if she was sure. She said yes. It was the best thing. The boy said it was like putting him in jail. Only for a while, she said. He asked if she was sure she could do it. Yes, but it was a near thing. The boy cradled his father's head going over door sills, but his hands slipped in the father's greasy hair as they went into the kitchen. The back of his head struck the tiles, and the father began to moan and stir. He muttered that she had to use smoke and to run and get the gas can. Mother and son exchanged tight, fearful glances. She asked for help in a low voice. For a moment the boy stood paralyzed by his father's face, then moved jerkily to her side and helped hold the left leg. They dragged him across the kitchen floor in nightmare slow motion, The only sounds the faint insectile buzz of fluorescent lights and their own labored breathing. When they reached the pantry, she put the father's feet down and turned to fumble with the bolt. The boy looked down at his father, limp and relaxed again. The shirt tail had pulled out of his pants as they dragged him. The boy wondered if his father was too drunk to be cold. It seemed wrong to lock him in the pantry like a wild animal, but he had seen what his father tried to do to his mother. Even upstairs he had known. He had heard them arguing in his head. The bolt was stuck. She pulled as hard as she could, but it wouldn't move. She couldn't retract it. She had opened it with no trouble when she went in for soup. Now it wouldn't move. They couldn't put him in the walk-in refrigerator. He would freeze or smother. If they left him out and he woke up, the father stirred again on the floor, muttering that he would take care of it. He understood. The boy warned that his father was waking up. Sobbing, she yanked at the bolt with both hands. The father's voice came, softly menacing, blurry, asking if that was his son. The boy nervously told him to go to sleep. It was bedtime. He looked up at his mother, still struggling, and saw what was wrong immediately. She had forgotten to rotate the bolt before trying to withdraw it. The little catch was stuck in its notch. He said, "Here," low, and brushed her trembling hands aside. His own shook almost as badly. He knocked the catch loose with the heel of his hand, and the bolt drew back easily. He said, "Quick." He looked down. His father's eyes had fluttered open again, looking directly at him, his gaze strangely flat and speculative. His father told him he knew he copied it, but it was here somewhere, and he would find it, that he promised. His words slurred off again. She pushed the pantry door open with her knee, hardly noticing the pungent odor of dried fruit that wafted out. She picked up his feet again and dragged him in, gasping harshly at the limit of her strength. As she yanked the chain pull that turned on the light, his eyes fluttered open again, asking what she was doing. She stepped over him. He was quick. One hand lashed out. She had to sidestep and nearly fall out the door to avoid his grasp. Still, he caught a handful of her bathrobe, which ripped with a heavy purring noise. He was up on his hands and knees now, hair hanging in his eyes like some heavy animal, a large dog or a lion. He damned them both, saying he knew what they wanted, but they weren't going to get it. The hotel was his. It was him they wanted. Her son screamed at her to shut the door. The boy pushed the heavy wooden door shut with a slam, just as his father leaped. The door latched, and the father thudded uselessly against it. The boy's small hands groped for the bolt. She was too far away to help. The issue of whether he would be locked in or free would be decided in 2 seconds. The boy missed his grip, found it again, and shot the bolt across just as the latch began to jiggle madly up and down below it. It stayed up. A series of thuds followed, as the father slammed his shoulder against the door. The 1/4-inch steel bolt showed no signs of loosening. She let her breath out slowly. The father raged to be let out, commanding his son to obey. The boy's hand moved automatically toward the bolt. She caught it, and pressed it between her breasts. The father threatened to bash his son's fucking brains in. The boy looked at her, pale as window glass. They could hear his breath tearing in and out behind the 1/2 inch of solid oak. He called her names, commanded. She let him out, promised to mess her up so badly her own mother would pass her on the street. The boy moaned. She saw he was about to faint. She told him calmly that it wasn't his daddy talking. Remember, it was the hotel. The boy repeated that it was the hotel, but he looked back over his shoulder, face crumpled and terrified. It was 3 in the afternoon. They sat on the big bed in their quarters. The boy turned a purple toy Volkswagen with a monster sticking out of the sunroof over and over in his hands, compulsively. They had heard his father's batterings at the pantry door all the way across the lobby. The batterings, and his voice, hoarse and petulantly angry, vomiting promises of punishment and profanity, promising they would live to regret betraying him after he had slaved his guts out for them over the years. The boy thought they would no longer be able to hear it upstairs, but the sounds carried perfectly up the dumbwaiter shaft. His mother's face was pale, with horrible brownish bruises on her neck where his father had tried to be. He turned the model over and over, his father's prize for having learned his reading lessons. He thought of it, as where Daddy had tried to hug her too tight. His mother put some music on the little record player, scratchy and full of horns and flutes. She smiled at him tiredly. He tried to smile back and failed. Even with the volume turned up loud, he thought he could still hear his father screaming and battering the pantry door like an animal in a zoo cage. What if his father had to go to the bathroom? He began to cry. She turned the volume down, held him, rocked him on her lap, telling him it would be all right. If the cook didn't get his message, someone else would as soon as the storm was over. No one could get up here until then. But when the storm was over, everything would be fine. They would leave, and next spring the three of them would go fishing, rent a boat just like last year. Maybe he would catch a bass for supper. Or maybe they wouldn't catch anything, but they were sure to have a good time. He said he loved her and hugged her. She said she loved him too. Outside, the wind whooped and screamed. Around 4:30 as daylight began to fail, the screams ceased. They had both been dozing uneasily, his mother still holding him, and she didn't wake. But he did. Somehow the silence was worse, more ominous than the screams and blows against the strong pantry door. Was his father asleep again? Dead? Or had he gotten out? 15 minutes later, the silence was broken by a hard, grating metallic rattle, a heavy grinding, then a mechanical humming. His mother came awake with a cry. The elevator was running again. They listened, wide-eyed, hugging each other. It went from floor to floor, the grate rattling back, the brass door slamming open, laughter, drunken shouts, occasional screams, sounds of breakage. The Overlook was coming to life around them. The father sat on the pantry floor with his legs out in front of him, a box of crackers between them, looking at the door. He ate the crackers one by one, not tasting them, only because he had to eat something. When he got out, he would need his strength, all of it. He thought he had never felt quite so miserable in his entire life. His mind and body together made up a large right scripture of pain. His head ached terribly, the sick throb of a hangover. His mouth tasted like a manure rake had taken a swing through it. His ears rang. His heart had an extra heavy, thudding beat like a tom-tom. Both shoulders ached fiercely from throwing himself against the door. His throat felt raw and peeled from useless shouting. He had cut his right hand on the door latch. When he got out, he was going to kick some ass. He munched crackers, refusing to give in to his wretched stomach, which wanted to vomit everything. He thought of the painkillers in his pocket and decided to wait until his stomach quieted. No sense swallowing one if he would throw it right back up. He had to use his brain, the celebrated Jack Torrance brain. Wasn't he the fellow who once was going to live by his wits? Best-selling author, acclaimed playwright, winner of the New York Critics Circle Award, man of letters, esteemed thinker, winner of the Pulitzer Prize at 70 for his trenchant memoirs. All any of that boiled down to was living by your wits. Living by your wits is always knowing where the wasps are. He put another cracker into his mouth and crunched it up. What it really came down to, he supposed, was their lack of trust in him, their failure to believe that he knew what was best for them and how to get it. His wife had tried to usurp him first by fair means, then foul. When her little hints and whining objections had been overturned by his own well-reasoned arguments, she had turned his boy against him, tried to kill him with a bottle, and then locked him in the goddamn fucking pantry. Still, a small interior voice nagged, where did the liquor come from? Isn't that the central point? He knew what happened when he drank from bitter experience. When he drank, he lost his wits. He hurled the cracker box across the small room. It struck a shelf of canned goods and fell to the floor. He looked at the box, wiped his lips with his hand, and looked at his watch. Almost 6:30. He had been in here for hours. His wife had locked him in here for fucking hours. He could begin to sympathize with his father. The thing he had never asked himself, Jack realized now, was what had driven his own father to drink in the first place. When you came down to it, hadn't it been the woman he was married to? A milksop sponge of a woman, always dragging silently around the house with an expression of doomed martyrdom. A ball and chain? No. She had never actively tried to make his father a prisoner, the way his own wife had done to him. For his father, It must have been more like the fate of a man handcuffed to a dead person in the wasteland. Mentally and spiritually dead, his mother had been handcuffed to his father by matrimony. Still, his father had tried to do right as he dragged her rotting corpse through life, tried to bring the 4 children up to know right from wrong, to understand discipline, and above all to respect their father. They had been ingrates, all of them, himself included. Now he was paying the price. His own son had turned out to be an ingrate too, but there was hope. He would get out somehow. He would chastise them both harshly. He would set his son an example, so that the day might come when his son was grown and would know what to do better than he himself had known. He remembered the Sunday dinner when his father had caned his mother at the table, how horrified he and the others had been. Now he could see how necessary that had been, how his father had only been feigning drunkenness, how his wits had been sharp and alive underneath all along, watching for the slightest sign of disrespect. He crawled after the crackers and began to eat them again. Sitting by the door his wife had so treacherously bolted. He wondered exactly what his father had seen and how he had caught her out by his play acting. Had she been sneering behind her hand, sticking out her tongue, making obscene gestures, or only looking at him insolently and arrogantly, convinced he was too stupidly drunk to see? Whatever it had been, he had caught her at it, and he had chastised her sharply. 20 years later, he could finally appreciate his father's wisdom. Of course his father had been foolish to marry such a woman, to handcuff himself to that corpse in the first place. But when the young marry in haste, they must repent in leisure. Except that his wife, instead of being satisfied with the passive role of having wrecked one career, crippled another, had opted for the poisonously active task of trying to destroy his last and best chance to become a member of the Overlook staff, and possibly rise all the way to manager. She was trying to deny him his son, and his son was his ticket of admission. That was foolish. Why would they want the son when they could have the father? But employers often had foolish ideas, and that was the condition that had been made. He wasn't going to reason with her. He had tried in the lounge, and she had refused to listen, had hit him over the head with a bottle for his pains. But there would be another time, and soon he would get out. He suddenly held his breath and cocked his head. Somewhere a piano was playing boogie-woogie. People were laughing and clapping along. "There'll be a hot time in the old town tonight." His hands curled helplessly into fists. He had to restrain himself from battering at the door. The party had begun again. The liquor would be flowing freely. Somewhere, dancing with someone else, would be the girl who had felt so maddeningly nude under her white silk gown. He howled that they would pay for this. They would take their goddamn medicine. A mild voice outside the door told him there was no need to shout. He could be heard perfectly well. He lurched to his feet. Grady. Grady asked if he appeared to have been locked in. Observed that he could hardly have taken care of the business they discussed, the correction of his wife and son. He said they were the ones who locked him in, and begged Grady to pull the bolt. Grady responded with well-bred surprise that he had let them lock him in, a woman half his size and a little boy, hardly set him off as being of top managerial timber. A pulse began to beat at his right temple. He demanded to be let out. He would take care of them. Grady doubted it. He and others had come to believe his heart wasn't in this, that he hadn't the belly for it. He shouted that he did. He swore it. Grady asked if he would bring them his son. Yes, yes. Grady noted that his wife would object strongly to that. She appeared to be somewhat stronger and more resourceful than they had imagined. She had certainly gotten the better of him. Grady tittered, suggesting perhaps they should have been dealing with her all along. He swore he would bring his son, that his wife wouldn't object. She wouldn't be able to. Grady said coldly that he would have to kill her. He said he would do what he had to do. Just let him out. Grady asked for his word on it. His word, his promise, his sacred vow, whatever in hell they wanted. There was a flat snap as the bolt was drawn back. The door shivered open a quarter inch. His words and breath halted. For a moment, he felt death itself was outside. The feeling passed. He whispered his thanks, swearing Grady wouldn't regret it. No answer. All sounds had stopped except the cold swooping of the wind. He pushed the pantry door open. Hinges squealed faintly. The kitchen was empty. Grady was gone. Everything was still, and frozen beneath the cold white glare of fluorescent bars. His eyes caught on the large chopping block where the three of them had eaten their meals. On top stood a martini glass, a fifth of gin, a plastic dish of olives. Leaning against it was one of the roque mallets from the equipment shed. He looked at it for a long time. A voice much deeper and more powerful than Grady's spoke from somewhere, everywhere from inside him, telling him to keep his promise. He heard the fawning servility in his own voice as he said he would. He walked to the chopping block and put his hand on the mallet handle. He hefted it, swung it. It hissed viciously through the air. He began to smile. It was 1:45 in the afternoon. According to snow-clotted signs and the rental car's odometer, the cook was less than 3 miles from Estes Park when he finally went off the road. In the hills, the snow fell faster and more furiously than he had ever seen. The wind blew a capricious gale, sending clouds of powdery snow across his vision, making him coldly aware that if he missed a turn he might plunge 200 feet off the road. His own amateur status as a winter driver scared him. The yellow center line buried under swirling snow, heavy gusts making the heavy car slew, road information signs mostly masked with snow. He drove in a cold sweat, handling accelerator and brake like Ming vases. On the radio, the disc jockey constantly adjured motorists to stay off main highways and under no conditions go into the mountains, many roads impassable, all dangerous. Scores of minor accidents, 2 serious ones, 4 dead and 5 wounded. The jock concluded cheerily and played a song that compounded his misery. He snapped the radio off, knowing he would have it back on in 5 minutes, no matter how bad. It was better than riding alone through this white madness. A small voice of reason told him to hole up in a motel for the night, wait for plows to expose the center stripe. But reason would not stand against the compulsion. It had to be today. He was afraid that if he didn't, he might have something much worse to cope with in his dreams. The wind gusted again, cutting him off from the vague shapes of hills and embankments. He was driving through White Knoll. Then the high sodium lights of a snowplow loomed out of the soup, bearing down. To his horror, the Buick's nose was pointed directly between those headlamps. The plow was being none too choosy about keeping its own side of the road, and he had allowed the Buick to drift. The grinding roar of the diesel engine intruded over the bellow of the wind, then the air horn, hard, long, almost deafening. The cook's testicles turned into 2 small wrinkled sacks filled with shaved ice. His guts seemed transformed into silly putty. Color materialized out of the white snow clotted orange. He could see the high cab, the gesticulating driver behind the single long wiper blade, the V-shaped wing blade spewing snow onto the left embankment like pale smoking exhaust. The air horn bellowed indignantly. He squeezed the accelerator like the breast of a much-loved woman, and the Buick scooted forward and right. There was no embankment over there. The plows headed up instead of down pushed snow directly over the drop. The wing blades on his left, fully 4 feet higher than the car's roof, flirted by with an inch or 2 to spare. Until the plow cleared him, he had thought a crash inevitable. A prayer that was half an inarticulate apology to the boy flitted through his mind. Then the plow was past, its revolving blue lights glinting in his rearview mirror. He jockeyed the wheel back left, but nothing doing. The scoot had turned into a skid, and the Buick floated dreamily toward the lip of the drop, spuming snow from under its mudguards. He flicked the wheel back in the skid's direction, and the car's front and rear began to swap places. Panicked, he pumped the brake hard, then felt a hard bump. In front of him, the road was gone. He was looking into a bottomless chasm of swirling snow and vague greenish-gray pines far below. Then the car stopped, canting forward at a 30-degree angle, left fender jammed against a guardrail, rear wheels nearly off the ground. When he tried reverse, the wheels only spun helplessly. His heart did a drum roll. He got out carefully and went around to the back deck. He was standing there looking helplessly at the back wheels when a cheerful voice behind him said he must be shit right out of his mind. He turned and saw the plow 40 yards down the road, obscured in blowing snow, except for its exhaust and revolving blue lights. The driver stood just behind him in a long sheepskin coat and slicker, A blue and white pinstriped engineer's cap perched on his head. The cook asked if he could pull him back onto the road. The driver said he guessed he could. Asked what the hell he was doing way up here, good way to kill his ass. Urgent business, the cook said. Nothing was that urgent, the driver said slowly and kindly. If he'd hit that post a little harder, nobody would get him out till All Fool's Day. He didn't come from these parts, did he? No. He wouldn't be here unless his business was as urgent as he said. The driver asked where he was headed. The cook said a place called the Overlook Hotel, a little way above Sidewinder. The driver shook his head dolefully. He knew well enough where that was. The cook would never get up to the old Overlook. Roads between Estes Park and Sidewinder were bloody damn hell, drifting in right behind them no matter how hard they pushed. He had come through drifts a few miles back, nearly 6 feet through the middle. Even if he could make Sidewinder, the road was closed from there across to Utah. He would never make it. The cook said he had to try. There was a boy up there. The driver said the Overlook closed at the end of September. No percentage keeping it open longer. Too many shitstorms like this. The cook said the boy was the son of the caretaker. He was in trouble. The driver asked how he would know that. The cook's patience snapped. He demanded to know if the driver was going to stand there flapping his jaw or pull him back on the road. The driver observed he was kind of testy, but sure he had a chain behind the seat. The cook got back behind the wheel, beginning to shake with delayed reaction, his hands numbed almost clear through. He had forgotten gloves. The plow backed up to the Buick's rear. The driver got out with a long coil of chain. The cook opened the door and shouted what he could do to help. The driver shouted back to stay out of the way, this wouldn't take a blink. A shudder ran through the Buick's frame as the chain pulled tight, and a second later, it was back on the road, pointed more or less toward Estes Park. The driver walked up beside the window and knocked. The cook rolled down and thanked him, apologized for shouting. The driver said he'd been shouted at before. The cook was sort of strung up. He dropped a pair of bulky blue mittens into the cook's lap. He would need them when he went off the road again. Cold out. Wear them unless he wanted to spend the rest of his life picking his nose with a crocheting hook. Send them back. His wife knitted them, name and address sewn into the lining. He was Howard Cottrell. Send them back when he didn't need them anymore, and he didn't want to have to pay postage due. The cook thanked him. The driver told him to be careful. He would take him himself, but he was busy as a cat in a mess of guitar strings. That was okay. The cook started to roll up the window, but the driver stopped him. When he got to Sidewinder, if he got there, he should go to a Conoco station next to the library. Ask for Larry Durkin. Tell him Howie Cottrell sent him, and he wanted to rent a snowmobile. Mention his name and show the mittens. He would get the cut rate. The cook thanked him again. The driver nodded, saying it was funny, no way he could know someone was in trouble up there at the Overlook. The phone was out, sure as hell. But he believed the cook. Sometimes he got feelings. The cook nodded. Sometimes he did too. The driver said he knew, but to take care. He disappeared into the blowing dimness with a final wave, his engineer cap still mounted perkily. The cook got going again, chains flailing at the snow cover. Behind him, Cottrell gave a final good luck blast on his air horn. The cook could feel him wishing good luck. That was 2 shines in one day, he thought ought to be some kind of good omen. But he distrusted omens, good or bad, and meeting 2 people with a shine in one day might not mean anything. The feeling of finality that things were all wrapped up was still very much with him. The Buick wanted to skid sideways around a tight curve. He jockeyed it carefully, hardly daring to breathe. He turned on the radio. Arefa. Just fine. Another gust of wind struck the car, making it rock and slip. He cursed and hunched closer over the wheel. The disc jockey came on again, telling him driving today was a good way to get killed. He snapped the radio off. He did make it to Sidewinder, though he was 4.5 hours on the road between Estes Park and there. By the time he got to the upland highway, it was full dark, but the snowstorm showed no sign of abating. Twice he had to stop in front of drifts as high as his car's hood and wait for plows to knock holes in them. At one drift, the plow came up on his side of the road. Another close call. The driver swung around his car without getting out but delivered a rude gesture. As he drew closer to the Overlook, his need to hurry became more compulsive. He glanced at his wristwatch. Almost constantly the hands seemed to be flying. 10 minutes after turning onto the upland, he passed 2 signs. The wind had cleared their snowpack so he could read them. Sidewinder 10, and road closed 12 miles ahead during winter months. He muttered the Konoko station owner's name to himself. It was 10 after 6. Then it struck him full force, the smell of oranges and the thought force, heavy and hateful, murderous, telling him to get out, that this was none of his business, threatening to kill him, hang him from a tree limb, burn his body. That was what they did with niggers, so turn around right now. He screamed in the close confines of the car. The message did not come in words, but in a series of rebus-like images slammed into his head with terrific force. He took his hands from the steering wheel to blot the pictures out. The car smashed broadside into an embankment, rebounded, slewed halfway around, and stopped. The rear wheels spun uselessly. He snapped the gear shift into park, and covered his face with his hands. He did not precisely cry. An uneven ha-ha-ha sound escaped him. His chest heaved. He knew that if that blast had taken him on a stretch of road with a drop-off on one side or the other, he might well be dead now. Maybe that had been the idea. It might hit him again at any time. He would have to protect against it. He was surrounded by a red force of immense power that might have been memory. He was drowning in instinct. He took his hands away and opened his eyes cautiously. Nothing. If something was trying to scare him again, it wasn't getting through. He was closed off. Had that happened to the boy? Dear God, had that happened to the little boy? And of all the images, the one that bothered him the most was that dull whacking sound like a hammer splatting into thick cheese. What did that mean? He dropped the gear shift into low range and fed the engine gas a little at a time. The wheels spun, caught again. The Buick began to move, headlights cutting weakly through swirling snow. He looked at his watch. Almost 6:30. He was beginning to feel that was very late indeed. The mother stood indecisive in the middle of the bedroom, looking at her son, who had fallen fast asleep. Half an hour ago the sounds had ceased. All of them, all at once. The elevator, the party, the sound of room doors opening and closing. Instead of easing her mind, the tension became even worse. It was like a malefic hush before the storm's final brutal push. Her son had dozed off almost at once, first into a light, twitching doze, then a heavier sleep. Even looking directly at him, she could barely see the slow rise and fall of his narrow chest. She wondered when he had last gotten a full night's sleep without tormenting dreams or long periods of dark wakefulness, listening to revels that had only become audible and visible to her in the last couple of days, as the Overlook's grip on the three of them tightened. She didn't know whether it was real psychic phenomena or group hypnosis, and didn't think it mattered. What was happening was just as deadly either way. She looked at her son, and thought that if he was undisturbed, he might sleep the rest of the night through. He was still a small boy and needed his rest. It was his father she had begun to worry about. She grimaced with sudden pain, took her hand away from her mouth, and saw she had torn off a fingernail. She laughed a little, a shaky sound without amusement. First her husband had stopped howling and battering at the door. Then the party had begun again, counterpointed by the crashing elevator. Then that had stopped. In a new silence, as her son fell asleep, she fancied she heard low conspiratorial voices coming from the kitchen below. At first, she dismissed it as the wind, which could mimic many human vocal ranges, but sitting stiffly beside her son, the idea that it was indeed voices became more convincing. Her husband and someone else, discussing his escape from the pantry, discussing the murder of his wife and son. It would be nothing new inside these walls. Murder had been done here before. She went to the heating vent and placed her ear against it, but the furnace came on, and any sound was lost in the rush of warm air. When the furnace kicked off again, the place was completely silent, except for the wind, the gritty spatter of snow against the building, and the occasional groan of a board. She looked down at her ripped fingernail, small beads of blood oozing up from beneath it. She felt watched. She whirled around and stared at the night-blackened window. A hideous white face with circles of darkness for eyes seemed to be gibbering in at her, the face of a monstrous lunatic hiding in these groaning walls all along. but it was only a pattern of frost on the outside of the glass. She let her breath out in a long whispering of fear, and she thought she heard amused titters from somewhere. There was only one way to allay those fears, and she knew what it was. She would have to go down and make sure her husband was still in the pantry. She walked to the dresser, trying to shake off the mantle of fear. Scattered across the top was a pile of change, gasoline chits, her husband's pipes and his key ring. She picked it up, held it for a moment, then put it back. The idea of locking the bedroom door behind her had occurred, but it didn't appeal. Her son was asleep. Vague thoughts of fire passed through her mind, and something else nibbled more strongly, but she let it go. She crossed the room, stood indecisively by the door, then took the knife from her robe pocket and curled her right hand around the wooden haft. She pulled the door open. The short corridor to their quarters was bare. Electric wall flambeaux shone brightly at regular intervals. She hesitated again, miserably caught not wanting to leave her son and the safety of the apartment, but needing to reassure herself that her husband was still safely packed away. She had told herself it was her imagination, the wind, but the deadly certainty that it wasn't the wind made her go forward. The knife swung by her side, catching angles of light and throwing them on the silk wallpaper. Her slippers whispered against the carpet. Her nerves sang like wires. She reached the corner of the main corridor and peered around. Nothing. After a moment's hesitation, she rounded the corner and began down the main corridor. Each step toward the shadowy stairwell increased her dread. She looked back over her shoulder twice to convince herself someone wasn't creeping up behind her. She reached the stairwell and put her hand on the cold newel post at the top. 19 wide steps down to the lobby. 19 carpeted stair risers, and not a husband crouching on any of them. But the lobby was dark and full of shadows. Her pulse thudded steadily in her throat. Ahead and slightly left, the brass yaw of the elevator stood mockingly open. The inside of the car was draped with pink and white crepe streamers. Confetti had burst from 2 tubular party favors. In the rear left corner lay an empty champagne bottle. She sensed movement above her, and wheeled to look up the 19 steps to the dark second-floor landing. Nothing. Yet there was a disturbing corner-of-the-eye sensation that things had leaped back into the deeper darkness just before her eyes could register them. She looked down the stairs again. Her right hand was sweating against the wooden handle. She switched the knife to her left, wiped her right palm against her robe, switched it back. Almost unaware that her mind had commanded her body to go forward, she began down the stairs, free hand trailing lightly on the banister. 10 steps down. A dozen. 13. The light from the first-floor hall filtered a dull yellow down here. She would have to turn on the lobby lights. Yet there was light coming from somewhere else, white and muted. The fluorescence in the kitchen. She paused on the 13th step, trying to remember if she had turned them off or left them on. She couldn't remember. Below, high-backed chairs hulked in pools of shadow. The glass in the lobby doors was pressed white with drifted snow. Brass studs in the sofa cushions gleamed faintly like cat's eyes. 100 places to hide. Her legs stilted with fear, she continued down. 17, 18, 19. The ballroom doors were thrown wide, only blackness spilling out. From within came a steady ticking, like a bomb. She stiffened, then remembered the clock on the mantel, the clock under glass. Her husband or son must have wound it, or maybe it had wound itself up. Like everything else in the Overlook, she turned toward the reception desk, meaning to go through the gate and the manager's office into the kitchen. Gleaming dull silver, she saw the intended lunch tray. Then the clock began to strike little tinkling notes. She stiffened, then relaxed. It was striking 8, that was all. She counted the strokes. It suddenly seemed wrong to move again until the clock had stilled. 8, 9, 10, 11. Suddenly, belatedly, it came to her. She turned back clumsily for the stairs, knowing already she was too late. 12. All the lights in the ballroom went on, a huge, shrieking flourish of brass. She screamed aloud, her cry insignificant against the blare. The cry echoed to unmask. Then they faded, as if down a long corridor of time, leaving her alone again. Not alone. She turned, and he was coming for her. The rogue mallet felt foreign in his hand, yet the man clutching it was unmistakably Jack, except for his eyes burning with a vacant murderous light, and the joyless, trembling grin twisting a mouth she once knew. He accused her of trying to lock him in, his disbelief sharp and taunting. The mallet sliced through the air. She stumbled back, tripped over a hassock, and crashed onto the lobby rug. She tried to call his name, but the word barely left her before he whispered an ugly name at her, claiming he finally understood what she really was. The mallet swung again, burying itself in her soft stomach. The pain was an ocean drowning her. Through a dim haze, she watched the mallet rebound and grasped the numbing truth. He intended to beat her to death with it. She tried to beg for Danny's sake, but her breath had been knocked loose. Only a weak whimper escaped. He declared it was time she took her medicine, grinning as he kicked the hassock aside. The mallet whickered down. She rolled left, her robe tangling. The mallet hit the floor and jarred loose from his grip. He had to stoop to retrieve it. In that instant, she ran for the stairs, breath sobbing back into her. Her stomach throbbed like a single massive bruise. He called her that name again through his fixed grin, promising she'd get what was coming. The mallet whistled. Agony exploded on her right side, just below her breasts, 2 ribs breaking. She fell forward on the steps, the impact ripping new torment along her wounded side. Instinct made her roll away. The mallet whizzed past her face by a naked inch and thudded into the stair carpet. Then she saw the knife, jarred from her hand in the fall, glittering on the 4th riser. He repeated the name as the mallet came down. She shoved upward. It landed below her kneecap. Fire raced up her lower leg. Blood trickled down her calf. The mallet swung again. She jerked her head aside, and it smashed into the stair riser beside her neck and shoulder, scraping flesh from her ear. On the next swing, she rolled toward him down the stairs, inside the arc. A shriek tore free as her broken ribs grated. She struck his shins while he was off balance. He fell backward with a yell, feet jigging, then thunked to the floor. The mallet flew from his hand. He sat up, eyes shocked. He swore he'd kill her for that, then rolled and stretched for the handle. Wendy forced herself upright. Her left leg fired bolts of pain to her hip. Her face was ashen but set. She leaped onto his back, just as his hand closed around the shaft. Screaming to the Overlook's shadowy lobby, she buried the kitchen knife in his lower back up to the handle. He stiffened, then shrieked a sound so awful she thought the hotel itself had screamed. He remained bored stiff beneath her weight like a frozen tableau of horse and rider, except that the back of his red and black flannel shirt grew darker, sodden with spreading blood. Then he collapsed forward, bucking her off onto her hurt side. She lay breathing harshly, unable to move, a single excruciating throb from head to toe. Each inhale brought a vicious stab. Her grazed ear wet her neck with blood. Silence returned except for her ragged breathing, the wind, and the ballroom's ticking clock. She forced herself up at last and hobbled to the stairway. Clinging to the newel post, head down, waves of faintness washed over her. When they passed a little, she began to climb using her unhurt leg and pulling with her arms on the banister. She looked up once, expecting Danny, but the stairs were empty. Relief flooded her that he had slept through it all. 6 steps up. She had to rest, blonde hair coiling over the banister, air whistling painfully through her throat. Her right side was a hot, swollen mass. She urged herself onward, bargaining with her own exhaustion. Get a locked door behind you, then assess the damage. 13 more steps. Not so bad. Once she reached the upstairs corridor, she could crawl. She drew as much breath as her broken ribs allowed, and half pulled, half fell up another riser, and another. On the 9th step, nearly halfway, Jack's voice came from below, thick and venomous, calling her that name and declaring she had killed him. Midnight terror swept through her. She looked back. Jack was getting slowly to his feet, back bowed, the kitchen knife's handle jutting from him. His eyes seemed to shrink into pale, sagging folds of skin. He gripped the bloody roquet mallet loosely in his left hand, a scrap of her pink robe stuck near its center. He whispered that he would give her her medicine and began staggering toward the stairs. Whimpering, she pulled herself upward. 10 steps. 12. 13. Still, the first-floor hallway loomed like an unattainable peak. She panted, her side shrieking. Hair swung wild across her face. Sweat stung her eyes. The ballroom clock's ticking filled her ears, counterpointed by Jack's agonized gasps as he started up the stairs after her. Elsewhere, a tall, skinny man named Larry Durkin, morose face, topped with a mane of red hair, was just leaving the Konoko station when Halloran caught him. Durkin was reluctant to do business in the storm, and even more reluctant to rent a snowmobile to this wild-eyed black man insisting on going up to the Overlook. The locals knew the hotel's ugly reputation: murder, hoods, cutthroat businessmen, and things that never made the papers. But when Halloran mentioned Howard Cottrell's name and showed the mittens tag, Durkin thawed. He unlocked a garage bay, flicked on buzzing old fluorescents, and asked why anyone would want to go up there. Halloran's nerve was cracking. The drive into Sidewinder had been terrible. A 60-mile-an-hour gust had spun his Buick into a full 360. It was nearly 7 o'clock, miles still to go, and he was terrified for the boy. Carefully, he explained that someone was in trouble up there, the caretaker's son. Durkin asked what kind of trouble. Halloran felt sick with the delay, but new countrymen approached business obliquely. He had no time. He was one scared man on the verge of running. He blurted out his need for a snowmobile, any price, and begged to get on with it. Unperturbed, Durkin agreed Howard's word was good enough. He offered an Arctic Cat, 5 gallons of gas, a full tank, $20, including Ethel. Halloran fumbled the money over. Then Durkin insisted they trade jackets. Halloran's overcoat would be worthless in the cold. When Halloran protested, Durkin brushed him off, saying he only had to walk 2 blocks to his own supper. Dazed, Halloran traded for the fur-lined parka as the fluorescents buzzed overhead, reminding him of the Overlook's kitchen lights. Durkin remembered the Torrance boy as a good-looking little kid who had come into the station often with his father before the snow set in, driving the hotel truck. The two of them had seemed as tight as could be. That was a little boy who loved his daddy. Durkin hoped he was all right. Halloran echoed the wish as he zipped the parka and tied the hood. They pushed the snowmobile out. Durkin asked if Halloran had ever driven one before. He hadn't. No matter, instructions were pasted on the dashboard, but really, it was just stop and go. Throttle like a motorcycle, brake on the other side, lean into turns. In the station's snow-filled lot, Durkin had to shout over the battering wind, stay on the road, watch the guardrail posts and signs. If he got off the road, he'd be dead. Halloran nodded. Durkin ran back and returned with a red and black ski mask. Halloran pulled it on tight, but it cut the numbing wind from his face. Durkin leaned close, raising his voice again. He guessed Halloran must know things the same way Howie Cottrell did sometimes. That didn't matter, but the Overlook had a bad reputation around here. Durkin offered a rifle. Halloran shouted back that he didn't think it would do any good. Durkin told him to bring the boy to 16 Peach Lane. If he got him, the wife would have soup on. Halloran thanked him. Durkin's last yell was to watch out and stay on the road. Halloran twisted the throttle slowly. The snowmobile purred forward, headlamp cutting a clean cone through thickly falling snow. Durkin's upraised hand appeared in the rear-view mirror. Halloran raised his own in return. He nudged the handlebars left and traveled up Main Street, the snowmobile coursing smoothly through the white light of the street lamps. The speedometer held at 30 miles per hour. It was 7:10. At the Overlook, Wendy and Danny were sleeping, and Jack Torrance was discussing matters of life and death with the previous caretaker. 5 blocks up, the street lamps ended. For half a mile there were small houses buttoned against the storm, then only wind-howling darkness. In the black again, with no light but the thin spear of the headlamp, terror closed in on him again, a childlike, dismal, disheartening fear. He had never felt so alone. As Sidewinder's few lights dwindled away in the rear view, the urge to turn back was almost insurmountable. He reflected that for all Durkin's concern about the boy, he had not offered to take the other snowmobile and come along. That place had a bad reputation. Clenching his teeth, He turned the throttle higher. The needle climbed past 40 and settled at 45. He seemed to be going horribly fast, yet he was afraid it wasn't fast enough at this speed, nearly an hour to reach the Overlook, but any faster, and he might not get there at all. He kept his eyes glued to the guardrails, and the dime-sized reflectors mounted on each one, many buried under drifts. Twice he saw curve signs dangerously late, and felt the snowmobile riding up drifts that masked the drop-off before turning back onto the summer road. The odometer counted off miles at a maddeningly slow clip, 5, 10, finally 15. Even behind the knitted mask his face was stiffening, his legs were growing numb. He would have given $100 for ski pants. As each mile turned over, his terror grew, as if the place had a poison atmosphere that thickened as he neared it. He had never really liked the Overlook, and others shared that feeling, but it had never been like this. He could feel the voice that had almost wrecked him outside Sidewinder still trying to get in, past his defenses to the soft meat inside. If it had been strong 25 miles back, how much stronger now? He couldn't keep it out entirely. Some of it slipped through, flooding his brain with sinister subliminal images. More and more he saw a badly hurt woman in a bathroom, hands raised uselessly to ward off a blow, and he felt more and more that the woman must be. The embankment loomed like a freight train. Wool gathering, he had missed a turn sign. He jerked the steering gear hard right. The snowmobile tilted underneath came the harsh grating of snow tread on rock. It tottered on the knife edge of balance before half driving, half skidding back down to the snow-buried road. Then the drop-off was ahead, the headlamp showing an abrupt end to the snow cover and darkness beyond. He turned the other way, a pulse beating sickly in his throat. He forced himself to turn the throttle up another notch. The needle pegged just below 50. Wind howled and roared. The headlamp probed the dark. An unknown time later, he came around a drift bank curve and saw a glimmering flash of light ahead, a glimpse, then blotted out by rising land. He was persuading himself it had been wishful thinking when another turn brought it into view again, slightly closer. No question of its reality this time. He had seen it from this angle too many times before. It was the Overlook. Lights were on the first floor and lobby levels. Some of his terror, the part about driving off the road or wrecking on an unseen curve, melted away. The snowmobile swept into the first half of an S-curve he now remembered foot for foot. Then the headlamp picked out something in the road ahead. Limned in stark blacks and whites, he first thought it was a hideously huge timber wolf driven down from the high country by the storm. Then he recognized it, and horror closed his throat. Not a wolf, a lion. A hedge lion. Its features were a mask of black shadow and powdered snow, haunches wound tight to spring, and it did spring snow billowing around its pistoning rear legs in a silent burst of crystal glitter. Halloran screamed and twisted the handlebars hard right, ducking low. Scratching, ripping pain scrawled across his face, his neck, his shoulders. The ski mask tore open down the back. He was hurled from the snowmobile, hit the snow, plowed through it, rolled over. He could feel it coming for him. In his nostrils a bitter smell of green leaves and holly. A huge hedge paw batted him in the small of the back, sending him 10 feet through the air, splayed like a rag doll. He saw the riderless snowmobile strike the embankment, rear up, its headlamp searching the sky. It fell over with a thump and stalled. Then the hedge lion was on him. Crackling, rustling sounds. Something raked across the front of the parka, shredding it. It might have been stiff twigs, but Halloran knew it was claws. He screamed at the circling, snarling thing that it wasn't there at all. He struggled to his feet and made it halfway to the snowmobile before the lion lunged, batting him across the head with a needle-tipped paw. Silent, exploding lights. He said again that it wasn't there, but it was a fading mutter. His knees unhinged and dropped him into the snow. He crawled for the snowmobile. What he needed was there. The right side of his face was a scarf of blood. The lion struck him again, rolling him onto his back like a turtle, roaring playfully. He struggled to reach the snowmobile as the lion ripped and clawed at him. Wendy risked another glance over her shoulder. Jack was on the 6th riser, clinging to the banister as she was, still grinning. Dark blood oozed slowly through the grin and slipped down his jaw. He bared his teeth and announced he was going to bash her brains and bash them right in. He struggled up another riser. Panic spurred her. The ache in her side dimmed a little. She pulled herself up as fast as she could, yanking convulsively at the banister, regardless of the pain. She reached the top and threw a glance behind her. He seemed to be gaining strength rather than losing it, only 4 risers from the top, measuring the distance with the mallet in his left hand while pulling with his right. He panted through his bloody grin that he was right behind her now, with her medicine. She fled stumblingly down the main corridor, hands pressed to her side. A door jerked open. A man in a green ghoul mask popped out, screamed at her that it was a great party, and pulled the waxed string of a party favor. An echoing bang. Crepe streamers drifted around her. The man cackled and slammed back into his room. She fell forward onto the carpet full length. Her right side exploded with pain. She fought off unconsciousness desperately. Dimly she heard the elevator running again. Beneath her splayed fingers, the carpet pattern appeared to move, swaying, twining sinuously. The mallet slammed down behind her. She threw herself forward, sobbing. Over her shoulder she saw Jack stumble forward, overbalance, bring the mallet down just before crashing to the carpet, expelling a bright splash of blood onto the nap. The mallet head struck her squarely between the shoulder blades. The agony was so great she could only writhe, hands opening and clenching. Something inside her snapped. She heard it clearly. For a few moments she was aware only in a muted, muffled way, as if observing through cloudy gauze. Then full consciousness returned, terror and pain with it. Jack was trying to get up so he could finish the job. Wendy tried to stand and found it impossible. Electric bolts coursed up and down her back at the effort. She began to crawl in a side stroke motion. Jack crawled after her, using the mallet as a crutch. She reached the corner and pulled herself around it, using her hands to yank at the angle of the wall. Her terror deepened 100 times worse not to be able to see him or know how close he was getting. She tore out fistfuls of carpet napping, pulling herself along. Halfway down this short hall, she noticed the bedroom door standing wide open. She forced herself to her knees, then clawed her way to her feet, fingers slipping over the silk wallpaper, pulling little strips loose. She ignored the pain, and half walked, half shambled through the doorway just as Jack came around the far corner and began lunging toward the open door, leaning on the mallet. She caught the edge of the dresser, held herself up against it, and grabbed the door frame. Jack shouted at her not to shut that door, damned her, and dared her to shut it. She slammed the bedroom door and shot the bolt. Her left hand pawed wildly across the dresser, knocking loose coins in every direction. Her fingers seized the key ring just as the mallet whistled down, making the door tremble. She got the key into the lock on the second try and twisted it right. When the tumblers fell, Jack screamed. The mallet rained booming blows against the door, making her flinch back. She couldn't understand how he was still fighting with a knife in his back, or where he was finding the strength. She wanted to shriek a question at the locked door. Why wasn't he dead? But didn't. She turned around instead. She and Danny would have to go into the attached bathroom and lock that door too, in case Jack actually broke through. The thought of escaping down the dumbwaiter shaft flashed wildly through her mind, then died. Danny was small enough to fit, but she couldn't control the rope pull. He might crash all the way to the bottom. The bathroom, it would have to be. She wouldn't allow herself to think further than that. She started to tell Danny he'd have to wake up, but the bed was empty. The blankets and quilt she had thrown over him while he slept soundly were thrown back. Jack howled that he would get her, get both of them, every other word punctuated by a mallet blow. Wendy ignored it. All her attention was on that empty bed. Jack demanded she come out and unlock the door. She whispered Danny's name. Of course, when Jack attacked her, it had come through to Danny as violent emotions always seem to. Maybe he'd even seen everything in a nightmare. He was hiding. She fell clumsily to her knees, enduring another bolt of pain from her swollen, bleeding leg, and looked under the bed. Nothing but dust balls and Jack's slippers. Jack screamed her name. This time when he swung, a long splinter jumped from the door. The next blow brought a sickening, splintering crack, dry kindling under a hatchet. The bloody, splintered mallet head bashed through the new hole, withdrew, and came down again, sending wooden shrapnel flying. Wendy pulled herself up using the foot of the bed and hobbled to the closet, broken ribs stabbing. She brushed hung garments aside. Frantically, some slipped their hangers and ballooned to the floor. Danny wasn't in the closet. She hobbled toward the bathroom. Glancing back, she saw the mallet crash through again, widening the hole. Then a hand appeared, groping for the bolt. She realized with horror that she had left Jack's keyring dangling from the lock. The hand yanked the bolt back, struck the bunched keys, they jingled merrily, and clutched them victoriously. With a sob, she pushed into the bathroom and slammed the door just as the bedroom door burst open and Jack charged through, bellowing. Wendy ran the bolt and twisted the spring lock, looking around desperately. The bathroom was empty. Danny wasn't here either. Catching sight of her own blood-smeared, horrified face in the medicine cabinet mirror, she felt glad children shouldn't witness their parents' quarrels. Perhaps the thing raving through the bedroom, overturning and smashing everything, would finally collapse before it could go after her son. Perhaps she could inflict even more damage on it. Kill it, maybe. Her eyes skated over the bathroom's porcelain surfaces for any weapon. Soap wrapped in a towel wouldn't be lethal enough. Everything else was bolted down. Beyond the door, animal sounds of destruction continued, with thick shouts about taking their medicine, paying for what they'd done to him, showing them who's boss, worthless puppies, both of them. A thump as her record player overturned, a hollow crash as the TV's picture tube smashed. Window glass tinkled, then a cold draft under the bathroom door. A dull thud as mattresses were ripped from the twin beds where they had slept together. Boomings as Jack struck walls indiscriminately with the mallet. Nothing of the real Jack remained in that howling, maundering, petulant voice. It whined in self-pity and rose in lurid screams, reminding her chillingly of the geriatrics ward where she'd worked summers in high school. Senile dementia. Jack wasn't out there anymore. She was hearing the lunatic, raving voice of the Overlook itself. The mallet smashed into the bathroom door, knocking out a huge chunk of thin paneling. Half of a crazed, working face stared in at her mouth, cheeks, throat lathered in blood, the single visible eye tiny and piggish and glittering. It panted, that she had nowhere left to run. The mallet descended again, knocking splinters into the tub and against the medicine cabinet mirror. That mirror. A desperate whining noise escaped her as she whirled, pain temporarily forgotten, and threw the mirror door back. She pawed through its contents. Behind her that hoarse voice bellowed that it was coming now. It demolished the door in a machine-like frenzy. Bottles and jars fell before her madly searching fingers, cough syrup, Vaseline, shampoo, hydrogen peroxide shattering in the sink. Her hand closed over the dispenser of double-edged razor blades, just as she heard the hand again, fumbling for the bolt and spring lock. She slipped a blade out, fumbling, cutting the ball of her thumb. She whirled and slashed at the hand that had turned the lock and now fumbled for the bolt. Jack screamed. The hand jerked back. Panting, holding the blade between thumb and finger, she waited. He tried again. She slashed. He screamed again, trying to grab her hand. She slashed again. The blade turned, cutting her once more, and dropped to the floor by the toilet. Wendy slipped another blade out and waited. Movement in the other room going away, and a sound through the bedroom window. A motor. A high, insectile buzzing, a roar of anger from Jack. And then, yes, she was sure of it. He was leaving the caretaker's apartment, plowing through wreckage and out into the hall. Someone coming? A ranger? Dick Halloran? She muttered a broken prayer through a mouth that seemed filled with broken sticks and old sawdust. She had to leave now, had to find her son so they could face the rest side by side. She reached out and fumbled at the bolt, her arms stretching for miles. At last, she got it free. She pushed the door open, staggered out, and was overcome by the horrible certainty that Jack had only pretended to leave and was lying in wait. She looked around. The room was empty. The living room, too. Jumbled, broken stuff everywhere. The closet? Empty. Then soft shades of gray began to wash over her, and she fell down on the mattress Jack had ripped from the bed, semi-conscious. Halloran reached the overturned snowmobile, just as, a mile and a half away, Wendy was pulling herself around the corner into the short hallway leading to the caretaker's apartment. He didn't want the snowmobile. He wanted the gas can held on the back by elastic straps. His hands, still in Cottrell's blue mittens, seized the top strap and pulled it free as the hedge lion roared behind him, a sound that seemed more inside his head than out. A hard, brambly slap to his left leg made the knee sing with pain, driven in a way the joint was never meant to bend. A groan escaped his clenched teeth. It would come for the kill any time now, tired of playing. He fumbled for the second strap. Sticky blood ran in his eyes. Another slap raked across his buttocks, almost tumbling him away from the snowmobile. He held on, no exaggeration, for dear life. He freed the second strap and clutched the gas can to him as the lion struck again, rolling him onto his back. He saw it once more, only a shadow in the darkness and falling snow, nightmarish as a moving gargoyle. He twisted at the can's cap as the shadow stalked him, kicking up snow puffs. As it moved in again, the cap spun free, releasing the pungent smell of gasoline. He gained his knees. As it came at him, low-slung and incredibly quick, he splashed it with gas. A hissing, spitting sound. It drew back. He cried out that he was going to burn it, voice shrill and breaking. The lion came at him again, still spitting angrily. He splashed it again, but this time it didn't give. It charged ahead. He sensed rather than saw its head angling at his face and threw himself backward, partially avoiding it, but the lion still hit his upper rib cage. A glancing blow, flaring pain there. Gas gurgled out of the can, which he still held, dousing his right hand and arm, cold as death. Now he lay on his back in a snow angel, about 10 paces right of the snowmobile. The hissing lion was a bulking presence to his left, closing in again. He thought he could see its tail twitching. He yanked Cottrell's mitten off his right hand, tasting sodden wool and gasoline. He ripped up the parka's hem and jammed his hand into his pants pocket. Down there with his keys and change was a battered old Zippo lighter bought in Germany in 1954, hinge broken once and repaired by the factory free of charge. A nightmare flood of thoughts raced through his mind in a split-second pleas to the lighter, memories of crocodiles and airplanes and trench battles, the terror that if this didn't work, the lion would rip his head off. The lighter was out. He clicked the hood back. The lion rushed at him with a growl like ripping cloth. His finger flicked the striker wheel. Spark. Flame. His gasoline-soaked hands suddenly ablaze, flames running up the parka sleeve. No pain yet. The lion shied from the torch suddenly blazing in front of it, a hideous flickering hedge sculpture with eyes and a mouth shying away too late. Wincing at the pain, Halloran drove his blazing arm into its stiff, scratchy side. In an instant, the whole creature became a prancing, writhing pyre on the snow, bellowing in rage and pain as it zigzagged away. Halloran thrust his own arm deep into the snow, killing the flames, unable to look away from the hedge lion's death agonies. Gasping, he got to his feet. The parka sleeve was sooty but unburned, so was his hand. 30 yards downhill, the lion had become a fireball. Sparks flew skyward and were snatched away by the wind. For a moment, its ribs and skull were etched in orange flame, then it collapsed, disintegrated, and fell into separate burning piles. He told himself to forget it and get moving. He picked up the gas can and struggled to the snowmobile. His consciousness flickered in and out. In one fragment, he was yanking the snowmobile back onto its tread and sitting on it, out of breath. In another, he reattached the half-full gas can. His head thumped horribly from the fumes, and from the fight, he supposed. He saw by a steaming hole in the snow that he had vomited, but couldn't remember when. The snowmobile's warm engine fired immediately. He twisted the throttle unevenly, and started forward with neck-snapping jerks that made his headache worse. At first the machine weaved drunkenly, but by half standing to get his face above the windscreen into the needling wind, he drove some stupor away and opened the throttle wider. He wondered where the rest of the hedge animals were, but at least he wouldn't be caught unaware again. The Overlook loomed ahead, lighted first-floor windows throwing long yellow rectangles onto the snow. The gate at the foot of the drive was locked. He dismounted after a wary look around, praying he hadn't lost his keys when he pulled out his lighter. They were there. He picked through them in the headlamp's bright light, found the right one, and unsnapped the padlock. He pawed frantically at the snow surrounding the gate, disregarding the throbbing in his head and the fear that another lion might be creeping up behind him. He managed to pull the gate a foot and a half from the post, squeezed through the gap, pushed it another 2 feet, and threaded the snowmobile through. Movement ahead in the dark. The hedge animals, all of them, were clustered at the base of the Overlook steps, guarding the way in and out. Lions prowled. The dog stood with front paws on the first step. Halloran opened the throttle wide. The snowmobile leaped forward. In the caretaker's apartment, Jack Torrance's head jerked around at the high, wasp-like buzz of the approaching engine. He began moving laboriously toward the hallway again. The bitch could wait. Now it was this dirty nigger's turn, this interfering nigger with his nose where it didn't belong. First him, then his son. He would show them he was of managerial timber. Outside, the snowmobile rocketed faster. The hotel seemed to surge toward it. Snow flew in Halloran's face. The headlamp's glare spotlighted the hedge. Shepard's blank, socketless eyes. Then it shrank away, leaving an opening. Halloran yanked the steering gear with all his remaining strength. The snowmobile kicked into a sharp semicircle, throwing up clouds of snow threatening to tip. The rear end struck the porch steps and rebounded. He was off in a flash, running up the steps. He stumbled, fell, picked himself up. The dog growled again in his head close behind. Something ripped at the Parker's shoulder, and then he was on the porch, standing in the narrow corridor Jack had shoveled through the snow. Safe. The animals were too big to fit. He reached the big double doors to the lobby and dug for his keys. While getting them, he tried the knob. It turned freely. He pushed his way in and called hoarsely for Danny. Silence answered. His eyes traveled across the lobby to the foot of the wide stairs. A harsh gasp escaped him. The rug was splashed and matted with blood. A scrap of pink terry-cloth robe. The trail of blood led up the stairs. The banister was splashed too. He muttered a prayer and called Danny's name again. The hotel's silence seemed to mock him with echoes. Almost there. Sly and oblique questions about who Danny was. Suggestions to leave. Had he come through everything just to be too late? He ran up the stairs 2 at a time. The blood led toward the caretaker's apartment. Horror crept into his veins and brain as he began to walk toward the short hall. The hedge animals had been bad, but this was worse. In his heart, he was already sure what he would find. Jack had been hiding in the elevator when Halloran came up the stairs. Now, he crept up behind the figure in the snow-coated parka, a blood and gore-streaked phantom with a smile. The roque mallet was lifted as high as the ripping pain in his back would allow. He whispered that he would teach this black boy to stop sticking his nose into other people's business. Halloran heard the whisper, began to turn and duck. The mallet whistled down. The parka's hood matted the blow, but not enough. A rocket exploded in his head, leaving a contrail of stars. Then nothing. He staggered against the silk wallpaper. Jack hit him again, the mallet slicing sideways. This time, shattering Halloran's cheekbone and most of the teeth on the left side of his jaw. He went down limply. Jack whispered that now, by Christ, he would find Danny. He had business with his trespassing son. 3 minutes later, the elevator door banged open on the shadowed 3rd floor. Jack Torrance was alone inside. The car had stopped only halfway into the doorway. He had to boost himself onto the hall floor, wriggling painfully like a crippled thing, dragging the splintered mallet after him. Outside, the wind howled. His eyes rolled wildly. Blood and confetti matted his hair. His son was up here somewhere, he could feel it. Left to his own devices, the boy might do anything: scribble on the silk wallpaper, deface furnishings, break windows. He was a liar and a cheat, and would have to be chastised harshly. Jack struggled to his feet and called for Danny, demanding he come take his medicine like a man. Danny found himself in darkness and hallways that were like those inside the hotel but somehow different. Silk-papered walls stretched up and up. Even when he craned his neck, he couldn't see the ceiling. All the doors were locked, and also rose to dimness. Below, peepholes the size of gun sights, tiny skulls and crossbones were bolted to each door instead of room numbers. Somewhere, Tony was calling him. A pounding noise, familiar and hoarse, distant shouts. He couldn't make out every word, but he knew the text well enough from dreams and waking. He was a little boy not yet 3 years out of diapers. Fear was there, but livable. He had been afraid every day for 2 months, from dull disquiet to outright terror. But he wanted to know why Tony had come, why Tony was making his name in this hall that was neither real nor the dreamland where Tony sometimes showed him things. Far down the giant hallway stood a dark figure. "Tony," Danny asked softly where he was. Tony answered that he was sleeping in his mommy and daddy's bedroom, sadness in Tony's voice. Then Tony said his mother was going to be badly hurt, perhaps killed. Mr. Halloran, too. Danny cried out against it. Death images came to him. A dead frog plastered to the turnpike, Daddy's broken watch, gravestones, a dead jay, cold junk scraped into the garbage disposal. Yet he could not equate these simple symbols with his mother. She satisfied his childish definition of eternity. She had been when he was not. She would continue when he was not again. He could accept his own death. He had dealt with that since room 217, but not hers, not Daddy's, not ever. He began to struggle. The darkness and hallway wavered. Tony's form became indistinct. Tony called for him to stop. Danny insisted she wasn't going to be dead. Tony replied that then Danny had to help her, that he was in a place deep in his own mind, the place where Tony was. Tony was part of him. Danny rejected that Tony was Tony, not him. He wanted his mommy. Tony said he hadn't brought Danny here, Danny had brought himself, because he knew. Danny denied it. Tony continued, walking closer for the first time. He explained that Danny had always known he was deep inside himself, where nothing else came through, alone in an overlook where no one could ever come. No clocks worked here. None of the keys fit them. The doors had never been opened. But Danny couldn't stay long because something was coming. Danny whispered the word fearfully. The irregular pounding grew closer, louder. His terror, cool and distant moments ago, became immediate. Now, he could make out the words hoarse, huckstering, uttered in a coarse imitation of his father's voice. But it wasn't Daddy. He knew now. He had brought himself here because he knew. Danny screamed at Tony, asking if it was his daddy coming to get him. Tony didn't answer, but Danny didn't need one. A long, nightmarish masquerade party had gone on here for years. Little by little, a force had accrued, silent as interest in a bank account. Force, presence, shape, none of the words mattered. It wore many masks, but it was all one. Now it was coming for him, hiding behind Daddy's face, imitating Daddy's voice, wearing Daddy's clothes. But it was not his daddy. He cried out that he had to help them. Tony stood directly in front of him. Looking at Tony was like looking into a magic mirror and seeing himself in 10 years' widely spaced dark eyes, a firm chin, a handsomely molded mouth. The hair was light blonde like his mother's, yet the stamp on his features was his father's. Tony, the Daniel Anthony Torrance that would someday be, was a halfling caught between father and son, a fusion. Tony said Danny had to try to help, but his father was with the hotel now. It was where he wanted to be. The hotel wanted Danny too because it was very greedy. Then Tony walked past him into the shadows. Danny called for him to wait, to tell him what he could do. Tony said his father was close now. Danny would have to run, hide, keep away. Danny cried that he couldn't. Tony replied that he had already started, and that he would remember what his father forgot. Then he was gone. From somewhere nearby, his father's voice came coldly wheedling, saying Danny could come out. Just a little spanking. Take it like a man and it would be over. They didn't need her, just the two of them. After this little spanking, it would be just him and Danny. Danny ran. Behind him, the thing's temper broke through the shambling charade of normality, screaming at him to come here right now. Down a long hall, panting and gasping, around a corner, up a flight of stairs. As he ran, the walls that had been so high and remote began to come down. The rug that had been a blur took on the familiar black and blue pattern. The doors became numbered again. Behind them, the parties that were all one went on and on, populated by generations of guests. The air shimmered around him. The mallet's blows echoed and re-echoed. He seemed to be bursting through some thin placental womb from sleep into the rug outside the presidential suite on the 3rd floor. Lying near him in a bloody heap were 2 men in suits and narrow ties, taken out by shotgun blasts. They began to stir and get up. He drew breath to scream, but didn't. False faces. Not real. They faded before his gaze like old photographs, and were gone. Below him, the faint sound of the mallet against the walls went on, drifting up through the elevator shaft and stairwell. The controlling force of the Overlook, in the shape of his father, blundered around on the 1st floor. A door opened behind him with a thin screeing sound. A decayed woman in a rotten silk gown pranced out. Yellowed fingers dressed with verdigris-caked rings, heavy-bodied wasps, crawled sluggishly over her face. She whispered for him to come in and dance the tango. He hissed that she was a false face, not real. She drew back in alarm and faded away. The thing screamed where he was, but the voice remained in his head. He could still hear the thing wearing Jack's face downstairs and something else. The high, whining sound of an approaching motor. Danny's breath stopped. Was it just another illusion? Or was it Dick Halloran? He desperately wanted to believe it was Dick, but he didn't dare take the chance. He retreated down the main corridor, then took an offshoot, feet whispering on the carpet. Locked doors frowned down at him as they had in the dreams and visions, only now he was in the world of real things, where the game was played for keeps. He turned right and halted, heart thudding. Heat blew around his ankles from the registers. Must have been Daddy's day to heat the West Wing. He would remember what his father forgot. What was it? He almost knew. Something that might save him and Mommy. But Tony had said he would have to do it himself. He sank against the wall, trying desperately to think. The hotel kept trying to get into his head the image of that dark, slumped form, swinging the mallet, gouging wallpaper, sending up puffs of plaster dust. He muttered for Tony to help him. Suddenly the hotel grew deathly silent. The whining motor had stopped, must not have been real. The party sound stopped. Only the wind remained, howling and whooping endlessly. Then the elevator whirred into sudden life. It was coming up. Danny knew what was in it. He bolted to his feet, panic clutching his heart. Why had Tony sent him to the 3rd floor? He was trapped. All the doors were locked. The attic. He remembered coming up here with Daddy the day he had salted the rat traps. Daddy hadn't let him come up because of the rats, afraid Danny might be bitten. The trapdoor was set into the ceiling of the last short corridor in this wing. A pole leaned against the wall. Daddy had pushed the trapdoor open with it, a ratcheting whir of counterweights, and a ladder swung down. If he could get up there and pull the ladder after him. Somewhere in the maze behind him, the elevator stopped. The gate crashed back. Then a voice terribly real, not in his head now, called out, asking Danny to come here a minute. He'd done something wrong and needed to take his medicine like a man. Obedience was so strongly ingrained that Danny took 2 automatic steps toward the sound before stopping. His hands curled into fists. Not real. False face. He knew what it was. Take off your mask. It roared at him to come here. You pup. Come take it like a man. A hollow boom as the mallet struck the wall. When it roared his name again, the location had changed. It had come closer. In the world of real things, the hunt was beginning. Danny ran feet silent on the heavy carpet, past closed doors, past silk-figured wallpaper, past the fire extinguisher bolted to the corner. He hesitated, then plunged down the final corridor. Nothing at the end but a bolted door and nowhere left to run. But the pole was still there, still leaning against the wall where Daddy had left it. Danny snatched it up and craned his neck at the trap door. A hook on the end of the pole had to catch a ring set into the door, but a brand-new Yale padlock dangled from the trap door. The lock Jack Torrance had clipped around the hasp after laying his traps, just in case his son took the notion to go exploring up there someday. Locked. Terror swept him. Behind him it was coming, blundering and staggering past the presidential suite, the mallet whistling viciously through the air. Danny backed up against the last closed door and waited for it. Wendy came to gradually. The grayness draining away as pain replaced it. Her back, her leg, her side. She didn't think she would be able to move. Even her fingers hurt, and at first she didn't know why, then remembered the razor blade. Her damp, matted blonde hair hung in her eyes. She brushed it away, her ribs stabbed inside, making her groan. She saw a field of blue and white mattress, spotted with fresh blood, hers, or Jack's, ate away still fresh. She hadn't been out long. That was important, though she couldn't remember why at first. The insectile buzzing of the motor came back to her. She fixed on the memories stupidly. Then, in a single vertiginous, nauseating swoop, her mind seemed to pan back, showing her everything at once. Halloran. It must have been Halloran. Why else would Jack have left so suddenly without finishing her? Because he was no longer at leisure. He had to find Danny, quickly do it before Halloran could stop it. Or had it already happened? She could hear the whine of the elevator rising up the shaft. No. The blood was still fresh. Don't let it have happened already. Somehow she found her feet and staggered through the bedroom and across the ruined living room to the shattered front door. She pushed it open and made it into the hall, crying out for Danny and Mr. Halloran, wincing at the pain in her chest. Was anybody there? The elevator had been running again and now stopped. The gate crashed back. She thought she heard a speaking voice, but the wind was too loud to be sure. Leaning against the wall, she made her way to the corner of the short hallway. Just as she was about to turn, a scream froze her. Floating down the stairwell, an elevator shaft, Jack's voice on the second or third floor, calling for Danny to come take it like a man. Looking for Danny. She got around the corner, stumbled, almost fell. Something huddled against the wall about a quarter of the way down from the stairwell. A man. As she drew closer, she understood the meaning of that buzzing motor. Mr. Halloran had come after all. She eased to her knees beside him, praying he wasn't dead. His nose was bleeding. A terrible gout of blood had spilled from his mouth. The side of his face was a puffed purple bruise. But he was breathing long, harsh draws that shook his whole frame. Looking closer, her eyes widened. One arm of his parka was blackened and singed. One side was ripped open. Blood matted his hair. An ugly scratch ran down the back of his neck. She wondered what had happened to him. Above them, the hoarse, petulant voice roared for Danny to get out here. No time to wonder now. She shook Halloran, her face twisting at the flare of agony in her ribs. Her side felt hot, massive, swollen. She worried that her ribs might be poking her lung whenever she moved, but there was no help for that. If Jack found Danny, he would kill him with that mallet, as he had tried to kill her. She shook Halloran, then began lightly slapping the unbruised side of his face, begging him to wake up. From overhead came the restless booming of the mallet as Jack Torrance looked for his son. Danny stood with his back against the door, watching the right angle where the hallways joined. The irregular booming of the mallet grew louder. The thing after him screamed, howled, cursed. Dream and reality had joined without a seam. It came around the corner. In a way, Danny felt relief. It was not his father. The mask of face and body had been ripped and shredded into a bad joke. Not his daddy. Not this horror with rolling eyes, hunched shoulders, and blood-drenched shirt. It breathed that now, by God, Danny would find out who was boss. It wasn't Danny they wanted. It was it. Knee. It slashed out with a scarred hammer, cutting a circle in the silk wallpaper, sending up plaster dust. It began to grin, muttering that Danny couldn't pull any fancy tricks now. It hadn't been born yesterday. It was going to do its fatherly duty. Danny told it that it wasn't his daddy. It stopped, looking almost uncertain, unsure who or what it was. Then it walked again. The hammer whistled out, booming against a door panel. It called Danny a liar. Who else would it be? It had the 2 birthmarks, the cupped navel, even the pecker. Ask his mother. Danny said it was a mask, a false face. The hotel needed to use it only because it wasn't as dead as the others. But when the hotel was done, It wouldn't be anything at all. It didn't scare him. It howled that it would scare him. The mallet whistled down, smashing into the rug between his feet. Danny didn't flinch. It accused him of lying about it, conniving with her, plotting against it, cheating, copying that final exam. The eyes glared out with lunatic cunning. It would find the exam down in the basement somewhere. They had promised it could look all it wanted. It raised the mallet again. Danny said yes, they promise, but they lie. The mallet hesitated at the top of its swing. Halloran began to come around, but Wendy had stopped patting his cheeks. Words had floated down through the elevator shaft. "You cheated! You copied that final exam!" Dim, barely audible over the wind, from somewhere deep in the west wing. She was nearly convinced that whatever had taken possession of Jack was on the third floor and had found Danny. Nothing she or Halloran could do now. She murmured to Danny, tears blurring her eyes. Halloran muttered thickly that the son of a bitch had broken his jaw and his head. He worked to sit up, his right eye purpling and swelling shut. He saw Wendy, asked where the boy was. On the third floor, she said, with his father. Danny repeated that they lie. Something had flashed through his mind like a meteor, too quick, too bright to catch and hold. Only the tail of the thought remained. "It's down in the basement somewhere. You will remember what your father forgot." The thing told him hoarsely that he shouldn't speak that way to his father. He'd only make things worse for himself, his punishment worse. It staggered drunkenly, staring with maudlin self-pity turning to hate. The mallet began to rise again. Danny told it again that it wasn't his daddy. And if there was a little bit of his daddy left inside it, his daddy knew they lied here. Everything was a lie, and a cheat like the loaded dice his daddy got for his Christmas stocking, like the empty boxes in store windows just for show. The hotel was selfish. It had to make his daddy drink the bad stuff to get him, lying false face. It shrieked liar, the mallet wavering wildly. Danny dared it to hit him, saying it would never get what it wanted from him. The face changed. No melting or merging of features. The body trembled. The bloody hands opened like broken claws. The mallet thumped to the rug. Suddenly, his daddy was there, looking at him in mortal agony, sorrow so great that Danny's heart flamed in his chest. Jack Torrance told him to run away quick and remember how much he loved him. Danny said no. Jack begged him, for God's sake. Danny said no again. He took one of his father's bloody hands and kissed it. It was almost over. Halloran got to his feet by propping his back against the wall and pushing up. He and Wendy stared at each other like nightmare survivors from a bombed hospital. He said they had to get up there, to help Danny. Her haunted eyes stared from her chalk-pale face. She said it was too late now. Danny could only help himself. A minute passed. 2, 3. From above came a scream, not in anger or triumph now, but in mortal terror. Halloran whispered to God, asking what was happening. She didn't know. He asked if it had killed Danny. She didn't know. The elevator clashed into life and began to descend with a screaming, raving thing penned up inside. Danny stood without moving. There was no place he could run where the Overlook was not. He recognized it suddenly, fully, painlessly. For the first time in his life, he had an adult thought, an adult feeling, the essence of his experience in this bad place. Mommy and Daddy couldn't help him, and he was alone. He told the bloody stranger in front of him to go away, to get out of here. It bent over, exposing the knife handle in its back. Its hands closed around the mallet again, but instead of aiming at Danny, it reversed the handle, aiming the hard side at its own face. Understanding rushed through Danny. Then the mallet began to rise and descend, destroying the last of Jack Torrance's image. The thing in the hall danced an eerie, shuffling polka, the beat counterpointed by the hideous sound of the mallet head striking again and again. Blood splattered across the wallpaper. Shards of bone leaped into the air like broken piano keys. It was impossible to say how long it went on, but when it turned its attention back to Danny, his father was gone forever. What remained of the face became a shifting composite, many faces mixed imperfectly into one. Danny saw the woman from 217, the dog man, the hungry boy thing from the concrete ring. It whispered that the masks were off now. No more interruptions. The mallet rose for the final time. A ticking sound filled Danny's ears. It asked if he had anything else to say. Was he sure he wouldn't like to run? A game of tag, perhaps? All they had was time. An eternity of time. Or should they end it? Might as well. After all, they were missing the party. It grinned with broken-toothed greed. And it came to him. What his father had forgotten. Sudden triumph filled his face. The thing saw it, and hesitated. Puzzled. Danny screamed that the boiler hadn't been dumped since this morning. It was going up. It was going to explode. Grotesque terror and dawning realization swept across the broken features. The mallet dropped from its fists and bounced harmlessly on the rug. It cried out. That couldn't be allowed. Certainly not. And called him a goddamned little pup. Danny cried back that it was. Any minute now. Daddy forgot the boiler. And it forgot too. It shrieked no, that it mustn't, couldn't. Called him a dirty little boy. Said it would make him take his medicine. Every drop. Then it suddenly turned tail. And began to shamble away. Its shadow bobbing on the wall, trailing cries like worn-out party streamers. Moments later, the elevator crashed into life. Suddenly the shining was on him. He saw that his mother and Mr. Halloran Dick to his friends were alive. Together. Alive. They had to get out. It was going to blow sky high. Like a fierce and glaring sunrise he ran. One foot kicked the bloody, misshapen mallet aside. He didn't notice. Crying, he ran for the stairs. They had to get out. Halloran could never be sure of the progression after that. The elevator had gone down and past them without stopping, and something had been inside, but he made no attempt to see through the small diamond-shaped window, because what was in there did not sound human. A moment later, running footsteps on the stairs, Wendy Torrance shrank back against him, then began stumbling down the main corridor to the stairs as fast as she could. She cried out for Danny, thanking God. She swept him into a hug, groaning with joy as well as pain. Danny looked at Halloran from his mother's arms. Halloran saw how the boy had changed face, pale and pinched, eyes dark and fathomless, as if he had lost weight. Looking at them together, Halloran thought the mother looked younger, despite the terrible beating she had taken. Danny's thought came through urgently. They had to run. The place was going too, and an image of the Overlook with flames leaping from its roof, bricks raining on snow, fire bells clanging. Not that any truck could get up here before the end of March. Most of all, a sense of urgent immediacy. It was going to happen at any time. Halloran said all right, and began moving toward them. It was like swimming through deep water. His balance was screwed. The right side of his face wouldn't focus. His jaw sent throbbing bursts of pain to his temple and down his neck. His cheek felt as large as a cabbage. But the boy's urgency got him going, and it got a little easier. Wendy asked what he meant. Halloran said they had to go. She protested. She wasn't dressed. Danny darted out of her arms and raced down the corridor. She looked after him, then back at Halloran, asking what if Jack came back. She muttered that Jack was dead. This place killed him. She struck the wall with her fist and cried out at the pain in her cut fingers. She asked if it was the boiler. Yes, Halloran said. Danny said it was going to explode. She uttered a dead, "Good!" She didn't know if she could get down the stairs again. Her ribs were broken. Something in her back hurt. Halloran said she'd make it. They'd all make it. But he suddenly remembered the hedge animals and wondered what they would do if they were guarding the way out. Danny came back with Wendy's boots, coat, gloves, and his own coat and gloves. His mother said his boots. He said it was too late. His eyes stared with desperate madness. He looked at Halloran, and suddenly, Halloran's mind was fixed with an image of the ballroom's clock under a glass dome donated by a Swiss diplomat in 1949. The hand stood at a minute to midnight. Halloran cried out to God. He clapped an arm around Wendy and picked her up, clapped his other arm around Danny and ran for the stairs. Wendy shrieked in pain as he squeezed her bad ribs, as something in her back ground together. Halloran didn't slow. He plunged down the stairs with them in his arms, one eye wide and desperate. The other puffed to a slit, looking like a one-eyed pirate abducting hostages. Suddenly the shine was on him. He understood what Danny meant by too late. He could feel the explosion getting ready to rumble up from the basement and tear the guts out of this horrid place. He ran faster, bolting headlong across the lobby toward the double doors. It hurried across the basement into the feeble yellow glow of the furnace room's only light, slobbering with fear. It had been so close to having the boy and his remarkable power. It could not lose now. It would dump the boiler and then chastise the boy harshly. It cried that it mustn't happen, stumbled across the floor to the boiler. The boiler glowed dull red halfway up its long tubular body, huffing and rattling and hissing off plumes of steam in 100 directions like a monster calliope. The pressure needle stood at the far end of the dial. The manager-caretaker cried that it wouldn't be allowed. It laid its Jack Torrance hands on the valve, unmindful of the burning smell and the searing of flesh, as the red-hot wheel sank in. The wheel gave. With a triumphant scream, it spun the valve wide open. A giant roar of escaping steam bellowed out of the boiler, a dozen dragons hissing in concert. Before the steam obscured the pressure needle entirely, the needle had visibly begun to swing back. It cried that it won, capering obscenely in the hot rising mist, waving its flaming hands overhead. Not too late. It won. Not too late. Words turned into a shriek of triumph, and the shriek was swallowed in a shattering roar as the Overlook's boiler exploded. Halloran burst through the double doors and carried them through the trench in the big snowdrift on the porch. He saw the hedge animals clearly. His worst fears true. They were between the porch and the snowmobile. Then the hotel exploded. It seemed to happen all at once, though later he knew that couldn't be right. A flat explosion on one low, all-pervasive note, then a blast of warm air at their backs that pushed gently at them. They were thrown from the porch on its breath. The three of them. A confused thought, this must be what Superman feels like, slipped through Halloran's mind as they flew through the air. He lost his hold on them, then struck the snow in a soft billow. Snow went down his shirt and up his nose dimly. He was aware it felt good on his hurt cheek. He struggled to the top of it, for that moment not thinking about the hedge animals, or Wendy Torrance, or even the boy. He rolled onto his back, so he could watch it die. The Overlook's windows shattered. In the ballroom, the dome over the mantelpiece clock cracked, split in two and fell to the floor. The clock stopped cogs, gears, balance wheel all motionless. A whispered, sighing noise, a great billow of dust. In 217, the bathtub split in two, releasing a flood of greenish noxious water. In the presidential suite, the wallpaper burst into flames. The batwing doors of the Colorado Lounge snapped from their hinges and fell to the dining room floor. Beyond the basement arch, piles of old papers caught fire and went up with a blowtorch hiss. Boiling water rolled over the flames but did not quench them. Like burning autumn leaves below a wasp's nest, they whirled and blackened. The furnace exploded, shattering the basement's roof beams, sending them crashing down like dinosaur bones. The gas jet that had fed the furnace, now unstoppered, rose in a bellowing pylon of flame through the riven lobby floor. Carpeting on the stair risers caught, racing to the first floor as if to tell dreadful good news. A fusillade of explosions ripped through the place. The dining room's 200-pound crystal chandelier fell with a splintering crash, knocking tables every which way. Flame belched out of the Overlook's 5 chimneys toward the breaking clouds. It shrieked, but now it was voiceless, only screaming panic and doom and damnation in its own ear, dissolving, losing thought and will, the webbing falling apart, searching, not finding, going out to emptiness, notness, crumbling. The party was over. The roar shook the hotel's whole facade. Glass belched onto the snow, twinkling like jagged diamonds. The hedgehog, which had been approaching Danny and his mother, recoiled, its green shadow marbled ears flattening, tail dropping between its legs, haunches flattening abjectly. In his head, Halloran heard it whine fearfully, mixed with a fearful, confused yowling of the big cats. He struggled to his feet to help the other two, and as he did, he saw something more nightmarish, the hedge rabbit, still coated with snow, battering itself crazily against the chain-link fence at the far end of the playground. The steel mesh jingled with nightmare music, like a spectral zither. Even from here, he could hear the close-set twigs and branches of its body cracking and crunching like breaking bones. Danny cried out to him, trying to support his mother, helping her toward the snowmobile. The clothes he had carried for them were scattered between where they had fallen and where they now stood. Halloran suddenly realized the woman was in her nightclothes, Danny jacketless, and it was no more than 10 above zero. She was in her bare feet. He struggled back through the snow, picking up her coat, her boots, Danny's coat, odd gloves, then ran back to them, plunging hip deep, floundering out each time. Wendy was horribly pale, the side of her neck coated with blood that was now freezing. She muttered that she couldn't, barely semi-conscious, apologizing. Danny looked up at Halloran pleadingly. Halloran said it would be okay and gripped her again. The three of them made it to where the snowmobile had slewed around and stalled. Halloran sat Wendy on the passenger seat and put her coat on. He lifted her feet very cold but not frozen yet, and rubbed them briskly with Danny's jacket before putting on her boots. Her face was alabaster pale, eyes half-lidded and dazed, but she had begun to shiver. Halloran took that as a good sign. Behind them, 3 explosions rocked the hotel. Orange flashes lit the snow. Danny put his mouth to Halloran's ear and screamed something. Halloran asked what. Danny pointed at the red gas can leaning at an angle in the snow, asking if he needed that. Halloran said he guessed they did. He picked it up and sloshed its still gas inside, though he couldn't tell how much. He attached it to the back of the snowmobile, fumbling several times because his fingers were going numb. For the first time, he realized he'd lost Cottrell's mittens. He thought about having his sister knit a dozen pairs if he got out of this. He shouted for Danny to get on. Danny shrank back, saying they'd freeze. Halloran told him they had to go around to the equipment shed. There were blankets and stuff like that inside. Get on behind your mother. Danny got on. Halloran twisted his head to shout into Wendy's face, telling her to hold on to him. She put her arms around him and rested her cheek against his back. He started the snowmobile and turned the throttle delicately so they wouldn't jerk. Her grip was the weakest sort. If she shifted backward, her weight would tumble them both off. They began to move. He brought the snowmobile around in a circle and traveled west parallel to the hotel, cutting into circle behind it to the equipment shed. They had a momentarily clear view into the lobby. The gas flame coming up through the shattered floor was like a giant birthday candle, fierce yellow at its heart, blue around flickering edges. In that moment, it seemed only to be lighting, not destroying. They could see the registration desk with its silver bell, credit card decals, old-fashioned scrolled cash register, small figured throw rugs, high-backed chairs, horsehair hassocks. Danny could see the small sofa by the fireplace where the 3 nuns had sat on closing day. But this was the real closing day. Then the drift on the porch blotted the view out. They skirted the west side of the hotel. It was still light enough to see without the headlight. Both upper stories were flaming now. Pennants of flame shot out the windows. The gleaming white paint had begun to blacken and peel. The shutters that had covered the presidential suite's picture window, shutters Jack had carefully fastened in mid-October, now hung in flaming brands, exposing wide, shattered darkness behind them, like a toothless mouth, yawning in a final, silent death rattle. Wendy had pressed her face against Halloran's back to cut the wind. Danny had pressed his face against his mother's back, so only Halloran saw the final thing, and he never spoke of it. From the presidential suite window, he thought he saw a huge dark shape issue, blotting out the snowfield behind it. For a moment, it assumed the shape of a huge, obscene manta. Then the wind caught it, tore it, and shredded it like old dark paper. It fragmented, caught in a whirling eddy of smoke, and a moment later, it was gone, as if it had never been. But in those few seconds as it whirled blackly, dancing like negative motes of light, he remembered something from his childhood, 50 years ago, or more. He and his brother had found a huge nest of ground wasps north of their farm, tucked between the earth and an old lightning-blasted tree. His brother had lit a firecracker saved from the 4th of July and tossed it at the nest. It exploded with a loud bang, and an angry rising hum, almost a low shriek, rose from the blasted nest. They had run away as if demons were at their heels. In a way, Halloran supposed that demons had been looking back over his shoulder, as he was now. He had seen a large, dark cloud of hornets rising in the hot air, swirling together, breaking apart, looking for whatever enemy had done this to their home so they could sting it to death. Then the thing in the sky was gone. It might only have been smoke, or a great flapping swatch of wallpaper after all, and it was only the Overlook, a flaming pyre in the roaring throat of the night. There was a key to the equipment shed's padlock on his keyring, but Halloran saw no need to use it. The door was ajar, the padlock hanging open on its hasp. Danny whispered that he couldn't go in there. Halloran said that was okay. Stay with your mom. There used to be a pile of old horse blankets, probably moth-eaten but better than freezing to death. He asked if Wendy was still with them. Her wan voice answered that she thought so. Good, he said. He'd be just a second. Danny whispered for him to come back as quickly as he could. Please. Halloran nodded and floundered through the snow toward the equipment shed, his long shadow cast ahead by the headlamp. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The horse blankets were still in the corner by the roque set. He picked up 4 musty and old, the moths certainly having had a free lunch, and then paused. One of the roque mallets was missing. He wondered if that was what had hit him, then told himself it didn't matter. Still, his fingers went to the huge lump on his face, $600 worth of dental work undone in a single blow. Maybe he hadn't been hit with one of those. Maybe one got lost or stolen or taken as a souvenir. It didn't really matter. No one would be playing roque next summer or any summer in the foreseeable future. But looking at the racked mallets with the single missing member held a kind of fascination. He found himself thinking of the hard wooden whack of the mallet head striking the round ball, a nice summery sound, watching it skitter across the gravel. It conjured images of iced tea, porch swings, ladies in white straw hats, the hum of mosquitoes and all that stuff. Nice game. Out of style now, but nice. Danny's voice came thin and frantic, asking if Halloran was all right, begging him to come out now. But in Halloran's mind, a different voice seemed to call, a mocking plantation echo telling him to come out because the massa was calling. His hand closed tightly around one of the mallet handles, liking its feel. Spare the rod, spoil the child. His eyes went blank in the flickering fire-shot darkness. It would be doing them both a favor. She was messed up, in pain, and most of it, all of it, was that damn boy's fault. Sure, he had left his own daddy in there to burn, close to murder. Patricide. Pretty goddamn low. Wendy's low, weak, querulous voice called out. Danny was sobbing in terror, calling his name. Halloran drew the mallet from the rack and turned toward the flood of white light from the headlamp. His feet scratched unevenly over the boards like a clockwork toy wound up and set in motion. Then he stopped suddenly, looking wonderingly at the mallet in his hands. With rising horror, he asked himself what he had been thinking of doing. Murder? For a moment, his mind filled with an angry, hectoring voice urging him to do it, to kill them both. Then he flung the mallet behind him with a terrified cry. It clattered into the corner where the blankets had been. One of the 2 heads pointed toward him in an unspeakable invitation. He fled. Danny sat on the snowmobile seat, Wendy holding him weakly. His face was shiny with tears, shaking as if with ague, teeth clicking. He asked where Halloran had been. They were scared. Halloran said slowly that it was a good place to be scared of, that even if the place burned flat to the foundation, he'd never come within 100 miles again. He wrapped 2 blankets around Wendy, fashioning one into a hood to cover her head, and helped Danny tie his so they wouldn't fall off. Then he told them to hold on for dear life. The worst was behind them now. He circled the equipment shed and pointed the snowmobile back along their trail. The Overlook was a torch now, flaming at the sky. Great holes had been eaten into its sides, a red hell waxed and waned inside. Snowmelt ran down charred gutters and steaming waterfalls. They purred down the front lawn, the snow dunes glowing scarlet. Danny shouted for him to look at the playground. The hedge creatures were all in their original positions, but denuded, blackened, seared dead branches, a stark interlacing network in the fire glow, small leaves scattered around their feet like fallen petals. Danny screamed in hysterical triumph that they were dead. Wendy shushed him. Halloran asked if he was ready to get somewhere warm. Danny whispered that he had been ready for so long. Halloran edged through the gap between gate and post. A moment later, they were on the road pointed back toward Sidewinder. The snowmobile's engine dwindled, lost in the ceaseless roar of the wind, which rattled through the denuded branches with a low, beating, desolate sound. The fire waxed and waned. Sometime after the engine sound had disappeared, the Overlook's roof caved in, first the west wing, then the east, then the central roof. A huge spiraling gout of sparks and flaming debris rushed into the howling winter night. A bundle of flaming shingles and hot flashing wafted through the open equipment shed door. After a while, the shed began to burn too. They were still 20 miles from Sidewinder when Halloran stopped to pour the rest of the gas into the tank. He was very worried about Wendy, who seemed to be drifting away. Still so far to go. Danny cried out and pointed. The snow had stopped. A silver-dollar moon peeked through the raftering clouds. Far down the road, coming toward them through S-shaped switchbacks, was a pearly chain of lights. The wind dropped for a moment. Halloran heard the distant buzzing snarl of snowmobile engines. 15 minutes later, they reached them. Extra clothes, brandy, and Dr. Edmonds had come. The long darkness was over. Months later, Halloran was working at the Red Arrow Lodge in western Maine. The season was nearly half over, a good gig. The trade wasn't too heavy, tipped well, no meals sent back. He untied his apron, hung it on a hook, and slipped out the back door for a break before dinner. He crossed between the outdoor bar and the swimming pool, past a greensward where a party of 4 played croquet, and crested a mild ridge. Pines took over, wind soughing pleasantly with the aroma of fir and sweet resin. On the other side, cabins with lake views were placed discreetly among the trees. The last one was the nicest. He had reserved it for a party of 2 back in April. Wendy sat on the porch in a rocking chair, a book in her hands. Halloran was struck again by the change in her. Part of it was the stiff, almost formal way she sat, the back brace, from a shattered vertebra along with 3 broken ribs and internal injuries. The back was slowest to heal. But the change was more than that. She looked older. Some of the laughter had gone out of her face. Now he saw a grave sort of beauty that had been missing 9 months ago, when she had still been mostly girl. Now she was a woman who had been dragged to the dark side of the moon and come back able to put the pieces together. But those pieces, Halloran thought, never fit the same way again. She heard his step, looked up, closed her book, and greeted him. She started to rise, a little grimace of pain crossing her face. He told her not to get up. He didn't stand on ceremony unless it was white tie and tails. She smiled as he came up the steps and sat beside her. He said things were going pretty fair and told her to try the shrimp creole that night. She agreed. He asked where Danny was. She pointed to a small figure at the end of the dock, jeans rolled to the knee, a red striped shirt, a bobber floating on the calm water. Every now and then he reeled it in, examined the sinker and hook, and tossed it out again. Halloran said Danny was getting brown. She agreed, very brown, and looked at him fondly. Halloran lit a cigarette. The smoke raftered away lazily in the sunny afternoon. He asked about those dreams Danny had been having. Better, Wendy said. Only one that week. It used to be every night, sometimes 2 or 3 times. The explosions, the hedges, and most of all she trailed off. Halloran knew. He said Danny was going to be okay. She looked at him and wondered, her voice carrying a doubt that had no easy answer. Halloran nodded, assuring her that she and Danny were coming back different, maybe, but okay. They weren't what they had been, but that wasn't necessarily bad. They sat in silence for a while, Wendy rocking gently, Halloran with his feet up on the porch rail, smoking. A little breeze pushed through the pines, barely ruffling Wendy's short-cropped hair. She had decided to take Mr. Shockley up on his offer. Halloran nodded. It sounded like a good job, something she could get interested in. She would start right after Labor Day. When she and Danny left here, they would go straight to Maryland to look for a place. The Chamber of Commerce brochure had convinced her it looked like a nice town to raise a kid. She wanted to be working again before they dug too deeply into the insurance money Jack had left. There was still over $40,000, enough to send Danny to college with something left over for a start, if invested right. Halloran asked about her mother. She smiled wanly and said Maryland seemed far enough. He asked her not to forget old friends. She said Danny wouldn't let her, then told him to go down and see the boy he had been waiting all day. Halloran stood, hitched his cook's whites, and repeated that they were going to be okay. Couldn't she feel it? She looked up, smiled warmer, said yes. Sometimes she thought she could. She kissed his hand. He reminded her about the shrimp Creole. She promised not to forget. He walked down the sloping gravel path to the dock and out along the weather-beaten boards to where Danny sat with his feet in the clear water. The lake widened out beyond, mirroring pines along its verge. The surrounding mountains were old, rounded, and humbled by time. Halloran liked them just fine. He sat down next to Danny, took off his shoes, and let his hot feet down into the cool water with a sigh. He asked if Danny was catching much. No, but he'd had a nibble a little while ago. Halloran said they'd take a boat out tomorrow morning. You had to get to the middle for eating fish. Out yonder was where the big ones lay. Danny asked how big. Halloran shrugged and joked about sharks, marlin whales. Danny protested. There weren't any whales. Halloran admitted no blue whales. These ones ran to no more than 80 feet. Pink whales. Danny asked how they could get here from the ocean. Halloran ruffled his reddish-gold hair and said they swam upstream. Danny asked if that was really true. Halloran said really. They sat in silence, looking out over the stillness of the lake. When Halloran looked back at Danny, the boy's eyes had filled with tears. Halloran put an arm around him and asked what this was. Danny whispered nothing. Halloran asked if he was missing his dad. Danny nodded and said Halloran always knew. One tear spilled down his cheek. Halloran agreed. They couldn't have any secrets, that was just how it was. Looking at his pole, Danny said sometimes he wished it had been him. It was his fault. All his fault. Halloran observed that he didn't like to talk about it around his mom. Danny confirmed she wanted to forget it ever happened, so did he, but he couldn't. Halloran asked if he needed to cry. The boy tried to answer, but the words were swallowed in a sob. He leaned his head against Halloran's shoulder and wept, flooding tears down his face. Halloran held him and said nothing. The boy would have to shed his tears again and again. He was still young enough to do that. The tears that heal also scald and scourge. When he quieted, Halloran told him he would get over this. He didn't think so now, but he would. Danny choked, that he wished he didn't have the shining. Halloran said quietly that he did. For better or worse, he hadn't gotten any say. But the worst was over. He could use it to talk to Halloran when things got rough. And if they got too rough, he would come. Even if Danny was down in Maryland, even there, they were quiet, watching the bobber drift. Then Danny asked, almost too low to be heard, if Halloran would be his friend. As long as you want me. The boy held him tight, and Halloran hugged him. He told Danny to listen. He would talk about it this once, and never again this same way. Some things no 6-year-old boy should have to be told, but the way things should be, and the way things are hardly ever got together. The world was a hard place. It didn't care. It didn't hate them, but it didn't love them either. Terrible things happened that no one could explain. Good people died in bad, painful ways, and left the folks who loved them all alone. Sometimes it seemed only bad people stayed healthy and prospered. The world didn't love him, but his mama did, and so did Halloran. He was a good boy. Grieve for his daddy. When he felt he had to cry over what happened, go into a closet or under his covers and cry until it was all out again. That was what a good son had to do. But see, that he got on. That was his job in this hard world, to keep his love alive, and see that he got on, no matter what. Pull his act together, and just go on. Danny whispered all right. He would come see Hallorann again next summer if he wanted, if he didn't mind. Next summer, he was going to be 7. Hallorann said he would be 62, and he was going to hug Danny's brains out his ears. But let's finish one summer before getting to the next. Danny agreed, then asked if Hallorann wouldn't die for a long time. Hallorann said he wasn't studying on it, was Danny? No, sir. Danny started to say something else, but Hallorann pointed he had a bite. The red and white bobber ducked under, came up glistening, then went under again. Wendy had come down and now joined them, standing behind Danny, asking what it was. Pickerel? Hallorann said no, ma'am, he believed that was pink whale. The rod bent. Danny pulled it back. A long, rainbow-colored fish flashed up in a sunny parabola and disappeared again. Danny reeled frantically, gulping, asking for help. Hallorann laughed and said he was doing fine all by himself. He didn't know if it was a pink whale or a trout, but it would do just fine. He put an arm around Danny's shoulders. The boy reeled the fish in, little by little. Wendy sat down on Danny's other side. The three of them sat on the end of the dock in the afternoon sun. The end. Thank you for staying with this story until the very end. Your patience and curiosity are what keep these dark hallways worth walking. Now, let's step behind the page. The Shining was born from Stephen King's own fears. During an off-season stay at Colorado's Stanley Hotel, he dreamed of his 3-year-old son running through the corridors, chased by a fire hose. That single image became a 447-page meditation on isolation, addiction, and the ghosts we carry inside. King has said Jack Torrance was his most personal character, a writer struggling with rage and alcohol, much like King himself at the time. He wrote the novel while teaching high school, typing late into the night, unsure if anyone would ever read it. The 1970s were an era of crumbling American dreams. The Shining spoke to that collapse. The family man failing his family, the grand hotel built on blood, the terror of not trusting your own mind. King's narrative-style interior, claustrophobic, bleeding between reality and hallucination, turned the Overlook into a character of its own. Its themes of inherited trauma and cyclical violence would echo through his later works like Dr. Sleep and Pet Sematary. When Stanley Kubrick adapted the novel for film in 1980, audiences saw a very different vision. King's fire hose became rivers of blood. Jack's tragic humanity was reshaped into cold madness. Kubrick changed key elements. The topiary animals became a hedge maze. The hotel's boiler explosion vanished, and the book's hopeful ending with Jack, regaining himself long enough to save his family, was replaced by a frozen, eternal caretaker. Filming was grueling. Kubrick demanded over 100 takes of single scenes, driving Shelley Duvall to physical exhaustion and, by many accounts, emotional collapse. Jack Nicholson improvised the famous, "Here's Johnny!" line, a joke the director kept, because it felt so unsettlingly out of place. Behind the scenes, the Overlook's impossible layout, a second-floor window looking into the lobby, was a deliberate production trick to disorient viewers. The all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Typed pages took a full week to produce by hand, and the film's infamous bear suit scene? It's never fully explained. Kubrick wanted the audience to fill the silence with their own worst guesses. Here is a fun fact. Stephen King was so dissatisfied with Kubrick's adaptation that he later produced his own TV miniseries in 1997, much closer to the novel. Yet Kubrick's film became a visual landmark, studied, argued over, and decoded for hidden meanings about the moon landing, Native American genocide, and the nature of watching. The original novel, however, still holds layers the screen cannot touch. Jack's internal war with the Overlook and with his own hand belongs to the page. If you want to sit alone with his thoughts, read the book. That is where the real haunting lies. If this retelling moved you and you want its sequel, Dr. Sleep by Stephen King, comment yes down below, and I will make it soon. If you enjoyed this retelling, subscribing helps bring more stories like this into the light. And please, leave a comment below whether you loved it, disagreed with a choice, or have your own interpretation of what Room 217 really meant. Sharing this story with someone you know sends it forward like a whisper through the halls. Until the next story finds us, stay curious, stay brave, and keep a light on. The Overlook has closed for the season, but you already knew that.